Chapter 63. Noisy. The astonishing Wang Qian. Before the source water supply base lies an expansive plaza. Only by traversing the plaza can one enter the wilderness area. As Su Jingming stepped out of the supply base and onto the plaza, he was promptly intercepted by Zhao Chunlin. At this moment, Zhao Chunlin was no longer the merchant he appeared to be yesterday. He had donned combat attire and wielded a long knife, clearly having prepared for this encounter well in advance. You truly are disobedient. I explicitly instructed you not to leave the supply base, yet you chose to venture out. Well, now you find yourself cornered here, don't you? Observing Su Jingming before him, Zhao Chunlin's face radiated with a triumphant smile. He had anticipated that Su Jingming would not simply remain obediently within the supply base, which is why he had waited outside since early morning. Just as he predicted, Su Jingming showed no intention of evading him. I, Zhao Chunlin, am not easily trifled with. Slap yourself 10 times and then compensate me with 200,000. This matter will be considered resolved. Zhao Chunlin drew his long knife, unleashing the aura of a mid-tier second-level ability user. This display drew the attention of many passers-by in the plaza. At this moment, Wang Qian and her team emerged from the entrance of the supply base hall. She immediately spotted Su Jingming confronting Zhao Chunlin not far ahead. Oh no, didn't I instruct him to stay within the supply base during this period? How did he still come out? Wang Qian, seeing this, grew anxious and was about to rush over, but was directly called back by her captain, Yao Mushi. Xiao Qian, don't be hasty. Let's observe first. Yao Mushi was a girl of similar age to Wang Qian, but with a slightly taller stature. She gazed thoughtfully at the long spear behind Su Jingming. Well, fine. As a team member, Wang Qian naturally had to heed her captain's advice. Additionally, she felt some frustration that Su Jingming had disregarded her instructions. It would be wise for him to learn a lesson, lest he continue to act so recklessly and ignore the counsel of others, Wang Qian mused inwardly. Meanwhile, facing Zhao Chunlin's threats, Su Jingming's resolute countenance flickered with impatience. What if I refuse? Oh, then it seems you shall spend the rest of your days in a wheelchair, for I shall rid you of both your legs. Zhao Chunlin's face revealed a chilling smile. He had not merely been lingering at the supply base for a day or two. If word got out that he had been outmaneuvered by a novice, where would he place his pride? Establishing authority was essential, and it needed to be done with sufficient severity. This would serve to intimidate others. With this thought, the exposed skin on his body transformed into a metallic, gleaming gray hue. A C-class ability, metallic skin. With the enhancement of his metallic skin, his defensive capabilities became extraordinarily formidable, rendering him virtually impervious to blades and bullets. With my metallic skin, coupled with my D-class combat attire, you won't even be able to breach my defenses. Little one, do you still wish to? Zhao Chunlin's words remained unfinished, abruptly interrupted by the deep voice of Su Jingming before him. Noisy. What? Zhao Chunlin barely registered the interruption when he felt an overwhelming force strike his waist. Under this immense power, his D-class battle suit and metallic skin seemed to serve merely as decorations, providing no resistance whatsoever. Subsequently, he was sent hurtling backward as if propelled by a cannon. Bang! 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 He crashed into the ground, creating several small craters, and after being flung 8 or 9 meters away, he finally came to a halt, teetering on the brink of life and death. The instigator of this chaos appeared unfazed, not even casting a glance back, as he proceeded toward the entrance of the wilderness zone. This instant kill. How terrifying. How did he strike? I couldn't even catch a glimpse. Ha! Zhao Chunlin has finally met his match. I was worried about that young man yesterday, yet I never expected him to be so formidable. Zhao Chunlin, a mid-tier level 2 ability user, had gained a modicum of fame within this resource supply base. His crushing defeat naturally ignited fervent discussions among the onlookers in the plaza. Many who had previously fallen victim to his schemes, yet lacked the courage to retaliate, now felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Some even approached Zhao Chunlin to observe him closely. His waist appeared as if it had been ravaged by a high-explosive bomb, drenched in blood. Though still gasping for breath, his vitality was feeble, barely hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the supply base, Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the situation had unfolded in such a starkly different manner than she had anticipated. Su Jingming had actually turned the tables on Zhao Chunlin, and with such swiftness. More importantly, as a lower-tier level 2 ability user herself, she was astonished that she had failed to discern how Su Jingming had executed his strike. It was a whip kick, the captain Yao Mushi behind her had observed clearly. Yet, she too had not anticipated the astonishing power behind that single whip kick. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered. Whether he survives is uncertain. Even if he can be rescued, he will likely be left as a mere shell of a man, confined to a wheelchair. Indeed, one cannot underestimate a graduate from Magic City Ability University. Their strength is formidable, and their methods ruthless. Yao Mushi remarked, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with admiration. A graduate from Magic City Ability University? How did you know that, Captain? Wang Qian inquired, slightly taken aback, and promptly pressed for more information. The remaining 2 team members also cast curious glances in their direction. There is an emblem of Magic City Ability University on his spear, Yao Mushi revealed, a detail she had noticed earlier. Each weapon produced by Magic City Ability University bore the emblem of the thorny rose entwined with blades. Moreover, aside from students from such elite universities, have you encountered anyone else capable of such cross-dire instant kills? That is a valid point, Wang Qian acknowledged, her face lighting up as she eagerly proposed. Our team is still in need of a strong attacker. Why not invite him to join us? After all, our school is located within the Magic City University district, making future collaborations quite convenient. He's already walked far away. How can we extend an invitation now? Furthermore, when we formed our team, did we not agree that it would consist solely of female members? Yao Mushi replied leisurely. Chapter 64, The Wilderness Zone. The desire for slaughter is on the rise. Different locales harbor distinct rules. Within the confines of the school, the tenets are education and training. Conversely, the laws of the wilderness zone dictate a brutal survival of the fittest, where the mighty devour the weak. Even the supply bases beyond the wilderness zone operate under the same merciless principles. Driven by the immense profits derived from the flesh of ferocious beasts and the exotic flora and fruits, these supply bases are often a chaotic blend of various factions, each intertwined in a complex web of power. Under such an order, even the law enforcement agencies responsible for crime are powerless here. This is, without a doubt, a veritable gray area. As long as one possesses sufficient strength and refrains from excessive disturbances, one is largely unbothered. However, should one be so unfortunate as to provoke the ire of the wrong individuals, no one will come to their aid. Zhao Chunlin found himself in such a predicament. Overestimating his second-tier mid-level prowess in an attempt to crush Su Jingming, little did he realize that Su Jingming was akin to a dragon, while he himself was merely an ant destined to be crushed. After acquiring the adventurer certification at the entrance of the wilderness zone, Su Jingming successfully ventured into its depths. Roar! Howl! Compared to the examination sites of the Martial Science Academy, this source water wilderness was significantly larger. The ferocious beasts here were even more bloodthirsty and savage. Upon his entrance, Su Jingming was immediately greeted by the distant yet thunderous roars of these beasts. Though far off, their might was palpable, indicating that at least 4-tier beasts resided here. Su Jingming silently mused. The higher the level of the ferocious beasts, the greater their intelligence. 4-tier beasts possess intellect comparable to that of a 10-year-old child, aware of the need to defend their territory. Their intermittent roars serve as a warning that this domain is theirs. Should any beasts of the same tier intrude, they would face the most terrifying retribution. Naturally, human ability users, being far more delectable, are also targets for hunting. The source water wilderness can roughly be divided into 2 regions, the ruins of towns and the mountain forests. Su Jingming activated the map on his smartwatch to scrutinize it carefully. Although his current level was just a first-tier upper, his true combat prowess resembled that of a second-tier pinnacle. He sought a location abundant in ferocious beasts yet devoid of high-tier predators to hunt and reap ability points. Comparatively, the beasts in the ruins of towns within the source water wilderness were slightly weaker, while those residing in the mountain forests were more formidable. Su Jingming's immediate objective was therefore set on the ruins of a town. City A boasted a high population of beasts, but most were first-tier and thus too weak. Town C, on the other hand, had a predominance of second-tier beasts, yet there had been sightings of 3rd and even 4th-tier beasts in the vicinity, raising the danger level significantly. After careful consideration, Su Jingming ultimately opted for a town named Ping'an County. This dilapidated county was predominantly inhabited by second-tier beasts, with first-tier beasts being a rarity. There were no third or fourth tier beasts at all. Moreover, the area was vast, with at least 500 to 600 beasts prowling within. It was undoubtedly the most suitable hunting ground for him. Ping'an County it is, Su Jingming thought, his gaze sharpening as he pinpointed his location on the map before darting forth like a nimble cheetah. Ping'an County lay approximately 20 kilometers from the entrance of the wilderness zone. At full speed, he could reach it in less than 40 minutes. Yet, this was no safe track. It was a perilous wilderness. Su Jingming proceeded with utmost caution, meticulously avoiding areas where high-tier beasts might lurk. After nearly 3 hours, he finally arrived. Before Su Jingming lay a desolate city reminiscent of the examination sites of the Martial Science Academy. The once resplendent skyscrapers now lay in ruin. Scattered across the ground were vehicles abandoned by those who once fled for their lives. After decades of decay, these vehicles had been reduced to mere skeletal frames. The original concrete roads were overrun with weeds, amidst which lay the remnants of both ferocious beasts and humans, their bones gnawed clean. Roar! Howl! Terrifying roars reverberated throughout the ruins, echoing in a sinister chorus. Unlike the beasts kept in captivity during the Martial Science Academy's examinations, this place was a true paradise for ferocious beasts, a nightmare for humanity. The mere sound of their vicious roars could send shivers down the spines of even the most resolute ability users. Yet, Su Jingming remained unfazed, his eyes aflame with fervent battle spirit. He could even feel a profound yearning for the impending slaughter swelling within him. Was it the influence of the Thunder Dragon's negative emotions? The Dark Cloud Gale spear was already gripped firmly in his hand. This time, he need not restrain himself. It was time to unleash carnage. With spear in hand, Su Jingming swiftly entered the county. Ping'an County was vast, teeming with ferocious beasts. Despite his peak second-tier strength, he could only contend with 2 or 3 second-tier pinnacle beasts simultaneously. If faced with a larger number, even he would have to flee. Therefore, it was imperative to keep a low profile. Otherwise, should hundreds of second-tier beasts unite to hunt him down, even with Thunder Flash, escape would be a near impossibility. Thus, upon entering Ping'an County, Su Jingming prioritized targeting solitary beasts or groups of fewer than 10, ensuring none exceeded 3 second-tier pinnacles. Ding. Killed a second-tier lower Shadow Cat, gaining 18 ability points. Ding. Killed a second-tier mid-level Unicorn Rhinoceros, gaining 22 ability points. Ding. Killed a second-tier lower Arm Blade Tiger, gaining 19 ability points. Ding. Killed a second-tier mid-level Shadow Cat, gaining 21 ability points. Thus, armed with his spear, Su Jingming glided like a specter through the ruins of Ping'an County, embarking upon a frenzied spree of slaughter. Perhaps influenced by the blood of the Thunder Dragon, he felt no fatigue throughout the process. Instead, he grew more exhilarated with each kill. As Su Jingming commenced his rampage, the ability points on his system panel surged at a terrifying pace. Chapter 65, 8,000 ability points. A luxurious panel. 1 month later, in Ping'an County, a 4-person team of ability users traversed the crumbling streets of the desolate city. Compared to other teams navigating the wilderness zone, this group appeared notably relaxed. Each member bore their weapons slung casually behind them, displaying no signs of tension. Captain, what gives with Ping'an County? We've been wandering for a day and haven't encountered a single beast. One of the team members could no longer contain his frustration. They had arrived in Ping'an County the previous night and immediately sensed something amiss. The entire area was eerily quiet. However, due to poor visibility at night, coupled with the fact that many beasts tended to rest during those hours, they did not delve deeper into the anomaly. To their dismay, upon rising the next day, poised for a legitimate hunt, they found Ping'an County resembling a ghost town, eerily silent. This led to them failing to encounter even a single beast from morning till afternoon. Had it been any other time, they would have already begun their hunt. You ask me, I ask who? The captain, a burly bald man, was evidently on the verge of an emotional explosion as he retorted with irritation. There were no less than 500 or 600 ferocious beasts in Ping'an County. Such a vast horde of beasts could not possibly have migrated so completely and cleanly. A team member furrowed his brow. Ping'an County was a place frequently visited by their squad. However, they had not anticipated such a significant change in merely a month's absence. If we do not locate any ferocious beasts within the next 2 hours, we shall prepare to relocate, declared the bald captain in a grave tone. They were well acquainted with the various terrains and beast distributions within Ping'an County. Relocating would entail considerable effort to familiarize themselves with a new environment. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to abandon this place. Just then, a second-tier lower-ranked Arm Blade Tiger sprang forth from a nearby dilapidated building, coming into view of the group. It's an Arm Blade Tiger. For their squad composed entirely of second-tier or higher ability users, a second-tier lower-ranked Arm Blade Tiger was typically inconsequential. Yet today, Having seen no ferocious beasts all day, they were all fixated on the creature with an insatiable hunger in their eyes, akin to starving souls. Finally, we have encountered our first beast. The bald captain's face lit up with joy as he waved his hand, commanding, "Everyone, attack. Let us slay it." The enthusiasm for their first quarry of the day was palpable among the team, particularly for a middle-aged man wielding a large blade, who dashed a few steps forward, poised to charge. Suddenly, a thunderous sound akin to a sonic boom erupted from a distant high-rise. In rapid succession, a massive, blue-purple lightning spear, resembling a cruise missile, hurtled towards them from the horizon. "What on earth is that?" Before anyone could react, a resounding crash reverberated as the lightning spear struck the arm-blade tiger with devastating force. With a cacophony of crackling energy, the ground trembled, and an ominous blue-purple lightning mushroom cloud rose from the impact site. The entire arm-blade tiger was obliterated into mere fragments under the overwhelming power of the lightning. Holy cow! The burly man closest to the arm-blade tiger trembled in shock, his weapon clattering to the ground. Had he moved forward just a moment sooner, he might have met the same fate as the beast. The remaining team members were equally startled, with one trembling member daring to ask the strongest among them. The bald captain, "Captain, what was that just now? A new laser weapon?" The beasts possessed thick hides and robust flesh, rendering ordinary bullets and missiles nearly ineffective. Only laser weaponry could wield such lethality. No, laser weapons are swifter. This appears to be a form of lightning-based combat technique. The captain scanned the distant skyscraper, his expression turning grave as he commanded urgently, "We must leave at once. This area of Ping'an County has likely been claimed by a formidable individual. That strike was probably a warning for us. No wonder we could not find any beasts. They have all been vanquished by that lightning user. Goodness. The power of that lightning spear was terrifying. My legs are still shaking." They hastily adjusted their course, moving swiftly away from Ping'an County, fearing that lingering too long might provoke the wrath of that powerful individual. Ding. One second-tier lower-ranked arm blade tiger killed, earning 19 ability points. On the rooftop of a high-rise in Ping'an County, a tall young man slowly retracted his right hand, still crackling with blue-purple lightning. This individual was Jingming, who had spent over a month in Ping'an County. Compared to the neat appearance he had upon first entering the county a month ago, he now appeared somewhat disheveled. His black combat uniform was splattered with dark red blood, tattered in places, and his combat boots were covered in dust. His equipment was somewhat clean, save for the dark cloud swift rifle slung across his back, which still bore traces of its original dark golden hue. His once short hair had grown to a medium length, with a noticeable stubble adorning his chin. However, this did not detract from his attractiveness. Rather, it lent him an air of ruggedness. Particularly striking were Jingming's piercing, contrasting black and white eyes, which conveyed a sense of having weathered many storms yet retained the clarity of youth. This visage held a captivating allure for many middle-aged women. The lightning spear, now at an advanced proficiency, had an astonishing attack range exceeding 1,000 meters. A smile crept across Jingming's resolute face. The recent lightning spear had demonstrated the results of his efforts to elevate the A-level combat technique to advanced proficiency. To his surprise, the outcome exceeded his expectations. Given the dwindling number of ferocious beasts in Ping'an County, it was time to consider relocating. There were approximately 500 second-tier beasts in Ping'an County. After a month of relentless slaughter, nearly all of them had been transformed into ability points. 8,000 ability points. This was the rough tally Jingming had compiled of the total ability points he had acquired. The reason it was only a rough estimate was that he would immediately choose to utilize the ability points upon acquisition, never allowing them to accumulate. His current status was nothing short of extravagant. Name, Jingming level, second-tier upper rank, ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, S, Vitality, 13 Tenchi Blood Mentality, 972 Ki skills, Marksmanship, Master. Fist Technique, Intermediate, Lightning Spear, Advanced, Chain Lightning Gun, Intermediate, Lightning Flash, Advanced, Thunder Prison, Intermediate, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced, Body Refinement, Indestructible Thunder Body, 3rd level. Ability points, 112. His level had surged from a first-tier upper rank to a second-tier upper rank in a single leap. The S-level Body Refinement Technique, Indestructible Thunder Body, had reached its 3rd level, successfully mastering the Thunder Extreme state. His marksmanship had attained a mastery level that most ability users could not hope to achieve in a lifetime. Other combat techniques had also been elevated to at least intermediate proficiency. In the span of a month, he had ascended to a second-tier upper rank, achieved the 3rd level of the Indestructible Thunder Body, and mastered multiple A-level combat techniques to intermediate proficiency. Who else could accomplish this besides me? In this moment, Jingming brimmed with confidence, his clear eyes shining brightly. Though the deep blue system played a role, his own efforts were equally undeniable. I shall tidy up my belongings tonight, return to the supply base tomorrow, and then continue deeper into the wilderness. Su Jingming withdrew his gaze, descending from the rooftop and returning to his room within the building. This was a modest room of over 30 square meters, serving as his temporary stronghold in Ping'an County. The furnishings consisted solely of a desk and a bed. Though simple, it was the only room he had managed to find among more than a dozen, still relatively intact. The other rooms were in such ruin that they were uninhabitable. In the corner of the room stood a massive black tactical backpack. An ordinary tactical backpack can typically hold a maximum weight of 1 or 200 kilograms. However, this tactical backpack has been astonishingly filled with over 400 kilograms of items by Su Jingming. As a result, the entire backpack has transformed into a plump version of its former self. Fortunately, I purchased a reinforced model, otherwise, such a considerable weight would have rendered the tactical backpack utterly unmanageable. Su Jingming approached the corner of the room and unzipped the tactical backpack, revealing an assortment of meticulously cleaned arm blades, tiger tendons, cat claws, and rhinoceros horns, some of the most valuable parts of ferocious beasts. Initially, upon entering Ping'an County, Su Jingming would thoroughly collect every material from each beast he dispatched. However, he soon realized that the sheer volume of materials was too much for his tactical backpack to accommodate. Consequently, he began to focus solely on gathering the most valuable parts of the beasts. Even so, he still managed to amass approximately 400 kilograms of beast materials. As for rare herbs, perhaps Su Jingming was not well acquainted with many, or they only thrived within the forested mountains. Regardless, during his time in Ping'an County, he had yet to encounter a single specimen. What shall I have for dinner tonight? Su Jingming's gaze swept through the contents of the tactical backpack, eventually settling on a sizable tiger tendon. With a resounding thud, the tiger tendon bounced with elasticity, swaying vigorously at both ends as Su Jingming grasped it lightly. Skillfully threading it onto a bamboo rod, he summoned a flash of lightning, igniting the pile of firewood in the room. Before long, the entire length of the tiger tendon, along with some remnants of flesh, was being roasted to a golden hue over the flames, emitting an enticing aroma. Su Jingming seized the bamboo rod and took a hearty bite of the tiger tendon, relishing its tender texture and the burst of flavor that prompted a satisfied nod. Although he had packed ample freshwater and energy bars for over a month, the latter offered little in terms of taste, while they served to satiate hunger. Consuming them for an extended period became rather unbearable. Hence, he had largely refrained from eating energy bars, opting instead for freshly roasted fare. Regrettably, he had not brought any seasonings. Otherwise, the meal could have been even more delectable. Upon his return to the supply base tomorrow, he intended to purchase a pot and a set of seasonings. Whenever he craved meat, he would simply select a ferocious beast, slay it, and prepare it fresh. This notion brought to mind certain anglers from his past life, who emphasized the importance of freshness. As the ferocious beasts in Ping'an County dwindled, with only a few kittens remaining, Su Jingming refrained from venturing out to hunt after his meal. Instead, he trained within his room until 11 o'clock at night, before lying down and drifting into a light sleep. The following morning, he set off towards the supply base, shouldering the towering tactical backpack. Chapter 66, 29 million. Sudden Wealth. On August 17th, at 10 a.m., the morning sun bathed the earth in its golden light, with not a cloud in the sky. Not far from the entrance to the wilderness zone in front of the source water supply base, as per usual, numerous ability users entered the wilderness, while many others emerged. Among the throng exiting the wilderness, some teams of ability users displayed broad smiles, evidently having returned with bountiful rewards. Conversely, others supported injured comrades, their expressions heavy with the weight of significant losses. Some teams even bore back a corpse that had been gnawed beyond recognition. Such is the harsh reality of the wilderness. One can never predict when calamity may strike. Hey, Old Lee, didn't you just go to Ping'an County the day before yesterday? Why are you back so soon? Did you find some treasure? Treasure my foot. Ping'an County has been seized by a mysterious powerhouse. We're back to regroup and plan a new location. Oh, is that so? Make sure to report this information to the base. You might earn some intel rewards. The official ability user team stationed at the wilderness entrance had long since grown accustomed to the life and death of their peers. They could even banter with familiar teams of ability users. As they spoke, a massive black tactical backpack came into view, moving towards them, causing the stationed ability users to momentarily pause in surprise. What is going on? Did the tactical backpack sprout legs? As it drew closer, they noticed a tall, slender young man beneath the enormous backpack. What is this? Such a gigantic tactical backpack. He hasn't carried back an entire unicorn rhinoceros, has he? That would be utterly foolish. It was remarkable that the tactical backpack could be stretched to such proportions. An ordinary fully loaded tactical backpack typically has a capacity of around 1 cubic meter, yet this young man's pack had been expanded to 2 cubic meters. Such an unusual sight naturally attracted the amused attention of other ability users, who presumed this was a novice adventurer who had failed to collect beast materials and had instead brought back an entire beast. However, upon sensing the young man's aura, their laughter quickly faded. Second-tier elite. Such a formidable ability user has likely traversed the wilderness several times. It is impossible for him to return with merely a single beast. This means that an entire bulk of that load is likely composed of beast materials. With the strength of a second-tier elite, he must have hunted second-tier beasts. Look at how taut those straps are. That must weigh at least 300 to 400 kilograms. Selling such a substantial collection of beast materials will surely yield an incredible profit. A wave of envy washed over the group of ability users as they gazed at the young man, their eyes reflecting a deep respect for his prowess. A lone wolf daring to enter the wilderness exudes strength, and the rarity of someone returning with such a bounty is even more exceptional, given his youthful appearance. He may very well be a top-tier genius from some university. Such an extraordinary talent is beyond their wildest dreams. As the ability users marveled at him, Jingming stepped into the supply base building. The weapons of ability users generally weigh over 100 kilograms. Thus, the elevators in the supply base are specially designed to endure weights of thousands of kilograms. Jingming himself weighed over 120 kilograms. And with the addition of the Dark Cloud Swift Gun at 260 kilograms and over 400 kilograms of beast materials, he carried a total of over 790 kilograms. The elevator still managed to ascend steadily. However, those within the elevator could noticeably feel it moving more slowly than usual. Ding dong. The elevator stopped at the 6th floor of the supply base. As Jingming exited, those inside inexplicably felt the elevator lighten considerably. The 6th and 7th floors of the supply base are dedicated to purchasing beast materials. In the 6th floor hall, there were 10 purchasing counters, each with a queue. Jingming chose a line that was shorter and waited patiently. Before long, it was his turn. Sir, may I ask what materials you wish to sell? The female staff member behind the counter inquired with a smile. Materials from second-tier beasts. All right, what types of second-tier beasts do you have? How much do you have? You can place them on the weighing scale beside you. The types of beasts are somewhat varied, and the total weight is approximately over 400 kilograms. Over 400 kilograms? That is quite a lot. The staff member behind the counter was momentarily taken aback, still processing the information. Meanwhile, Jingming began to unstrap his backpack, pouring its contents onto the weighing scale. With a clatter, a deluge of materials from ferocious beasts surged forth in a most astonishing display. Unlike the wares sold by other supernatural beings, these materials represented the very essence of the beasts themselves. Tiger tendons, arm blades, rhino horns, a veritable mountain of items piled high on the weighing scale. Ultimately, the total weight registered a staggering 235 kilograms. Please hold on, sir. The quantity of your beast materials is quite substantial. Counting them will be a bit troublesome. I must call an additional staff, the attendant behind the counter said, a hint of panic evident in their demeanor as they hastily dialed for assistance. Moments later, 4 or 5 more employees emerged from the back of the hall, and the lead, a middle-aged man in a suit, extended his hand with exuberance. Greetings. I am Zhao Yi, the supervisor in charge of materials acquisition for the 6th and 7th floors of the supply base. Jingming nodded and shook his hand. Mr. Su, your youth is truly remarkable. Hunting such a multitude of ferocious beasts at your age is nothing short of awe-inspiring, Zhao Yi remarked, his admiration palpable. Allow me to entrust this matter to my colleagues. Rest assured, everything will be meticulously accounted for. Come, let us find a place to sit. The supply base had always held strong supernatural beings in high regard, particularly promising second-tier upper-level supernatural entities like Jingming. Thus, Zhao Yi, a supervisor of at least third-tier abilities, adopted a notably humble demeanor. He not only invited Jingming to enjoy tea and conversation, but also presented him with a platinum membership card for the supply base, granting a 5% discount on all purchases within. Sir, the inventory of your ferocious beast materials has been completed, Zhao Yi announced half an hour later. Among them, there are 89 pieces of second-tier upper-level beast materials, each valued between 60,000 to 80,000 daxia coins. 107 pieces of second-tier mid-level beast materials, each ranging from 50,000 to 70,000 daxia coins. 221 pieces of second-tier lower-level beast materials, valued at 40,000 to 60,000 daxia coins, and additionally, 34 pieces of first-tier peak beast materials, each priced at 20,000 to 30,000 daxia coins. Zhao Yi could not help but marvel internally. Goodness, Did you dismantle an entire ferocious beast lair? His smile broadened as he continued. The total for these materials amounts to 24,764,000. Shall we round it up to a neat 25 million? Su Jingming glanced at Zhao Yi, a knowing nod affirming his agreement. This price aligned closely with his expectations. On the black market, it might fetch an even higher sum. However, as the supply base was an official channel, it was naturally preferable to proceed through it. Ding! A message notification chimed, indicating that 25 million had been deposited into his Bank of Zhongxiao account ending in 7043, raising his balance to an impressive 29 million. With his previous balance of over 4 million, this sudden windfall could be described as an overnight fortune. Even the usually composed Su Jingming felt a surge of excitement. Supervisor Zhao, I believe we shall meet again, he said. Until next time, Zhao Yi waved goodbye, his warmth genuine. This single transaction would net him nearly 1 million in commission, after selling the ferocious beast materials. Su Jingming wasted no time and headed straight to the restaurant on the second floor, ordering a sumptuous array of dishes to indulge in. Unbeknownst to him, in a corner of the restaurant, a figure in a wheelchair cast a dark glare in his direction before slowly wheeling away. A few minutes later, in Supervisor Zhao Yi's office, a voice from the wheelchair called out, "Supervisor, the one who harmed me has returned to the supply base. You must avenge me." Zhao Chunlin's face twisted in rage as he thought of the figure he had just seen. Although he had narrowly escaped with his life a month prior, his shattered pelvis had left him permanently disabled, a fate that no healer could remedy. "Oh, are you referring to that first-tier upper-level brat?" Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow from behind his desk. "What do you propose for retribution? The Tiger Shark team has just returned from a mission, right? Have them take action. I want him to suffer beyond measure." Zhao Chunlin was engulfed in fury. Zhao Yi frowned at the request. Although Zhao Chunlin was a distant relative whom he had placed at the supply base, his increasingly reckless behavior in recent years had raised concerns. Moreover, having been incapacitated a month ago, he now possessed little utility. Employing the Tiger Shark team on his behalf seemed unwarranted. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yi finally acquiesced. "Very well, I shall lend you the Tiger Shark team, but after this, we must sever all ties." After all, Zhao Chunlin was still family, and it was prudent to maintain some degree of allegiance. However, this assistance would be strictly limited to this occasion. Rest assured, once this is done, I will leave Yuanshui City without delay. As Zhao Chunlin wheeled away, an inexplicable wave of unease washed over Zhao Yi, causing him to furrow his brow momentarily before relaxing. The Tiger Shark team comprised elite second-tier supernatural beings. What could possibly go awry when dealing with a mere first-tier upper-level individual? Chapter 67. This is a first-tier upper-level? After dismissing Zhao Chunlin, Zhao Yi placed a call. "Supervisor Wang, I just encountered a remarkable supernatural being on the 6th floor. His name is Su Jingming. Wang Chuang, the chief supervisor overseeing the entire Yuanshui supply base, was Zhao Yi's immediate superior. Whenever a powerful supernatural being was discovered, it was customary to report it to Wang Chuang. Occasionally, one could even receive rewards for doing so. Su Jingming, one moment, let me check the records, Wang Chuang replied. After a brief silence, his voice returned, laced with excitement. Zhao Supervisor, that Su Jingming you mentioned is of considerable importance to me. If he returns to the 6th floor, you must notify me immediately. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Understood. The notion of someone eliciting such enthusiasm from Wang Chuang piqued his curiosity. After ending the call, Zhao Yi instinctively rubbed his chin. Information regarding adventurers within the supply base was accessible only to the chief supervisor and the general manager, a privilege he had yet to attain. Though he felt a twinge of curiosity, there was little he could do. However, given that Wang Chuang had taken notice, it would be prudent to exercise greater caution in the future. Not lingering on the matter, Zhao Yi soon immersed himself in his work. On the top floor of the Yuanshui supply base, in the office of the chief supervisor, Wang Chuang's eyes gleamed as he perused the information displayed on his computer. He was astonished to discover yet another disciple of Yang Jintian had arrived at the Yuanshui supply base. Through the supply base's information database, he could ascertain that Su Jingming hailed from the Magic City Supernatural University. However, students from such prestigious institutions always warranted Wang Chuang's special attention. Thus, he employed his family's intelligence network to gather more information. The results were startling. Su Jingming was indeed a recent disciple of the esteemed Master Yang Jintian. For someone of Wang Chuang's stature, it was imperative to remain acutely aware of the forces and powers in nearby provinces and cities. Failing to do so could lead to unintended entanglements in the future. The formidable Yang Jintian, a 7th-tier elite who has once vanquished an 8th-tier beast, is a name that resonates profoundly with Wang Chuang. It is clear that he is not only beyond Wang's reach, but his entire family of supernatural beings is equally daunted by his presence. The disciples of such a figure must also be treated with utmost caution. If Zhao Yi's assertions hold true, and this Su Jingming has indeed attained the rank of second-tier elite, then his talents surpass those of the former Lu Ming. No, it would be an understatement to merely say he is stronger. He is nothing short of a prodigy. Wang Chuang reclined in his chair, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. An 18-year-old at the second-tier elite level, such a claim would be met with disbelief. Forming alliances with such a genius would be ideal, even if that proves unattainable. One must exercise extreme caution and avoid inciting any offense. After indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria on the second floor of the supply base, Su Jingming summoned a server to settle the bill. The culinary offerings at the base were undeniably extravagant. A mere selection of a dozen dishes cost him 20,000 great xia coins, while some dishes featured beast meat. The prices were still at least 30% higher than those outside. However, having just earned a considerable sum, Su Jingming paid little mind to these details. After completing the transaction, he ascended to the third floor of the supply base, a venue dedicated to the sale of equipment. Although he had no intention of replacing his Dark Cloud Swift gun, his battle suit had been torn during previous skirmishes. Rather than repairing it, he opted for a new set altogether. Thus, he spent 12 million to acquire a B-grade battle suit and boots. Additionally, he discovered that space rings were being sold here, albeit at exorbitant prices. The cheapest ring, with a capacity akin to that of a small suitcase, was priced at over 10 million. Such steep costs dissuaded Su Jingming. Despite his keen interest, after all, a ring with such limited capacity would hardly accommodate much. A sum exceeding 10 million could procure a vast array of resources for him at this stage. Moreover, the iron pot and seasonings he had longed for were unavailable at the supply base. Hence, Su Jingming departed and made his way toward the back street. The back street, situated not far from the supply base, was a thoroughfare established by the residents of Yuanshui City, distinct from the base, which catered solely to supernatural items. The back street offered a more grounded experience, with a myriad of goods available. In a shadowy corner outside the supply base, Zhao Chunlin, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the retreating figure in the distance, hoarsely instructed his companions, "Your target is him. Break his limbs and bring him to me." This group of 5, comprised of 3 men and 2 women, each held a rank of second-tier elite. They were the Tiger Shark team, typically responsible for executing various tasks assigned by the supply base, and occasionally assisting favored supervisors with private jobs, such as this one. Understood. The team leader, a man in his 30s bearing claw scars on his face and exuding a menacing aura, nodded before stealthily leading the remaining 4 in pursuit. Upon reaching the back street, Su Jingming had yet to begin his search for pots and seasonings when he received a call from Lu Wentao. He answered, and the familiar voice came through. "Brother Ming, I finally got through to you. I just returned from the wilderness zone." "What is up?" "Nothing much, just wanted to have a chat," Lu Wentao replied with a chuckle. Then inquired, "By the way, when are you returning to school?" "In about half a month." "What? That long?" "Looks like we'll have to endure Li Qingji's arrogance for a while longer." "You don't know, Brother Ming. He is the new student who just enrolled. He is the top scholar from Qinghai province, and he is quite the pompous one, at a second-tier lower level." Lu Wentao rambled on about the happenings at school since Su Jingming's departure. During his time in school, Su had made quite a name for himself, breaking records and dominating Leizhou, earning him a reputation among new students. However, after more than a month in the wilderness zone, many had begun to forget him, as other formidable new students started to emerge. Su Jingming suddenly halted in his tracks. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, continue." Su Jingming resumed his pace, but while listening to Lu Wentao's gossip, a flicker of blue-violet electric arcs danced at his fingertips. Should anything amiss occur, the terrifying purple sky Divine Thunder would be unleashed. He prepared himself as his target was about to enter a narrow alley. 20 meters behind him, the leader of the Tiger Shark team, concealed behind a building, wore a serious expression. He instructed one of the women in his team, He-ji, assess the target's strength. He-ji possessed a C-grade psychic ability, granting her exceptional perception. She had previously sensed the approach of high-tier beasts in the wilderness zone, allowing her team to evade them. Although they were merely confronting a first-tier elite this time, caution was paramount. Even when hunting rabbits, one must employ full force. "Captain, not to criticize you, but sometimes you can be overly cautious. How much trouble can a first-tier elite cause?" One team member jested. However, at that moment, He-ji, utilizing her psychic ability, suddenly gasped. "What a ferocious aura. What's wrong? Is something amiss?" The captain furrowed his brow, urgently inquiring. "You all should see for yourselves." He-ji forced a smile, sharing her perception with the entire team through her ability. In the realm perceived through He-ji's psychic ability, the world appeared largely unchanged from the ordinary one. Yet, each living being radiated its own luminescence, varying in intensity, symbolizing their respective strengths. The brilliance emanating from the towering figure ahead was nothing short of terrifying. Akin to a miniature sun, amidst the faint glow of others, it stood out starkly, emanating a luminosity several dozen times greater than that of the Tiger Shark team leader. A first-tier elite? Are you kidding me? The Tiger Shark leader inwardly cursed. Such a powerhouse could easily annihilate their entire squad. The intelligence is flawed. Abort the mission. Return to the supply base immediately and confront Zhao Chunlin. The captain's expression darkened ominously. Were it not for his years of caution, they would have plunged into a trap, leaving their team to await retrieval by others. As for Zhao Chunlin, the architect of this predicament, they would not let him escape unscathed. Chapter 68. The Wrath of the Senior Supervisor. How dare you? Crackling sounds echoed in the alley, where Su Jingming had already ended the call. Gripping the dark cloud's swift gun, with the purple sky divine thunder swirling around him, he frowned. What is going on? Why did they suddenly flee? From the very beginning of his call with Lu Wentao, he had sensed someone tailing him. Thus, I deliberately chose a less frequented alley, intending to lure him out and deal with him together. To my surprise, upon seeing me enter the alley, he not only refrained from attacking but instead turned to flee. However, Zhao Chunlin, despite being in a wheelchair, was still restless and dared to continue his assault on me. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. He had already noticed Zhao Chunlin's presence at the supply base. He had not anticipated that the latter, far from learning his lesson, would dare to seek revenge. Never mind. I will settle this after I finish my shopping and return to the supply base to confront him. Shaking his head, Su Jingming shouldered his long gun once more, his aura of thunder subsiding as he stepped out of the alley. At the supply base, aside from Zhao Chunlin, he had not offended anyone else. Therefore, the group that had been trailing him was most likely sent by Zhao Chunlin. Of course, there was also the possibility of other individuals he was unaware of. Yet, it mattered little. Keeping Zhao Chunlin around was a potential threat, so it would be prudent to deal with him as well. Smack. In a hidden chamber within the underground parking lot of the supply base, with a sharp clap, Zhao Chunlin, along with his wheelchair, was sent flying. What is happening? Why are you attacking me? Zhao Chunlin, bloodied and bewildered, scrambled to his feet. He had been waiting here for the Tiger Shark team to bring someone back so he could torment them. Unexpectedly, not only did the Tiger Shark team fail to return with the target, but their leader also immediately slapped him. How dare you ask me? The intel you provided was faulty. The target is not a first-tier adept, but a second-tier one. The leader of the Tiger Shark team spoke with a grim expression, his face marked with claw marks. The other 4 team members glared at Zhao Chunlin with disapproval. While they usually assisted their superior with unsavory tasks, it did not mean they were willing to risk their lives for a mission, especially upon realizing that their opponent possessed overwhelming strength. A second-tier adept? How is that possible? It has only been a little over a month. Zhao Chunlin's bloodied face was filled with shock. Humph. I don't care how it happened. This mission ends here. We will report to Supervisor Zhao ourselves. The leader of the Tiger Shark team scoffed, disregarding Zhao Chunlin, whose emotions had completely unraveled, as he turned with his team to leave. Had it not been for Zhao Chunlin being a relative of Zhao Yi, they would have dealt with him far more harshly than just a slap. Back so soon. Have you dealt with the target? In the supervisor's office on the 6th floor of the supply base, Zhao Yi smiled as he looked at the incoming members of the Tiger Shark team. The Tiger Shark team was a second-tier elite group. Although they had mutual interests, they were equals in status. Zhao Chunlin's intel had been flawed. The target was not a first-tier adept, but a second-tier one. Moreover, according to Heji's observations using her psychic abilities, the target's actual combat strength was formidable, at least above the 3rd tier. Thus, they had chosen not to proceed with the mission. The leader spoke with an unfriendly tone. Naturally, in such circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to sound cordial. A second-tier adept? How could Zhao Chunlin make such a mistake? Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease washing over him. By the way, what is the name of Zhao Chunlin's target? The name? I don't know. Zhao Chunlin didn't tell us. The leader of the Tiger Shark team shook his head. He pointed the target out to us at the entrance of the base, but the target's characteristics were quite distinct. He stands about 1.9 meters tall, has a robust physique, and carries a dark golden long gun over 2 meters in length. Zhao Yi's heart sank at the description. There were few ability users who wielded long guns, and combined with the second-tier adept level and the dark golden color of the gun, it could only refer to Su Jingming, who had been selling beast materials on the 6th floor just an hour ago. Oh no, this is someone the supervisor is attentive to, and I actually sent people to kill him? Zhao Yi's mind went blank, holding onto the last glimmer of hope. He dialed Zhao Chunlin's number. What is the name of the person you sent the Tiger Shark team to kill today? On the other end, Zhao Chunlin seemed to have regained some composure, but upon hearing the question, he hesitated slightly. The name? I don't know. I just chatted with him while selling medicine in the hall. You fool. You dare send someone to kill without even knowing the name. Zhao Yi cursed loudly, crushing the phone in his hand. He knew Zhao Chunlin was somewhat foolish, but had not anticipated he would be so reckless as to fail to gather relevant information for revenge. It seemed he had been too indulgent with him over the years. With a long sigh, Zhao Yi reflected on his position. For years ago, he had been promoted to supervisor of the base. As the supervisor, he was nearly at the core of the supply base's authority. Many sought to curry favor with him. And Zhao Chunlin was no exception, receiving considerable leniency as a result. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Chunlin had become increasingly reckless, ultimately leading to such a grave disaster. Supervisor Zhao, is there an issue? The Tiger Shark team noticed something was amiss, and the leader inquired with a frown. It's nothing that concerns you, Zhao Yi replied. By the way, during your pursuit, did the target notice you? We did not come into his line of sight. But we cannot rule out the possibility that he sensed our presence. The leader hesitated. If it were any ordinary second-tier adept, their perception abilities might not be so keen. But therein lay the problem. The target was far from ordinary. Hearing this, Zhao Yi's expression darkened as he sighed. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Since it was highly likely that Su Jingming had already detected their presence, it would be best to inform the supervisor as a precaution. After the Tiger Shark team departed, Zhao Yi exited the 6th floor office and took the elevator to the top floor of the supply base. Supervisor Wang, are you busy? With a smile that bore the weight of flattery, Zhao Yi pushed open the office door of the senior supervisor, Wang Chuang. Supervisor Zhao, what brings you here? Supervisor Wang Chuang was a lean man in his 40s, currently seated behind his desk, attending to official matters. Well, it's like this. Zhao Yi revealed a bitter smile and began recounting the events. He had assumed that with his status as a supervisor and his proactive attitude in admitting fault, even if Su Jingming was someone the senior supervisor favored, it would not lead to significant repercussions. However, to his astonishment, after hearing the full account, Supervisor Wang Chuang's expression darkened like water, and the formidable aura of a 4th-tier adept began to permeate the office, creating a stifling atmosphere. The fury in his gaze directed at Zhao Yi was palpable. How dare you send people to ambush Su Jingming? Chapter 69, Apologies. Spatial Ring. Within the senior supervisor's office. Although Wang Chuang made an effort to temper his rage, anyone with keen perception could discern the anger laced in his tone, and Zhao Yi, a shrewd individual, was no exception. This reaction clearly exceeded Zhao Yi's expectations, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. Supervisor Wang, he is merely a 2nd-tier adept. Is it necessary to be this furious? Just a mere 2nd-tier upper-tier little fellow? Wang Chuang nearly burst into laughter from anger. Just an hour ago, he was contemplating how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Su Jingming. Little did he expect that this Zhao Yi would turn around and deliver a backstab. Thus, he decisively opened Su Jingming's profile, projecting it into the air, and coldly stated, "Here is Su Jingming's information. You may inspect it yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi hurriedly glanced over. The provincial champion of Jiangnan province, aged 18, a freshman at the Magic City Academy of Abilities, lines of information and keywords appeared before his eyes. What? He is only 18. Zhao Yi was astounded. An 18-year-old in the 2nd-tier upper tier, what does that even signify? It should be noted that among the numerous provincial champions in the National Martial Arts entrance examinations, the best one could hope for is a 1st-tier upper tier. Perhaps one year might see a 2nd-tier lower tier provincial champion. But a 2nd-tier upper tier provincial champion? He had never even heard of such a thing. The next piece of information he encountered caused his pupils to constrict sharply. The director of the Weapons Academy at the Magic City Academy of Abilities, Yang Zhentian, is his personal mentor? This is troublesome, exceedingly troublesome. Zhao Yi's face turned ashen. If the previous information merely indicated that Su Jingming was a monstrous genius, this particular piece of information signified that a colossal entity stood behind him. And such a presence would be beyond the reach of not only the source water-based city, but the entire source water city. After all, a master-level figure could flatten the entire supply base without the nation uttering a word. Su Jingming possesses such a background. Zhao Yi took a deep breath, a glint of resolution appearing in his gaze. Manager Wang, I understand. I will immediately deal with Zhao Chunlin and ensure that the base is not put in a difficult position. Director Zhao, merely dealing with Zhao Chunlin is insufficient. Wang Chuang gazed at Zhao Yi with an inscrutable expression. You don't think that no one is aware of the matters you've been involved in at the supply base these past few years, do you? Bring Director Zhao down and await the investigation by the Public Security Bureau. What? You wish to implicate me as well? Zhao Yi exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury flooding through him. Before he could protest further, he was swiftly escorted away by 2 4th-tier ability users stationed outside to ensure the safety of the senior director. The Tiger Shark team also needed to be addressed. And moreover, a proper apology was in order regarding Su Jingming. Wang Chuang's eyes flickered. Although Zhao Yi had made a grave error, at least the Tiger Shark team had not truly resorted to violence. If handled properly, This could very well be an opportunity to establish a good rapport with Su Jingming. Half an hour later, in the lobby of the supply base, the ability users gazed in astonishment at the entrance. There stood several middle-aged men clad in suits, one of whom was notably leaner, yet stood at the forefront of the group. Isn't that the senior director of the base, Wang Chuang? Indeed, it is he. Not only Wang Chuang, but the other directors from different floors have also arrived. TSK, such a spectacle. Could it be that a significant figure is coming? Possibly. The ability users whispered amongst themselves. On the sofa in the lobby, a quartet of young women observed with curiosity. Among them was one, Wang Qian, who had previously spoken up for Su Jingming a month ago. The presence of all the directors to welcome this individual truly signifies a grand occasion, Wang Qian mused. The source water supply base is a complex web of various forces. Just a single director position is coveted by countless families and factions. Particularly, the senior director's position can only be held by scions of influential families. Now, all these senior directors and managers have come forth, a rare sight indeed. Enough of this. With less than half a month until school starts, what shall we do next? Return to school, or venture into the wilderness once more? Captain Yao Mushi frowned as she spoke. Upon the captain's mention of business, the team members regained their focus, and Wang Qian solemnly added, in half a month, we can still hunt some ferocious beasts. However, we cannot target second-tier, upper-tier beasts anymore. We should revert to our previous strategy, aiming primarily for second-tier, mid-tier, and lower-tier beasts. The remaining 2 female team members nodded in agreement. Indeed, second-tier, upper-tier beasts are still a bit too daunting for us. In the past, their team's hunting targets had always been second-tier, mid-tier, and lower-tier beasts. During this past month, they had attempted to target second-tier, upper-tier beasts. But after 2 excursions into the wilderness, they had scarcely managed to hunt any, with their team members coming perilously close to life-threatening situations. Sigh. Our team is still lacking a strong attacker. If only we could have recruited that individual from the Magic City Academy of Abilities into our ranks. The moment Wang Qian thought of that tall, slender figure, she couldn't help but sigh. During these 2 returns to the base city, they had not encountered him. Given the circumstances, he was likely back at school, and the chances of meeting again were slim. Just as she was lost in thought, a teammate pointed towards the entrance and exclaimed, Wang Qian, isn't that the young man from the Magic City Academy of Abilities? Huh, where? Wang Qian instinctively turned to look, only to see that tall figure, armed with a long gun, appearing at the base's entrance. Yet, in the next moment, the senior director of the supply base, who had been standing to the side, warmly approached him. Huh, the directors are welcoming him? Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if he hailed from the Magic City Academy of Abilities, such a formal reception seemed unwarranted. The senior director himself had come forth. Clearly, this young man's identity was far more than merely a student of the Magic City Academy of Abilities. Across from her, Captain Yao Mushi wore a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, as Su Jingming stepped into the supply base, he was warmly escorted by Wang Chuang to the luxurious VIP reception room on the top floor. Within the opulently decorated room, only Wang Chuang and Su Jingming were present. Under Wang Chuang's explanations, Su Jingming also grasped the entirety of the situation. Student Su, I sincerely apologize for the recent incident. However, rest assured, we will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Wang Chuang spoke earnestly. Unfortunately, when we discovered Zhao Chunlin, he had already been silenced by Zhao Yi. Of course, we have also contacted the Public Security Bureau. Zhao Yi and the Tiger Shark team are involved in numerous matters. I believe that once the results are revealed, they will spend the rest of their lives in prison. Then I shall trouble Manager Wang. Listening to Wang Chuang's words, Su Jingming nodded on the surface but couldn't help but silently marvel at the ruthlessness of a person capable of holding a senior director position. His subordinates were dealt with so decisively that he had no grounds for dissatisfaction. Naturally, Su Jingming understood that it was not solely due to himself that the other party could act in such a manner. It was likely that they had investigated his background and recognized that his mentor was Yang Zhentian. As a gesture of apology, we have prepared a token for you from our supply base. Wang Chuang's right hand flickered with a spatial ring, and a black and gold card materialized on the table. This is our supply base's black gold membership card. From now on, your accommodation at our supply base will be complimentary. Furthermore, you will enjoy a 20% discount on all purchases, Wang Chuang explained with a smile, before retrieving a small box from his bag. Upon opening the box and placing it on the table, a ring of ancient design lay nestled within. Additionally, this is a spatial ring with a volume of 1 cubic meter, which also serves as an apology gift. Chapter 70, Second-Tier Ascendancy, Yang Zhentian's Astonishment. In the VIP room on the top floor of the source water supply base, Su Jingming gazed in surprise at the spatial ring within the box. Individuals possessing spatial abilities are exceedingly rare, and affixing such powers to a ring requires navigating a series of intricate processes. The larger the added space, the more exorbitant the cost. A spatial ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter commands a minimum official price of over 50 million Great Xia dollars. Wang Chuang's decision to present this ring as an apology speaks volumes about his sincerity. Given Wang's thoughtful gesture, I shall graciously accept it. Su Jingming smiled gently, choosing not to decline, and accepted both the black gold card and the spatial ring. Wang Chuang, upon witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. At this juncture, the turmoil instigated by Zhao Chunlin had been impeccably resolved. Although gifting a valuable spatial ring was significant, earning Su Jingming's approval made it worthwhile. As for the individuals associated with Zhao Chunlin, their absence was of little consequence. There were plenty of candidates for the supervisory position on the 6th floor to fill the void. Truly, as a student of Teacher Yang, he indeed conducts himself with remarkable generosity. Speaking of which, I am acquainted with your senior brother, Lu Ming. Wang Chuang chuckled heartily, steering the conversation in a new direction. Oh, is that so? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow, genuinely taken aback. Indeed, Lu Ming also honed his skills here at the source water supply base years ago. As the chief supervisor of the base, Wang Chuang's emotional intelligence was commendable. He adeptly initiated a conversation about Lu Ming, ensuring that the dialogue flowed seamlessly despite the room being occupied by only the two of them. Thus, Wang Chuang elaborated for over half an hour. Had Su Jingming not suggested departing, Wang might have continued conversing for the entire day. Su, should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to contact me directly. While I may not hold much sway in Modu, my words bear weight here in Source Water City. Before parting, Wang Chuang warmly provided his personal contact information, assuring Su Jingming that he could reach out to him for any matters needing resolution. This left Su Jingming reflecting inwardly on the power of connections. Had he been an ordinary second-tier talent, such treatment would have been unthinkable. After leaving the VIP reception room on the top floor, Su Jingming booked a room on the 18th floor of the supply base. Initially, he intended to reserve a standard guest room, but to his surprise, upon presenting his black gold card, the front desk staff eagerly upgraded his accommodation to a luxurious suite. Thus, Su Jingming found himself in one of the best appointed rooms in the entire source water supply base. Spanning over 200 square meters, the suite boasted a bedroom, bathroom, and entertainment room, all exquisitely designed with lavish decor. However, the most striking feature was the expansive floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, offering a breathtaking view of the periphery of the source water wilderness. Standing by the window, Su Jingming gazed down. If one disregarded the ferocious beasts ravaging the wilderness, the scenery below was quite appealing. Yet, compared to the views outside, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Retrieving his attention, Su Jingming settled onto the living room sofa and eagerly examined the spatial ring gifted by Wang Chuang. At first glance, the spatial ring bore no difference from an ordinary ring. However, Su Jingming sensed the spatial aura reminiscent of what he had encountered in the combat library at Modu's Ability University. The method of utilizing the spatial ring was straightforward. One merely needed to imprint their mental energy upon it. With a mental energy level of 972 Hz, far exceeding the 600 to 700 Hz typical of ordinary second-tier abilities, Su Jingming could easily discern the Tiger Shark Squad's attempts to track him. Consequently, Su Jingming swiftly left his mental imprint on the spatial ring. At the moment of imprinting, a cubic space of approximately 1 cubic meter manifested within his perception. This was the interior space of the spatial ring. Su Jingming's eyes gleamed with excitement. He finally possessed such a fantastical object akin to those found in novels. Next, he explored the storage capabilities of the spatial ring. Anything he touched, except living beings, could be stored within. However, attempts to place items exceeding 1 cubic meter in size would fail. The spatial ring was one of those rare treasures that, while eagerly anticipated before acquisition, felt less remarkable afterward. After a brief period of experimenting with the storage and retrieval functions, Su Jingming's enthusiasm waned. He placed his most vital items, elixirs, fresh water, energy bars, a cooking pot, and seasonings, into the spatial ring before taking out his phone to call his teacher, Yang Jintian. You've emerged from the wilderness? The familiar voice of Yang Jintian resonated on the other end of the line. Yes, I just got out today, and there is something I wish to discuss with you, Su Jingming replied. The valuable apology gift he received from Wang Chuang was primarily due to his connection with Yang Jintian, making it essential to update his teacher on the situation. Thus, he succinctly recounted his encounter with Zhao Chunlin, the events that transpired, and Wang Chuang's resolution. Upon hearing that Zhao Chunlin had dispatched a second-tier elite ability team to assassinate him, a crackling sound erupted on the phone, accompanied by a momentary instability in the signal. Su Jingming hastily reassured Yang Jintian that the elite team ultimately abandoned their mission, which somewhat quelled his teacher's ire. Only after Su Jingming finished detailing the outcome of the incident did a cold snort echo through the line. Humph. How dare they attempt to assassinate you? Offering a spatial ring as compensation is a mere trifle. If anything were to happen to you, I would raise their entire supply base to the ground. Should Su Jingming perish at the hands of a ferocious beast, Yang Jintian would harbor no grievances. However, if the threat came from within, he would not spare anyone involved. By the way, you mentioned that the second-tier elite team tracked you to an alley. Why did they ultimately abandon the mission? Yang Jintian's tone was both relieved and perplexed. Having often ventured into the wilderness himself, he understood that many ability teams would undertake any dirty job for the right price. Once they accepted a task, they typically wouldn't abandon it unless faced with significant obstacles. Perhaps they realized I was also a second-tier ascendant, Su Jingming mused, rubbing his nose. Yang Jintian's voice reflected a moment of surprise before quickly recovering, asking, "You have reached second-tier ascendance." "A few days ago, I was promoted." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by the excited voice of Yang Jintian. "Excellent. Truly worthy of being my student. Your progress in cultivation surpasses even my own at that age. When you return to school, I shall personally celebrate your achievement." "All right," Su Jingming replied with a faint smile. After conversing with his teacher for a while longer, he finally ended the call. Meanwhile, far away in the teacher's villa of the Magic City Supernatural University, Yang Jintian wore an expression of astonishment. Having taught for decades, he had encountered countless prodigies. Yet he had never seen a student ascend from the first tier to the second tier in merely a month. It is said that the crises between life and death serve as catalysts for the strong, but in the case of my disciple, this is no mere catalyst. It is akin to a cheat code. Chapter 71, Re-entering the Wilderness Zone. An encounter with Jiang Chuxian. After reporting the situation to his teacher Yang Jintian, Su Jingming changed out of his battle attire, stained with dark red blood. He carried a set of clothes he had purchased on the back street into the bathroom. Although as a second-tier supernatural being who also practiced the indestructible thunder body, his body did not accumulate much filth. A month's time had nonetheless left traces of blood and sweat on his skin that required cleansing. Half an hour later, wearing fresh clothes, Su Jingming emerged from the bathroom, feeling rejuvenated. He then sat on the sofa, took out his smartwatch, and opened the map. With a soft hum, the map of the Source Water Wilderness Zone projected before Su Jingming's eyes. The Source Water Wilderness Zone is divided into two major areas, the City Ruins Zone and the Forest Mountain Zone. The City Ruins Zone, with its relatively lower-level beasts and a higher number of adventurous explorers, had most regions marked. The Forest Mountain Zone, in stark contrast, housed beasts of a higher level. With scanned information noted on the map, most of the beasts in the Forest Mountain Zone are above the third tier, and it is not uncommon to encounter fourth-tier beasts. Although venturing there entails greater danger, the efficiency of acquiring supernatural points is likewise significantly enhanced. Su Jingming pondered silently. He was currently at the second-tier upper level. However, with the S-tier supernatural ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, and his master-level marksmanship, coupled with numerous highly proficient combat skills, his actual combat power was around the third-tier upper level. Additionally, as an S-tier body refining technique, the third level of the indestructible Thunder Body granted him the remarkable special ability, Thunder Extreme State. When he first obtained the Thunder Extreme State, Su Jingming had tested it and found that his overall strength could increase by 3 or 4 times. It was almost comparable to the effects of a blood surge pill, and remarkably, it bore little to no side effects. Moreover, his A-tier agility technique, Thunder Flash, had also reached advanced proficiency. When activating the Thunder Extreme State and employing Thunder Flash, it was likely that even the pinnacle of fourth-tier beasts would struggle to catch up with him. The highest-level beasts throughout the Source Water Wilderness Zone were merely fifth-tier and exceedingly rare. As long as he exercised caution, the danger was not substantial. Even if luck were to fail him and he encountered a fifth-tier beast, it would be manageable. He could always consume a blood surge pill and flee. With that in mind, he resolved to head directly to the Forest Mountain Zone the following day. Having determined his destination for tomorrow, Su Jingming leaned back on the sofa, adopting a thoroughly relaxed posture as he activated the holographic projection to watch a video program. He casually opened a bag of snacks prepared in his room, savoring each bite. After all, one is not a machine. During his month in Ping'an County, Su Jingming had been constantly surrounded by beasts, his mind perpetually tense. Even at night, he slept lightly, always ready to awaken at the slightest sound. It was high time for him to unwind. Thus, for the remainder of the day, Su Jingming had no intention of training. It has been so long since I felt this relaxed. At 6 in the evening, Su Jingming stretched lazily on the sofa before leaping up. It was not that he did not wish to continue lounging. Rather, mealtime had arrived, and it was time to eat. With a spring in his step, Su Jingming exited his room. After consuming energy bars for over 20 days in the wilderness zone, he had developed a great anticipation for a proper meal. 10 minutes later, in the dining hall on the second floor of the supply base, The atmosphere was lively, bustling with supernatural beings enjoying drinks and boasting about their exploits in the wilderness zone. On one table, the numerous dishes Su Jingming had ordered were laid out, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. Just as he was indulging in his meal, a group of 4 girls entered from the dining hall's entrance. One of the girls, upon noticing Su Jingming, brightened with excitement and made her way over with long strides. "Xiao Qian, where are you going?" called out Yao Mushi, pulling her back. "I'm going to invite that handsome guy to join our team," Wang Qian exclaimed eagerly, having finally encountered the charming fellow from the Magic City Supernatural University again. She was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. "Don't go." He agree. Yao Mushi shook her head. "Why not? We're at least a second-tier mid-level team. That should be quite appealing to him." "A first-tier upper-level supernatural being," Wang Qian replied, puzzled. "First-tier upper-level? Take a closer look." Yao Mushi sighed. "Isn't he a first-tier upper-level?" Wang Qian queried, glancing over. Upon sensing his aura, she was astonished to find that his energy was even stronger than hers. "Is he second-tier upper-level? His promotion speed is astonishing." Wang Qian was taken aback, only to be met with overwhelming disappointment. A second-tier upper-level supernatural being from a prestigious institution like the Magic City Supernatural University would certainly not choose to join their small team. "Fine, let us not force it. Let us just hunt lower-level beasts instead," Wang Qian said, her interest waning as she averted her gaze. What a pity for such a handsome young man. On the other side, Su Jingming was oblivious to the presence of Wang Qian and her friends. After finishing his dinner in the dining hall and preparing nearly a month's worth of fresh water and energy bars, he returned to his room to resume his leisurely repose. Having scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep in the wilderness zone, he found himself in bed before 9 o'clock that night, swiftly drifting into slumber. This sweet sleep allowed him to rest until 9 o'clock the next morning. Phew, how refreshing. Su Jingming leapt from his bed, feeling an unprecedented sense of vitality. After freshening up, he donned a brand new B-tier battle outfit, slinging the Dark Cloud Swift Wind gun across his back as he re-entered the wilderness zone. This time, his target was the Forest Mountain Zone, located deeper within the Source Water Wilderness Zone. The mountainous forest area was approximately 48 kilometers from the Wilderness Zone entrance. However, Su Jingming's strength had significantly increased compared to his last venture into the Wilderness Zone. Moreover, he no longer needed to intentionally avoid areas where certain beasts lurked in the ruins of towns. Consequently, he spent over 5 hours traversing the terrain and entered the Forest Mountain Zone around 3 in the afternoon. Squeak, roar, squeak. Compared to the shattered iron jungle of the town ruins, the Forest Mountain Zone was far more primitive. The ground was carpeted with grass and shrubs, and the verdant trees stretched endlessly into the horizon. As the summer season unfolds, the cicadas' calls harmoniously intertwine with the ferocious roars of brutal beasts. Crack. In the forest, Su Jingming inadvertently stepped on a brittle branch, causing his expression to shift subtly as he instinctively darted aside. It was at that precise moment that a faint cerulean wind blade howled forth from the thicket, slicing through the very spot where Su had stood just moments ago. Boom, boom, boom. This wind blade, remarkably sharp, severed 3 or 4 trees before gradually dissipating into the air. Roar. At that instant, a beast, its fur a delicate shade of blue and its eyes sharp and piercing, emerged from the underbrush. This creature bore a resemblance to a wolf, but was considerably larger. It was enveloped in a gentle azure gale, causing its soft blue hair to sway ever so slightly. A third-tier beast, the Gale Terror Wolf. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A beast of this tier transcended mere physical prowess. It possessed special abilities akin to those of an ability user. The Gale Terror Wolf, a creature dwelling within the forest, wielded wind-based powers. The wind blade that had just sliced through the air was a manifestation of its innate skill. Judging by its aura, it appeared to be at the mid-level of Tier 3. He wondered how many ability points he might acquire upon its defeat. The S-rank Purple Cloud Divine Thunder had already been summoned, crackling blue-purple lightning swirling around his form. Just as he gripped the Dark Cloud Gale Spear, poised to hunt his first third-tier beast, a rustling sound suddenly caught his attention. Accompanied by voices, a group emerged from the jungle, entering Su Jingming's line of sight. This was a fully armed party of 6, each member equipped with weapons. However, one individual stood out, not only bearing arms, but also shouldering a hefty camera. Among them, a striking girl clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, accentuating her graceful figure, with waist-length silvery hair, was particularly eye-catching. Su Jingming recognized her instantly. She was Jiang Chuxian, the internet sensation he had encountered at the supply base a month prior. Chapter 72, 7 Days. A distress signal. Encountering other ability users in the wilderness was not uncommon. Previously, when he was still in Pingan County, Su Jingming had crossed paths with several teams of ability users. among Jiang Chuxuan's group. While her aura was at the mid-tier of the second level, the other 5 individuals, resembling bodyguards, exuded the presence of mid-tier to upper-tier third-level ability users. According to the Adventurer's Code of the Great Xia Kingdom, ability users were prohibited from attacking one another in the wilderness. Any infraction would lead to severe repercussions and a loss of respect from fellow ability users. Thus, most adhered to this principle. However, one must remain vigilant. Faced with Jiang Chuxuan's formidable party of third-tier ability users, Su Jingming dared not pursue the Gale Terror Wolf further, his gaze warily fixed upon them. Yet, this group of powerful third-tier users appeared oblivious to Su Jingming's presence, engrossed in their own banter. The gale swirling around the Gale Terror Wolf was formidable. Likely at the mid-tier level, this beast would serve as an excellent target for Miss Jiang. As per tradition, the first ability user to spot a beast claimed it. Should others attempt to seize it, they would be deemed provocative. However, this group clearly underestimated the presence of the second tier, Su Jingming. Laughing, they prepared to strike at the Gale Terror Wolf ahead. Su Jingming frowned at the sight, about to voice a protest when Jiang Chuxian interjected. Captain Wang, this beast was spotted by someone else first. Let us pursue another. Her voice rang out like a lark, bright and melodious. Miss Jiang, this is a mid-tier third-level beast. It hardly seems fitting to leave it to this little second-tier fellow. I'm afraid he might be devoured by the Gale Terror Wolf the moment we turn our backs. Quipped a middle-aged man at the front, wielding a sword and shield, half-jokingly. Captain Wang, I believe I mentioned last time that I disfavor taking others' prey for filming purposes. Jiang Chuxian remarked, her brows furrowing slightly. At her blunt words, the middle-aged man's expression stiffened momentarily. An imperceptible glint of malice flashing in his eyes before he quickly masked it with a smile, addressing his team. If Miss Jiang is dissatisfied, we can seek another beast. In no time, Jiang Chuxian and her party vanished from Su Jingming's sight, disappearing into the woods. A potentially explosive conflict was thus averted. Jiang Chuxuan's demeanor was rather commendable, showing consideration for others. Su Jingming stroked his chin, pondering. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that, as an internet celebrity, she was deliberately crafting her public persona. Nonetheless, it seemed she struggled to maintain control over her team. Her words indicated that they had likely engaged in beast snatching before. Moreover, given the proximity of Su Jingming to the middle-aged man, he had noticed the fleeting darkness that crossed Jiang Chuxian's face when she reprimanded him. Yet, this was of little concern to Su Jingming. His gaze sharpened, uninterested in the online world. He would likely have remained oblivious to Jiang Chuxian's fame had it not been for his high school friend Zhang Hao. Additionally, her admission into the magical capital's ability university and her rise as a video blogger with millions of followers suggested a keen intellect. She was likely aware of the issues within her team. Roar. At that moment, witnessing the departure of the powerful ability user team, the Gale Terror Wolf, which had been lurking behind the trees, sprang forth once more. With a roar, it bared its gaping maw, its eyes gleaming with the thirst for fresh human flesh as it charged towards Su Jingming. Simultaneously, 2 cerulean wind blades shot forth from its form. Oh, you seem more eager than I. With a flash of lightning, Su Jingming vanished from his position, traversing over 30 meters to appear before the Gale Terror Wolf. The A-grade combat technique, Thunder Flash, had been mastered to a high degree by him. Coupled with his second-tier prowess, his maximum burst distance reached an astonishing 54 meters. Roar. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of a human, the Gale Terror Wolf hesitated, failing to unleash its wind blade in time. Su Jingming's deep voice echoed once more. Lightning Gale Break. With the purple cloud Divine Thunder coursing through it, the dark cloud gale spear was firmly clasped in his hand. Empowered by the spear's innate wind abilities, lightning erupted, and the spear thrust forth like a bolt of lightning. With a sickening squelch, the sturdy skull of the mid-tier Gale Terror Wolf was pierced as effortlessly as a ripe watermelon. Then, with a thunderous boom, its head exploded. Ding! Killed 1 mid-tier Gale Terror Wolf, earning 34 ability points. A melodious system notification resonated in the air. Had he indeed acquired over 30 ability points from slaying the third-tier ferocious beast? Quite commendable. Su Jingming flicked his spear, shaking off the residual blood from its tip. Subsequently, the space ring on his hand emitted a brief glimmer, revealing a petite dagger in his left hand. This dagger, forged from B-grade alloy, was exceedingly sharp. Due to its lightweight nature, even crafted from B-grade alloy, it was not overly expensive, costing Su Jingming a mere 790,000 Daxia coins. Such a keen dagger was naturally intended for the collection of materials from ferocious beasts. The most valuable asset of the Swift-Wind Terror Wolf was its sleek and supple fur, an excellent material for crafting coats. A complete wolf pelt could fetch as much as 500,000 Daxia coins. Hence, Su Jingming opted to directly obliterate the head of the swift wind terror wolf. With the dagger pressed against the skin, it took him over 10 minutes to meticulously peel away the pelt. With his first prey successfully dispatched, he set out to seek a second target. Casually tossing the wolf pelt into his space ring, Su Jingming grasped his spear and swiftly departed the scene. 7 days later, at 5 in the afternoon, the summer sun poured down extravagantly, illuminating a cloudless expanse of sky. Amidst the mountains and forests, intermingled with the sounds of cicadas, a troop of giant strength monkeys traversed through the thicket. This was a pack of ferocious giant strength monkeys. They moved on all fours, their eyes scanning the surroundings with a predatory hunger. It was evident they were on the hunt, preparing to feast. Suddenly, the leader of the giant strength monkeys halted, sniffing the air with caution. Sensing something amiss, it prepared to let out a warning roar. However, at that very moment, a blue-violet thunder spear shot forth from the depths of the forest with a whoosh. Boom! The spear struck the leader with incredible swiftness. In an instant, the blue-violet thunder erupted. As arcs of electricity danced, a thunderous mushroom cloud began to rise. The leader, a formidable third-tier beast, was left scorched and heavily injured from the explosive impact of the thunder spear, collapsing to the ground. Roars and screeches erupted as the remaining giant strength monkeys descended into chaos, issuing threatening howls in all directions. Then, a towering figure emerged from the forest, wielding a dark golden spear, surrounded by crackling lightning, resembling a thunder god. The thunder spear had not obliterated it outright. Indeed, the giant strength monkeys were renowned for their formidable defenses. Su Jingming shook his head. He would need to deliver the finishing blow to the leader later. But for now, it was time to eliminate these smaller nuisances. Thunder prison. Crackle. Accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder. A 20-meter diameter thunderous prison enveloped Su Jingming and all the ferocious beasts within. One of the giant strength monkeys attempted to break free, but upon mere contact with the thunder prison, its skin charred black from the electric shock. In excruciating pain, it hastily retreated. None of you shall escape. Su Jingming's gaze flashed as lightning flickered, and he plunged into the midst of the giant strength monkey horde, spear in hand. Thunder flash. Lightning gale break. Chain thunder spear. Su Jingming's marksmanship had now ascended to a master level, achieving a state of unparalleled finesse. Coupled with several A-grade combat techniques, his prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Thus, the third-tier giant strength monkey pack, which would instill fear in most ability user teams, was entirely annihilated by Su Jingming wielding the dark cloud gale spear in under 5 or 6 minutes. Exhaling slowly, Su Jingming stood tall on the grass, releasing a breath of turbid air. Surrounding him lay the lifeless bodies of giant strength monkeys, their blood staining the previously verdant forest floor of vivid crimson. Deep blue. Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, 2nd tier upper. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder S. Physique, 1317 Vitality. Mentality, 981 Mental Energy. Skills, Marksmanship, Master. Fist Techniques, Intermediate. Thunder Spear, Advanced. Chain Thunder Spear, Intermediate. Thunder Flash, Advanced. Thunder Prison, Intermediate. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced. Body Refinement, Indestructible Thunder Body, 3rd level. Ability Points, 3267. His ability points had increased by over 200, a satisfactory gain. Su Jingming nodded in contentment. The efficiency of accruing ability points in the mountainous forest region was indeed significantly superior to that in the urban ruins. Within merely 7 days, he had amassed over 3,000 ability points. However, despite having collected such a sum, there was still no indication of a level up. Su Jingming furrowed his brow slightly. Last time, ascending from 1st tier upper to 2nd tier lower had cost him over 1,200 points. The subsequent promotions to 2nd tier middle and upper had required 1,500 and 1,800 points respectively. He had initially anticipated that 3,000 ability points would suffice for a transition to 3rd tier, yet it seemed insufficient. He surmised that perhaps 4,000 points were necessary for the elevation from 2nd tier to 3rd tier. Nonetheless, even if he had enough ability points for a level up, he would refrain from advancing immediately. He intended to conserve these points for when he returned to school to study combat techniques. The S-grade combat techniques available to 2nd tier ability users were something he had long awaited. For ability users, sometimes level does not equate to everything. It is the combination of level and combat techniques that unleashes the ultimate combat potential. Why do the outstanding students of the Demon City Ability University often manage to slay ferocious beasts or other ability users of higher tiers? It is because they possess superior combat techniques and exceptional combat skills compared to ordinary ability users. Merely having a level, without the appropriate combat technique pairing, is akin to an infant wielding a sharp knife, unable to maximize their potential. This is precisely why Su Jingming chose not to solely invest all his ability points into elevating his level. Instead, he opted for a balanced enhancement of both combat techniques and marksmanship. After all, with a solid foundation, one can traverse the path of strength for a longer duration. Buzz. Buzz. At that moment, the intelligent watch on Su Jingming's wrist vibrated unexpectedly. Instinctively, he opened the map on his intelligent watch. In addition to the green dot representing his location, there was also a white dot emitting a continuous distress signal. A rescue signal? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. This intelligent watch, distributed by the supply base, besides its built-in map, had the critical function of sending out distress signals. At this time, the previously concealed location information would be disclosed to all ability users' intelligent watches within a 2-kilometer radius. It was up to the ability users to decide whether to assist or not. Naturally, most adventurer teams that receive the distress signal would first assess the situation nearby before making a decision. The distress signal did not seem far from his location. He could investigate the matter first. After a brief contemplation, Su Jingming resolved to head in that direction. If it were merely a weak, third-tier ferocious beast, offering assistance would pose no significant risk. If it were a formidable fourth-tier vicious beast, he would be utterly powerless to assist. Chapter 73. Barehanded Sonic Boom. Jiang Chuxian found herself in a state of bewilderment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the towering trees of the forest, a lithe and agile young girl leapt gracefully between the branches. She possessed long, silvery hair, and each of her jumps spanned 7 to 8 meters effortlessly. Nevertheless, despite her remarkable agility, she frequently cast anxious glances behind her. Approximately several hundred meters away, it appeared that some colossal creature was rapidly charging in her direction. The surrounding trees fell in droves as they were struck down by the force of this behemoth's advance. This is troublesome. A grave expression adorned Jiang Chuxuan's delicate features. Earlier that day, she had been collaborating with her security team to film a video showcasing the recent hunt of vicious beasts. However, unexpectedly, a fourth-tier beast had surged forth from the thicket, scattering both her and her protectors. Fortunately, the creature had not targeted her, allowing her a narrow escape. Afterward, she sought to reunite with her security team, but just as she passed a cave, a third-tier burrowing dragon emerged, pursuing her relentlessly. It is well known that any beast associated with dragons is notoriously vicious and exceedingly difficult to contend with. This burrowing dragon was no exception. Although it was merely a lower-tier third-tier beast, its combat prowess exceeded that of an average upper-tier third-tier beast. More critically, Jiang Chuxian, being only a mid-tier second-tier, could barely scrape together enough strength to reach the lower-tier third-tier level, even with the aid of a bloodburst pill. She stood no chance against this burrowing dragon. Furthermore, escape seemed equally implausible. This meant she was virtually ensnared in a situation from which there was no survival. She could only hope that a team of ability users would respond to her distress signal. Jiang Chuxian placed her solitary hope for survival on this signal. However, she was acutely aware that the probability of rescue was minuscule. After all, the number of adventurer teams brave enough to venture into the treacherous source water wilderness was scant. Moreover, the distress signal would only reach those within a 2-kilometer radius, rendering discovery by an adventurer team exceedingly unlikely. Even if there were adventurers who noticed the signal and approached, facing a fearsome creature like the burrowing dragon would likely deter them from intervening. Only an elite team of third-tier ability users, such as her security detail, would dare to act. Had she known, she would not have been so eager to enter the mountainous forest region. A hint of regret washed over Jiang Chuxian. Her follower count on the video platform had been surging rapidly. She had intended to seize this momentum by filming a video of her slaying a third-tier beast to garner more fans, which had prompted her entry into the mountainous forest. Little did she know that such misfortune would befall her, jeopardizing her very life. Roar! The growl of the burrowing dragon drew ever closer. Upon spotting a patch of open grassland ahead, Jiang Chuxian's expression shifted dramatically. The burrowing dragon, with its massive form, could navigate through the forest while utilizing the dense trees to slightly slow its momentum. However, the expanse of open grassland ahead posed no obstacles. Should she venture forward, the dragon would soon close the distance. Yet, to hesitate and linger would only hasten her demise. With a determined bite of her crimson lip, Jiang Chuxian leaped down from the towering trees. Icebound, she landed with an ethereal grace. Immediately, a chilling wave erupted from her, freezing everything within a 50-meter radius into solid ice. Under the afternoon sun, it sparkled with crystalline clarity. The B-grade combat technique, Icebound, could encase everything within a certain range in frost. Coupled with her A-grade ice-type ability, Frosty Snow Spirit, it produced such an effect. Hopefully, this would buy her a little more time to evade its pursuit. Jiang Chuxian's beautiful eyes narrowed as she began to sprint once more. Roar. Yet, merely moments later, the roar of the burrowing dragon resounded ominously behind her. So soon, instinctively, Jiang Chuxian turned back, only to behold the burrowing dragon. Resembling an armored pangolin, yet towering as high as a 3- or 4-story building, bursting forth from the forest. Crack. The area she had encased in ice offered no hindrance to the burrowing dragon. With a single charge, accompanied by a sound akin to shattering glass, the entire frozen expanse was obliterated, shards of ice scattering in all directions. It was over. Escape was impossible. Jiang Chuxuan's face fell into despair upon witnessing this. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. A tall figure wielding a long spear suddenly appeared before the burrowing dragon. Is it him? Jiang Chuxian blinked in surprise, recognizing the youth she had encountered a week prior. Yet, his rank was merely upper-tier 2nd tier. Her expression shifted, and she called out urgently, "Run. That's a lower-tier 3rd tier burrowing dragon. You won't stand a chance." However, the youth remained unmoved, as if he had not heard her at all. Why won't he listen? Jiang Chuxian stomped her foot in frustration. If he perished, that would be one thing, but she did not wish to endanger an innocent bystander. Thus, she unleashed her chilling aura, her A-grade ability, Frosty Snow Spirit, surging forth towards Su Jingming. Simultaneously, she flipped her right hand, revealing a 2nd-tier bloodburst pill resting in her palm. "You must leave. I will handle it." Just as Jiang Chuxian prepared to consume the bloodburst pill for her final stand, the figure ahead sprang into action. Surrounded by crackling lightning, he clenched his right hand in the air. A voice, resonant with divine authority, echoed, "Lightning Spear." In an instant, the blue-purple lightning coalesced into a formidable spear. Then, with a thunderous boom, the lightning spear was hurled with pinpoint accuracy, piercing deep into the massive eye of the burrowing dragon, embedding itself over a meter deep. Blood gushed forth. Roar. The burrowing dragon emitted a pained roar, flailing its forelimbs in an attempt to eliminate the bothersome human before it. Yet, in the next moment, the entire lightning spear embedded in its eye erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. In an instant, arcs of lightning danced, red and white, showering the area. The headless body, bereft of its brain's control, staggered, and then collapsed, lifeless. The burrowing dragon was slain in an instant. Jiang Chuxian's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed this scene from a distance. She hadn't even swallowed the bloodburst pill yet. This reversal came far too swiftly. Furthermore, while the eye was indeed one of the burrowing dragon's weak points, it was rare for ability users to strike it. On one hand, the creature instinctively protected its vulnerable spot. On the other, the burrowing dragon's agility often allowed it to evade fatal strikes with a mere sidestep. However, the youth's thunderous spear was as swift as lightning, leaving the earth-digging dragon with no time to evade. Could it be that the explosive sound I heard earlier was not merely a figment of my imagination? Jiang Chuxian felt somewhat dazed. To create a sonic boom with bare hands requires an immense amount of strength. After several deep breaths, she finally managed to stabilize her emotions and strode toward the towering figure ahead. Regardless of how the other party accomplished this feat, it was undeniable that they had saved her life, and she owed them a sincere expression of gratitude. Chapter 74. An Unexpected Delight. S-Class Earth Spirit Spring. Ding. A notification echoed in Su Jingming's mind, indicating that he had slain a 3rd-tier lower earth-digging dragon, earning 36 ability points. He raised an eyebrow. It was no surprise that a beast bearing the dragon name would yield a higher reward than an ordinary 3rd-tier lower beast upon defeat. "Hello. Thank you for saving me just now." Jiang Chuxuan's melodious voice rang out as she appeared before Su Jingming. One could hardly deny that she truly deserved the title of a goddess. Her figure was exquisitely curvaceous, and her ample bosom could rival that of most women. Her long, rounded legs, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, exuded a hint of allure. Despite a pallor of having survived a near-death experience on her delicate oval face, it only served to ignite a man's protective instincts. It was merely a trivial effort. Others would have done the same. Su Jingming waved his hand dismissively. He had only realized that the distress signal belonged to Jiang Chuxian upon nearing the vicinity. "Of course, I would have lent a hand to anyone else in need." "Not necessarily." Jiang Chuxian shook her head, extending her slender right hand, a charming smile gracing her face. "I am Jiang Chuxian. I cannot repay the debt of gratitude with anything material, but please feel free to call upon me if you ever need assistance." She made no promises of material recompense, for she understood that such a kindness could not be measured in tangible rewards. Nevertheless, should Su Jingming desire it, she would willingly sacrifice everything to fulfill his request. Su Jingming. He reached out to shake her hand lightly, then a thought crossed his mind. "While I wouldn't say call upon me, it would be splendid if you could provide me with an autograph photo of yours." This was the perfect opportunity to procure the signature that Zhang Hao had been yearning for, thus saving himself from repeated inquiries. My autograph photo? Jiang Chuxian was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Su Jingming's request would be so simple. She had braced herself for something more demanding. Regrettably, she did not have the habit of carrying her photos with her. I don't have one on me, but could I send it to you when we return to the supply base? Jiang Chuxian felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have stashed a few photos in her spatial ring for emergencies. After all, they wouldn't take up much space. That's fine. Su Jingming was not in a hurry. After all, Zhang Hao hadn't been able to reach him lately. Ah, you're also from the Magic Capital Ability University? Jiang Chushuan's eyes lit up as she noticed the emblem on Su Jingming's spear. Su Jingming nodded in acknowledgement, not denying it. I thought so. A typical second-tier upper ability user wouldn't possess such strength. Turns out you're a senior from my school. Hello, senior. I'm Jiang Chuxian from the second year, 3, class of the Elemental College at Magic Capital Ability University. Jiang Chuxian had already developed a fondness for Su Jingming, and upon discovering they belonged to the same institution, her demeanor became significantly warmer. Senior? Su Jingming was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized she had mistakenly assumed he was a senior based on his rank. It made sense. At Magic Capital Ability University, ordinary students would only reach second-tier upper status by their second or third year. Su Jingming had intended to clarify that he was merely a freshman, but the admiration in Jiang Chushuan's gaze was too radiant to bear. He nodded instead. Hello, junior. Jiang Chuxian beamed, her praise flowing forth. By the way, senior, your strength is truly remarkable. Though this earth-digging dragon was merely a third-tier lower beast, its actual combat prowess is comparable to that of a third-tier upper beast. I never expected you to dispatch it so effortlessly. You have no idea. As she spoke, her tone was imbued with deep admiration and respect. This was entirely understandable. Although she was also a student at Magic Capital Ability University, she was merely an ordinary student. To be able to slay a beast a tier above her was nearly beyond her limits. Otherwise, she would not have ventured into the wilderness with a bodyguard team. Thus, she held a profound respect for the prodigies in her school who possessed the ability to slay beasts across tiers, especially for this senior who had saved her life. On the other hand, listening to the continuous stream of her words, Su Jingming discerned that Jiang Chuxian was the type of girl who appeared cold on the outside, yet was warm on the inside. While she may seem aloof, she was quite talkative with acquaintances. Through her words, he learned that she had been separated from her bodyguard team, which had led to her being pursued by the earth-digging dragon. By the way, senior, where do you plan to go next? After a lengthy conversation, Jiang Chuxian finally inquired. I will be hunting beasts in this area, Su Jingming replied. May I accompany you for a while? Jiang Chuxian blinked her clear, bright eyes as she asked. Accompany me? Su Jingming furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before nodding. All right, I'll take you to the city ruins, and then you can return on your own. With only 7 or 8 days left until the school term began, he intended to remain in this mountainous forest region, and it would not be feasible to carry a burden with him. However, escorting her out of the mountainous forest was manageable, taking only a couple of hours. Thank you so much, senior. Jiang Chuxian smiled brightly, like a flower blooming in spring. By the way, senior, do you want to check out the earth-digging dragon's lair? There might be some treasures inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't have chased after me so directly when I passed through there. Jiang Chuxian suggested. Having ventured into the wilderness for video material before, this was not her first experience. Yet, it was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She certainly did not believe that the cave would be without its dangers. Oh, Su Jingming raised his eyebrows, intrigued. Sure, let us go take a look. Indeed, regions inhabited by powerful beasts often harbored rare flora. During his time in the mountainous forest, he had discovered various unique plants and several formidable beast lairs. The earth-digging dragon was no ordinary creature, and its lair might very well hold something valuable. With that, Su Jingming first used his B-grade alloy dagger to harvest the valuable parts from the earth-digging dragon's body before following Jiang Chuxian to the dragon's lair. By the way, senior, which college are you from? The Weaponry College. I know of the Weaponry College. Your dean, Yang Jintian, has a nickname, King Yin Yang. Quite fearsome, I must say. That is my teacher. I apologize for the confusion. I misspoke. The style of Jiang Chushuan's videos online is characterized by a striking, lethal precision. Coupled with her flowing silver hair and her ice-cold abilities, she can indeed be described as a frosty goddess in the dominion of elegant women. Yet in this moment, Jiang Chuxian resembled an endearing junior, chattering away beside Su Jingming. Since Su Jingming was accustomed to the loquacious nature of his roommate Lu Wentao, he naturally harbored no aversion to Jiang Chushuan's demeanor. After all, compared to the rough-and-tumble Lu Wentao, she was a stunning beauty, excelling in every regard. As the two traversed through the jungle for 4 or 5 minutes, a cave, approximately 3 or 4 stories high, soon came into view, concealed behind dense thickets and shrubs. It was indeed a challenge to spot without keen observation. "Senior, this is the place," Jiang Chuxian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "If only the cameraman were here. We could switch up the style and create an adventure video." "All right," Su Jingming nodded, gripping the dark cloud's swift spear, which measured over 2 meters in length. Simultaneously, with a deafening crack of thunder, the blue-purple lightning of the SSS Divine Thunder erupted forth. Although the earth-digging dragon had been slain, none could ascertain if another lurked within. It was prudent to exercise caution. Thus, after forming a protective net of lightning around them with the SSS Divine Thunder, they stepped into the cave. "What a formidable thunder," Jiang Chuxian remarked, her charming face displaying a hint of astonishment as she beheld the terrifying energy emanating from the lightning, now mere inches away. She had sensed that Su Jingming's lightning abilities were extraordinary, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that the energy fluctuations of the thunder were even more formidable than she had anticipated. "A mere spark of this lightning could likely vanquish me. Yet, this senior is remarkably modest. I had never heard his name during our time at school." Jiang Chuxian silently marveled, resolving to investigate Su Jingming's background upon returning. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the surrounding light grew dimmer. Fortunately, the illumination from Su Jingming's SSS Divine Thunder provided a guiding light. The only sounds breaking the silence of the cave were their footsteps, punctuated by the resonating thunder. After passing through an area permeated by the scent of animal musk, a sudden fragrance wafted into their nostrils, the aroma of exotic flowers. Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he hastened his pace. After traversing a distance of over 10 meters, the previously narrow passage opened up into a broad underground cavern, where scattered remains of ferocious beasts lay, their bones picked clean. At the far end, a simple nest was constructed from animal hides, though it appeared uninhabited. In the cavern's center lay a small pool of crystal-clear spring water, surrounded by an array of peculiar grasses and flowers, some exuding a chill, while others radiated intense heat. The serene fragrance that Su Jingming had detected emanated from this very spot. B-grade Qingling grass, A-grade Liuhua flower, and C-grade hypnotic grass. Prior to entering the wilderness zone, Su Jingming had diligently studied the various extraordinary plants. Now, illuminated by the SSS Divine Thunder, he easily recognized the names of over a dozen rare flora, all of which were graded C or higher. How could so many rare plants thrive in this place? Elated, Su Jingming's attention naturally turned to the spring water at the center. "Is there something special about this spring?" Just as he pondered this, Jiang Chuxian beside him exclaimed, "Could this be the S-grade Earth Spirit Spring?" "What is the Earth Spirit Spring?" Su Jingming was momentarily taken aback. While he had perused numerous texts on exotic plants at school, he was less familiar with other treasures of nature. Nevertheless, the mere designation of S-grade for a natural treasure was sufficient to denote its immense value. The Earth Spirit Spring was a liquid that condensed the essence of the earth, serving as a miraculous healing elixir for low-tier supernatural beings below the 4th tier. As long as one still drew breath, it could nearly guarantee survival. For those above the 4th tier, while its efficacy might diminish somewhat, it still possessed substantial healing properties. Thus, it was classified as an S-grade natural treasure, remarkably rare. Jiang Chuxian elegantly approached the spring, her long legs gliding gracefully beside the water's edge. She knelt down, allowing her silvery hair to cascade down, while her form presented an exaggerated silhouette. Yet, she paid no mind to such trivialities, focusing intently as she extended her delicate hand to gently pluck the nearest exotic plant to the spring. This particular specimen resembled rice seedlings, its roots still clinging to moist earth. The Earth Spirit Spring nourished the surrounding flora, transforming them into extraordinary specimens. Correspondingly, these remarkable plants absorb the essence of the Earth Spirit Spring. This B-grade Qingling grass should emit a faint aroma reminiscent of glutinous rice. Yet it now radiated a fragrance akin to the spring water, confirming its authenticity, bringing the roots of the exotic plant close to her nose. Jiang Chuxian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she inhaled the scent. Meanwhile, Su Jingming, impressed by her knowledge, offered genuine praise. "Impressive. I had no idea you possessed such profound understanding of natural treasures." His commendation stemmed from the heart. Despite Jiang Chuxian merely identifying the characteristics of the spring, the depth of knowledge required was indeed formidable. Otherwise, during their time at school, he would not have merely skimmed through texts on exotic plants. "Well, I did obtain a 2nd-tier alchemist certification while at school," she replied, standing tall and proud like a small rooster, puffing out her chest. The 2nd-tier alchemist certification was a rarity among students at the Magic Capital's Academy of Supernatural Beings, and after graduation, This credential alone would attract attention from various factions and guilds. However, considering the small spring of Earth Spirit, it could potentially yield enough for 5 portions of S-grade healing elixir. Jiang Chushuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. S-grade natural treasures were nearly beyond monetary valuation. The Earth Spirit Spring, capable of producing 5 healing potions, was an invaluable treasure. Despite the immense worth of this Earth Spirit Spring, Jiang Chuxian felt no greed. Instead, she turned to Su Jingming with a smile and said softly, "Senior, all of this Earth Spirit Spring belongs to you." Su Jingming had saved her life, so naturally, she wished to prioritize him. "I'll take 4 portions, and we can split the exotic plants here evenly," Su Jingming replied without hesitation. No one would ever refuse more of a treasure like the Earth Spirit Spring, yet it was Jiang Chuxian who had led him to discover it in the first place. Moreover, without her, he would not have recognized it as the Earth Spirit Spring. It was only fair to share a portion with her. "Then I shall thank you, Senior." Jiang Chuxian felt no discomfort regarding such an unequal division. Instead, the prospect of sharing a portion with Su Jingming brought a glimmer of joy to her expression. This reaction prompted Su Jingming to nod discreetly. Her character was undoubtedly superior to that of most girls. After all, the vast majority would have fled the moment he had boldly confronted the earth-digging dragon. They would not have acted like Jiang Chuxian, who, clutching the blood pill, was eager to fight alongside him. At that moment, the distribution of the Earth Spirit Spring also revealed her high emotional intelligence. The Earth Spirit Spring is best contained in jade vases. Otherwise, its spiritual essence tends to dissipate. Fortunately, I had previously purchased a batch of aesthetically pleasing jade vases, or I would have truly been at a loss. Jiang Chuxian donned a spatial ring on her delicate, fair fingers. With a subtle glow, 5 jade vases, slightly smaller than mineral water bottles, materialized out of thin air. "Senior, let us work together," she suggested. Just as Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian each prepared to fill their jade vases with the Earth Spirit Spring, a cacophony of voices and footsteps suddenly approached from the cave's entrance. "Captain, I'm telling you, what could possibly be of value in this cave?" One voice remarked with a chuckle. "Oh, that is not necessarily true. Judging by the droppings we saw earlier, this should be the lair of a 3rd-tier earth-digging dragon." Another replied, "Oh, is that so? A lair of dragon-type ferocious beasts might indeed hold some treasures." As laughter echoed, a group of 5 individuals, both men and women, illuminated by military searchlights, entered Su Jingming and Jiang Chushuan's line of sight. At the forefront was a tall, robust middle-aged man, wielding a sword and shield, exuding an aura of at least 3rd-tier strength. This group was none other than Jiang Chuxian's original bodyguard team. "Phew, it's you, Team Leader Wang. You startled me." Jiang Chuxian feigned relief upon recognizing them, though her heart sank. If this elite 3rd-tier ability user team discovered the S-rank Earth Spirit Spring, even though they were her bodyguards, the situation could turn exceptionally troublesome. Despite her internal worries, Jiang Chuxian maintained an outward calm, waving to Su Jingming, "Senior, it's fine. They're all our people." Team Leader Wang paused momentarily upon seeing Jiang Chuxian, but quickly regained his composure, donning a smile. "Miss Jiang, we've been searching for you everywhere. We didn't expect to find you here." As he spoke, he scanned the cave swiftly, soon spotting the pool of spring water and the array of exquisite flora. His eyes narrowed with interest as he inquired, "But what exactly are you two doing here?" "Nothing much. Just encountered a fellow student on the way and stumbled into this cave," Jiang Chuxian explained with a smile, extending an invitation to share the peculiar flowers. Her tone remained remarkably steady, devoid of the slightest hint of panic. However, only she understood the peril of revealing any sign of distress in front of such formidable 3rd-tier ability users. Team Leader Wang, being a seasoned 3rd-tier adept, was no stranger to the wilderness. He and his team had engaged in unsavory deeds before, provided there were sufficient benefits involved. Moreover, with his extensive experience, he quickly discerned that these peculiar flowers were merely of A-rank quality. There was no need to turn hostile over A-rank flora, especially considering the repercussions if Jiang Chuxian, a major influencer with millions of followers, were to go missing under his watch. The ensuing chaos from her fervent fans would be a considerable hassle. Thus, he maintained his smile and nodded. "Oh, is that so? Then thank you, Miss Jiang." Jiang Chuxian breathed a silent sigh of relief at his response, grateful to have navigated the situation. However, at that moment, a tall, slender man behind Team Leader Wang suddenly interjected, "Captain, something seems off. That pool of spring water resembles the S-rank healing Earth Spirit Spring." "Oh." Team Leader Wang raised an eyebrow. The slender man was a member of their team with supportive abilities, possessing considerable knowledge in identifying rare flora and treasures. If he claimed it was S-rank Earth Spirit Spring, then it was virtually undeniable. His eyes narrowed, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Jiang Chuxian. "Miss Jiang, It appears you may not be entirely truthful. Chapter 76. Thunderous Extremes. What manner of beast is this? Miss Jiang, it seems you may not be entirely forthright. Team leader Wang's voice echoed within the cave, and the remaining team members cast unfriendly glances toward them. The slender man, who had previously spoken, hurried to the spring, examining it for a moment before exclaiming, Captain, this is indeed the S-rank Earth Spirit Spring, and there's enough for 5 people. Disaster. They've discovered it. The S-rank treasure was invaluable, even to top-tier forces. This group of third-tier ability users would never consider sharing the S-rank Earth Spirit Spring with mere second-tier individuals like herself and her senior. If provoked, their very survival could be at stake. Realizing this, Jiang Chuxian relinquished her last shred of hope. Taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke. Since you've all figured it out, then the Earth Spirit Spring and the peculiar flowers belong to you. We shall take nothing. Senior, let us leave. With that, Jiang Chuxian reached for Su Jingming's hand. Yet, she found him rooted in place, as immovable as a nail, unable to budge him. Senior, they are peak third-tier ability users. We cannot contend with them, she urged desperately. Her bodyguard team was an elite third-tier squad, with both the captain and vice-captain being peak experts. The remaining 3 members were also at least mid-tier third-tier. The strength of such a team was formidable. They could even hold their own against slightly weaker 4th-tier ferocious beasts. While Su Jingming could dispatch lower-tier earth-digging dragons with ease, the disparity in power was simply too great. Junior, they are merely peak third-tier ability users. I do not believe I am inferior to them. With a crackle reminiscent of 1,000 birds in flight, the previously restrained purple thunder surged around Su Jingming. Simultaneously, an unprecedented coldness radiated from his strikingly clear eyes. Moreover, even if we were to surrender all the treasures to them, they would not spare us. The moment the S-rank Earth Spirit Spring was revealed, the outcome for both parties was already sealed. Haha, though you speak with bravado, you are not mistaken, Team Leader Wang replied, his eyes gleaming with malice. Jiang Chuxian, as a major influencer with millions of fans, could easily produce a video portraying a tragic narrative, ruining their reputations and making it impossible for them to operate domestically. They might even face scrutiny from law enforcement. Given such circumstances, it would be better to silence them here. The remaining team members clearly understood this, spreading out to block the cave's exit. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Chuxuan's expression abruptly changed, as the worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. Senior, there's no turning back now. Take the blood fury pill and prepare to fight to the death, she murmured, a flicker of resoluteness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Subsequently, a dark red pill materialized at her fingertips, which she swallowed whole. Boom. A flush of unhealthy red appeared on Jiang Chuxuan's delicate face as the formidable aura of a third-tier ability user erupted from her being. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling coldness radiated from her, causing the temperature within the cave to plummet drastically, dropping to over 10 degrees below zero in the blink of an eye. Ice crystals formed above, and even the small pool of spiritual spring was encased in a thin layer of ice. Leave her to me, Zhou Chong. You handle her old partner first. The rest of you, guard the entrance. Understood. A team member wielding a long knife approached Su Jingming with a bloodthirsty grin. Meanwhile, team leader Wang himself advanced step by step toward Jiang Chuxian, while the others stood at the exit, grinning as they prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Miss Jiang, my apologies, but you will have to pay with your life today. Wang's face bore a chilling smile, and 2 sharp fangs sprouted from his mouth. At the same time, his muscles bulged, and grayish-yellow fur sprouted from his exposed skin. On his forehead, the hair faintly formed the shape of a character for king. He was a C-class beast-type enhancer, a saber-toothed tiger. In his beastly form, he could significantly amplify his physical strength. Through this transformation alone, he had no idea how many ferocious beasts and human ability users he had vanquished. Captain, take it easy, don't kill him in one blow. At the entrance, a male team member eyed Jiang Chuxuan's graceful figure with fervent intensity. Don't worry, I want to kill him immediately. Wang licked his lips. Not far away, Jiang Chuxuan's expression turned to one of despair upon witnessing this scene. The opponent was so cautious, arranging separate team members to deal with both her and her senior, while leaving the rest to guard the exit. Now, no matter how they attempted to break free, there would be no escape. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought her senior along. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to die here together. Regret filled Jiang Chuxuan's heart. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the side, followed by a piercing scream. Zhou Chong, what on earth are you doing? You are making such a fuss over a second-tier ability user. Wang's brow furrowed as he turned to speak, but before he could finish, his pupils constricted. Not far ahead, Su Jingming's spear had pierced through Zhou Chong's heart, lifting him into the air with an impressive display of force. Crackle. The terrifying thunder that surged through the spear charred Zhou Cheng's chest and battle attire. Captain. Zhou Cheng struggled to utter those two words before his head drooped weakly, completely devoid of life. Su Jingming then yanked the spear back forcefully, and a splatter of blood gushed from the severed aorta. The lifeless body, devoid of support, fell heavily to the ground like a discarded puppet. It appears your team members are not as formidable as I presumed. Su Jingming's dark cloud swift spear trembled slightly, emitting a resonant hum. Coupled with the flickering, ominous thunder that surrounded him, a powerful aura enveloped the entire cave. Zhou Cheng is dead. The kill had occurred in the blink of an eye. By the time the remaining team members reacted, Zhou Cheng was irrevocably gone. They glared at Su Jingming with fury. But out of respect for their team's discipline, they refrained from abandoning their post as commanded by their leader. Although Zhou Cheng was merely a mid-level third tier, he was not someone who could be easily slain by just anyone. So, it turns out you are the most troublesome one. Wang took a deep breath, his gaze turning dangerously intense. He then abandoned Jiang Chuxian, his figure flashing as he lunged towards Su Jingming, his face twisted in rage as he swung his blade. In that case, let us send you to accompany Zhou Cheng to the grave. Tiger's roar slash. Roar. Accompanied by a deep tiger's roar. The massive blade descended towards Su Jingming with an overwhelming force, as if it could tear through the very air itself. However, Su Jingming remained unperturbed, as the thunder crackled beneath his feet, allowing him to dodge to the side with a lightning flash. Bang! The blade struck the stone wall, creating a massive crater over 3 meters in diameter. Debris rained down incessantly. Seeing this, Su Jingming frowned. In terms of attack intensity, this peak third-tier captain was indeed considerably stronger than he was. Nonetheless, with the lightning flash, escaping, although somewhat troublesome, was still feasible. He could even take Jiang Chuxian with him without issue. Unfortunately, he desired this S-class spiritual spring and these rare herbs for himself. Su Jingming took a deep breath, a resolute expression gracing his handsome face as the corners of his mouth curled upward. If that is the case, then I shall have to obliterate all of you. Thunder extreme state. Boom. In the astonished gaze of Wang and the others, countless blue-purple bolts of lightning erupted around Su Jingming. Crackle. The entire cave instantly transformed into a small-scale thunderstorm, with crackling lightning resounding. The blue-purple thunder, imbued with a primordial aura, continuously struck down, sending mud flying. Even more terrifying for Wang and the others was the fact that Su Jingming's aura at the center of the thunderstorm was rapidly escalating, and his height was increasing as well. 9 meters, 95 meters, 2 meters, 5 meters. Bang! Su Jingming's upper garment exploded apart, revealing a bare torso that resembled a work of art. His muscles were defined, exuding a violent beauty. Simultaneously, Su Jingming's cold, piercing gaze transformed, becoming a pair of dragon-like vertical pupils, swirling with blue lightning and exuding an aura of brutality. Ultimately, the figure that stood before Wang and the others was over 2 meters tall, enveloped in blue-purple lightning, radiating an aura of ferocity akin to that of a supreme dragon beast. What kind of monster is this? Wang gulped hard as he beheld Su Jingming's tower-like silhouette. Chapter 77, Devil. It is your turn now. The third stage of the S-class body refinement technique, Indestructible Thunder Body, grants the Thunder Extreme state, which maximally enhances the physique while also triggering the ferocious beast blood that was absorbed during the foundational shaping process. To a certain extent, it bestows some characteristics of the Thunder-type beast. For instance, senior brother Lu Ming absorbed the blood of a 7th-tier lower-level ferocious beast, the Thunder Wolf. When he activated the Thunder Extreme state, he gained the agility of the Thunder Wolf and its keen perception. Su Jingming, however, absorbed the blood of an 8th-tier lower-level Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, his absorption efficiency reached an astonishing 98. Consequently, upon entering the Thunder Extreme state, Su Jingming's body exhibited dragon-like traits. This sensation of power was truly exhilarating. Su Jingming could feel the overwhelming energy coursing through his body, along with an emotion known as brutality. However, unlike the uncontrollable fury he experienced during the initial shaping of the indestructible Thunder Body, Su Jingming's consciousness remained clear. This was merely an emotional influence. Indeed, enhancing one's strength has diminished the influence of the Thunder Tyrant upon me. Su Jingming silently nodded in acknowledgement. He could distinctly feel that his physique had grown more formidable, surpassing his previous state by 3 to 4 times. Moreover, upon entering the Thunder Extreme state, his mastery over the Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability had reached an apex. Thus, with merely a pointed finger, a crackling sound ensued, and a bolt of blue-purple lightning struck down upon the cave's entrance. Boom! The location struck by the lightning immediately shattered, debris cascading down to entirely seal the exit. This was merely a manifestation of a special state. At this juncture, team leader Wang, sensing Su Jingming's fierce aura, grimaced and brandished his weapon, prepared to unleash his battle technique once more. However, at that moment, Su Jingming's figure moved. His speed was astonishing. Even Wang could only catch a fleeting afterimage. Consequently, his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Instinctively, he raised his left-hand shield to protect himself. Block. The shield successfully intercepted Su Jingming's spear, which struck with the force of an apparition, producing a thunderous roar. Yet, before he could revel in his success, an overwhelming force surged through the shield. This immense power was entirely beyond his capacity to withstand. The alloy shield, originally intended for his protection, now felt as if it were a weapon, crashing towards him. Bang! Under this tremendous force, he was sent hurtling backward, as though he had collided head-on with a speeding truck. He only came to a halt after smashing into the cave wall, leaving a deep dent in the solid rock, while spiderweb-like cracks rapidly radiated from him, spreading across the entire wall. Truly, a seasoned veteran, his reflexes were remarkably swift. Surrounded by crackling thunder, Su Jingming slowly withdrew his spear, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was the instinctive response honed through the trials of life and death by an experienced ability user. Were he an ordinary third-tier ability user, he would have been unable to react in time, succumbing to a single thrust. However, seizing the opportunity, Su Jingming declared, "Thunder Flash." In a blink, he materialized before the newly created pit. "You seek death." Inferno Demon Claw. The remaining 3 team members were not idle spectators. Another individual, a third-tier deputy captain with a Fire Element C-class ability, narrowed his gaze. A colossal fiery hand coalesced, sending a wave of heat crashing towards Su Jingming. Yet, Su Jingming appeared oblivious. He extended his left hand, effortlessly plucking Wang from the wall, as if he were a mere chick. It was at this moment that the fiery hand arrived. Crackle! Without even glancing back, the lightning net formed by the purple sky Divine Thunder intercepted the fiery hand entirely. Boom! The fiery hand merely fanned a gust of heat towards Su Jingming before being engulfed by the relentless lightning. My Inferno Demon Hand. How is this possible? The deputy captain was astounded. The Inferno Demon Hand was his most prized B-class combat technique, honed to advanced proficiency over decades of practice. Yet, it could not even breach the opponent's lightning net. What manner of monster is this? Meanwhile, Wang, having been pulled from the wall by Su Jingming, was drenched in blood, pleading for mercy. "No, don't kill me. I'll give you the Earth Spirit Spring. And I have over 100 million in personal savings to offer." The power that once could crush E-class alloys now seemed utterly feeble under Su Jingming's ironclad grip. It was far too late to beg for mercy. Su Jingming's dragon-like vertical pupils, crackling with blue-purple lightning, bore no trace of emotion. With a slight exertion of his left hand, a sickening sound erupted, and Wang's head burst apart. Blood sprayed forth, the scent of iron quickly permeating the air. Demon! The remaining 3 team members paled visibly, terror etched upon their faces. The deputy captain with fire abilities trembled, barely able to stand. The brutal pressure emanating from the apex dragon beast, coupled with the shocking sight of their captain's head exploding, had utterly shattered his psychological defenses. Am I dreaming? Beside them, Jiang Chuxian, who had lost all hope, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Su Jingming, who stood like a god of thunder. She had hired this team for $6 million each time to enter the wilderness. Each member was a formidable force in their own right, especially their captain, Wang Chuan, at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, nearly invincible among his peers. Yet now, he lay defeated, utterly incapable of resistance against Su Jingming, who was merely a 2nd-tier upper-level ability user. "This is simply outrageous," Jiang Chuxian murmured softly. Having studied at the Modu Ability University for over a year, she had never heard of any student achieving such feats. It was clear to her that Su Jingming had entered a special state, one so terrifyingly powerful that it bordered on the extraordinary. The blue-purple lightning that enveloped him exuded an aura more formidable than that of A-class abilities. Could it be S-class? Jiang Chuxuan's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling with agitation. If it were indeed S-class abilities, then everything would make sense. Demon? Compared to you scoundrels who revel in murder and plunder, I find myself more akin to humanity, Su Jingming remarked, shaking his head at the deputy captain's expression of terror. These individuals had grown accustomed to wielding the power over life and death, yet when faced with their own mortality, their reactions were more pitiful than that of ordinary people. Casually discarding the headless corpse of their captain aside, Su Jingming's resolute visage broke into a cruel smile. "Now, it is your turn." Chapter 78, Total Annihilation. Jiang Chuxuan's elation. Among the remaining 3 team members, aside from the Fire Element Deputy Captain being a 3rd-tier upper level, the tall, lean man possessed healing abilities, rendering him nearly devoid of combat prowess. The last woman, sharing her captain's affinity with beast abilities, joined forces with the others, presenting a formidable challenge. However, against the unleashed Su Jingming in his Thunder Extreme state, even if they simultaneously consumed Blood Fury pills, they remained utterly overmatched. Thud. After a mere 10 minutes, the Dark Cloud Swift Wind spear was withdrawn from the last woman's body. Bang! The woman, her face still marked by terror, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. One remained. Su Jingming's emotionless blue-purple vertical pupils scanned the surroundings. Compared to 10 minutes prior, 5 corpses now littered the cave. Each met their demise in varying manners. Some had their skulls crushed, others pierced through the heart by the spear, and still others charred by lightning. Just over a month ago, Su Jingming had only severely injured Zhao Chunlin, who was subsequently dealt with by the high-ranking supervisor Zhao Yi. Thus, this marked his true first act of murder, and he had accomplished it in one fell swoop against 5. Prior to this moment, Su Jingming had assumed that taking a life would leave him feeling uneasy. Yet, in reality, after dispatching 5 individuals in quick succession, he felt not a flicker of emotion. They were all individuals deserving of their fate. Their deaths elicited no regret. The resolute expression on Su Jingming's face remained unchanged. With a swift flick of his long spear, he cast away the blood that had stained it. His elevated form gradually reverted to its original height of 1.89 meters, while the electrifying dragon-like vertical pupils slowly returned to their usual state. The tempestuous lightning that had enveloped him dissipated into the air. While the power of the Thunder Extreme state was indeed formidable, its toll was considerable. A hint of fatigue crept onto Su Jingming's visage. Merely employing the Thunder Extreme state for a little over 10 minutes left him more exhausted than battling ferocious beasts for 2 or 3 hours. Nevertheless, the enhancement in combat prowess that accompanied the activation of Thunder Extreme was undeniably worthwhile. "Senior, are you all right?" At that moment, Jiang Chuxian approached with her long strides. During the recent skirmish, having consumed a Blood Fury pill, she had been utilizing her ice abilities to assist Su Jingming in his assaults. Seizing the opportunity while the vice captain and another ally were occupied, she had forged a long sword of ice and personally eliminated a rather weak support-type ability user. In truth, as a content creator with millions of fans specializing in the production of ferocious beast hunting videos, this was also her first experience with taking a life. Moreover, the brutality of her inaugural kill was staggering. The ground was strewn with corpses, blood flowed freely, and it could easily serve as a set for a restricted horror film. Had it been an ordinary girl confronted with such a scene, she would likely have succumbed to nausea multiple times over. However, while Jiang Chuxuan's delicate face paled slightly, she did not retch. Instead, she inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Su waved his hand dismissively. "Let us gather the Earth Spirit Spring and the rare herbs first, then we can rest for a while." Jiang Chuxian nodded in agreement, retrieving a jade vial from her spatial ring, and together they approached the spring. Fortunately, the Earth Spirit Spring remained untainted by the blood. Su Jingming breathed a sigh of relief as he observed the spring, surrounded by vibrant herbs, still clear and pristine. As an S-rank treasure, the Earth Spirit Spring was exceedingly valuable. If it had been contaminated by such impurities, it would have been impossible to purify, thereby significantly diminishing its efficacy. This was precisely why, during the skirmish, Su Jingming had deliberately avoided the spring. Although the Earth Spirit Spring was unscathed, many of the surrounding herbs had suffered. However, in comparison, the herbs held less value than the spring. Even if some were trampled, they could still be utilized. There was a considerable quantity of the Earth Spirit Spring. And using small jade vials, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian managed to collect 5.5 vials before completely emptying it. Consequently, a small pit had formed in the ground. Perhaps in several decades, this spot could yield more Earth Spirit Spring. They might even return again. A smile crept onto Su Jingming's lips as he handed one of the filled vials, along with the half-full one, to Jiang Chuxian. "This is for you." Jiang Chuxian was taken aback that the extra half vial was also for her, and she exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, senior." However, just as she prepared to reach for it, the effects of the Blood Fury pill suddenly waned, leaving her weak and causing her legs to buckle. With a startled cry, she collapsed to the ground. During the previous battle, the vice captain, who wielded fire abilities, had launched a flaming attack at Jiang Chuxian. Although most of the flames were intercepted by Su Jingming's thunder net, a small portion had scorched her. Despite her timely use of her ice abilities to extinguish the fire, her battle attire had sustained some damage, resulting in an embarrassing exposure around her chest and thighs. Now, as she sat on the ground, her tattered clothing seemed insufficient to cover her. Jiang Chuxian was acutely aware of this, and her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Due to the side effects of the Blood Fury pill, she felt utterly drained, unable to harness her mental powers, making it impossible to retrieve spare clothing from her spatial ring. Just as embarrassment washed over her, Su Jingming's deep voice resonated beside her. The side effects of the Blood Fury pill are quite severe. Let me take you to rest nearby. With that, he draped a black men's t-shirt over her vulnerable areas and lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry, making his way to a cleaner spot. Su Jingming's upper battle attire had already been torn apart during the use of Thunder Extreme, allowing Jiang Chuxian to clearly see the well-defined muscles of his torso, accentuated by his potent masculine aura. This proximity to a male for the first time sent her cheeks aflame, as her heart raced with an unprecedented sensation. Thus, amidst a swirl of complex emotions, Jiang Chuxian found herself gently placed against the cave wall, atop the soft fur nest of the digging dragon. Rest here for a moment. I will gather the remaining rare herbs, Su Jingming instructed before turning to leave. It was only after he had departed that Jiang Chuxian snapped back to reality. Glancing at the black t-shirt draped over her shoulders, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of warmth. Senior, you truly are quite gentle. Reflecting on the fact that he was also her fan, a wave of unrecognized joy surged within her. Chapter 79, The Rat Tide. Escape. After spending a few minutes, Su Jingming completed the collection of the rare herbs within the cave. Additionally, he discovered a spatial ring on the body of the captain. Although it bore the captain's mental imprint, the individual was deceased. Under the impact of Su Jingming's formidable mental force, the now extraneous imprint shattered. After leaving his own mental imprint, a space of approximately 1 cubic meter manifested within his perception. This space contained primarily potions and elixirs, alongside some combat technique tomes, cash, rare herbs, and precious materials from ferocious beasts. Beyond that, there was nothing of note. The combat techniques were merely C rank. There was little of value on this elite team's members. Su Jingming shook his head. He understood that most of these ability user savings were held in banks. Without a password, those funds were inaccessible. Well, let the banks benefit. Consider it a contribution to the nation. Su Jingming slipped the newly acquired spatial ring onto his left hand. The most valuable item on this elite team was likely this spatial ring, worth over 50 million. He wondered if the two 1 cubic meter spatial rings could be exchanged for a 2 cubic meter one. Otherwise, carrying a 2-meter-long spear everywhere would indeed be rather cumbersome. Stroking his chin, Su Jingming then turned to Jiang Chuxian. The Blood Fury pill was a desperate measure employed by ability users in critical moments, granting them a significant boost in power. However, correspondingly, the side effects were quite pronounced. The pervasive state of bodily weakness lingered for nearly a month before it dissipated. At this moment, Jiang Chuxian found herself in such a condition, utterly drained and her delicate face pale. As Su Jingming approached, she mustered a faint smile, her voice seemingly devoid of strength. Senior, the Earth Spirit Spring can alleviate the weakness caused by the blood-violating pill. You could share a little with me. Just a sip would suffice. Oh, Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with interest. He promptly retrieved a small vial of Earth Spirit Spring and brought it to Jiang Chuxian's lips, allowing her to take a sip. Almost immediately, color returned to her face, becoming visibly more vibrant. Ah, I feel much better, Jiang Chuxian sighed in relief, though she knew full recovery would require another 3 or 4 hours. While the Earth Spirit Spring is an S-rank healing elixir that can almost instantly mend certain injuries, the side effects of the blood-violating pill extended beyond the physical, leaving her mental faculties in a state of lethargy. Even after consuming the Earth Spirit Spring, she would need to wait 3 or 4 hours before being able to move freely. Nevertheless, compared to the original 2-month weakness period induced by the blood-violating pill, this was a significant improvement. I never knew the side effects of the blood-violating pill could be mitigated. Su Jingming chuckled upon hearing this. He raised his right hand to glance at the time displayed on his smartwatch. He realized Jiang Chuxian had signaled for help shortly after 5 o'clock. After the series of events, the current time was 6:23. In 3 or 4 hours, around 9 or 10 o'clock, the sky would be dark, making long-distance travel unwise. Let us rest in this cave tonight. It will be safer, he decided. After activating the Thunder Extreme state, Su Jingming felt somewhat weakened himself. After a moment's contemplation, he opted against hunting fierce beasts and resolved to wait until the next day for a full recovery. However, he felt the cave needed some tidying up. With a focused gaze, Su Jingming pointed to the ground. Thunder Prison. Crackling sounds erupted as the primal essence of the purple sky thunder surged forth, forming a prison of lightning ahead. This time, it was not meant to imprison foes, but to cleanse the area. As the thunder roiled, the 5 corpses on the ground were instantly reduced to ashes. Much better, Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a faint roar from a fierce beast echoed from the direction of the beast skin nest. A fierce beast. Su Jingming's expression shifted slightly, and with a flash of lightning, he arrived beside the beast skin nest. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a nest of young burrowing dragons at its center. Several of the hatchlings were fast asleep, while one seemed to have just woken, babbling softly. No wonder that burrowing dragon pursued us so fiercely. It has young ones. Jiang Chuxian remarked, realization dawning upon her. There were 7 or 8 fierce beast hatchlings in the nest, and once they matured, who knew how many human abilities they would endanger? The reproductive power of fierce beasts was indeed formidable. Su Jingming shook his head. Fierce beasts were inherently savage. Even their young were largely untamable. Perhaps the smaller, cuter younglings could be kept as pets by powerful ability users. But this nest of burrowing dragons was grotesque and held no practical value. Thus, amidst the surging lightning, the terrifying purple sky thunder consumed all the young burrowing dragons. Perhaps due to their low rank, Su Jingming did not gain any ability points from slaying this nest of fierce beast hatchlings. Let us prepare to rest. Tomorrow I will take you out of the mountainous forest region, he told Jiang Chuxian before sitting down on the ground. His abilities were nearly depleted, making it an opportune moment to practice his energy cultivation techniques. Soon, he entered a meditative state, continuously absorbing the energy from the air to strengthen himself. After the fierce battle, Jiang Chuxian felt exhausted as well and leaned against the wall, quickly slipping into a deep sleep. The following day, at 7:21 in the morning, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian emerged one after the other from the cave hidden within the dense foliage. Indeed, the air in the mountains is far superior. If there were no fierce beasts, I could stay here for a month. Jiang Chuxian stretched lazily, the morning sunlight illuminating her exquisite profile, making her appear even more radiant. By now, she had regained her vitality and donned a fresh silver-white combat suit. Upon hearing her words, Su Jingming smiled gently. Due to the presence of fierce beasts, there was hardly any mountainous forest left within the human activity zones. Such tranquil woodlands could only be found in the wilderness. Let us go. I'll escort you to the forest's edge, Su Jingming said, slinging his tactical backpack over his shoulder and gripping the Dark Cloud's Swiftwind gun in his hand. After confirming their direction with his smartwatch, he set off towards the ruins of the city. All right, senior, Jiang Chuxian replied with a bright smile, following closely behind. The two moved swiftly through the jungle, and along the way, Su Jingming took down a few third-tier fierce beasts. An hour later, they were still traversing the path. Suddenly, Su Jingming felt a tremor behind them, hinting at a large fierce beast approaching. He turned to look and was startled to see a towering, flame-wreathed tiger, 2 stories high, bursting forth from the jungle. A 5th-tier flame tiger. Su Jingming was taken aback, caught off guard. The 5th-tier beast seemed oblivious to their presence, rushing past like a massive fireball, accompanied by a wave of heat. Did it not notice us? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. The flesh of human ability users was incredibly delectable to fierce beasts. It was unlikely that this 5th-tier creature would overlook them. Senior, the way that beast is acting. It seems like it's fleeing? Jiang Chuxian pondered aloud. Fleeing? Su Jingming's brow furrowed slightly. A 5th-tier fierce beast was a top predator in the entire source water wilderness region. What could possibly threaten it? Just then, a cacophony of shrill cries erupted, and a swarm of fierce beasts surged from the dense forest like a tide. These creatures resembled oversized rats, each around 40 centimeters long, exuding a first-tier aura. They formed a veritable tide of beasts. It's a rat tide. Su Jingming's expression changed dramatically. The iron-biting rat was a notably weak fierce beast species, typically at the 1st tier. While not particularly strong, even an ordinary person could defeat them. However, if the iron-biting rats formed a massive tide, even a 6th-tier powerhouse could face certain death if surrounded. No wonder even the 5th-tier beast was fleeing. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jingming grabbed Jiang Chuxian and began to flee. Chapter 80. Breakthrough against the rat tide. Return. In the jungle, the densely packed iron-biting rats surged like a tidal wave. Logically, Su Jingming, a 2nd-tier upper-level ability user, and Jiang Chuxian, a 2nd-tier mid-level user, should have no trouble outrunning these 1st-tier rats. They needn't worry unduly. However, upon discovering the tide of rodents, Su Jingming's expression changed drastically, and he immediately grasped Jiang Chuxian's hand, urging her to flee. On one hand, the iron-eating rats are diminutive yet remarkably resilient, capable of maintaining a full-speed dash for 5 to 6 hours without respite. Su Jingming's instantaneous speed hovers around 63 meters per second, but he can only sustain it for a little over 10 minutes before it dwindles to 45 meters per second. As time progresses, his speed will diminish further. After 2 or 3 hours of continuous sprinting, his velocity could drop to 36 meters per second, or even lower. The iron-eating rats, maintaining a relentless pace of 30 meters per second, would only become more likely to catch up as time passes. On the other hand, Su Jingming was uncertain of the magnitude of this rodent tide. Should the urban ruins also erupt with a similar infestation, slowing down could lead to encirclement, plunging him into a perilous situation. Su Jingming dared not take such a gamble. Thus, he resolved to escape the wilderness at his utmost speed. The materials from the ferocious beasts and the dark cloud speed gun were excessively burdensome and had to be discarded. As he sprinted, Su Jingming focused his gaze and prepared to jettison his tactical backpack and long gun. However, Jiang Chuxian, who was being dragged along, quickly exclaimed, "Senior, my spatial ring is large enough. Let me take them." She extended her delicate hand, and with a gentle touch, the tactical backpack and long gun vanished into thin air. Su Jingming immediately felt a significant alleviation of weight. It was indeed more convenient to carry her directly. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted Jiang Chuxian onto his back, ignoring her potential protests. It must be said, Jiang Chuxian possessed an admirable physique. The moment her lithe form pressed against him, Su Jingming felt a strong sensation of compression on his back. Yet, this was not the time to indulge in such sensations. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed solemnly, "Junior, hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." Jiang Chuxian, initially feeling a bit bashful, recognized the gravity of their situation and clung tightly to Su Jingming. He then surged forward, darting through the forest like a specter, heading towards the town's ruins. The mere 60 kilograms of Jiang Chuxian's weight posed no burden to him. Under normal circumstances, traversing the wilderness would require caution to avoid the domains of high-tier beasts. Yet now, both the ferocious beasts and the extraordinary beings were in a panicked flight. Within merely half an hour, Su Jingming burst forth from the mountainous forest. Along the way, he encountered numerous ferocious beasts and squads of extraordinary beings devoured by the rodent tide. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As he burst out of the forest, Su Jingming was met with the sight of iron-eating rats rampant in the urban ruins. Although fewer in number than those in the forest, there were still at least tens of thousands of them. Despite their name, iron-eating rats favored flesh above all. They would only resort to devouring iron under dire circumstances. Thus, they would consume any living creature, save for plants. Consequently, when Su Jingming, with Jiang Chuxian on his back, came into their view, the iron-eating rats, with their crimson eyes, charged towards them. The most troublesome scenario had unfolded. The rodent tide had also erupted in the urban ruins. Where had all these iron-eating rats emerged from? Su Jingming took a deep breath. To avoid being encircled, he could not afford to hesitate and shouted, "Thunder extremity." Boom. He transformed once more into a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, enveloped in crackling lightning. His speed surged to a terrifying 80 meters per second. If observed from above, one would see Su Jingming cutting through the dense throng of rodents like a bolt of lightning, forging a path through them. Wherever he passed, the iron-eating rats collapsed, charred black. Killing a low-tier iron-eating rat yielded 2 ability points. Slaying a mid-tier iron-eating rat granted 3 ability points. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind, darkening Su Jingming's expression. The creature's strength was indeed dismal. The ability points acquired from these kills were even inferior to those obtained from ordinary peak-tier beasts. He needed to accelerate further. Lightning flash. As he gazed at the relentless onslaught of iron-eating rats closing in, Su Jingming could not afford to lament their pitiful strength. With a flash of electric light beneath his feet, he surged forward several dozen meters. Thus, while maintaining thunder extremity and intermittently employing lightning flash, Su Jingming raced towards the supply base, carrying Jiang Chuxian on his back. Legion, stand ready, with units of 100 for external defense. All extraordinary squads, prepare for battle. This rodent tide is unprecedented in scale. We must hold our ground. The movements of the ferocious beasts within the wilderness had been under constant surveillance by the source water supply base. Therefore, as the rodent tides surged within the wilderness, the station military adjacent to the source water supply base sprang into action without delay. Rows of soldiers, armed with submachine guns and fully equipped, stood in formation before the supply base. In addition, the extraordinary squads were on high alert, poised for action. The iron-eating rats seemed to recognize that the human stronghold was not to be trifled with, rampaging only within the wilderness. Even if a small wave of rodents attempted to assault the supply base, they would be swiftly dealt with by the extraordinary squads. This rodent tide was astonishingly vast, at least over 300,000 iron-eating rats. Underneath the supply base building, the chief supervisor, Wang Chuang, was somewhat taken aback. In previous years, rodent tide events had occurred, but the numbers never exceeded 50 or 60,000. Now, however, the figures had nearly quintupled. Everywhere he looked, the source water wilderness was teeming with the presence of iron-eating rats. It appeared that the source water wilderness would face several months of downturn. Wang Chuang couldn't help but sigh. Following the outbreak of the rodent tide, the ferocious beasts in the entire wilderness would likely diminish by over 70. Of course, with their terrifying reproductive rates, it would only take 2 to 3 months for their populations to return to previous densities. Yet, during these 2 to 3 months, the number of extraordinary beings honing their skills in the source water wilderness would also dwindle. The profits the supply base could earn this year would inevitably decrease. It was a pity for those extraordinary beings who had ventured deep into the wilderness. Most would likely be devoured. Wang Chuang shook his head, then thought of Su Jingming, who had entered the wilderness some time ago. He hoped he hadn't ventured too deep. Otherwise, unless his instructor, Yang Jintian, took action personally, no one could save him. Just as he pondered this, the station military and extraordinary squads suddenly erupted into exclamations. Look, what is that? Such terrifying thunder. Could it be a beast that controls lightning? Prepare for battle. We must not allow it to breach the base city. In the midst of the densely packed rodent tide, a blue-purple spherical lightning bolt, emanating a horrific aura, surged towards the supply base, electrocuting the iron-eating rats in its path into charred remains at an astonishing velocity. Just as the military and the team of psychics were contemplating the possibility of encountering a formidable electric-type beast, they discerned the faint outline of a figure within. Their movements involuntarily froze for a moment. At that very instant, the spherical lightning suddenly broke through the tide of iron-eating mice, leaping over a distance of more than 20 meters, crashing down onto the plaza of the supply base. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The spherical lightning struck the plaza, causing the ground to tremble slightly and creating a deep pit. As the blue-violet electric light gradually dissipated, the figure within was revealed. It was a young man over 2 meters tall, with arcs of lightning dancing across his bulging muscles, reminiscent of an iron tower. His eyes, unlike those of ordinary people, were devoid of any emotional hue, filled instead with the electric vertical pupils of a dragon. On his broad back, he carried a relatively petite, yet stunningly beautiful girl. The overwhelming and ferocious aura surrounding the young man rendered the psychics in the plaza momentarily breathless. This individual was none other than Su Jingming, who had sprinted back with Jiang Chuxian. Gazing at the familiar plaza of the supply base, surrounded by the astonished onlookers, Su Jingming couldn't help but exhale. Ah. We have finally returned. Chapter 81, Wilderness Area Secured. Prepare to return to school. In the state of Thunder Extreme mode, Su Jingming dashed at full speed. It took him less than 40 minutes to traverse from the ruins of the city to the supply base. Such speed was undeniably impressive. What the hell? Is that actually a person? I thought it was a lightning-type beast. One couldn't help but admit that this person's aura was indeed terrifying. Wait. The figure on his back looks somewhat familiar. In the immediate aftermath of the iron-eating mice's appearance, many psychics in the wilderness area had already retreated to the supply base. Consequently, the psychics in the plaza gazed at Su Jingming with astonished expressions. For this group, most of whom were only at the first or second tier, Su Jingming's appearance was undoubtedly intimidating. However, Su Jingming paid no heed to their gazes. With a slight exertion of his right hand, he gently lifted Jiang Chuxian from his back. Now that we have reached the supply base, we are safe. He then exited Thunder Extreme mode, returning to his normal size. Yet, his resolute and rugged face was now marked by fatigue. Just yesterday, maintaining Thunder Extreme mode for merely over 10 minutes had left him exhausted. Now, having sustained it for over 40 minutes, he felt his physical limits and psychic energy had been thoroughly exhausted. His sprint to the supply base had relied solely on sheer willpower. In contrast, Jiang Chuxian, who had just been set down, appeared to be in considerably better shape, although she had also utilized her ice powers to eliminate surrounding iron-eating mice during their journey. Under the protection of Su Jingming's purple sky thunder, her psychic energy consumption had evidently not reached a point of depletion. Are you Su classmate? The chief administrator, Wang Chuang, recognized Su Jingming as he exited his special state and quickly approached. With just a glance, he noticed Su Jingming's condition was far from good. Rather, it was dire. He promptly inquired, Su classmate, is there anything I can assist you with? I just rushed back from the mountain area, and I'm a bit tired. Please arrange a room for me to rest. Su Jingming replied wearily. He was utterly exhausted and merely sought a bed to lie down and sleep. Given the military strength at the supply base, it was unlikely that the iron-eating mice would breach their defenses. Thus, the supply base was relatively safe. The mountain area? Wang Chuang was taken aback. The forested mountainous region was over 40 kilometers away from the supply base. Considering the density of the iron-eating mice, even a fourth-tier psychic would find it challenging to traverse such a distance. Yet, Su Jingming had managed to do so, which elevated Wang Chuang's estimation of him even further. Rooms are readily available. We have plenty of vacancies, Wang Chuang assured, gesturing for 2 robust staff members at the supply base. You too. Assist Su classmate to the luxurious guest room on the 14th floor for some rest. No need. I'll support my senior. You just lead the way. Jiang Chuxian chimed in with a clear voice, gently taking Su Jingming's right arm and offering assistance. Chief Administrator Wang Chuang, of course, recognized Jiang Chuxian, the renowned psychic from Magic City Ability University and a social media influencer with millions of fans. He hadn't anticipated the two would be together. Moreover, wasn't Su Jingming a first-year student who had just enrolled this year? Why did the second-year Jiang Chuxian refer to him as senior? Although puzzled, Wang Chuang quickly regained his composure, waving his hand to signal the staff to lead the way. Who is this person that even the chief administrator is personally attending to? One bystander mused. I happen to know a bit. His name is Su Jingming. Recently, the entire faction of Supervisor Zhao Yi was dealt with, seemingly due to him. Is that true? Does he hold such significant power? Another queried. By the way, didn't you all notice the girl beside him is Goddess Jiang? Goddess. My goddess. Jiang Chuxuan's distinctive silver hair was swiftly recognized by the psychics present. The realization that their idol was supporting a young man sent many of them into a spiral of envy and despair. Meanwhile, upon reaching the guest room, the utterly fatigued Su Jingming gave no further thought to the matter and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. He had no idea how long he slept. But when he finally opened his eyes again, he found a lovely figure with silver hair sitting by his bedside. Senior, you're awake. Jiang Chuxian turned upon sensing the movement, her face lighting up with delight. How long have I been asleep? Su Jingming inquired, rubbing his temples as he sat up. He could feel that his physical strength had fully recovered, and he was in an unprecedentedly good state. To achieve such a recovery must have taken considerable time. Indeed, you've been asleep for a full 2 days and 2 nights. Jiang Chuxian replied with a smile, raising 2 fingers. If it weren't for the physician assigned by the chief administrator saying you were fine and just needed rest, I would have considered feeding you Great Earth Spirit Spring. 2 days and 2 nights. He had certainly slept for quite a while. Shaking his head, Su Jingming retrieved his phone from his spatial ring and activated the screen. The time read 2:10 in the afternoon, and the date was August 27th. Thankfully, there were still a few days left before the official start of school. The freshman competition at Magic City Ability University typically offered substantial rewards for those with outstanding results, such as B grade and A grade cultivation resources, along with a significant number of academic credits. Therefore, Su Jingming had no intention of missing this competition. Moreover, given his current strength, participating in the freshman competition would practically guarantee him victory, allowing him to easily acquire the rewards that he certainly wouldn't want to forfeit. By the way, what is the current situation in the wilderness area? Su Jingming leaped from his bed and gulped down the juice placed on the bedside table. At present, the rodent tide had yet to subside, and the wilderness area remained under lockdown. The supply base had been diligently arranging forces for its defense. Senior, you should come to the window to take a look, he was advised. Prompted by these words, Su Jingming joined Jiang Chuxian at the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing outward, he beheld the wilderness area, where swarms of ravenous, iron-eating mice wreaked havoc. The supply base was fortified with a substantial military presence and a cadre of superpowered individuals. The rodent tide would likely persist for some time, and even after it receded, the number of ferocious beasts in the source-water wilderness would probably diminish significantly, thereby drastically reducing the efficiency of beast extermination. Moreover, with the school term fast approaching, it was indeed time to return. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jingming swiftly formulated his subsequent plans. Are you heading back to school, senior? Perfect timing, as I intend to return as well. Jiang Chuxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With summer break nearing its end, she too needed to resume classes. Additionally, her elite third-tier bodyguard team, hired from a reputable security firm in the Magic City, had recently been embroiled in a situation involving murder and robbery, necessitating her return for a thorough inquiry. All right, let us depart this afternoon, Su Jingming agreed without hesitation. By the way, senior, here is the signed photo you requested. At that moment, Jiang Chuxian, her cheeks slightly flushed, handed him a photograph. Typically, the images chosen for signed photos were screenshots from her previous videos showcasing her slaying ferocious beasts, often exuding a fierce and lethal aesthetic. However, the photo she presented to Su Jingming was markedly different. It leaned more towards the mundane and even touched upon her privacy. In the image, Jiang Chuxian sat at the edge of her bed, her silvery long hair delicately tied with black bows on either side. She wore a simple white shirt paired with a black skirt, and her long, shapely legs were elegantly encased in black thigh-high stockings, creating an undeniably alluring sight. The exquisite photograph perfectly captured Jiang Chuxuan's stunning beauty and graceful figure, leaving Su Jingming momentarily awestruck. This was taken during a study trip organized by my high school class. While I was in my room with my best friend, I thought it would be a unique signed photo for you, she explained, a hint of crimson adorning her cheeks. In truth, this outfit had been whimsically chosen by her high school friend, and due to its slightly revealing nature, it had been kept private until now. Yet, upon encountering this refined photograph, Su Jingming shook his head. Perhaps a more conventional one would suffice. Jiang Chuxuan's heart tightened at his words. Before she could respond, Su Jingming's voice resonated again. The signed photo is meant for a friend from high school, so something more ordinary would be preferable. With that, the photograph vanished from Su Jingming's hand, absorbed into his spatial ring. Zhang Hao is not one to appreciate finer things. It's better for me to keep this photo safe, he mused. Initially feeling a pang of disappointment, Jiang Chuxuan's spirits lifted upon noticing Su Jingming's small gesture, and she shyly nodded in agreement. Chapter 82, Returning to School. He turns out to be a freshman, having gone 2 days and nights without sustenance. Su Jingming awoke feeling as if he could consume an entire unicorn rhinoceros. Thus, after accepting Jiang Chuxian's second, more conventional signed photo, he proceeded to the dining hall on the second floor of the supply base, indulging in a lavish feast. He consumed a meal fit for 10 ordinary individuals before finally satiating his hunger. Opposite him, Jiang Chuxian's mouth fell open slightly in astonishment at the sight. Although superpowered individuals generally required more food than ordinary people, it was rare to encounter one like Su Jingming who could devour a meal meant for 10. However, reflecting on the changes in his physique after entering a special state, she quickly understood. After all, without sufficient energy reserves, one could hardly achieve such formidable transformations. Following the meal, Su Jingming sold all the ferocious beast materials he had accumulated on the 6th floor of the supply base. Having spent only a week in the wilderness area, the number of beasts he had hunted was not particularly high. Nevertheless, the materials from 3rd-tier beasts were significantly more valuable than those from 2nd-tier ones. Consequently, this collection garnered a total of 8 million Great Xia currency. In reality, the estimated value of these materials was merely 67 million. However, the newly appointed supervisor on the 6th floor insisted on rounding up, resulting in the final amount of 8 million. In addition, Su Jingming still possessed the rare herbs and flowers he had discovered in the lair of the Earth Dragon. Aside from sharing half with Jiang Chuxian, he refrained from selling the remainder. The Magic City Superpowered University had its own pharmacy department. By providing raw materials and paying a processing fee, he could obtain a batch of refined elixirs. Selling the rare herbs would be a waste. After completing all his affairs, Su Jingming bid farewell to the chief supervisor, Wang Chuang. Upon learning of Su Jingming's imminent return to school, Wang Chuang expressed his regret, stating, "The rodent tide in the source water wilderness area will completely recede within a week at the latest. However, it may take an additional 2 to 3 months for the number of ferocious beasts to return to their original levels. At that time, I hope you and Jiang Chuxian can come back." Absolutely, Su Jingming assured, engaging in light conversation with Wang Chuang for a while longer before he and Jiang Chuxian exited the supply base building and stepped into the square in front. Due to the rodent tide, many superpowered teams had vacated the source water wilderness area for other regions, rendering the square notably quieter than usual. The earliest high-speed train to the Magic City was scheduled for 6 in the evening, and by the time they reached the station, they would likely need to wait a while longer. Glancing at the high-speed train ticket on his phone, Su Jingming remarked, "It's currently 3 in the afternoon, and it will take another 2 hours to reach the Source Water City high-speed train station." "High-speed train? No need. I drove here," Jiang Chuxian replied with a gentle smile, retrieving her car keys from her spatial ring and pressing a button. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a low rumble of the engine, a sleek, ice-blue sports car glided into view, capturing the envious gazes of the few superpowered individuals on the road. The car, equipped with scissor doors, came to a stop nearby, its doors opening gracefully. It was a limited edition Mercedes S80, exclusively designed for women, with only 1,000 units produced worldwide and an official price exceeding 10 million. "I didn't expect you to own one, senior, and it seems to be outfitted with a sophisticated AI system," Su Jingming exclaimed in amazement. With the technological advancements on Blue Star, achieving autonomous driving is indeed quite straightforward. It merely requires a competent AI. "Just a level 5 AI, though," Jiang Chuxian replied playfully, before ushering Su Jingming into the sports car. With a roar, the engine ignited, and the ice-blue vehicle sped away, swiftly disappearing into the distance. At 6:20 p.m., in the University City of Jing'an District, Magic City, the atmosphere began to bustle with the approach of the academic year. As mealtime approaches, the hot pot restaurants and eateries along the streets are brimming with eager roommates, freshly returned from their summer break, who are keen to commence their communal feasting. Along the road, one can observe groups of students, laughing and chatting together, exuding the vibrant essence of youth. Additionally, a steady stream of students emerges from the school gates. In comparison to the other 4 institutions, the number of students exiting the gates of the prestigious Magic City University of Abilities, situated at the heart of the university town, is markedly fewer. However, each student stepping forth carries themselves with an air of confidence, their eyes glimmering with a hint of pride. Conversely, the students from other schools passing by do not express any resentment. Instead, they gaze upon their peers with envy, acknowledging the accomplishment of gaining admission to the esteemed university. Suddenly, a low rumble accompanies the arrival of an ice blue sports car, which swiftly glides into view, captivating the attention of passers-by. For these students, such a vehicle is undeniably a dazzling spectacle. Those with an understanding of automobiles are particularly astounded by the car's value, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Amidst the myriad of envious and fervent gazes, the ice blue sports car comes to a halt at the gates of Magic City University of Abilities. Subsequently, a young woman and a young man disembark from the vehicle. The young woman possesses a slender figure and stunningly beautiful features, yet it is her long, waist-length silvery hair that truly captivates onlookers. The young man beside her is tall and robust, his visage exuding a sense of steadiness and strength, with an underlying aura of danger that commands respect. Wow, what a handsome guy. Is he also a student at Magic City University of Abilities? The tall figure, imbued with a commanding presence, certainly leaves a lasting impression. Regrettably, it appears he has a girlfriend, and an exceptionally lovely one at that. Many young women cast ardent glances toward the young man, but upon noticing the exquisite young woman beside him, they instinctively feel a sense of inadequacy. In contrast, some spirited male students, after glancing at the curvaceous figure of the young woman nearby, direct envious looks toward the young man. As Su Jingming stands before the expansive gates of Magic City University of Abilities, a sense of nostalgia washes over him. A month and a half ago, he departed from here as a rank 1 adept. Now, upon his return, his strength has undergone a transformative change. Jiang Chuxian beside him also wears an expression of reflection. Had fate not smiled upon her and allowed her to encounter her senior, she would have long since perished in the wilderness and never returned. Senior, let us proceed. Jiang Chuxian presses the car key, and the ice blue sports car automatically heads toward the university's garage. Both Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian stride into the campus. Senior, which district is your dormitory in? District 3. District 3 seems to be the more central area, right? I'm in District 2, which is somewhat further out. District 2 is closer. Allow me to escort you back to your dormitory. As they traverse the campus, they soon arrive at the front of Villa 103 in District 2, where Jiang Chuxian resides. Senior, let us part ways here. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. At the Villa's entrance, Jiang Chuxian expresses a hint of reluctance. Despite having known Su Jingming for only a few days, the 3 times he saved her life have left an indelible mark on her heart. All right, I shall certainly trouble you if the opportunity arises. Su Jingming responds with a smile. It's a promise, Jiang Chuxian nods. Yet, in the next moment, she unexpectedly leans closer, her toes slightly lifting as she brings her lovely face near. A delicate fragrance wafts into Su Jingming's nostrils, and he feels a soft, warm touch on his left cheek. Before he can react, Jiang Chuxian shyly stands before him, her beauty accentuated by her flowing silver hair. This is just a small token of gratitude for saving my life, she says, her face blooming like a rose. Senior, until we meet again. With that, without waiting for Su Jingming's response, she gracefully sprints into the villa. Did I just get kissed? Su Jingming stares at the slender figure that swiftly disappears into the villa, momentarily stunned, before shaking his head and turning to leave. After all, it was a rather pleasant experience. Xianxian, you're back. Yes, I'm just heading to my room. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuxian, having dashed into the villa, pays no heed to her roommate's calls, racing up to the second-floor bedroom and diving into her bed. It takes a while for her racing heart to gradually calm down. Right, speaking of checking my senior's information, I can do that now. Jiang Chuxian sits at her computer, first accessing the school's official forum and entering Su Jingming's name in the search bar. A person of such formidable strength as her senior would surely not be obscure. Indeed, a series of posts regarding Su Jingming appear on the screen. However, the content is quite different from what she had anticipated. They discuss how a freshman broke records and is the strongest among rank 1s. How peculiar. Why are all the topics centered around freshmen? Jiang Chuxian furrows her brows, patiently clicking through the posts one by one. After perusing for over 10 minutes, she is taken aback to discover that Su Jingming is, in fact, a freshman who just completed the martial arts college entrance examination this year. Senior, so you're a freshman. Jiang Chuxian's expression is one of astonishment, followed by a strange murmur. But a rank 2 adept freshman is rather outrageous, isn't it? Chapter 83, Summary. Abundant gains. Upon entering the school, Jiang Chuxian promptly returned the Dark Cloud Gale Spear. Thus, Su Jingming made his way back to his villa, number 32 in District 3, with the spear slung over his shoulder. With a click, he inserted the key into the lock, turning it slightly to open the door. A swift glance reveals that the villa's first floor is empty, while sounds emanate from the training room. Aware that Lu Wentao is training, Su Jingming refrains from disturbing him, ascending to the second floor with his backpack and spear. After placing the Dark Cloud Gale Spear on the weapon rack in the training room, Su Jingming begins to organize the items in his tactical backpack. Although he had sold numerous beast materials at the source water supply base, he still possesses items necessary for completing his school tasks. The flame flower is required for an A-level task, while the 20 pieces of rank 3 Gale Wolf pelts are for a B-level task. School tasks can be accepted online, but the materials must be verified in person at the task building. The task building closes at 9 in the evening, with it currently being 6:30 in the afternoon. He has ample time to submit his task materials later. The materials extracted from his tactical backpack are not numerous, so Su Jingming conveniently stores them in his spatial ring. Additionally, he discovers the B-level battle suit that was shattered during the eruption of the Thunder Extreme State in the cave, leaving his upper body in tatters. The battle suit cost me over 10 million, Su Jingming lamented internally. In order to minimize restrictions on the actions of the ability users, the suits are custom-made according to the physical attributes of each user. Although they do possess a certain degree of elasticity, the transformation of his physique upon activating the Thunder Extreme State was simply too significant. This level of elasticity could hardly withstand it. It seems that next time, I should purchase a specialized suit designed for users with the ability to enlarge. Otherwise, who can endure the loss of a suit after every battle? It is worth mentioning that during his escape from the Rat Tide, Su Jingming also activated the Thunder Extreme State, but this time, it was a regular shirt that he tore apart. When he awakened from the large bed in the supply base, he found himself clad in a bathrobe prepared by the guest room. It remained uncertain whether it was the staff of the base or Jiang Chuxian who had changed him. Soon, Su Jingming finished organizing his belongings and opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, 2nd tier upper. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 1321 Chi Blood. Mentality, 987 Hz. Skills, Marksmanship, Master. Fist Technique, Intermediate. Thunder Spear, Advanced. Chain Thunder Gun, Intermediate. Thunder Flash, Advanced. Thunder Prison, Intermediate. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced. Body Refinement, Indestructible Thunder Body, 3rd level. Ability points, 3712. Regrettably, if it weren't for the encounter with the Rat Tide, he could have harvested even more ability points. Su Jingming shook his head slightly, but with over 3,700 ability points, it should be sufficient to learn 2 S-level combat techniques, right? After submitting the task materials, he planned to visit the combat technique library. For Su Jingming, this expedition to the wilderness area had undoubtedly yielded exceptionally fruitful results. Not only had his level and combat techniques seen substantial enhancement, but he had also acquired 2 1 cubic meter spatial rings. Additionally, he still had nearly 25 million on his bank card. By consuming these resources, his strength could further improve. Su Jingming silently reflected. He then took a quick shower in the bathroom before descending to the 2nd floor, feeling refreshed. Brother Ming, you're back? Upon reaching the living room, he encountered Lu Wentao, who was wearing loose training clothes and emerging from the training room. Just arrived, Su Jingming replied with a smile. Compared to when he had left, Lu Wentao's appearance had not changed much, though he seemed a shade darker. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? I could have prepared a welcome feast for you tonight. Lu Wentao jested, glancing at the time. But there's still time. I can get it ready quickly. What welcome feast? I just returned from the wilderness, not from prison. Su Jingming retorted with a laugh. Let's head to the cafeteria. I need to grab a bite too. I was just thinking of preparing a feast to welcome you back. But it's good that you're back, Lu Wentao said. A few days ago, I heard that a rat tide broke out in the source water wilderness area. I tried calling you several times, but it showed you were out of service. I was worried something had happened to you. Lu Wentao sighed in relief. This rat tide had even prompted the school to issue a notice, stating that many senior students who had been training there encountered trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about it. Indeed, a rat tide had erupted in the source water wilderness area. However, military and ability user squads were stationed there, and it wouldn't be long before the situation was resolved. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. During that time, he had been in slumber, keeping his phone within the spatial ring. Hence others couldn't reach him. That's good. The sooner the rat tide is dealt with, the better, Lu Wentao remarked. Then he intended to accompany Su Jingming to the cafeteria. Suddenly, he paused, sensing that Su Jingming's aura was remarkably potent, nearly on par with the school's senior students. After a careful assessment, his eyes widened in astonishment. What the heck? Brother Ming, you've broken through to the 2nd tier? To be precise, I've reached the second tier upper, Su Jingming confirmed with a nod. Providing a brief explanation, I encountered several life and death crises, but fortunately, I not only escaped but also achieved a breakthrough. While there were indeed life-threatening moments, the rapid level up was primarily due to the influence of the Deep Blue system. Of course, had he not diligently hunted fierce beasts, he wouldn't have accumulated such an abundance of ability points. Second tier upper? Lu Wentao was astounded, taking a while to process it before giving a thumbs up. As expected of Brother Ming, you can't be measured by common standards. If it were someone else, I wouldn't believe they could ascend from first tier upper to second tier upper in just over a month. But with an extraordinary talent like Su Jingming, it seems plausible. Can life and death crises really enhance strength so rapidly? Now I'm tempted to try my luck in the wilderness area, Lu Wentao mused. Having been stuck at the first tier upper for nearly half a year, watching Su Jingming return from the wilderness and directly advance a significant tier ignited a spark of desire within him. Don't even think about it. I'm an exception. The wilderness area is perilous. It's best to wait until you reach the second tier, Su Jingming promptly cautioned. In truth, had it not been for the Deep Blue system's need for ability points, he wouldn't have rushed into the wilderness area so eagerly. I was just saying that I won't be heading to the wilderness area at this stage, Lu Wentao chuckled. Su Jingming possessed an S-level ability and had the Dean of the Weapon Academy personally instructing him. Just because he survived over a month in the wilderness didn't mean Lu Wentao could do the same. Especially with this recent rat tide, many senior students had perished, while Su Jingming had returned unscathed, which spoke volumes. He doubted he could achieve the same terrifying growth even if he ventured into the wilderness area. By the way, Brother Ming, when you left, didn't you tell Song Qiuyun about your trip to the wilderness area? Lu Wentao suddenly inquired. Song Qiuyun. Su Jingming paused in surprise, then nodded. I only mentioned my trip to the wilderness area to you and the teacher. No wonder. Lu Wentao suddenly realized, scratching his head. She visited our villa looking for you a few times, but I told her you weren't around. Later, when I mentioned you were in the wilderness area, she seemed quite surprised. He secretly wished that such a stunning beauty as Song Qiuyun would come looking for him instead. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Song Qiuyun came looking for me. Su Jingming nodded slightly, thinking he would ask her if she needed anything when they next met. Following that, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao went to the cafeteria for a meal. They soon parted ways, with Su Jingming heading to the task building to submit all the task materials he had on hand. The 3B level tasks merely required him to kill second tier and third tier fierce beasts and collect their materials. However, the A-level task necessitated a rare A-level flame flower. A-level peculiar flowers were inherently scarce, and Su Jingming had initially planned to abandon this task. But then he fortuitously discovered the flame flower among the rare flora in the cave. Thus, he successfully submitted all 3 B-level tasks and 1 A-level task, ultimately earning 871 credit points. Among them, the A-class task offered the most substantial reward of a staggering 540 credits. Of course, such an A-class blazing flower would fetch a price of 6 million outside. However, the purchasing power of credits surpasses that of the Daxia currency, making the exchange quite comparable. After submitting the task, Su Jingming initially intended to pay a visit to his teacher, Yang Zhentian. Unfortunately, his attempts to reach the teacher via phone proved futile. And only after contacting the villa did he learn from the butler, Fu Bo, that the teacher had left the school a few days prior and had yet to return. Consequently, after ending the call, Su Jingming turned directly towards the martial arts library. The long-awaited S-class martial arts techniques were finally within his grasp. Chapter 84, Double S-class martial arts techniques. Thunderbolt Arts. Infernal Thunder Armor. Welcome, Su Jingming. Greeted the female librarian at the front desk of the martial arts library with a gentle warmth, acknowledging his S-class status. Upon explaining his purpose, he was swiftly escorted to a private reading room, just as he had been on his previous visit. Eva, please filter out all S-class martial arts techniques related to the thunder element, Su Jingming said, settling onto the sofa and poking the light blue orb on the table. Although this was a holographic projection with no physical form, Eva still responded to external stimuli. Soon, an angry emoticon appeared on the round orb, accompanied by a somewhat endearing voice declaring, "Poke me again, and Eva will get angry." This little creature certainly displayed a quick shift in emotions, prompting a smile from Su Jingming. At times, he found himself pondering whether this top-tier artificial intelligence, responsible for managing all aspects of the Magic City Ability University, might indeed be a real person behind the scenes, given its remarkably authentic emotional responses. Speaking of which, the technological explosion on Blue Star seemed to have occurred just a few centuries ago, shortly after fearsome beasts appeared and humanity gained supernatural abilities. It made him wonder if there was a connection among these events. He could inquire about it during his next visit to Teacher Yang. Not lingering too long on these thoughts, Su Jingming turned his attention to the holographic projection of the filtered list of S-Class Thunder-related martial arts techniques floating before him. 1. Thunderbolt Seal. S-Class condenses Thunder-related supernatural abilities into a seal that unleashes massive electrical damage. Note: this technique is limited to individuals with C-Class Thunder abilities or above, and requires practitioners of at least second-tier abilities. 2. Thunder Fist. S-Class maximizes the release of the practitioner's Thunder abilities, concentrating them into a punch. Note: this technique is limited to individuals with B-Class Thunder abilities or above, and requires practitioners of at least third-tier abilities. 3. Thunder Prison. S-Class forms an impenetrable electric barrier around the enemy, while continuously striking them with lightning. Note: this technique is limited to individuals with B-Class Thunder abilities or above, and requires practitioners of at least third-tier abilities. S-Class martial arts techniques are exceedingly rare, even at the esteemed Magic City Ability University. Only a little over 20 S-Class Thunder techniques have been cataloged. Among these, nearly 10 techniques require practitioners to be at least third-tier to learn. Thus, the selection of S-Class techniques available for Su Jingming to study was reduced to just over 10, though this was still a considerable number. In contrast, other ordinary ability universities might not even possess a single S-Class Thunder technique. The significance of S-Class martial arts techniques is paramount to the enhancement of my combat prowess, necessitating careful selection. Taking a deep breath, Su Jingming meticulously scrutinized the descriptions of the techniques on the list. From time to time, he requested that the staff bring him the original manuals for further detailed reading and comparison. If he were an ordinary student spending a vast amount of credits to acquire an S-Class technique, it would be impossible for him to compare it with other manuals. However, Su Jingming, possessing S-Class privileges, enjoyed free access to all martial arts techniques and could compare multiple manuals simultaneously. After an hour of diligent evaluation, Su Jingming finally narrowed it down to 2 manuals: Thunderbolt Arts and Infernal Thunder Armor. Thunderbolt Arts. S-Class utilizes one's own thunder abilities, blending them with natural lightning to summon thunder in a specified direction. Note: practitioners must possess at least second-tier abilities and A-Class supernatural powers. The technique's power will be enhanced during thunderstorm conditions. Infernal Thunder Armor. S-Class crafts armor from the practitioner's own lightning, forming a defensive layer around the body. Note: practitioners must possess at least second-tier abilities and A-Class supernatural powers. Both techniques are among the finest S-Class martial arts techniques currently available to me. One leans towards ranged magical strikes, while the other is tailored for close-quarter combat. Practitioners with enhancement-type abilities often find themselves limited to close combat. In contrast, elemental or nature-based practitioners, such as those wielding thunder or ice abilities, can opt for either magical techniques or close combat routes. This distinction corresponds to the Elemental Academy and the Weapon Academy at the Magic City Ability University. Typically, individuals choose to pursue one path exclusively due to the immense energy and time investment required to learn martial arts techniques. Without specialization in a single route, one risks falling into an awkward predicament of being neither here nor there. This holds true even for the prodigies at the Magic City Ability University. However, Su Jingming was different. As long as he possessed sufficient ability points, he could master all techniques in an instant, rendering concerns about energy and time costs irrelevant. Consequently, when it comes to the routes of martial arts techniques and close combat, Su Jingming's answer is simple: he desires them all. Naturally, his primary focus remains on close combat with a spear. Additionally, there is another reason for choosing Thunderbolt Arts as one of the S-Class techniques for this learning session. It serves as the prerequisite technique for the SSS class technique. Myriad Prison Thunder Call. The so-called Myriad Prison Thunder Call unleashes thousands of bolts of thunder over a sustained duration within a specified area. Failing to learn the S-Class Thunderbolt Arts would exponentially increase the difficulty of mastering the SSS class Myriad Prison Thunder Call. As the only SSS class thunder technique at the Magic City Ability University, Su Jingming is determined to learn it. Thus, it is entirely necessary to first study the S-Class Thunderbolt Arts. Furthermore, to utilize the Deep Blue system for skill enhancement, one must possess a foundational understanding of the techniques. Otherwise, knowing merely the name of the skill would be insufficient for enhancement. With this in mind, Su Jingming opened the manual for Thunderbolt Arts and began to read intently. As an S-Class martial arts technique, Thunderbolt Arts is profoundly intricate, even more so than the S-Class physical technique Indestructible Thunder Body. It not only involves the coordination of mental strength with one's own thunder abilities, but also requires the invocation of natural lightning from the environment. Due to its complexity, Su Jingming spent over 6 hours reading the manual 2 or 3 times before achieving a preliminary understanding of this technique. My goodness, this technique is so convoluted. If I were to rely solely on my own efforts, it would take me at least half a year to master. Setting the manual aside, Su Jingming rubbed his temples, fatigue evident in his eyes. Reading this martial arts manual proved to be even more arduous than the sleepless nights spent poring over foreign academic literature during his doctoral studies in his past life. Fortunately, he has now gained a preliminary understanding of this martial art technique. From this point forward, he could simply leave the rest to the system. Deep Blue. Enhance my abilities. With 1,600 ability points, he unlocked the basic level of the Heavenly Thunder technique. In an instant, Su Jingming grasped the release techniques associated with the S-level martial art. Realizing how the Heavenly Thunder was unleashed, his eyes sparkled with excitement. But being in the reading room was clearly not an ideal place to experiment with such powers. Once he exited the martial arts library, he could find an unoccupied space to try it out. However, he was astonished to discover that the ability points required to learn an S-level martial art were an astounding 1,600. Thankfully, he had enough points. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to learn 2 S-level techniques. Su Jingming exhaled a heavy sigh. At that moment, the ever-watchful holographic Eva interjected, "Young master. It is currently 1 o'clock in the morning. Please manage your time wisely." It was already quite late. Frowning slightly, Su Jingming decided to postpone learning the other S-level technique until tomorrow. It had taken him over 6 hours to achieve a basic understanding of the Heavenly Thunder technique. Given his current mental fatigue, learning the Infernal Thunder Armor would likely require even more time. Since he was already back at school, there was no need to sacrifice another sleepless night for study. Thus, after summoning a staff member to return the martial arts manual, Su Jingming rose to leave the library. Outside the martial arts library, the night sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, and a crescent moon hung low on the horizon. The pure moonlight emanating from it was even brighter than the streetlights. The martial arts library of the Magic City Ability University was open all night for students. Although it was past 1 in the morning, Su Jingming still spotted several fellow students departing the library alongside him. Additionally, a few stragglers were heading this way, clearly intent on pulling an all-nighter. Such was the academic atmosphere of a prestigious institution. Su Jingming nodded slightly, preparing to step outside when suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the sky. Caw! The shrill sound reverberated, causing Su Jingming's eardrums to throb with discomfort. Nearby students gasped in astonishment, hastily covering their ears. Instinctively, Su Jingming looked up to the heavens. Illuminated by the moonlight, he beheld a fearsome creature with glossy black feathers and a collar of white plumage, a majestic bird of prey. The black-feathered eagle with a white ring. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. This avian beast dared not soar over urban skies during the day, preferring to flaunt its prowess under the cover of night. He had previously heard its cries several times during his nights at the villa. Judging by the speed of the black-feathered eagle, it had a rank of approximately 3. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Jingming. This could serve as a perfect opportunity to test my Heavenly Thunder technique. Without hesitation, Su Jingming focused his mental energy, channeling it according to the S-level martial arts prescribed methods. Simultaneously, the SSS Divine Thunder was summoned forth. Crackle! A thin layer of bluish-purple lightning enveloped his body, flickering and dancing in an erratic rhythm. As the lightning surged, ominous thunder rumbled from the night sky, echoing in a manner that seemed to respond to the crackling energy. Boom, boom. Why is it suddenly thundering? It doesn't look like rain is imminent. In the square in front of the martial arts library, the stunned students who had just recovered from the black-feathered eagle's piercing cry looked up in astonishment. Beneath the starry sky, the moon shone brightly, clearly illuminating the black-feathered eagle circling high above. There were no clouds in sight. Where was this thunder coming from? Just then, Su Jingming, surrounded by crackling lightning, also raised his gaze. His attention fixated on the black-feathered eagle, he slowly exhaled, Heavenly Thunder technique. Boom! The night sky suddenly blazed with light as a terrifying force descended. A bolt of blue-purple lightning cleaved through the heavens. It struck the soaring black-feathered eagle. The creature, renowned for its formidable defense and non-conductive feathers, along with the robust physique inherent to a third-tier beast, would typically withstand natural lightning unscathed. However, the instant this supernatural lightning made contact, it transformed from a powerful third-tier beast into nothing more than a fragile plaything of sand. It didn't even have the chance to emit a cry of distress before vanishing into the ether. Crackle! Only then did the deafening sound of thunder roll in from the distance. Ding! You have slain a mid-tier black-feathered eagle, gaining 34 ability points. The system notification echoed in Su Jingming's mind, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. This is the S-level Heavenly Thunder technique. He marveled at the technique's potency, surpassing his expectations. He had initially thought the lightning would merely strike the black-feathered eagle down, but to his astonishment, it annihilated the beast completely. Although the Heavenly Thunder technique required a few seconds of casting time, its overwhelming power was undeniably worth it. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. As a second-tier upper-level ability user, without employing martial arts, the extent of his SSS Divine Thunder's reach was merely around 15 meters. However, the basic Heavenly Thunder technique boasted a casting range of nearly 1,000 meters. This meant that any adversary entering his 1,000-meter radius could be targeted for a long-range strike. Moreover, as his proficiency and level increased, the attack range of the Heavenly Thunder technique could expand even further. He noted to himself that the technique consumed a considerable amount of energy. This single use had depleted nearly a quarter of his ability reserves. Of course, this was a common drawback of advanced martial techniques. Once his level increased, such concerns would be mitigated. Having tested the Heavenly Thunder's power, it was time to retire to his dormitory for some much-needed rest. Yawning, Su Jingming turned to leave. Meanwhile, the remaining students in the square were still reeling from the sudden bolt of lightning. A thunderclap from a clear sky. It completely obliterated the black feathered eagle. Which high-tier lightning ability user unleashed that? They were in disbelief, considering it was a third-tier beast. Due to Su Jingming's subtle movements during the technique's execution, the few students present did not suspect him. Only a tall, slender youth observed Su Jingming's departing figure with a contemplative expression. The following day, Su Jingming rose early. After a restful night, his mind felt remarkably clear. I should be able to grasp the other S-level technique, the Infernal Thunder Armor, in just 4 hours. After completing his morning routine and enjoying breakfast, an optimistic Su Jingming descended to the second floor. Brother Ming, you're out so early. On the first floor, Lu Wentao sat on the living room sofa, munching on a piece of bread. I'm just heading to the combat techniques library, Su Jingming replied with a smile. Having just returned from the wilderness zone, his diligence was almost beyond human limits. Lu Wentao couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration as he watched Su Jingming's tall figure hurry away. In the wilderness zone, one must remain perpetually alert to guard against ferocious beasts. Maintaining such a heightened state of vigilance for extended periods can lead to serious issues. As a result, many ability users, once they leave the wilderness zone, choose to unwind in ways that please them, be it through extravagant shopping sprees, reveling in nightclubs, or indulging in luxurious massages and foot baths. Even those without preferred leisure activities typically take a few days off to relax their minds. Yet Su Jingming was different. There was no trace of relaxation to be found in him. Lu Wentao had been practicing his ability training method on the living room sofa until past midnight. But he hadn't waited for Su Jingming's return. He had assumed that after spending so late in the combat techniques library last night, Su Jingming would surely take the morning to rest a bit. Yet here he was, rushing out before 7 o'clock. No, after breakfast, I'll train too, Lu Wentao thought, feeling a surge of motivation as he hastened to finish his bread. Outside the dormitory, perhaps due to the impending start of the semester, the dormitories in Area 3, designated for first-year students, were nearly filled to capacity. Although it was still early, several groups of students were already seen strolling together along the streets. Today was August 28th, and the opening ceremony would officially take place on September 1st, meaning the new students had mostly arrived. The opening ceremony at the Magic City Ability University is held annually, exclusively for newly admitted first-year students. The faculty typically refrain from excessive rhetoric, focusing primarily on the upcoming freshman competition. Su Jingming had learned this from his senior, Lu Ming. Speaking of which, during his last phone call with the teacher, he heard that Lu Ming had gone to the southwest to participate in a battle, and he wondered how things were faring for him now. Su Jingming held a deep respect for Lu Ming, who had dedicated over a month to training alongside him. All right, after I finish my combat training, I'll call my senior again. I wasn't able to get through last time. Perhaps I'll have better luck this time. Shaking his head, Su Jingming pushed these thoughts aside and continued walking along the path. As he neared the exit of the dormitory area, the number of students on the road steadily increased. These were mostly fresh faces, some of whom had only just enrolled the previous day. Despite having endured the rigorous entrance examinations for the martial arts program, they were still just around 18 years old, young and curious, glancing around and chatting merrily with their roommates, filled with anticipation for the opening ceremony and their future academic lives. In stark contrast, after spending over a month in the wilderness zone, having taken 5 lives and faced the life-and-death crisis of a rat tide, Su Jingming's demeanor was calm and composed, rendering him somewhat out of place. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, he appeared even more conspicuous among a crowd where the average height was around 5 feet 7. However, this did not attract any unusual attention. Rather, it sparked hushed discussions among some of the new female students, who occasionally stole glances in his direction. Su Jingming remained unfazed, his steps steady as he moved forward. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar, graceful figure amidst the throng of students ahead. Is that Song Qiuyun? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. It wasn't that he was intentionally paying attention. Rather, her elegant silhouette was hard to forget after their first encounter. Compared to the other girls around, her distinct features stood out prominently. The girl Su Jingming had noticed seemed to sense his gaze and turned around, revealing a delicate oval face. Indeed, it was Song Qiuyun, whom he hadn't seen in over a month. Upon recognizing Su Jingming, a look of surprise brightened her fair complexion, and her dazzling smile, reminiscent of blooming flowers, left some nearby male students momentarily stunned. "Classmate Su, it's been a while. When did you return?" she inquired, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him. "Just yesterday," Su Jingming replied with a smile. "So, you've been in the wilderness zone for about a month and a half. That's quite a long time," Song Qiuyun remarked, her tone laced with admiration. She then blinked her clear eyes and continued, "You remember that you promised to spar with me, right?" Song Qiuyun was quite earnest, eager to uncover the source of the feral aura surrounding Su Jingming. Unfortunately, he had been absent from school for over a month, leaving her without an opportunity to engage in a friendly competition. "Spar?" Su Jingming was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had indeed made that promise on the day he left Magic City Ability University. "But are you sure you want to spar with me?" "Why not? I am the top student from Sichuan province. Don't underestimate me." Song Qiuyun raised her eyebrows slightly. With a population exceeding 80 million, Sichuan province, like Jiangnan province, is renowned for its educational prowess. Each year, around 400,000 students participate in the martial arts entrance examination. For Song Qiuyun to emerge as the top student among that vast number attests to her formidable strength. A month ago, Su Jingming might have found such an opponent intriguing. However, now that he had reached the second order, sparring with Song Qiuyun, who was merely at the first order, would be tantamount to bullying her. Nevertheless, having already given his word, Su Jingming was not one to go back on his promises. "All right, I understand. Let us find a time later to spar." He nodded. "Later? We can do it right now." Song Qiuyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course, if you have pressing matters, we can always do it another time," she added with a radiant smile. Su Jingming noted her decisive nature, a testament to her Sichuan roots. Yet, since it was merely a matter of convenience, he saw no reason to decline. "All right then, where shall we go? The combat arena? No need for such formality. We can just use the training room on the second floor of your dormitory," Song Qiuyun suggested. Upon hearing Su Jingming's agreement, her eyes lit up. "Great, but your attire?" Su Jingming hesitated. Song Qiuyun was currently wearing a floral dress, which would surely be inappropriate for a spar. "Why don't you wait in your dorm while I change into my combat gear?" Eager for the impending match, Song Qiuyun swiftly made her way back to her dormitory, her long strides conveying her enthusiasm. "Is sparring with me truly that exciting?" Su Jingming pondered, perplexed. When he returned to Villa 32, Lu Wentao had just finished his bread and looked at him in confusion. "Brother Ming, why are you back?" "As Song Qiuyun is scheduled to seek me out for a sparring session, I shall return to await her," Su Jingming explained. "Song Qiuyun?" Lu Wentao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "During the time you were away, it seems she visited the villa a few times, likely with the intention of sparring with you." Upon hearing this, Su Jingming could not help but smile. "So, it appears this is not her first attempt to engage with me. This Song Qiuyun must be quite the combat enthusiast," he mused, stroking his chin. "Given the current circumstances of the project, this seems highly probable. But hasn't Song Qiuyun noticed that you've broken through to the second tier?" Lu Wentao inquired curiously. "She probably hasn't, otherwise she wouldn't be so eager to spar with me now." Su Jingming shook his head. While practitioners of supernatural abilities can generally sense changes in one another's aura, they cannot precisely discern the rank. For instance, last night, Lu Wentao sensed his own advancement to the second tier, yet he could not determine that he was at the upper tier of the second level. Furthermore, without employing mental power for sensing, one would remain oblivious to any alterations in aura. Song Qiuyun likely did not utilize her mental faculties to probe. "I see." Lu Wentao nodded, then eagerly asked, "Brother Ming, may I watch the match?" Of course, Su Jingming did not refuse. "Wonderful." Lu Wentao's eyes sparkled. In Sichuan province, Song Qiuyun is renowned as a prodigious talent. Since her awakening of supernatural powers at the age of 16, she has consistently surpassed all the other geniuses in Sichuan. The 6th high school in Rongqing, where he studies, has long been overshadowed by Song Qiuyun's brilliance. If he could witness her experiencing a setback, he would relish the chance to boast to his high school classmates upon returning to Sichuan during the holidays. "The man who defeated the prodigious Song Qiuyun is my roommate." Meanwhile, in another part of the villa, as Song Qiuyun returned to her dormitory, she was met with inquiries from her roommate, Qi Dongxia. "You're back. But weren't you headed to the center of Magic City?" "Su Jingming has returned, and we've arranged to spar shortly," Song Qiuyun replied. "Su Jingming is back." Qi Dongxiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "Did he discover that you've advanced to the second tier?" "Not at all," Song Qiuyan smiled. She had broken through to the lower tier of the second level a few days prior, and aside from her roommate and teachers, no one else was aware. Thus, she intentionally restrained her aura to prevent Su Jingming from noticing any anomalies. Though this spar was primarily to uncover the reason behind Su Jingming's beastly aura, she was equally intrigued by his personal abilities. It is rare for the Great Xia Empire to produce an S-class supernatural ability, and she wondered if, with a significant tier advantage, she could potentially defeat him. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with anticipation. Over 2 months had passed since the enrollment, and the new students were no longer entirely ignorant of each other. Notably, the news of Su Jingming possessing an S-class lightning ability had been revealed on the student forum over a month ago, leaving many new students astounded. With Lei Zhou regretting his earlier provocations the most. Had he known Su Jingming possessed an S-class ability, he would never have dared to challenge him. Additionally, as the top scholar of Sichuan province, Song Qiuyun held her own pride. She wished to personally assess the caliber of Su Jingming, the awakened S-class supernatural wielder. Of course, she was aware that she could not defeat him at the same tier, but with a significant tier advantage, the outcome was uncertain. "Qiuyun, go for it. I'll accompany you over there shortly," Qi Dongxiao encouraged, despite her admiration for Su Jingming's looks. Naturally, she chose to support her friend in battle. Moreover, she was curious to see how the typically composed Su Jingming would react upon discovering that Song Qiuyun had reached the lower tier of the second level. That would surely be amusing. Just then, the doorbell of Villa 32 chimed. "They must have arrived," Su Jingming said, rising from the sofa to open the door. Since his previous B-grade battle suit had been rendered unusable, he now wore an earlier D-grade suit. Upon opening the door, he found Song Qiuyun and Qi Dongxiao standing there. To the left, Qi Dongxiao was dressed in casual attire, while to the right, Song Qiuyun donned a silver-white battle suit. Her already admirable figure, encased in the form-fitting silver attire, accentuated her curvaceous form and elongated legs. Coupled with her charming visage, she exuded an irresistible allure. This confirmed Su Jingming's belief. Indeed, Song Qiuyun's physique surpassed that of Jiang Chuxian, resembling a perfectly ripe peach. "We've arrived." Song Qiuyun's beautiful eyes glimmered with fervent combat spirit. "Su classmate, long time no see. I hope you won't suffer too great a defeat today. Are you so certain I will lose?" Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. "Let us head upstairs." In the training room on the second floor, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun stood 6 meters apart, facing each other. The dark cloud gale gun was already grasped firmly in Su Jingming's hand, while Song Qiuyun had yet to reveal her weapon. "You cannot defeat me without a weapon," Su Jingming remarked with a faint smile. "A weapon? I certainly have one," Song Qiuyun replied with a radiant smile, her ring of space glimmering momentarily. Subsequently, a Fangtian Huaji materialized out of thin air, landing heavily in her grasp. The spearhead and blade gleamed ominously under the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The Fangtian Huaji, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, was robust, forming a striking contrast against Song Qiuyun's slender, graceful figure. The Fangtian Huaji? Su Jingming was slightly taken aback. His long gun was already considered a rather obscure weapon, but this weapon was even more rare, particularly in the hands of a delicate maiden. Hee. In the corner of the training room, Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxia, acting as spectators, shared mischievous smiles. "Brother Ming, Qiuyun, is bound to win. Su classmate, are you ready to begin? This time, I intend to thoroughly defeat you." Block. The Fangtian Huaji was thrust into the ground with a resounding thud. The entire training room, constructed from E-grade alloy, was exceptionally sturdy and typically impervious to damage. The heavy sound that echoed from the Fangtian Huaji striking the alloy floor suggested that its weight exceeded 100 kilograms. It was hard to fathom how such a heavy weapon could be wielded by Song Qiuyun's delicate hands. Simultaneously, an aura unique to second-tier practitioners erupted from her. Lower tier of the second level? So she has indeed broken through. No wonder she is so confident in her desire to defeat me. Su Jingming noted the change in Song Qiuyun's aura, a faint smile appearing on his ruggedly handsome face. However, over this past month, I have not been idle either. With that, a flurry of sounds erupted. Accompanied by the resounding crackle of vibrant thunder, the S-rank ability, the purple cloud Divine Thunder, manifested upon his corporeal form. At that moment, a presence surged forth, exponentially more potent than that of Song Qiuyun, erupting with overwhelming force. Second tier upper. How could this be possible? In the corner, Qi Dongxia's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though her entire worldview had been irrevocably altered. Just over a month ago, Su Jingming had only just ascended to the first tier upper. Logically, a breakthrough from first tier upper to second tier lower would require at least 4 to 5 months of arduous effort. Yet, in a mere span of over a month, Su Jingming had not only breached the second tier, but had astonishingly reached the second tier upper. Huh, I told you all along. Your Qiuyun stands no chance against our Minga, Lu Wentao declared, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. With the rank of second tier upper and the S rank ability, he could hardly fathom anyone among the freshmen capable of contending with Su Jingming. Not even this prodigious girl from Sichuan. Second tier upper? Song Qiuyun, too, was taken aback. She had hoped to leverage her rank to suppress Su Jingming, only to find herself utterly overwhelmed instead. Moreover, they were both provincial champions. How could his rate of advancement be so vastly superior? Well, do you wish to continue? Su Jingming inquired with a slight smile, the thunderous energy surrounding him pulsating with an indescribable sense of formidable pressure. Song Qiuyun bit her lip, caught in a dilemma. Should she persist? It would undoubtedly lead to a one-sided rout, perhaps even instantaneous annihilation. Yet, having come this far, she felt reluctant to concede so easily. After a moment's contemplation, she grit her teeth and nodded. Let us continue. But you mustn't exert yourself too much. She recalled the dire fate of Lei Zhou during their last bout in the arena. The arm that had been rendered useless, reportedly still not fully healed. Su Jingming nearly chuckled at her words. Truly, the provincial champion from Sichuan possessed both resilience and adaptability. Rest assured, I shall not initiate the attack. Merely come at me as you please. The Dark Cloud Gale spear was repositioned behind him. Should he take the offensive, intricate techniques would be unnecessary. A swift approach, a thrust of the spear, would suffice to subdue his opponent. In truth, he doubted any freshman could withstand such a straightforward combination. Even those other provincial champions would struggle, as his current prowess was more suited to contend with second and third year students. Engaging with this group of freshmen was akin to a sheer domination. Oh, Su, my dear classmate, I hope you won't come to regret your words, Song Qiuyun retorted, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Dawnlight. Boom. A soft golden radiance, reminiscent of the dawn, erupted from her graceful figure. This light was not blinding. Rather, it was warm and gentle, akin to a spring breeze. Yet beneath this comforting exterior lurked a subtle hint of danger. This was the A-rank light ability, Dawnlight. Su Jingming watched curiously as the luminous glow enveloped Song Qiuyun, aware that light abilities, like electricity, fell under the category of natural powers. The reason they did not belong to elemental powers was that the latter only encompassed the four fundamental elements: water, wind, fire, and earth. Other manifestations, such as thunder, light, and ice, were classified as natural abilities. Of course, while both were natural powers, light and thunder represented distinctly different abilities. Polearm technique, radiant light. With a delicate exclamation from Song Qiuyun, the halberd in her hand was cloaked in a layer of soft golden light, emanating a keen aura that was all the more piercing. An enhanced weapon technique. I see, Su Jingming mused, raising an eyebrow. Such techniques were relatively obscure. This was his first encounter with one. Without delay, Song Qiuyun charged forward. Her slender form wielding the hefty halberd appeared incongruous, yet exuded a peculiar sense of harmony. Polearm technique, gravity slash of radiant flames. The halberd blazed with brilliant light, rapidly enveloped by a fierce crimson flame. The blade traced a chilling arc through the air, descending fiercely towards Su Jingming. Block. Su Jingming merely swept his spear, effortlessly intercepting the formidable strike, his breathing rhythm remaining undisturbed. While utilizing light to summon flames was indeed a commendable technique, it lacked sufficient might. Su Jingming shook his head. The fire on the weapon would only erupt to inflict damage upon striking an adversary, yet Song Qiuyun's halberd had been deflected, thus losing its momentum for subsequent attacks. Impressive. In the corner, Lu Wentao cheered enthusiastically. Song Qiuyun's technique had triumphed over countless opponents in Sichuan, yet it was effortlessly thwarted by Su Jingming. Once more. Polearm technique, gale of radiant light. Unwilling to concede, Song Qiuyun unleashed a flurry of strikes with her halberd, the surrounding dawnlight coalescing into dozens of luminous blades. From a distance, it appeared as though countless phantoms were assailing Su Jingming. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of dense impacts rang out like a rapid-fire barrage. Yet Su Jingming simply wielded his spear, dismantling all assaults with ease. This won't do. Your halberd is too slow and lacks sufficient power. You must practice more. Su Jingming wore a carefree smile, his spear moving with the grace of a phantom, perfectly parrying each strike and luminous blade. This was the allure of master-level spear techniques. Through sheer skill, he could nullify the effects of her combat technique. While Su Jingming remained composed, Song Qiuyun found her breath growing increasingly ragged. Clang. At last, after another resounding collision, Song Qiuyun could no longer maintain her rapid strikes and retreated to the side, gasping for air, her chest rising and falling heavily. Her right hand, gripping the halberd, trembled slightly. The disparity was insurmountable. The Gale of Radiant Light was an A-rank combat technique capable of delivering continuous strikes, and within those fleeting 2 to 3 seconds. The combination of Dawnlight and her halberd had produced an astonishing number of slashes, over 100. An ordinary ability wielder would either evade or counter with a more powerful technique. However, Su Jingming had simply wielded his spear to withstand all those strikes. After some time, as Song Qianyun's breath steadied, she finally caught her breath and inquired, "Your proficiency with that spear, it must exceed mere advanced skill, wouldn't you say?" At the age of 8, her family had allowed her to choose a weapon, and she had immediately selected the uniquely designed halberd. Since then, she had practiced daily for a full decade, achieving an advanced level of proficiency. Yet even so, she could still sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Jingming's spear that rendered her utterly impotent. "You guessed correctly," Su Jingming grinned. "My spear technique is at a master level." Chapter 88. The astonishing background of Song Qianyun. Her cousin is arriving soon. Master-level spear technique? Song Qianyun was momentarily taken aback. The mastery of weapon techniques can be enhanced through relentless practice during the progression from beginner to advanced levels. However, to ascend to the master level, one must possess extraordinary talent. Su Jingming, at the tender age of 18, has already attained master-level marksmanship. Such talent is nothing short of astonishing. With an S-tier ability alongside his prodigious aptitude for cultivation and comprehension, how can one surpass him? Song Qianyun, with her delicate oval face, revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness. She withdrew her Fong Tianhua Ji into her spatial ring, conceding defeat with determination. "I admit my loss. I cannot compete with you." From the moment Su Jingming revealed his level, she knew her defeat was inevitable. Yet, the sheer magnitude of the defeat left her with a profound sense of frustration. After all, she was the top scholar among over 400,000 examinees in her province. To concede so easily? Aside from your polearm techniques, you must possess other light-based magical combat skills, right? Why not employ them as well? Su Jingming inquired with a smile. Song Qianyun's mentor is the dean of the Elemental Academy, so her offensive capabilities are naturally not limited to close combat. Let it be. It would be of little use. She shook her head. The potency of magical combat skills is heavily influenced by one's mental strength and the tier of their abilities. Su Jingming is at the second-tier upper level, which undoubtedly surpasses my own mental strength, and he possesses an S-tier ability. My other magical combat skills may not even breach your lightning defense. Why should I further invite hardship upon myself? Pausing for a moment, Song Qianyun then spoke cheerfully. However, while this was termed a spar, it seems you, classmate Su, have merely acted as a practice partner. How about this? I'll treat you to lunch at noon as compensation. What do you say? Sure, Su Jingming readily accepted. All right, see you at noon. Xia. Let us go? Regrettably, it seems that you, classmate Su, are indeed the stronger one. Until next time, Qianyun said with a giggle, then followed Song Qianyun as they departed. Once the two ladies had left, Lu Wentao, who had been lurking in the corner, hurried over, brimming with excitement. "Brother Ming, you truly are the strongest. What an achievement." As a fellow examinee from Sichuan province, he deeply understood the terror of Song Qianyun. In fact, many prodigies from Sichuan unanimously believed that Song Qianyun was simply unbeatable by anyone of her age. Yet now, that curse has finally been broken. Fortunately, Song Qianyun's strength isn't exceedingly formidable, Su Jingming remarked, placing the Dark Cloud Swiftwind spear back on the weapon rack. "Isn't that a sentiment only you would express?" "Brother Ming?" Lu Wentao replied, astounded. As the top scholar of Sichuan province, Song Qianyun's prowess undoubtedly ranks within the top 3 among this cohort of freshmen. Yet, her level has risen swiftly. She is already at the second-tier lower level. Su Jingming pondered thoughtfully. Even among the top tier of freshmen, it typically takes 2 to 3 months after the school year begins to reach the second tier. In comparison, Song Qianyun's progress is remarkably swift. Indeed, given Song Qianyun's lineage, such progress is quite normal. Lu Wentao chuckled mysteriously. "Brother Ming, you probably aren't aware of Song Qianyun's family background, are you?" "What? Is Song Qianyun's background extraordinary?" Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. "Absolutely." Lu Wentao nodded emphatically before continuing. "You must know Song Daoyuan from the history textbooks in high school, right? Song Qianyun is his great-granddaughter. Song Daoyuan, the 8th-tier grandmaster with an S-tier light ability? This formidable grandmaster was active 80 years ago. Unfortunately, he was severely injured in a battle against a ferocious beast, exhausting his potential and unable to break through to the 9th tier. High school history textbooks dedicate an entire chapter to Song Daoyuan. Indeed, that is him, Lu Wentao said with a smile. Although Grandmaster Song Daoyuan had many descendants, his exceptionally gifted great-granddaughter, Song Qianyun, received the most affection. From a young age, she has been nurtured with various non-toxic elixirs and rare herbs. Moreover, She has also practiced top-tier ability training techniques, making her rapid advancement entirely understandable. In Sichuan Province, Grandmaster Song Daoyuan, renowned for his S-tier ability, is a name that resonates far and wide. Many are aware of his great-granddaughter, Song Chiyun. Now it makes sense, Su Jingming remarked, realizing why Song Chiyun was so unabashedly extravagant during his last visit to the city center of Magic City. The large-capacity spatial ring capable of holding a 2-meter-long Fong Tianhua Ji indicated a significantly profound background. Upon learning of Song Chiyun's lineage, Su Jingming decided not to linger in the villa any longer and set off towards the combat technique library. As he anticipated, it took him merely 4 hours to grasp the cultivation method of the S-tier combat technique, the Netherworld Thunder Armor. Next, he utilized the Deep Blue system to continue allocating points. Ability points, 1400 Netherworld Thunder Armor, Beginner. In an instant, Su Jingming completely mastered this S-tier combat technique, which ordinary ability users would typically take over half a year to learn. Phew, after allocating points to the Netherworld Thunder Armor, I hardly have any ability points left. Su Jingming instinctively opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming level, 2nd tier upper ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 1321 Chi Blood. Mental Strength, 987 Hia. Skills, Marksmanship, Master. Heavenly Thunder Technique, Beginner. Netherworld Thunder Armor, Beginner. Fist Technique, Intermediate. Thunder Spear, Advanced. Chain Thunder Gun, Intermediate. Thunder Flash, Advanced. Thunder Prison, Intermediate. Lightning Galebreak, Advanced. Body Refinement, Indestructible Thunder Body, 3rd level. Ability Points, 712. The two S-tier combat techniques consumed a total of 3,000 ability points, leaving Su Jingming with only 712 points remaining. Lamentably, the Source Water Wilderness Zone will not be open for another 2 to 3 months. Where, then, can I hunt ferocious beasts to harvest ability points? Su Jingming furrowed his brows. As one of the most prosperous cities in the Great Xian Nation, the vicinity of Magic City lacks sufficient wilderness zones. The Source Water Wilderness Zone is the closest one to Magic City. Of course, as Magic City is coastal, there are plenty of ferocious beasts in the sea. Yet, the constraints of the ocean are too significant. Once he enters the sea, he would likely be unable to exert even a fraction of his full strength. Perhaps he could only use the Purple Sky Divine Thunder to zap the weaker marine beasts. However, currently, the reach of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder is merely around 15 meters, making it highly inefficient. Iva, open the map and search for wilderness zones near Magic City. With a hum, a holographic map materialized before Su Jingming. At the center of the map lay Magic City, with 3 illuminated points representing the 3 nearest wilderness zones. The first is the Source Water Wilderness Zone, while the other 2, slightly farther away, are the Yangqing Wilderness Zone and the Tongxiang Wilderness Zone. Situated approximately 140 kilometers north and south of Magic City, respectively. In the Tongan Wilderness Zone, the most formidable beasts merely reach the 3rd rank. While the number of these creatures is considerable, they remain remarkably dispersed. In contrast, the Yangqing Wilderness Zone bears a striking resemblance to the Yuanshui Wilderness Zone. Yet the apex of its beasts escalates to a formidable 6th rank, rendering it perilously dangerous. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jingming swiftly reached a resolution. Once the first week of classes concludes, he would venture into both wilderness areas. After all, being a prestigious institution, the courses offered should impart a wealth of knowledge. Naturally, if the curriculum proves to be subpar, Su Jingming would not hesitate to skip classes and dedicate that time to hunting beasts. Dingling. At that moment, his phone suddenly chimed. He retrieved it to find the caller ID displaying his aunt, Su Qingwan. His aunt? Su Jingming recalled that he had forgotten to call her after leaving the wilderness zone yesterday. He promptly tapped to answer. Oh, is the call connected? Xiaoming. Has your training camp concluded? The delighted voice of his aunt, Su Qingwan, resonated from the other end of the line. Yes, it just wrapped up yesterday. Oh, how was the training? Quite impressive, Su Jingming replied, engaging in a long-awaited casual chat with his aunt. It was during this conversation that he learned his cousin, Tang Qi, would arrive in Modu at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. All right, I shall pick up Qi Jia at the high-speed rail station then. A few minutes later, having just ended the call, Su Jingming, eager to test the prowess of the infernal thunder armor, received a phone call from his cousin, Tang Qi. Indeed, like mother, like daughter, their calls were sequential. Shaking his head, Su Jingming answered the call once more. Jingming, I'm right next to Mom. I just heard that your training has ended. Tang Qi's melodious voice rang through the telephone. Yes, it concluded just yesterday. The high school entrance exam training was exhausting enough. I can only imagine how taxing your training in Modu must be. There's no need for you to pick me up tomorrow. I'll come with my companions. No problem. I have no other plans for tomorrow anyway. Before his transmigration, due to his previous self's reclusive nature. His relationship with Tang Chi was neither particularly good nor bad. However, after moving to his aunt's Jinghu community post-transmigration, their rapport gradually blossomed with increased interaction. After chatting for a few minutes, Su Jingming ended the call. Now, he could finally attempt the S-rank combat skill he had recently learned. With a focused gaze, Su Jingming concentrated. Infernal Thunder Armor. Crackling sounds echoed as thunder roared, and the Xiao Divine Thunder swiftly enveloped his body. However, unlike before, this lightning did not merely dance across his skin, but rather coalesced at an astonishing pace into a magnificent blue-violet thunder armor. The armor, seemingly alive, pulsed with liquid-like thunder, crackling and jumping in a vibrant display. Encased within the armor, Su Jingming felt an unparalleled sense of security. The formation of the Infernal Thunder armor consumed nearly 1/5 of his energy, with a duration of approximately half an hour, quite commendable for endurance. Even if the armor sustained damage during combat, he could replenish it using the Xiao Divine Thunder without needing to reforge it. More importantly, the defensive capabilities of the armor surpassed that of conventional battle attire. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Typical battle garments are crafted from beast hides, renowned for their resilience, effectively preventing the claws of ferocious beasts from penetrating flesh. However, the impact force generated by a beast's claws, often exceeding tens of thousands of pounds, is something that standard battle attire cannot significantly mitigate. In comparison to these beasts, a human's physique is akin to that of an infant. Even if a battle garment can withstand tearing damage, the resulting impact force can still be lethal. This is precisely why even ability users don armor. They dare not confront a beast's claw strike head-on. Yet, the Infernal Thunder armor stands apart, capable of drastically reducing such impact forces. For instance, if a beast's claw strike generates an impact of 10,000 kilograms, the armor could diminish that to a mere 1,000 kilograms, affecting Su Jingming. A remarkable 90 reduction in impact force. This is the formidable allure of the S-rank skill, Infernal Thunder armor. Moreover, this is only at a preliminary level of proficiency. As his mastery increases, the reduction will further amplify. Of course, the armor does possess a threshold. Should the impact exceed this limit, the armor would shatter, and all force would be fully transmitted to his body. As for the current maximum impact the armor can withstand, Su Jingming would need to test it to ascertain. Additionally, the thunder coursing across the Infernal Thunder armor automatically retaliates against any assailants, effectively functioning as a counterattack mechanism. Su Jingming was thoroughly pleased. Once adorned, striking him would equate to striking oneself. No matter how one calculates, there is no loss. Furthermore, he already intended to wear battle attire. After the dual attenuation from the Infernal Thunder armor and the battle garment, whether the enemy's attack could inflict any harm upon his formidable body, cultivated to the third level of the indestructible Thunder body, remains to be seen. Activating the Thunder Extreme state, and subsequently forming the Infernal Thunder armor, he could only imagine the astonishing strength his defenses would attain. Su Jingming felt a flicker of anticipation. He then took out his phone to check the time, only to discover a recent message from his teacher, Yang Jintian. Come to the villa when you have time. The teacher has returned? Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he promptly rose from the reading room. The teacher's villa, building 23. Upon entering, he found the towering figure of Yang Jintian seated on the sofa, a steaming cup of tea resting on the table before him. Teacher, Su Jingming approached respectfully. Second rank upper tier. As expected, Yang Jintian, a 7th rank upper tier ability user with formidable mental prowess, immediately discerned the change in Su Jingming's rank and nodded with satisfaction. Have a seat. When did you return? Yesterday, Su Jingming replied with a smile as he settled into the chair opposite. Aside from your rank, it seems your other gains are quite substantial. Have you taken a life? Yang Jintian inquired with keen interest. If Su Jingming appeared somewhat naive before venturing into the wilderness, he now exuded an aura of sharpness and danger that was atypical for someone his age. Such an aura could not be forged merely through the slaughter of beasts. There was a small team intent on committing robbery. I turned the tables on them, Su Jingming succinctly explained. Then, with a thought, he retrieved a vial of Earth Spirit Spring from his spatial ring. By the way, teacher, I acquired some S-rank Earth Spirit Spring in the wilderness, 4 vials in total. Please accept this one. S-rank Earth Spirit Spring? Yang Jintian raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly. The Yuanshui Wilderness Zone has undoubtedly been scoured countless times by those high-tier ability users. Your luck is commendable for finding Earth Spirit Spring. However, for someone of my caliber, the healing properties of Earth Spirit Spring pale in comparison to an A-rank 7th grade pill. You should keep this Earth Spirit Spring for yourself. For those with abilities below the 4th tier, the Earth Spirit Spring is an exceptionally effective healing elixir. However, for those above the 4th tier, its healing efficacy diminishes significantly. Nonetheless, Su Jingming felt a sense of contentment simply knowing that he had such a thought in mind. After a brief pause, Yang Zhentian added, "However, you might consider giving a bottle to your senior brother, Lu Ming." "Senior brother? What has happened to him?" Su Jingming inquired. Taken aback, "There have been complications in the battles in the southwest. He has sustained severe injuries," Yang Zhentian replied solemnly. "During these past few days away from school, I was in the southwest to bring him back." "Severe injuries?" Su Jingming furrowed his brow, about to press for more details when Lu Ming was wheeled into the room by Uncle Fu, sitting in a wheelchair. Su Jingming was struck by Lu Ming's pale complexion. His legs were lost, and his right arm was merely an empty space. The only remaining left arm was heavily bandaged, presenting a truly tragic sight. "Junior brother." Lu Ming managed a strained smile upon seeing Su Jingming. "Senior brother?" Su Jingming gasped, instantly rising to stand beside Lu Ming, only to realize that Lu Ming's injuries were far more complex than mere physical wounds. The once peak third-tier aura had plummeted to a state even lower than his own. What happened? Wasn't the news yesterday reporting a resounding victory in the southwest under the leadership of the 8th-tier Master Wang Linyang? Su Jingming's frown deepened. Any conflict involving ferocious beasts would have a supervisory team to oversee it. There was no possibility of false reports regarding battle outcomes. Given the proclaimed victory, it was inconceivable that Lu Ming, a peak third-tier ability user with the Thunder indestructible body at its third level, could be in such a dire state, even if injured. Resounding victory? Lu Ming's emotions flared, his eyes ablaze with fury. If it weren't for our Ashen Guild acting as bait, could Wang Linyang have achieved victory so easily? Over 2,000 ability users from our guild, and fewer than 100 survived. The thought of comrades lost in battle, friends who had perished before his eyes, caused Lu Ming to close his eyes in anguish, silent tears streaming down his cheeks. "Uncle Fu, please take Lu Ming to rest," Yang Zhentian sighed. "Teacher, what has happened to senior brother?" Once Lu Ming was wheeled away, Su Jingming hesitantly asked. Yang Zhentian pondered for a moment before explaining. The ferocious beasts in the southwest have been rampaging for nearly half a year. A month ago, the 8th-tier Master Wang Linyang was dispatched to suppress them, believing the situation would be resolved swiftly. However, it seems the 7th-tier beast commander sensed danger and remained hidden, only orchestrating beast tides to attack. The standoff lasted over a month. Eventually, Wang Linyang could no longer wait and deployed the Ashen Guild, where Lu Ming is, to act as bait. Indeed, they lured out that 7th-tier beast, which Wang Linyang ultimately killed. However, the Ashen Guild, unaware of the plan, suffered devastating losses under the assault of the 7th-tier beast and numerous 6th-tier beasts. Of the over 2,000 members, fewer than 100 survived. Lu Ming himself was gravely injured. Had he not activated the Thunder Extreme State, he likely would have perished. The Ashen Guild? Is it connected to the Ashen Society that senior brother joined? Su Jingming keenly discerned the crux of the matter. Indeed, the Ashen Guild is the parent guild of our school's Ashen Society. Among its over 2,000 combat members, nearly 100 are graduates of our school. Additionally, the other members are also quite capable. During their time on the battlefield, the Ashen Guild was the one that killed the most ferocious beasts, which certainly caught the attention of that beast commander. Otherwise, they would not have been able to serve as bait to lure it out. Yang Zhentian's eyes glinted with cold light. It was precisely due to this action that Wang Linyang had been taken to military court by the families of the fallen ability users from the Ashen Guild, and the military was exerting pressure. However, as an 8th-tier ability user who had just achieved a victory, the severity of the punishment Wang Linyang would face was unlikely to be substantial. To use over 2,000 elite guild members as bait, Wang Linyang was indeed ruthless. Su Jingming felt a chill run down his spine. In Wang Linyang's eyes, low-tier ability users like Lu Ming were likely mere pawns to be sacrificed. Quite ruthless indeed. With Wang Linyang maintaining order, the ferocious beast horde in the southwest cannot stir up much trouble. Gradually eroding them with military force would ensure victory in due course. It merely requires a bit more resource expenditure. Yet he hastened to utilize bait, resulting in so many tragic deaths. Yang Zhentian scoffed, his body crackling with terrifying lightning. "I fought him yesterday. Although I ultimately lost, he did not fare well either. Furthermore, I plan to take Lu Ming to another master who possesses healing abilities tomorrow. I fear I will be unable to participate in your new student competition." Understood, Su Jingming nodded, signaling his comprehension. He had initially hoped for teacher Yang Zhentian to demonstrate and test just how much impact his abyssal thunder armor could withstand. However, given the circumstances, it was not suitable for such an experiment. Thus, after leaving behind a bottle of S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, Su Jingming turned and departed from the villa. After this grievous injury, he wondered if Lu Ming would be able to rally himself once more. As Su Jingming walked along the road away from the villa, his mind lingered on the tragic state of his senior brother. Master-level healers were capable of achieving miraculous restorative effects, including regrowing severed limbs. Thus, Lu Ming would recover. However, the new legs and right arm would hardly compare to the original. Additionally, the foundation of the thunder indestructible body that teacher Yang Jintian had instilled within him resided in his physical form. After suffering such severe injuries, a significant portion of the thunder indestructible body had been rendered ineffective. Moreover, Lu Ming had reached the third level of the thunder indestructible body. The newly grown limbs would require retraining. It was uncertain how long it would take for his entire body to regain the standard of the third level. He hoped his senior brother could endure this setback and rise once more. Shaking his head, Su Jingming chose not to dwell further on the matter. Given the involvement of a master, aside from providing a bottle of S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, there was little else he could offer in aid. On a brighter note, at least his senior brother had not suffered a tragic death like others in the wilderness. As long as one lives, there remains hope. By the time Su Jingming stepped out of teacher Yang Jintian's villa, it was already noon. On the way, he received a call from Song Qiuyun inviting him to lunch. After reconvening, they proceeded to a restaurant named Kanjiaju within the university town. Kanjiaju is a relatively upscale dining venue in the university town, where a meal for 2 or 3 people could easily cost several thousand great xia coins. However, for Song Qiuyun and Su Jingming, this was quite ordinary. Good day. How many of you are there? The hostess inquired, noting the pair, Song Qiuyun, alluring and petite, with a graceful figure, and Su Jingming, possessing a resolute countenance and a tall stature. Walking together, they resembled a pair of golden boy and jade girl, effortlessly attracting the attention of those around them. As soon as the two entered the elegant establishment, a waiter promptly approached them with warmth and enthusiasm. Sensing the subtle glances from the diners in the hall, Su Jingming furrowed his brow and added, "Please prepare a private room for us." Having just emerged from the wilderness zone, the prolonged violence had imbued him with an inherent chill, coupled with the unique aura of dominance derived from absorbing the blood essence of a thunder tyrant. His frown caused the ordinary waiter to tremble slightly, prompting him to hurriedly respond, "There are private rooms upstairs. Please follow me." He then quickly led the way. "Hey now, Su, don't be so intimidating. You frightened the poor waiter," Song Qiuyun remarked as they ascended the staircase. Once they entered the private room, she smiled brightly and spoke. At that moment, she had changed out of her battle attire, donning a simple white t-shirt and a pair of light blue fitted jeans. Leaning back against her chair, her curvaceous figure was unmistakably accentuated. "Am I intimidating?" Su Jingming replied, momentarily taken aback. "I've always thought I had a friendly demeanor and was approachable." This was Su Jingming's genuine self-perception. However, were Jiang Chuxian to hear this, her response would certainly differ. "Come on now, let us not overdo it. Back on the arena, when you pierced Lei Zhou's scapula with a single shot, you didn't seem so approachable then." Song Qiuyun couldn't help but tease. Lei Zhou brought that upon himself. Su Jingming replied nonchalantly, "My demeanor towards enemies is naturally different." "Indeed," Song Qiuyun conceded, a charming smile gracing her face. "I suppose we can consider you somewhat approachable." Pausing for a moment, she voiced her long-standing curiosity. "But why do I perceive a fierce aura akin to that of a ferocious beast emanating from you?" Chapter 91, The Arrival of My Cousin. Su Jingming must have broken through to the next tier, right? Originally, Song Qiuyun intended to uncover the answer during their morning spar, but Su Jingming was simply too formidable, leaving her without any clues. Her curiosity, however, compelled her to seize this opportunity to inquire directly. "But if this pertains to any secrets of yours, you needn't feel obliged to share. I'm just a bit curious," she added, clarifying that she wasn't probing into Su Jingming's privacy. "The aura of a ferocious beast? Your perception is quite astute." Su Jingming smiled slightly, revealing, "It may be due to my training techniques involving the absorption of ferocious beast blood essence." In fact, he had become aware of this after entering the wilderness zone. Generally, low-tier ferocious beasts, lacking in intelligence, would attack humans indiscriminately, regardless of the tier difference. However, during his time in the wilderness, Su Jingming had sensed fear from several ferocious beasts towards him. This reaction is typically exhibited by lower-tier beasts upon sensing the presence of higher-tier ones. Absorbing ferocious beast blood essence? "I see," Song Qiuyun said, her realization dawning upon her. Certain combat techniques indeed require the absorption of such essence. It seems the renowned S-rank body tempering technique, Thunder Immortal Body, crafted by Yang Jintian, operates on a similar principle. With her primary question resolved, Song Qiuyun felt a surge of delight as she presented the menu, saying, "Go ahead and order, it's all on me. Then I shall not hold back." Su Jingming replied with a grin, "No need for formality, it's just a meal. Can you really eat me into poverty?" Song Qiuyun laughed. With her considerable assets, she could easily purchase the entire restaurant. Although she feigned nonchalance, Su Jingming ordered roughly around 30,000 worth of dishes, portioned for 11 people, 10 for himself and 1 for Song Chuyun. After placing the order, the dishes arrived promptly, and the two began to eat and converse. By the way, your spear techniques have reached an advanced level. Why not attend the Weapon Academy instead of choosing the Elemental Academy as headmaster as your instructor? My family has already arranged for me a melee combat instructor, which is why I sought an elemental mentor, she explained. I see. So you aim to pursue a dual path of melee and elemental magic? That can be said, she replied. However, at present, despite hailing from a family of grandmasters, Song Chuyun exhibited none of the haughty demeanor typical of a young lady. Rather, she was lively and charming. Su Jingming was further astonished to see her consume 3 portions of food on her own, while she couldn't quite match his appetite. This amount was substantial among the ranks of ability users. Observing her perfectly proportioned figure, Su Jingming couldn't help but reflect on the natural gifts she possessed. With her physique developing in all the right places. After their meal, Song Chuyun planned to go to the city center with her friend Qi Dongxia and invited Su Jingming to join. However, having already visited once, Su Jingming was not particularly interested. After politely declining, he returned to the villa's training room to engage in exercises for his abilities, physical conditioning, and combat skills. By the afternoon, he went out to dinner with Lu Wentao before resuming his training. Thus, it was not until after 2 o'clock the following day that Su Jingming donned casual attire and left the villa to head to the high-speed train station in Magic City to meet his cousin. Tangqi, Magic City high-speed train station. Due to the occasional presence of avian ferocious beasts overhead, flying was deemed unsafe, leading the majority to opt for high-speed rail travel. As the most significant transportation hub in Magic City, the station was perpetually bustling with activity and vibrant conversations. Given the overwhelming crowd, security was managed by special teams of ability users patrolling the vicinity. The G103 train from Jiangxing to Magic City is about to arrive. Please pay attention to safety and disembark in an orderly fashion, the gentle voice of the announcement echoed, heralding the arrival of yet another high-speed train. Amidst the clamor, passengers, some wheeling suitcases, others carrying backpacks, poured forth from the train. Magic City. We've arrived. Phew, this time we must enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Mom, look over there. What are those badges? They're so beautiful. Those are the emblems of the various universities in Magic City. Is that so? Then I must aim for a university in Magic City in the future. A few first-time visitors to Magic City, including students, excitedly took in their surroundings. Today was August 31st, the day for new students to register at various universities. Naturally, the high-speed train station had set up reception points for each institution, each adorned with their respective names and emblems. Among them, the renowned Magic City Ability University drew the most attention with its stunning emblem of a thorny rose entwined with swords. Amidst the throng, 3 young individuals, 2 girls and a boy, all around 18, walked down from the train, engaged in animated conversation while dragging their luggage along. In the very center stood a tall girl with an aloof demeanor. Her long, slender legs, barely concealed by her exceedingly short shorts, glimmered with an almost ethereal whiteness, attracting the fleeting glances of passers-by. Beside her was another girl, petite and charming, curiously surveying her surroundings. The final figure in their trio was a young man with short hair and striking good looks. The girl in the middle was none other than Tangqi, while to her left and right stood Meng Di and Zhou Mingyang. All 3 were students of the prestigious rocket class at Jiangxing's first high school and had also been accepted by universities in the magical city. Hence, they had arranged to travel together on the same high-speed train. Truly, it is a top-tier institution. Even the school emblem is more splendid than that of our own. Zhou Mingyang remarked, glancing around the high-speed train station at the elaborate setup for welcoming new students from various universities. He and Meng Di had both been admitted to Jing'an University of Abilities. Although Jing'an University was also located within the university town of the magical city, it ranked significantly higher nationally than the Linjiang University of Abilities, which Tangqi would be attending. This was hardly surprising, considering that Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di had ranked 2nd and 4th in Jiangxing respectively, while Tangqi had merely secured 12th place. Of course, when compared to Su Jingming, who had risen like a comet from Jiangxing to claim the title of provincial champion in Jiangnan, none of this seemed particularly noteworthy. Do you think Su Jingming will truly come to pick us up? Zhou Mingyang queried. He assured me via text that he would. Tangqi rolled her eyes. It was not a matter of her impatience. Rather, Zhou Mingyang had asked this question no less than 7 or 8 times during their train ride. The reason for his incessant questioning was quite simple. Following Su Jingming's remarkable achievement of becoming the provincial champion, a title that had never before graced Jiangxing, nearly every middle and high school student in the city regarded him as a paragon and idol. Even Zhou Mingyang, who had once competed against him at the same examination center, was no exception. I recall that Su Jingming enrolled just a few days after the results were announced. He has already been at the school for over 2 months. How much could he possibly have improved? Meng Di interjected with curiosity. Given that Su Jingming possesses an S-class ability, the training regimen provided by the school must be among the finest. 2 months should suffice for him to become a first-tier ability user. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mingyang replied, that aligns with my thoughts. He is likely at the lower or middle tier of the first rank. Meng Di nodded in agreement, while Tang Qi remained silent. Accustomed to the miracles created by Su Jingming, she harbored a deep-seated belief that matters would not be as straightforward as they assumed. Chapter 92. Shocked by the second-tier upper rank? Just then, as the three were engaged in their quiet speculation, a young man emerged from the crowd. A smile gracing his features. He was tall and composed, dressed simply in a black t-shirt and trousers. It was none other than Su Jingming, who had come from the school. Upon seeing her cousin, Tang Qi was momentarily taken aback, failing to recognize him at first. Qijia, has it been over 2 months since we last met that you can't even recognize your own cousin? Su Jingming jested as he took her suitcase from her hands. Only then did Tang Qi snap back to reality, her cheeks flushing slightly as she hastily denied. No. I just didn't expect you to have changed so much that I didn't recognize you. Her words were sincere. 2 months prior, although Su Jingming had claimed the title of provincial champion, he had still possessed a somewhat youthful appearance and demeanor, unmistakably identifiable as a high school student. However, the Su Jingming before her now was entirely transformed. He was not only significantly more robust and taller, but he also exuded a calmness that subtly hinted at an air of authority. In his presence, Tang Qi felt as though she stood before one of the formidable ability mentors from high school, unavoidably becoming somewhat restrained. It was astonishing how much had transpired in just 2 months. Su Jingming nodded, offering no further explanation. At that moment, Zhou Mingyang greeted him with a smile. Su the great champion, long time no see. Su Jingming had already learned from Tang Qi over the phone the day before that she would be arriving in the magical city with Zhou Mingyang and another female classmate. Thus, his appearance did not surprise him. He felt a measure of goodwill towards Zhou Mingyang, who had been concerned for his safety against ferocious beasts and had offered to assist him. Therefore, Su Jingming responded to Zhou Mingyang's playful banter with a smile. Light Wind Sword Zhou Mingyang, it has indeed been a while. Hearing his title mentioned, Zhou Mingyang's face turned crimson, and he quickly pleaded, Bro, I beg you. Please don't call me that anymore. Su Jingming chuckled in response. Very well. From now on, I shall simply call you by your name. To generate excitement for the martial arts examination, various provinces often bestowed colorful titles upon local prodigies. Such titles, however, became akin to a dark history once the examination concluded. Hello, I am Meng Di, a classmate of Tang Qi's, she interjected, extending her right hand. Her gaze towards Su Jingming was unrestrainedly fervent. After 2 months apart, the once celestial Su Jingming appeared even more striking and formidable than before. So, you were also on the rooftop that day, Su Jingming remarked, shaking her hand. He recalled having spotted several drones hovering in the distance atop the building during the examination, surmising that Zhou Mingyang was among them. But he had not anticipated that Meng Di was also present. Let us walk and chat, Su Jingming suggested, assuming the role of a half-host. Since they all hailed from Jiangxing and had previously shared the same examination venue, there were plenty of topics to discuss, ensuring that the conversation flowed easily without any awkward pauses. Before long, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Tang Qi, too, gradually relaxed, occasionally bursting into melodious laughter when engaging in lively discussions. At the high-speed train station in the magical city, each university had arranged buses to transport new students directly to campus. However, since Su Jingming had arrived, they naturally opted not to disperse to different buses. As a result, upon exiting the station, the four hailed a taxi together, heading straight for the university town. By the way, Tang Qi said with a smile as they settled into the taxi, we were just speculating about your ability rank when we disembarked. Judging by your presence now, you must be a first-tier upper rank, right? Her private trainer was a first-tier middle-rank ability user, and Su Jingming's aura surpassed that of her trainer, indicating he had indeed reached the first-tier upper rank. A sense of pride welled up within her. Evidently, her cousin was not as simple as they had imagined. The first-order upper echelon, indeed, is a testament to the esteemed prestige of top-tier universities. The pace of cultivation is simply astounding. Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di simultaneously exhibited expressions of envy. Prior to the martial arts examination, they had exerted considerable effort merely to ascend to the first-order lower tier. 2 months had elapsed, yet their levels had hardly seen any advancement. In stark contrast, Su Jingming had already undergone a transformation from an awakener to a first-order upper-tier supernatural being. How could they not feel envious? Naturally, they were also aware that, apart from the school's guidance, Su Jingming's own diligence played an indispensable role in his swift progress. First order upper tier? Su Jingming, seated in the passenger seat, momentarily froze. Recalling that the others, being merely first order lower tier, lacked the mental acuity to accurately perceive levels, he smiled and clarified, I surpassed the first order upper tier a month ago. I am currently a second order upper tier supernatural being. Su Jingming had never harbored any intentions of concealing his level, whether in school or in front of friends. After all, in the realm of prodigies at the Magic City Supernatural University, only by showcasing one's strength and potential could one garner greater resources. Concealing one's abilities in hopes of astonishing others at a crucial moment is the most foolish of strategies. True prodigies must reveal their brilliance, competing on the same stage and determined to trample their rivals. Those who delight in masquerading as innocuous often become ensnared in their own deception. Although, by conventional standards, his advancement rate seemed absurdly rapid, nearly unprecedented. What of it? The absence of precedent does not equate to impossibility. He was, after all, an S-rank awakener, a rarity in the entire Daxia kingdom, so why should his swift cultivation be questioned? In the back seat of the taxi, his cousin Tang Qi and the others were momentarily taken aback. A second-order upper tier? It is worth noting that the director of the Jiangxing Education Bureau was merely a second-order middle tier. Just 2 months had passed, and Su Jingming had already surpassed the Education Bureau director in strength. Had they misheard, or had he misspoken? Thus, Tang Qi couldn't help but inquire, Jingming, are you truly a second-order upper tier? Su Jingming offered a subtle smile, choosing silence. Instead, he raised his right hand, a flicker of thunderous electricity dancing at his fingertips. This arc of lightning was exceedingly faint, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. However, the three in the back seat collectively sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from it. Their skin prickled, and beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. This was a primal reaction of the body confronting a lethal threat. More significantly, the aura Su Jingming exuded was undeniably several times more potent than that of the second-order commander they had encountered outside the martial arts examination venue. Indeed, it was the presence of a second-order upper tier. Awestruck expressions of astonishment graced the faces of Tang Qi, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di simultaneously. Chapter 93. My goal is second place. The submissive Song Qiuyun. In Jiangxing, where supernatural beings are scarce, a second-order supernatural being could establish their own private martial arts school and initiate a family of supernatural practitioners. Zhou Mingyang's father was a second-order middle-tier supernatural being. In fact, Zhou Mingyang's greatest ambition was to attain the second-order upper tier by the time he graduated from university. Tang Qi and Meng Di harbored similar aspirations, knowing that achieving the second-order upper tier before graduation would be a remarkable feat yet, merely 2 months after their last meeting. Su Jingming accomplished a goal that would take them 4 years to reach. How could they not be astounded? After a moment of silence, Tang Qi finally remarked, Jingming, if you were to return to Jiangxing now, the Education Bureau director would likely have to make way for you. Of course, she understood that many positions within Jiangxing, which they could never hope to attain, would be easily accessible to Su Jingming. Moreover, he would likely hold them in disdain. By the way, should we ask for an autograph in advance? Otherwise, once Su Jingming becomes a master, it may be impossible to obtain one, Zhou Mingyang jested. To which Meng Di chimed in, right, let's save it. In a decade or so, it might be worth a fortune, if you desire it. I can write it for you later, Su Jingming replied, a smile gracing his features as he entertained their banter. The scenery outside blurred past, and the vehicle was filled with laughter and joviality. However, whenever Zhou Mingyang and the others cast glances at Su Jingming, a hint of awe lingered in their eyes. They knew that possessing an S-rank supernatural ability and achieving the top rank in Jiangnan province would propel Su Jingming to extraordinary heights upon entering the Magic City Supernatural University. Yet, they had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Upon arriving at the Magic City University town with his cousin Tang Qi, Su Jingming treated them to lunch at Qingyao Pavilion before escorting them to their respective schools. Jingming, you can head back now. I can manage my registration, Tang Qi said, waving goodbye at the bustling entrance of the Linjiang Supernatural University, her suitcase in hand. Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di, whose school, Jing'an Supernatural University, was closer, had already been dropped off. All right, Qijia, just contact me on the phone if anything comes up, Su Jingming nodded in response. After watching his cousin enter the school, he averted his gaze and turned to leave. Having seen off his cousin, it was now time to return to his training. Within the Magic City University town, there were 5 supernatural universities: Magic City Supernatural University, Jing'an Supernatural University, Linjiang Supernatural University, Juyang Supernatural University, and Jinchang Supernatural University. The enrollment dates for new students at these 5 institutions were August 30th and 31st, while the opening ceremonies varied by university. The opening ceremony at Magic City Supernatural University was scheduled for September 1st at 9 a.m., taking place at the university's third playground. On September 1st, at 8:12 a.m. In the training room of Villa 32 in Student District 3, Su Jingming stood bare-chested, surrounded by swirling violet thunder, accompanied by the sound of air being shredded. The dark cloud's swift gun in his hand struck out like a phantom, punctuating the air. His physique, while not resembling that of a grotesque fitness enthusiast, was instead harmoniously proportioned. With each thrust of the gun, his well-defined muscles tightened slightly, showcasing a supreme sense of strength. Such a physique would undoubtedly be the object of admiration for countless young women. "Brother Ming, it's about time we gather," called Lu Wentao from downstairs. "Coming," Su Jingming replied, quickly taking a shower. After donning his battle gear and slinging the dark cloud's swift gun across his back, he descended to the first floor. The new students had been informed the previous night that after the opening ceremony, there would be a new student competition. Consequently, every new student was required to wear their gear for the ceremony. "Brother Ming, let us go," Lu Wentao, also fully equipped, said as the two of them stepped out of the villa. District 3 of the dormitory housed over 1,000 new students enrolled in this year's Magic City Supernatural University. Thus, when Su Jingming and Lu Wentao exited the villa, they encountered numerous new students outfitted in battle gear and wielding weapons along the path. Unlike ordinary universities, which automatically assign students to colleges and classes post-enrollment, the world of supernatural beings was distinctly different. In the magical metropolis of Shanghai, students at the Ability University are only permitted to select their respective colleges after the freshman competition. Presently, apart from a large group for new students, there are no specific groups for colleges or classes, leaving many unfamiliar with one another. Most students tend to move in pairs, grouped by their dormitories. During this time, Su Jingming encountered the fully equipped Song Qiuyun and Qi Dongxia. However, unlike their previous meeting, Song Qiuyun was clad in a set of pale, ink-colored battle attire, prompting Su Jingming to privately marvel at her. Truly, as a wealthy individual, she changes into expensive battle gear as casually as one would ordinary clothing. The exaggerated halberd he had seen previously remained tucked away in her spatial ring. Besides Song Qiuyun, Qi Dongxia also donned battle attire, wielding a pair of sharp alloy claws. "Your choice of weaponry is rather distinctive compared to the average girl," Su Jingming remarked with a smile. Typically, female students opt for swords or daggers, and instances of those choosing larger blades are exceedingly rare. Even among those opting for bladed weapons, they tend to favor elegant, slender tang swords. Of course, robust blades are generally not favored by them. Yet, Song Qiuyun and Qi Dongxia, with a halberd and alloy claws respectively, wield weapons that are quite uncommon among their female peers. Have you not heard? The more peculiar the weapon's design, the swifter the victory. "My ambition is to place in the top 50 of the freshman competition," Qi Dongxia giggled mischievously. "My goal is even loftier than Xia's. I aspire to claim second place." Song Qiuyun chimed in with a radiant smile, her charming visage captivating the attention of several male students along their path. "Second place? What? Do you not wish to face me once more?" Su Jingming chuckled upon hearing this, recognizing her admission of defeat. After all, there was little point in seeking unnecessary hardship when she was unlikely to prevail. As the provincial champion from Sichuan, Song Qiuyun was unperturbed by the prospect. Given Su Jingming's possession of an S-class ability and his remarkable advancement to the second tier, the title of first place was undoubtedly his. Had she not previously battled Su Jingming, she might have considered testing her mettle again. However, having been thoroughly defeated in their last encounter, she saw no reason to subject herself to a second crushing defeat, for she was no masochist. Nearby, Lu Wentao, also from Sichuan province, was taken aback. Is this the same talented beauty who once dominated the elite of the province? How remarkably docile she has become. Yet, given Su Jingming's current strength, it was difficult for anyone to harbor thoughts of resistance. With this in mind, Lu Wentao could not help but chuckle. "With your prowess, Sister Yun, securing second place in the freshman competition should pose little challenge. From the information I have gathered, among this year's freshmen, only you, Brother Ming, and Li Qingji have reached the second tier." "Li Qingji? Is he the provincial champion from Qinghai you mentioned before over the phone?" Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Song Qiuyun's rapid ascent to the second tier was bolstered by the powerful family backing her. Li Qingji's achievement in reaching the second tier before Song Qiuyun must not be trivial. "Indeed, that's him," Lu Wentao nodded. "This guy has boasted that he is the undisputed king among this year's freshmen, but that was when he believed himself the sole second-tier student. He certainly never anticipated that both you and Sister Yun would also break through to the second tier. One must not speak so confidently." Li Chengxi's true strength will only be revealed during the freshman competition. Song Qiuyun remained vigilant. Yet, she also harbored her own pride. In this freshman competition, aside from Su Jingming, she would not concede defeat to anyone else. Chapter 94. All parties gather. Two major peak societies. At the Shanghai Ability University, there are 4 playgrounds, with playground number 3 being the largest. In the center lies a colossal arena measuring 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters. Surrounded by spectator stands capable of accommodating tens of thousands of viewers. At this moment, playground number 3 is already populated with spectators, including teachers and upperclassmen. Even before the newcomers have arrived, I've heard that among this year's freshmen, there is a renowned S-class ability awakener. I wonder if it's true? It seems plausible. They say he has already become a disciple of King Yin. Wow, King Yin has very high standards for his disciples. He usually does not take on students before the freshman competition. It must be true. An S-class ability awakener? I recall the last S-class awakener at our school was several years ago. Yes. But that one was a psychic-type S-class awakener who entered the tactical academy and became a commander in a major guild after graduation. This time, it's a lightning-type S-class. Lightning type? That is undoubtedly a powerful offensive ability. It seems this freshman competition will be quite thrilling. Last year we fought fiercely on this arena. And this time it's finally our turn to watch. In the stands, numerous upperclassmen engaged in hushed discussions, eagerly anticipating the upcoming freshman competition. After all, it has been years since a new S-class ability awakener has enrolled at Shanghai Ability University. Xian, I didn't realize you were interested in the freshman competition. I thought you didn't enjoy watching such events, remarked one girl to her companion as they settled into their seats. One of the girls, strikingly beautiful with a slender figure and long silver hair cascading to her waist, was Jiang Chuxian, who had returned to school with Su Jingming just days prior. In response to her roommate's curious inquiry, Jiang Chuxian simply smiled lightly. I merely wish to confirm something. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Although I have already learned of Su Jingming's identity from the school forum, I still wish to witness it firsthand. Among the spectators, there were those merely there for entertainment, and others like Jiang Chuxian, who harbored personal motives for attending. Meanwhile, various clubs at Shanghai Ability University were eagerly preparing to recruit new members, their excitement palpable. According to the club alliance's agreement, recruitment must wait until after the freshman competition, and they were all poised to absorb fresh talent once the competition concluded. Listen closely, our prime objective is to identify the top 50 freshmen in the freshman competition. Of course, we can also recruit any promising candidates who perform well during the competition. Su Man, the vice president responsible for recruitment for the Spirit Fox Club, instructed her members. As an elite club, their primary goal was to attract students of Su Jingming's caliber, the provincial champion. Naturally, they also aimed to recruit those who placed in the top 50 or exhibited exceptional potential. At that moment, a group of 5, laughing and chatting, entered the stands and sat down not far from the Spirit Fox Club. Upon catching sight of the tall, slender youth leading the group, Su Man's brows furrowed slightly. Wu Yuan from the Meteorite Club? What is he doing here? Apart from Su Man, the other newcomers from various clubs were equally taken aback upon noticing the young man at the forefront. The Magic City Ability University boasts hundreds of clubs, both large and small. Among them, elite organizations akin to the Spirit Fox are not uncommon. However, when discussing the most formidable factions within the university, the Meteorite Club undoubtedly ranks among the elite. Although the Meteorite Club has fewer than 200 members, each individual is a paragon of excellence. Aside from the newly recruited students, all possess at least a second-tier status. The vice president is required to be a peak third-tier ability user, and the president has astonishingly reached the 4th tier. The tall, slender youth named Wu Yuan, whom we just saw, is the president of the Meteorite Club. Look over there. The Ashen Club members have also arrived. Is that the president of the Ashen Club, Wei He? Indeed it is. But wasn't he out on a mission? How has he returned? Accompanied by hushed whispers, a group of 6 approached from another direction in the audience. Leading them was a young man clad in black attire, emanating a terrifyingly bloodthirsty aura. The president of the Ashen Club has also graced us with his presence? Su Man felt a wave of astonishment. Like the Meteorite Club, the Ashen Club is also a behemoth within the Magic City Ability University. Almost all high-tier combat forces in the school are divided between these 2 clubs. Similar to the Meteorite Club, the vice president of the Ashen Club must also be a peak third-tier ability user. For instance, Lu Ming serves as the vice president of the Ashen Club. Furthermore, the president Wei He is also a formidable 4th-tier ability user. Typically, 4th-tier ability users seldom attend classes at the university, preferring to spend their time undertaking missions outside, making their appearances quite rare. Yet today, both 4th-tier powerhouses of these clubs have convened in one place, indicating that something extraordinary is afoot. Ah, the S-rank ability awakener, Su Jingming. Su Man's eyes sparkled with realization, and she couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. The Ashen Club and the Meteorite Club are the pinnacle of organizations at the university. Had they sent ordinary recruitment personnel, perhaps the Spirit Fox Club could have contended for the rare S-rank ability awakener. However, with both club leaders personally leading the charge, it is evident that they will go to great lengths to recruit Su Jingming. To the ordinary students, the Spirit Fox Club, with its third-tier ability user as president, appears to be an elite organization. Yet, when compared to the might of the Meteorite and Ashen Clubs, it pales in comparison. Never mind. I shall strive to secure other provincial champions later. Shaking her head, Su Man swiftly made her decision. In contrast to the disheartened recruitment personnel, like Su Man, the other spectators were filled with enthusiasm at the arrival of these two top-tier clubs. Everyone was eager to see which club the S-rank ability awakener, Su Jingming, would choose. I heard that the higher-ups of the Ashen Club recently suffered significant losses, which seemingly affected them greatly. Thus, it is likely that Su Jingming might choose the Meteorite Club. However, one cannot be certain, as Su Jingming's senior brother Lu Ming is the vice president of the Ashen Club, so he might still opt to join them. As a premier institution, the Magic City Ability University S clubs extend far beyond mere student organizations. Almost all elite clubs have backing from influential societal powers. For example, the Meteorite Club is supported by the formidable Meteorite Guild. Similarly, the Ashen Club has the towering Ashen Guild behind it. However, the Ashen Guild recently suffered a devastating blow, losing a significant portion of its combat personnel, leaving only logistical staff at their headquarters. The Ashen Guild serves as the backbone of the Ashen Club. Currently, with the Ashen Guild severely weakened, the influence of the Ashen Club within the university has also significantly diminished. In contrast to the intact Meteorite Guild and its affiliated club, the Ashen Club naturally appears to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 95, Fairness? There is no fairness at Magic City. As the older students in the audience discussed, newcomers gradually entered the arena. Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, along with their companions, arrived at this moment. This is the arena? Upon seeing the colossal stage, measuring 1,000 meters in both length and width, Su Jingming was astonished. Goodness, although the school has ample land, they would not go to such extremes, would they? I once heard from my teacher that the freshman competition would feature a 100-person melee, so a larger stage seems reasonable, Song Qiuyun remarked with a gentle smile. A 100-person melee? That indeed requires a larger arena, Su Jingming mused. His teacher had taken his senior brother out for healing, leaving him with no opportunity to inquire about the competition format. As it stands, he is utterly in the dark regarding the rules of the freshman competition. Let us head to the podium. The opening ceremony will certainly not take place on the arena. In front of the podium, there is a vacant area designated for the newcomers to assemble. As Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun approached, the open space was already occupied by approximately 500 to 600 fully armed newcomers. The podium not far ahead had already seen several teachers take their seats. Aside from the absence of the Weapons Academy's dean, Yang Zhentian, the other 4 deans were present. Additionally, the instructors were seated according to their respective departments. Unlike Zhang Chuyang, who is responsible for recruitment, these teaching faculty members all possess at least a 6th-tier status. The foremost seat at the podium had been reserved for a distinguished guest, yet it remained unoccupied for the moment. With no divisions for colleges or classes, the open area lacked specific demarcations. Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, along with their companions, casually found a spot to stand and await the commencement of the opening ceremony. As the number of students in the open area continued to swell, the time swiftly approached 9 o'clock. At that moment, a soft hum suddenly resonated. The newcomers looked up to see the space above the podium seemingly torn apart, forming a doorway. In the next instant, a slender woman clad in a flowing red classical gown, a tear mole at her eye, stepped forth barefoot. Her strikingly beautiful visage bore a hint of authority. Is this a spatial ability? Is she the vice president presiding over the combat skills library? Su Jingming's heart raced with astonishment as he quickly deduced her identity. He hadn't expected this vice president to be so youthful, appearing to be merely 25 or 26 years old. Of course, given the robust physique of ability users, their aging process is significantly slowed, making age estimates based on appearance rather unreliable. However, it is certain that this vice president's age does not exceed 40. Faced with the sudden appearance of this enchanting woman, the newcomers were somewhat taken aback. Yet, the open area remained remarkably quiet, even more so than before. After all, those who managed to gain admission to the Magic City Ability University are not fools. Discussing someone of such strength under her watchful gaze would indeed be courting disaster. The red-clad woman floated barefoot in midair, her gown billowing, and her long hair cascading in the wind. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Shuang, and I am one of the 3 vice principals at this institution, primarily responsible for overseeing the combat techniques library. As the principal is currently absent and the other two vice principals are occupied with pressing matters, I shall preside over this year's welcoming ceremony for the new students. The woman clad in red spoke with an aloof tone, her voice resonating across the entire playground. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to each of you as you join the esteemed Magical City University of Abilities. This year, we welcome a total of 24 freshmen, among whom are 6 provincial champions. There are 56 individuals with A-level abilities, 832 with B-level abilities, and 135 possessing C and D-level abilities. Additionally, we have one exceedingly rare S-level ability, Awakener, among you. At this juncture, Su Jingming, seated below, felt as though Vice Principal Ling Shuang's gaze had briefly swept over him. Prior to this moment, both new and returning students had learned from the student forum that an S-level Awakener would be among this year's entrants. Thus, upon receiving official confirmation from the school, their astonishment was somewhat tempered. Ling Shuang's voice rang clear. Magical City University has been established for 213 years, during which we have not only nurtured future masters, grand masters, and even martial saints, but we have also cultivated a multitude of high-level ability users. It can be said that once you are admitted to our institution, with dedication, you shall carve out your own domain. With your addition, Magical City University will undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. Although Vice Principal Ling Shuang's tone was somewhat frigid, the new students on the playground were nonetheless stirred with excitement. 7th-tier masters, 8th-tier grandmasters, 9th-tier martial saints. These were the ultimate aspirations they yearned for. To aid you in your quest for strength, the school allocates resources each academic year based on your ratings. The ratings range from D to S, encompassing 5 tiers, with varying resource quantities available to each tier annually. The freshman competition and the assessments at the end of each academic year present opportunities for rating adjustments. Pausing for a moment, Ling Shuang continued. In addition to these freely distributed resources, the school also offers other resources that require specific criteria to be met. For instance, there are combat power rankings, with 4 lists spanning from 1st to 4th tier. Merely achieving a prominent position on these rankings can also yield substantial resources. Furthermore, you should all be aware of the significance of academic credits. 1 academic credit equates to 10,000 Daxia coins. Here at our institution, we recognize only academic credits, not Daxia coins. Credits can be earned through task completion or climbing the combat power rankings. I have only provided a brief overview of these matters. For more detailed inquiries, please consult your respective class counselors after the class divisions. The rating system, the credit system, and the combat power rankings. Such competition at Magical City University seems quite formidable, murmured someone from the crowd of new students. Indeed, merely hearing this overview was enough to instill a palpable sense of pressure. Perhaps it would be fairer to abolish these systems altogether, another student complained. Fair. It seemed that Ling Shuang had overheard this remark, and her demeanor shifted dramatically. The aura of an 8th-tier Grand Master surged forth, the fabric of her red attire whispering in the air. Her flowing hair danced behind her, and the intense pressure rendered the entire playground silent. When did I ever claim that Magical City University is a bastion of fairness? Ling Shuang articulated each word with precision, her gaze methodically sweeping over the assembly. Every student who met her eyes felt as though they had been pierced by a nail and hastily averted their gaze, too intimidated to look directly at her. We are a premier institution, one that receives substantial resources from the state each year. We do not aspire to cultivate a batch of ordinary 1st and 2nd-tier ability users. Rather, we aim to nurture top-tier powers with the potential to dominate their realms. The emergence of strong individuals must be forged through rigorous competition. Whether it be academic credits, combat techniques, or cultivation resources, you must strive and contend for them. Fairness is merely a comfort zone for the weak. At Magical City University, fairness has never been our doctrine. It is the norm for the strong to prevail. Upon the conclusion of Vice Principal Ling Shuang's remarks, a number of new students fell into silence. Clearly, the somewhat harsh competitive system at Magical City University exceeded their expectations. However, many others sparkled with ambition, their spirits ignited, Su Jingming being among them. Such a competitive mechanism signifies that I have indeed come to the right place at Magical City University. Su Jingming could not help but nod inwardly. Indeed, only such a system could cultivate top-tier powers. Distributing resources evenly among all students would be the most foolish course of action. Of course, the school has not abandoned students with lesser talents. The fixed resources allocated each academic year based on ratings are sufficient to ensure these students also experience improvement. Chapter 96. The Bountiful Rewards of the Competition. The Reckless Li Qingji. Fairness? Where in the world is there such a thing as fairness? When you eventually step onto the battlefield, Do you expect high-tier ferocious beasts to specifically target their same-tier counterparts and spare you? Isn't that laughable? On the podium, Kong Qingxue, the dean of the Elemental College, couldn't help but shake her head slightly. This line of thinking is utterly naive. Aren't new students always like this? Just a year, or rather, nearly half a year later, they will come to understand. Regardless, at our institution, it is best not to harbor any thoughts of concealing your true strength. The stronger you are, the more resources you can secure from the school. With that, Ling Shuang shifted her focus to the upcoming freshman competition. The freshman competition. As Ling Shuang highlighted this key point, all eyes on the playground were fixed attentively upon her. This year's freshman competition is divided into 2 phases. The first phase consists of a 100-person melee. The arena is situated behind you, and during the battle, an artificial intelligence named Eva will be responsible for tallying the number of enemies each participant defeats. Ultimately, the 5 individuals who defeat the most enemies will advance to the second phase of the competition. The first phase comprises 10 rounds, and from these, 50 will progress to the second phase based on their total number of defeated foes. Following the ranking of these totals, each participant will have 3 opportunities to initiate challenges. Should they succeed, they may usurp their opponent's rank. Ling Shuang continued, regarding the rewards for this freshman competition. They are as follows. The first place winner will receive a spatial ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters, an A-level cultivation resource, and 1,000 academic credits. The second place winner will obtain a complete set of A-level battle gear, a B-level cultivation resource, and 900 academic credits. The third place winner will receive a set of B-level battle gear, a B-level cultivation resource, and 800 academic credits. These are the rewards for the top 3 positions. I shall refrain from elaborating on the rewards for other ranks. As the students on the playground absorbed these incentives, excitement surged among them. A spatial ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. How much could that possibly fetch? Exclaimed one. How naive. Such an item cannot be purchased with mere currency. Another interjected. I wonder if the vice principal crafted that spatial ring using her own spatial abilities. Would it perhaps carry her fragrance? Exclaimed another, astonished. Goodness. There's a weirdo among us. It was evident to all that the reward for first place far surpassed those for second and third. After all, a spatial ring of 10 cubic meters is simply unattainable through monetary means. Nonetheless, for these freshmen, the rewards for second and third place were still exceedingly generous. When converted into daxia coins, these rewards would amount to several million in value. Thus, many freshmen were filled with eager anticipation, particularly some of the provincial champions whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Furthermore, this freshman competition offered a remarkable opportunity to alter your ranking privileges. The top 50 participants would be awarded A-level privileges. Those ranking from 51 to 200 would receive B-level privileges, and those from 201 to 500 would be granted C-level privileges. As for the remaining participants, they would attain D-level privileges. Ling Shuang's voice resonated once more, inciting a flurry of inquiries from some of the newcomers. Is A-level the highest privilege? What about S-level? Many were aware that Su Jingming, an S-level awakened one, possessed S-level privileges. S-level privileges are assessed solely by the school and will not be included in the rewards of the freshman competition or the year-end assessments. Ling Shuang replied calmly. That is all I have to say. The opening ceremony concludes here, and I wish each of you success in the freshman competition. Dean Sun, I now hand over to you. Understood. Dean Sun Qingxue of the Elemental Academy nodded slightly, rising to approach the podium. Meanwhile, the figure of Vice Principal Ling Shuang, clad in red, stepped into the void and vanished, leaving some male students below feeling a twinge of disappointment. Take a 5-minute break. After 5 minutes, the freshman competition will officially commence. However, before that, let me remind you that all of our deans and instructors will be observing each of your performances in the arena. Students who excel will be considered for mentorship by the teachers, so I implore you all to give it your utmost effort. Dean Sun Qingxue of the Elemental Academy was a woman in her 40s, and compared to the austere demeanor of Vice Principal Ling Shuang, her voice was notably softer. Indeed, there will be exclusive mentors selecting students during the freshman competition. It seems this time we must give our all. I hope a teacher takes notice of me. Otherwise, it could be troublesome. The pace of advancement for students with dedicated mentors is incomparable to that of those without. Consequently, many freshmen silently steeled themselves, preparing to showcase their best during the upcoming competition. Su Jingming, Song Chuyun, Lu Wentao, and Qi Dongxia had already secured their mentors during the summer break, so they had no concerns in that regard. In comparison, they were more preoccupied with the competition rewards. To their astonishment, the first place winner would receive a spatial ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. How generous of the school. Su Jingming had not anticipated this. He had been troubled by the inadequacy of his two 1 cubic meter rings to accommodate his long spear, and now the school had graciously provided a ring of substantial capacity. Vice Principal Ling, possessing space-related abilities, found a 10 cubic meter ring to be rather unremarkable. Song Qiuyun, who had already retrieved her Feng Tianhua halberd from her spatial ring, smiled as she spoke. In fact, her family had a long-standing partnership with a space-related ability user, and the 30 cubic meter ring she owned was crafted by that individual. Su Jingming nodded slightly in agreement. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and Dean Sun Qingxue once again took to the podium. The first stage of the freshman competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. The freshman, who had been engaged in conversation, suddenly fell silent. The first stage will consist of 10 rounds of combat. Let us now draw the participants for the first round. With Dean Sun's announcement, the top-tier artificial intelligence Eva's holographic projection appeared at the podium, resembling a cute, round ball. Eva. The small sphere shimmered slightly, and a beam of light shone down upon the field, selecting over 100 freshmen. Those chosen by Eva would participate in the first round of combat. They were to ascend the arena. Over 100 fully equipped freshmen stepped onto the massive platform. Oh, Li Qingji is also in the first round. Lu Wentao remarked in surprise. Su Jingming followed Lu's gaze and spotted a young man on the arena, a figure with wild black hair and a robust physique. At 189 meters tall, Su Jingming considered himself tall, yet the individual before him appeared even taller. Additionally, he wielded a blood-red sword. Sensing the scrutiny, Li Qingji turned to Su Jingming and provocatively made a slashing motion across his throat with a broad grin. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow at this display. He had heard from Lu Wentao about Li Qingji's arrogance, but witnessing it firsthand confirmed the extent of his hubris. Song Qiuyun also noticed the gesture, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she tightened her grip on her Feng Tianhua halberd. Lu Wentao, observing this, nearly burst into laughter. What a guy! Why choose to provoke the one person you shouldn't? Now you've drawn the ire of both him and the second person you ought to avoid. I hope you won't be too badly beaten by Ming Gu and the others. Lu Wentao couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for this reckless provincial champion from Qinghai. Chapter 97. Su Jingming takes the stage. A presence that shocks the audience. Before the competition officially begins, let me reiterate, you need not fear inflicting excessive harm that could lead to fatalities. The arena is monitored by the top-tier artificial intelligence Eva, which will automatically generate protective barriers should any life-threatening situations arise. Moreover, we have a professional medical team on standby, including the assistant dean with A-level healing abilities. As long as one's head isn't severed, they can be revived. After delivering this final piece of advice, Dean Sun waved her hand. Eva, prepare to commence. All right. Activating energy defense shield. With Eva's cheerful voice, a transparent energy wall resembling rippling water rose along the edges of the vast arena. The energy wall converged at the top, forming a colossal cubic protective shield. Thus, any residual attack waves would not affect the nearby spectators. All students on the arena, please prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1, begin. At the instant the signal was given, all freshmen on the stage unleashed their powers. What had been a relatively normal gathering of newcomers transformed dramatically. Roars erupted as some wielders of beast-type enhancement abilities half-transformed, emitting feral howls. Thunderous sounds echoed as elemental users enveloped themselves in flames, water, earth shields, and whirling winds. Additionally, some massive figures, having grown in size, brandished swords over 2 meters long in fierce combat. Others, with eyes slightly closed, caused every student within a 5-meter radius to collapse without exception. These were formidable psychic ability users. All those entering the Magic Capital Ability University were prodigies from various provinces and cities, and the intensity of their combat was nothing short of extraordinary. Nevertheless, among this throng, the most striking was undoubtedly Li Qingji, the provincial champion from Qinghai. His second-tier lower-level presence stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Who is that? Has he actually broken through to the second tier? It appears to be Li Qingji, the provincial champion of Qinghai province. No wonder. The new students on the playground were taken aback, discussing amongst themselves, while the older students in the audience expressed their astonishment as well. In their own cohort, there had never been a second-tier ability user. The sudden emergence of a second-tier ability user among this group of first-tier users was akin to a lion entering a flock of sheep. Indeed, the first round of the chaotic melee, consisting of hundreds of participants, concluded in merely half an hour. Li Qingji, the provincial champion of Qinghai, impressively triumphed over 36 opponents, thus advancing seamlessly to the second stage of the competition. 36 individuals. Su Jingming, as an S-rank ability awakener. I wonder if your performance in the first stage can surpass mine. After stepping down from the platform, Li Qingji couldn't resist flaunting his achievements in front of Su Jingming. This guy is beyond redemption, Lu Wentao mused, unable to suppress a sigh as he watched Li Qingji depart. I have seen people courting disaster, but never one so thoroughly. Su Jingming, however, remained largely unfazed by such ostentation. To him, Li Qingji's behavior seemed as juvenile as that of a child. President, should we consider listing Li Qingji as our primary target now that he has broken through to the second tier? Someone from the audience in the Meteorite Society inquired. Su Jingming, possessing S-rank abilities, was their primary target for recruitment, yet the speed of his breakthrough was a significant factor to consider. Li Qingji, having reached the second tier before Su Jingming, certainly qualified as a prime candidate. No need. President Wu Yuan shook his head with a smile. Su Jingming is far more than just a first-tier individual. Oh, do you have insider information? The girl who had spoken earlier's eyes lit up. It's not exactly insider information. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Wu Yuan replied, shaking his head and refraining from elaboration. He recalled the scene he had seen a few days prior in the early morning at the martial arts library. That thunder, akin to divine punishment, was not something a person like Li Qingji could possibly compare to. President, I absolutely detest cryptic individuals, the girl said, her gaze filled with longing. Haha. You'll find out soon enough, so don't be too impatient. President Wu Yuan smiled gently. The first round of the new student competition concluded, and participants for the second round were to be drawn. The medical team stationed beside the arena swiftly sprang into action, carrying away the severely injured new students who were unable to move. Meanwhile, the artificial intelligence, Eva, initiated the selection of participants for the second round. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hundreds of light beams surged into the crowd of new students on the field, enveloping Su Jingming in one of them. Among the four, he was the sole one selected. Fortune smiles upon me. It seems I am up for the second round, Su Jingming remarked with a slight smile as he drew forth his dark cloud's swift-wind spear. Go for it, Su. Despite Su Jingming's inevitable dominance, Song Qiuyun and Qi Dongxia cheered with bright smiles. Brother Ming, show that Li Qingji fellow your prowess. Lu Wentao added excitedly. All right. Su Jingming nodded, joining the others as they ascended the platform. Wow, it's Su Jingming. How unfortunate to be in the same round as him. A newcomer lamented, realizing that one qualifying spot had already been claimed, leaving only 4 remaining. Well, it could be worse. At least I'm not in the same round as Li Qingji. Even though Su Jingming had maintained a low profile for the past month and a half, the new students still regarded him with apprehension due to his record-breaking strength against Lei Zhou and his S-rank abilities as the provincial champion of Jiangnan. Thus, once on the platform, the newcomers kept their distance, creating a 50-meter exclusion zone around Su Jingming. Do you think standing far away will keep you safe? How naive. Su Jingming shook his head, a flicker of battle intent evident in his piercing gaze. Is that the new disciple of Din Yang? Indeed, he is. An S-rank lightning-type ability user, the awakener of the purple cloud Divine Thunder. His presence exuded an impressive and fierce aura. On the podium, the dean and teachers paid considerable attention to Su Jingming's S-rank awakening. Upon noticing his appearance on the platform, they began to converse animatedly. I heard he was merely an awakener before enrolling, and within just over a month, he has already reached the first-tier rank. His training speed is astonishing. Indeed, had the previous gap not been so vast, he might have entered the second tier, just like Li Qingji. Wait, what is that aura? A teacher exclaimed, sensing a powerful mental force emanating from Su Jingming. At a distance of 200 to 300 meters, it required deliberate focus to gauge the abilities of lower-tier users. However, upon realizing the source of the aura, the teachers were taken aback. Su Jingming's rank had astonishingly reached the second-tier level. What on earth? How did Su Jingming's rank elevate so dramatically? A teacher holding a teacup nearly spat out his drink upon sensing the level. The other deans and teachers mirrored his astonishment. Old Yang kept such an important update to himself. He certainly knows how to keep secrets. Dean Sun exclaimed in shock. While the teachers on the podium were astonished by Su Jingming's rank, on the arena floor, the energy defense shield activated, and the voice of the artificial intelligence, Eva, resonated. All students participating in the second round, please prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1, begin. As in the previous round, the moment the match commenced, the new students on the platform unleashed their respective abilities and energies. Indeed, I prefer battling humans over fierce beasts. Feeling the surging energy fluctuations and various abilities around him, Su Jingming's lips curled into a slight smile. Purple cloud Divine Thunder. Thunder rumbled, accompanied by the deep growl of thunder. A blue-purple lightning bolt, infused with the essence of primal origins, erupted forth. Simultaneously, an aura far surpassing all the new students on the platform suddenly burst forth from Su Jingming. Chapter 98, 1 vs 102. How will you turn the tide? Boom. The aura of a second-tier ability user exploded across the vast arena. The overwhelming sense of pressure caused the combatants engaged in fierce struggle to momentarily freeze in their actions. Is this the aura of a second-tier ability user? A new student gulped nervously, instinctively turning to the source of the aura. There stood Su Jingming, gripping a dark golden spear, surrounded by crackling lightning, resembling a thunder god. It's Su Jingming. He is actually a second-tier ability user. At that moment, the new students on the platform were utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Li Chengji's second-tier lower rank was already impressive, but now another even more formidable second-tier upper rank user had emerged. How could anyone compete with that? Some first-tier mid-level new students were left questioning their existence. Am I really participating in the new student competition? How is it that you have surpassed me by more than one whole tier? Due to the sudden surge of aura emanating from Su Jingming, the freshmen who had been fiercely battling on the stage found themselves simultaneously plunged into a state of existential doubt. In truth, it was not only the newcomers on the stage who were questioning their purpose. Even the seasoned students in the audience appeared bewildered. What the hell? A second-tier upper level? Is this the level of strength one would expect from a freshman? I could tolerate a second-tier lower level, but now a second-tier upper level has emerged? Good grief, how am I, a third-year student who has only just reached the second-tier upper level, supposed to cope with this? Especially for those seniors who spent 2 to 3 years to achieve the second-tier upper level, their despair was palpable, feeling as though the years had been squandered. A second-tier upper level? The Meteorite Society. The girl who had spoken earlier was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and turned to the president, Wu Yuan. President, did you know about this all along? Sort of, Wu Yuan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Now, we can truly see Su Jingming's potential, can't we? Indeed. Su Jingming remains our primary target for recruitment. We will proceed with our original plan after the freshman competition. The girl nodded earnestly. In a corner of the audience, the silver-haired girl, Jiang Chuxian, gazed at the tall figure on the stage, her beautiful eyes brightening. It's really you, senior. No, wait, I should call you junior. She mused, realizing she had been deceived for so long. I must find him later. The thought of reuniting with Su Jingming brought a lovely smile to Jiang Chuxian's face. A second-tier upper level. As Li Qingji observed the poised figure on the stage gripping the spear, his expression darkened considerably. He had initially intended to leverage his second-tier lower-level strength to crush Su Jingming, thereby stepping onto the pedestal of fame as an S-rank ability user. Perhaps he could even elevate his status at the school to S-rank. However, the overwhelming power Su Jingming had just displayed completely shattered that ambition. Yet, upon spotting a certain lean figure on the stage, Li Qingji's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Jingming, if it were any other match, you would undoubtedly win. But unfortunately, that guy is also in the second round. Let us see how you handle this. A relaxed smile spread across Li Qingji's face, as if he believed that with that person present, Su Jingming was destined to fail. Including me, there are a total of 103 freshmen in this round. So, let us push forward. On the stage, Su Jingming was poised to launch his attack when suddenly a resonant voice echoed from the platform. Everyone, Su Jingming is a second-tier upper-level ability user with an S-rank ability. If we allow him to break through one by one, we will all be eliminated. Therefore, why don't we join forces to eliminate Su Jingming first? The voice, emanating from an unknown source, was magnetic and compelling. The suggestion sparked a glimmer of determination in the eyes of the previously dazed freshman. The voice exuded a strong allure. Was it a mental-type ability user? Su Jingming furrowed his brows, keenly sensing something was amiss. Just then, the male voice resonated once more. There are 103 of us in total, excluding Su Jingming. We still have 102. Even if Su Jingming is a second-tier upper-level ability user, 102 against 1, we can wear him down. By the way, I'm Shirliao, an A-rank mental-type ability user. I have already gathered nearly 20 people. As long as the rest of you follow my lead, I guarantee we will take down Su Jingming at the slightest cost. You must consider this opportunity carefully. Defeating an S-rank ability user is not a common chance. Upon hearing this, Su Jingming could clearly see the fervor igniting in the eyes of the surrounding freshmen, their gazes now filled with burning combat spirit. If they didn't fight, they would be eliminated anyway. Fighting might just offer a chance. To hell with it, I'm in. Defeating an S-rank ability user might only come once in a lifetime. I'm all in. Shirliao, tell us what to do. Under the seductive influence of Shirliao's voice, every freshman on the stage, except for Su Jingming, united together. This Shirliao is quite something. He really managed to rally the newcomers. Su Jingming is in a bit of trouble now. This round may not go smoothly. I remember Shirliao is a disciple of Director Long. Indeed, impressive. On the platform, the teachers were all somewhat astonished. They had assumed that Su Jingming, a second-tier upper level, would easily advance in this initial phase of the competition. But who could have foreseen such an unexpected turn of events? Moreover, several teachers looked enviously at a middle-aged man, the head of the tactical academy, Long Ku, who had recently taken Shi Liao as his disciple. Little Liao's success is merely luck. One should not take it too seriously, Director Long chuckled. This statement was half humility and half acknowledgement of Shi Liao's fortunate circumstances. Had Su Jingming not been an S-rank ability user, and had he not unleashed the aura of a second-tier upper-level ability user, Shi Liao would not have been able to so easily draw the other freshmen to a common front. Luck is indeed part of strength. But Su Jingming is in quite the predicament now. If an S-rank awakened ability user cannot even pass the first stage of the freshman competition, that would be quite the jest, wouldn't it? One teacher hesitated, saying, if the stage were filled with just 100 ferocious beasts, that might be manageable. But now, there are over 100 ability users. Enhancement types, elemental types, support types, mental types. Every category is represented. Moreover, these individuals are all prodigies from various regions. United under Shi Liao's command, they form an almost flawless small battle group. 100-person battalion aiming to take down a second-tier upper-level ability user is nearly a foregone conclusion. Of course, Su Jingming is not an ordinary second-tier upper-level ability user. The next moments will reveal which side prevails. As the directors and teachers discussed amongst themselves at the podium, Su Jingming had finally utilized his formidable mental strength to locate the source of the voice from hundreds of meters away. It was a lean, youthful boy, standing less than 5 feet 7 inches tall, with a strikingly delicate appearance. He wore black combat attire and carried no weapon, yet a dozen powerful figures, both male and female, stood guard by his side. Shi Liao, an A-rank mental ability user. Interesting indeed, Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. The ability to swiftly rally the other freshmen speaks volumes of Shi Liao's capabilities. Su Jingming, had you found and eliminated me before I spoke a second time, there might have been a chance to break the stalemate. But now that everyone has decided to follow my lead, you no longer have an opportunity. Noticing Su Jingming's gaze, Shi Liao slightly lifted his head, a smile gracing his handsome face. 1 against 102. How do you plan to turn the tide? Turn the tide? Why do you presume I am at a disadvantage? Su Jingming arched his brows, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The dark cloud swift wind spear was lightly embedded in the ground, and then his powerful right hand clenched in the air. Thunder spear. Endless arcs of blue and purple lightning converged in his palm, gradually manifesting into the form of a thunder spear. Chapter 99. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot bite down a dragon. The melee-oriented ability users surged forward, while the ranged ability users unleashed their attacks, and the support-type ability users enhanced their statuses. Observing Su Jingming begin to coalesce his assault, Shi Liao hastily commanded. In truth, the optimal strategy would have been to categorize these 100 individuals based on their abilities into 5 teams of 20, then launch a relentless wheel battle against Su Jingming. However, given that this was a freshly assembled group, such meticulous coordination was unattainable. They could only rely on their ability types and charge together. The opportunity to defeat an S-rank ability user. Haha, charge forward. What of the S-rank ability user? Today marks the moment we pull you down from your pedestal. Aside from the dozen or so ability users surrounding Shi Liao, the rest simultaneously launched an assault on Su Jingming. Thus, a rare spectacle unfolded upon the arena. Over 80 ability users simultaneously directed a myriad of attacks toward a single individual. Boom. From behind, searing fireballs and slicing wind blades surged towards Su Jingming. In front, numerous warriors wielding weapons and employing enhancement abilities charged excitedly toward him. Additionally, this group radiated various luminous colors. Those were the augmentations bestowed by the support-type ability users. As Su Jingming concentrated on forming the Thunder Spear, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down on him, causing his thoughts to slow. The accumulation of the Thunder Spear also decelerated. Was this the negative status inflicted by the support-type ability users? Narrowing his eyes at the crowd of ability users rushing toward him, Su Jingming thought, unfortunately, this has little effect on me. His right hand finally completed the formation of the Thunder Spear. The surface of the spear crackled with liquid-like lightning, emanating an aura of terrifying might. This was Su Jingming's A-rank combat technique, Thunder Spear. Quickly, organize a defense. Upon seeing Su Jingming's Thunder Spear materialize in the distance, Shi Liao urgently shouted. The ability users guarding him swiftly formed a wall in front of Shi Liao. The foremost among them, an A-rank elemental earth ability user, utilized their powers to conjure a massive, thick earthen wall, sheltering everyone within. Su Jingming, I advise you not to focus on me, but rather deal with the enemies surrounding you. Shi Liao, feeling completely secure behind the protection of his comrades, shouted boldly. The new ability users and Su Jingming were at least 50 meters apart. Even these first-tier melee ability users would require 2 to 3 seconds to reach Su Jingming. Yet, his situation remained perilous, as the distance between the ability users and Su Jingming continuously decreased. Various elemental energy attacks soared through the air. Under such circumstances, Shi Liao did not believe that Su Jingming's Thunder Spear would be aimed at him first. However, in the face of Shi Liao's threat, the tall and slender figure hundreds of meters away remained unshaken. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, his robust right hand wielding the Thunder Spear thrust forward. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Thunder Spear shot forth like lightning. Was that a sonic boom? Shi Liao was momentarily stunned, unable to react. A tremendous explosion reverberated. The Thunder Spear collided with the massive wall. The thick wall, which Shi Liao had high hopes for, and which was harder than E-rank alloys, shattered as if it were made of paper under the Thunder Spear's formidable impact. Debris flew in all directions, and several nearby ability users were sent sprawling, bloodied and dazed. Yet, this was not the end. Buzz! The lightning on the Thunder Spear suddenly surged violently, radiating blinding light. This is bad. It's going to explode. Shi Liao's expression turned pale. The shockwave alone was terrifying. If that thing were to detonate, they would all perish. Just as despair gripped him, transparent energy shields manifested around everyone. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his ear from the artificial intelligence. Eva, danger, danger. An unstoppable energy impact has been detected. Life is at risk. Activating energy defense net. Boom. It was at that moment that the Thunder Spear exploded. Accompanied by a terrifying surge of energy, the ground trembled, and a mushroom cloud of lightning erupted into the sky. What is this commotion? Goodness, can you believe it? I actually saw a mushroom cloud on the arena. Shi Liao and his companions couldn't possibly have perished, could they? From the moment Su Jingming hurled the Thunder Spear to its detonation transpired in an instant. By now, the new ability users had yet to charge within 20 meters of Su Jingming. Reacting instinctively to the disturbance, they turned to look. What they beheld was a scene of sheer astonishment. Hundreds of meters away, aside from Shi Liao and the others protected by the energy shields, the ground around them appeared as if it had been plowed by missiles, riddled with craters. Residual lightning and arcs flickered and danced. We regret to inform you. You have been eliminated by Su Jingming. As the voice echoed in his ears, Shi Liao stood dazed. He had not anticipated that merely a single combat technique from Su Jingming would eliminate his entire group. The power was far too overwhelming. Instinctively, Shi Liao felt remorse. Had he not provoked Su Jingming, with his own strength, he surely could have advanced. Now, having defeated not a single enemy, he was eliminated. And the second phase of the new ability user competition was forever beyond his reach. Yet, at this point, it was futile to lament. Do not mind me. Continue the assault, Shi Liao shouted. Although their group had been eliminated, there were still over 80 new ability users on the field. They remained a force not to be underestimated. Moreover, having consumed so much time, the ranged attacks from the ability users were already upon them. Shi Liao instinctively glanced forward. Boom! Crackle! Flames, lightning, wind blades, and a myriad of elemental attacks erupted explosively. Indeed, Su Jingming's figure was completely engulfed by the various elemental assaults. Even if I am eliminated, I will take you down with me. Shi Liao snorted coldly. A tit-for-tat outcome would still be acceptable. However, at that moment, a deep voice emanated from ahead. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot bite down a dragon. Your efforts will ultimately prove futile. With a crackle, accompanied by the powerful roar of surging thunder, Su Jingming's towering and robust figure emerged from the flames and lightning, clutching a dark golden spear. He was surrounded by a swirling tempest of blue and purple lightning, forming an intricate web of electricity. All flames, thunder, and even wind blades were repelled, unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Rather, they served to accentuate his unmatched ferocity. Simply employing his abilities could isolate all elemental energy attacks? How is that possible? Shi Liao's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. If Su Jingming had used a particular powerful combat technique to nullify all attacks, he might have been able to accept it. However, this is evidently the fundamental application of elemental abilities that all elementalists are capable of wielding. Yet, despite this, an insurmountable sense of despair looms large. Is this the essence of an S-class ability? A sense of impotence surged within Shi Liao. No matter how he unites all the ability users, in the eyes of others, he remains but an insignificant ant. Furthermore, Su Jingming's terrifying display has undoubtedly stirred a tempest among the teachers and spectators alike. Chapter 100, Overwhelming Victory. Promotion achieved. What an awe-inspiring thunder. The elemental attacks from others are utterly ineffective. Is this the might of an S-class ability? It is simply outrageous. More than 100 people attempting to subdue a single individual. yet they can't even apply the slightest pressure. Speaking of which, the power of the A-class combat skill, Thunder Spear, seems excessively formidable, doesn't it? After Shi Liao organized the freshmen, the senior students in the audience believed the situation would unfold differently. However, Su Jingming's series of actions delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Some lightning-type ability users, who had also learned the A-class combat skill, were astonished to discover the sheer ferocity of Su Jingming's Thunder Spear. It felt as though the Thunder Spear they had learned was a mere imitation. I knew it. The senior would be just fine. Gazing at the tall figure on the arena, the silver-haired maiden Jiang Chuxuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with brilliance, oblivious to her misaddress. Having witnessed Su Jingming at his full strength, she naturally did not perceive any threat from this group of freshmen. Jiang Chuxian was not alone in this belief. Song Qiyun, present on the playground, shared the same sentiment. With her right arm crossed over her chest, she observed Su Jingming emerging from the flames and lightning, a faint smile illuminating her delicate features. To think they could defeat Su Jingming, how naive. In stark contrast, the teachers on the podium erupted in exclamations. The formidable Thunder Spear exhibited a proficiency that clearly indicated a high level of mastery. The sonic boom produced upon its throw signified that its instantaneous velocity exceeded twice the speed of sound. His physique was astonishingly robust. His command over lightning-type abilities was exceedingly adept. The simple lightning web had no gaps, indicating rigorous practice. They were seasoned high-level ability users. And from just a single Thunder Spear and a lightning web, they discerned that Su Jingming was exponentially stronger than they had anticipated. For instance, the A-class combat skill, Thunder Spear, typically requires ordinary ability users at least 3 to 4 years to reach a high level of proficiency. Yet, Su Jingming, having only been enrolled for a little over 2 months, had already attained advanced proficiency. This was beyond their imagination. Moreover, his physical strength exceeded their expectations, as he could generate twice the speed of sound with his bare hands. A genius. An unequivocal genius. This round of competition posed no challenge for him. How many more hidden trump cards does Su Jingming possess that remain unknown to us? Due to the fact that Principal Yang Zhentian has been conducting individual lessons with Su Jingming, the teacher's impression of him was limited to the phrase S-class ability awakener, with no further knowledge. Even his second-tier upper-level strength had only just been revealed. The prowess Su Jingming had displayed so far had already astonished them. Yet, with Principal Yang Zhentian absent, they had no means of inquiring further about Su Jingming's crucial strength information. Thus, regarding Su Jingming's full strength, they were like cats catching a whiff of fish, yet lacking any other means of understanding. They could only fix their gaze on the arena and continue to observe the unfolding battle. Despite Shi Liao calling for another attack, the overwhelming fear instilled by Su Jingming's terrifying presence, coupled with Shi Liao's elimination, rendered his mental manipulation abilities ineffective. Consequently, an unusual scene emerged on the arena. Over 80 individuals besieging a lone figure, yet none dared to advance. Too afraid to proceed? Allow me to take the lead. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. With a flash of lightning, his figure vanished from the spot. Bang! When he reappeared, one individual was sent flying, screaming and spitting blood. What astonishing speed! I barely caught sight of how he struck. No, dispersing makes us more vulnerable. We must unite. The remaining freshmen quickly grasped the situation and decided to collaborate. Thus, the elemental ability users at the rear unleashed their spell-based combat skills, while the melee-type ability users grimaced and advanced towards Su Jingming. Now this is exciting. A mischievous smile graced Su Jingming's lips as he surged forward, rather than retreating. His tall, slender figure charged into the throng. The ranged elemental attacks were completely nullified by the lightning web enveloping his body. He had no cause for concern. The melee weapons wielded by the surrounding ability users were effortlessly deflected by his long spear. Clang, clang, clang. A series of weapon clashes erupted as the dark cloud gale spear transformed into a black phantom under Su Jingming's deft movements. Each ability user attempting to engage Su Jingming, whether employing combat skills or simple strikes, found themselves utterly powerless against the immense force conveyed through their weapons, sent reeling backward. Your angle of attack is flawed. Your speed is too slow. Your strength is inadequate. No, this is too weak, far too weak. Su Jingming refrained from employing any combat skills, even utilizing the Purple Sky Divine Thunder solely for defense against ranged attacks. Yet even so, the formidable physique bestowed by the third level of the Thunder Undying Body, combined with his masterful marksmanship, rendered every single freshman unable to engage him for a second exchange. Even with support from enhancement-type ability users, they were still adversely affected by negative states. Thus, Su Jingming bulldozed his way through, and in less than a minute, the vast arena was left with only him standing. Thud! The 260-kilogram dark cloud gale spear struck the ground heavily, producing a low rumble as the earth trembled slightly. Su Jingming surveyed the area, apart from himself. Over 100 freshmen were either heavily injured and lying on the ground or shielded within the protective barrier provided by Eva. Pathetically weak. A profound disappointment etched itself onto Su Jingming's steadfast and composed countenance. While he had anticipated that his current strength would utterly dominate these freshmen, he had not expected that even when all 100 of them banded together, they would fail to provide him with the slightest challenge. In response, some of the nearby freshmen felt utterly despondent. Goodness, to have been beaten so thoroughly, yet he still deems us weak. The second round of the first phase concludes. The sole victor is Su Jingming, with a count of 102 defeated opponents. The artificial intelligence, Eva's holographic projection, appeared in midair above the arena, her charming spherical form displaying a momentarily puzzled and adorable expression. The remaining 4 advancing participants are, aside from Su Jingming, the other 102 contestants scored 0 in defeating opponents and could not progress. Thus, the AI Eva was unable to select the other 4, excluding the promoted Su Jingming. The remaining 102 participants would re-enter the competition to determine 4 additional qualifiers. On the podium, the Dean of the Element Academy, Sun Qingxue, stepped forward at the opportune moment to make an announcement, casting a look of satisfied admiration towards Su Jingming. It must be said that even as the Dean, she found the battle to be exhilarating. With the final results proclaimed by Sun Qingxue, the audience comprised of senior students erupted into animated discussions. A complete domination. An absolute rout. It was my first time witnessing a freshman competition where only one individual advanced. Su Jingming's prowess is undeniably formidable. Just wait. Those clubs will surely fight tooth and nail to recruit Su Jingming. Their ambitions will be thwarted. It was apparent to any discerning observer that, during the preceding battle, Su Jingming had not even exerted his full strength. Yet, even so, he managed to overpower more than 100 opponents in less than a minute. Such a record had never been set in the entire history of the Magic City Ability University. Chapter 101. Is that master-level marksmanship? The dazzling Song Qiuyun. I recall that the freshman competition segment has been in place for over 40 years, correct? Yes, the previous highest record was also achieved by an S-class ability user, who ultimately defeated a staggering 87 newcomers. However, it took him significantly longer, nearly 6 to 7 minutes to accomplish it. Thus, it appears that Su Jingming has indeed shattered our school's record. On the podium, the teachers exchanged smiles and remarks. The record of 87 opponents set by the former S-class ability user was due to his combat prowess being capped at that number. In stark contrast, Su Jingming's record of 102 was simply because there were only that many newcomers in the arena. If he had been given more opponents, he could have set an even higher record. No one knows where his limits lie. It is also puzzling how Dean Yang has cultivated him. Su Jingming's marksmanship has already reached a masterful level, hasn't it? A mentor from the Weapon Academy exclaimed in astonishment. Master level, you heard correctly? Sun Qingxue, the Dean of the Element Academy, was momentarily taken aback and promptly inquired further. You heard correctly, Su Jingming's marksmanship is indeed master level. Another mentor from the Weapon Academy confirmed with a tone of admiration. The Weapon Academy boasts over 30 mentors, and including the Dean, only 9 have attained master-level weapon skills. The remaining 20 or so mentors possess merely the proficiency of a master level. This implies that, in terms of weapon proficiency alone, Su Jingming is qualified to hold a mentor position at Magic University. With master-level marksmanship, it is evident that Su Jingming possesses extraordinary talent in the field of weaponry. Sun Qingxue's gaze flickered. It is well known that lightning-type abilities encompass both close combat and long-range spellcasting development paths. Initially, she had intended to wait until the end of the freshman competition to negotiate the possibility of drawing him to the Element Academy. However, given Su Jingming's exceptional marksmanship, which evidently holds greater potential in weaponry, such an endeavor now seemed unnecessary. Regardless, with Su Jingming's current strength, he is at a crushing level compared to the other newcomers. Although the freshman competition still has a second phase, Dean Sun does not believe any newcomer can match Su Jingming's prowess. This is for the best. I need not worry about this semester's tri-school freshman study tour, Sun Qingxue silently mused. Minggu, well done. Su Jingming remains as formidable as ever. As Su Jingming descended from the arena, surrounding students cast him wary glances, tinged with a hint of respect. Lu Wentao, Song Qiuyun, and Qi Dongxia all approached with smiles to offer their congratulations. Particularly, Lu Wentao was brimming with excitement. Minggu, you should have seen Li Chengji's face. It turned a shade akin to liver the moment you eliminated Shi Liao. Goodness, I think he could take up the art of face-changing in Sichuan opera. Upon hearing this, Su Jingming scanned the crowd of newcomers, and quickly spotted Li Qingji. However, the latter no longer bore the arrogance he had previously displayed. Upon meeting Su Jingming's gaze, he swiftly turned his head away. This elicited a chuckle from Su Jingming. It turned out that this fellow was merely a paper tiger, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. For such a person, Su Jingming was initially disinclined to even engage. Yet, Li Qingji's earlier bravado was intolerable. Perhaps I shall issue him a challenge in the second phase. After all, I have 3 opportunities. Shaking his head, Su Jingming smiled at Song Qiuyun and the others. The next phase rests upon your shoulders. No problem. I can hardly wait, Song Qiuyun replied, a fierce battle spirit igniting in her charming visage, creating an unexpectedly harmonious blend. The advancement in the first phase should pose no issues. Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxiao were equally eager. The arena on playground number 3 was constructed from an unknown alloy. Despite Su Jingming's lightning spear leaving numerous craters upon its surface, it swiftly returned to its original state. After the newcomers who were unable to continue were removed from the platform, the artificial intelligence, EVA, declared the commencement of the 3rd round of matches. The first phase of the freshman competition's 2nd round concluded, and now participants for the 3rd round were to be drawn. The competition continued. Without Su Jingming's presence, the remaining rounds of matches appeared far more balanced. The newcomers were almost evenly matched. Even those possessing superior strength were not overwhelming. Consequently, the average duration of the subsequent rounds hovered around 40 minutes. Lu Wentao was set to compete in the 3rd round following Su Jingming, possessing an A-class psychic ability. His strength was certainly commendable. He ultimately triumphed over 9 opponents, securing 4th place in this round and advancing. Song Qiuyun's roommate, Qi Dongxia, entered the fray in the 6th round. She possessed an A-class enhancement-type beast ability, akin to Tang Qi's, but specifically related to feline beasts. Upon activating her ability, her speed was astonishing, her movements swift. Coupled with the alloy steel claws she wielded, her lethality was formidable. Ultimately, she defeated 12 opponents, placing 3rd in this round and advancing. As for Song Qiuyun, her turn came somewhat later, as she was drawn in the 8th round. It's my turn. Song Qiuyun smiled slightly, stepping onto the arena under Su Jingming's watchful gaze. Her slender figure, gripping a halberd, immediately drew the astonished attention of the newcomers. It's Song Qiuyun, the top student from Sichuan province. It's quite rare to see someone wielding a halberd as a weapon. Most newcomers had enrolled early, and naturally, they had heard of Song Qiuyun, the most beautiful girl among the new students. However, they never anticipated that such an alluring young lady would wield such a robust weapon. Such a figure, such beauty, truly exceptional. I declare unilaterally that she is our school's new generation goddess. In stark contrast to the newcomers' focus, the senior students who beheld Song Qiuyun for the first time were naturally captivated by her stunning appearance and figure. Concurrently, the 8th round of matches officially commenced on the arena. Light of the morning dawn, brilliant radiance erupted from Song Qiuyun. The aura of a 2nd-tier lower-level ability, user fully unleashed. Another 2nd tier. What is happening? Why are there so many 2nd tiers among this year's newcomers? Fortunately, it is merely a lower-tier 2nd stage, not as monstrous as Su Jingming. The senior students, who had just been immersed in the exquisite beauty of Song Qiuyun, were suddenly taken aback. In past years' freshman competitions, reaching the pinnacle of the 1st stage was already considered supreme. Yet this year, 3 2nd-stage abilities have emerged in succession. Such a phenomenon would have been unimaginable in prior years. However, some seniors found this acceptable. After all, there are already freshmen at the upper tier of the 2nd stage, so the emergence of 1 or 2 more at the lower tier is not particularly concerning. Song Qiuyun, the top scholar from Sichuan province, possesses an A-grade light-type ability, making her the 2nd target for recruitment. Wu Yuan, the president of the Meteorite Society, pondered. And what about Li Qingji? Inquired a female member beside him. For now, he is listed as the 3rd recruitment target, Wu Yuan replied. Li Qingji possesses an A-grade enhancement ability, which, compared to light-type abilities, does not have as much potential for development. Naturally, Song Qiuyun takes precedence. Light-S Judgment, Morning Light Phoenix Dance, Spear Technique of Radiance, Spear Technique of Light and Flame Gravity Slash. Unlike the loss of confidence experienced during training at the villa due to Su Jingming's overwhelming prowess, on the arena, Song Qiuyun, adept in both elemental and physical combat, unleashed a plethora of battle techniques while wielding her Fong Tianhua Ji. Enveloped in the light of dawn, she fought with the ferocity of a goddess of light. Even the afternoon sun at 2 o'clock could not diminish her resplendent and graceful form. The entire battle concluded in less than 10 minutes, with Song Qiuyun achieving a remarkable tally of 45 defeated opponents, securing the top rank for this round. Chapter 102, Round after round of challenges. The misfortunate Li Qingji. So how did I perform? Song Qiuyun stepped down from the arena, a radiant smile gracing her features as she approached Su Jingming. Truly impressive. The combination of spellcasting and melee techniques is executed with finesse. Su Jingming nodded with a smile. Indeed, I train diligently every day, Song Qiuyun proudly emphasized, lifting her chest. Following the conclusion of the 9th round, the 10th and 11th rounds commenced swiftly. An hour later, the first phase of the freshman competition was completed. Observing this, Dean Sun rose from his seat, approached the stage, and announced, "The first phase of the freshman competition has concluded. We shall now present the results and rankings." With a hum, under the holographic projection of the AI Eva, a colossal leaderboard materialized in midair, displaying all the freshmen scores and rankings. First place, Su Jingming, number of defeated, 102. Second place, Song Qiuyun, number of defeated, 45. Third place, Li Qingji, number of defeated, 36. Fourth place. This year's freshmen had their standings collated, with those at the bottom listed as having failed to defeat anyone, thus obtaining a score of 0. Su Jingming's singular achievement of defeating 102 opponents firmly secured his position at the top. With the conclusion of the first phase of the freshman competition, the second phase, a free challenge round, commenced. Dean Sun proclaimed, "Each of you has 3 opportunities to challenge any individual. The challenge party cannot refuse. Note that freshmen ranked beyond 50 cannot challenge those ranked within the top 50. Additionally, the outcome of each match will be adjudicated by AI Eva. The victor may choose to replace the loser's rank." With a rumble, upon the announcement, the massive arena measuring 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters was divided into 100 smaller arenas, each measuring 100 meters by 100 meters. "Now begin your challenges." As Dean Sun's words echoed, excitement surged among the freshmen on the field. "I challenge the 760th place. Eva, I challenge the 254th place. I challenge the 34th place." The first phase of the competition was a chaotic melee of 100 participants. Although some had only defeated one opponent, their earlier rounds had secured them higher rankings. Naturally, the freshmen did not perceive those ranked above them as stronger. Thus, they eagerly initiated their challenges. As for the rule prohibiting challenges from those ranked outside the top 50 to those within, they found it entirely reasonable. After all, emerging from the chaos of 100 participants already indicated their exceptional strength. Before long, more than half of the divided arenas were occupied. Notably, freshmen among the top 50, such as Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxia, also faced their own challengers. However, the top 3, Su Jingming, Song Qiuyun, and Li Qingji, were not challenged, as none dared to underestimate their prowess given they were all at the second stage. Su Jingming, on the field, gazing at Su Jingming's figure in the distance. Li Qingji felt a pang of reluctance, but ultimately had to concede. The disparity in strength was too vast, he was simply no match for him. "Should I challenge the second-ranked Song Qiuyun instead?" Li Qingji shifted his focus to Song Qiuyun beside Su Jingming. The difference between third and second place, though only 1 rank apart, came with entirely different rewards. Rising a rank would be quite beneficial. Song Qiuyun possessed an A-grade ability and was skilled in combat techniques. Just as he was calculating the power dynamics between them, he suddenly noticed Su Jingming turning towards him, offering a warm and friendly smile. Simultaneously, Su Jingming's voice rang out, "Eva, I challenge the third-ranked Li Qingji." Li Qingji's expression shifted dramatically at that moment, and he exclaimed, "Su Jingming, you are the first. Why challenge me, the third?" Dean Sun did not specify that one must only challenge those of lower ranks. Su Jingming, with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, replied, "Moreover, you do not think I can issue challenges at will, do you? What is happening?" Su Jingming is proactively challenging Li Qingji. Do they have a conflict? Some freshmen noted the situation with surprise. "Hee, you may not know this, but during the first phase, Li Qingji made a throat-cutting gesture towards Su Jingming in provocation," explained a witness to the earlier incident. "Goodness, such arrogance. No wonder Su Jingming would take the initiative to challenge him," murmured the surrounding freshman, suddenly enlightened. "Eva has assigned arena number 74 for this battle. Please ascend to the stage promptly." The AI Eva's holographic projection appeared beside Su Jingming, indicating that the challenge was valid and successfully established. "Very well. Let's see just how formidable you, an S-grade ability user, truly are." Though reluctant, Li Qingji had no choice but to comply with the rules of the freshman competition. With a huff, he brandished his large blade and took his position alongside Su Jingming on arena number 74. Below, aside from Song Qiuyun, over 100 freshmen gathered to watch. After all, this was the inaugural battle between second-stage ability users in the freshman competition. Both parties, prepare yourselves. On the 100-meter by 100-meter arena, Su Jingming and Li Qingji stood facing each other, separated by a distance of 40 meters. In the center, the holographic projection of Eva initiated the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. A feral roar erupted from Li Qingji, his eyes swiftly transforming into a mesmerizing amber hue. His hair fluffed up instantaneously, adopting a dark crimson shade, while his physique expanded dramatically. He had activated his A-class beast-type enhancement ability, the Bloodthirsty Lion King. Now, his already imposing stature stood like a colossus. Su Jingming, you force my hand. Li Qingji bellowed, his blood-red hair billowing behind him as he charged forward, brandishing a long blade. It is not I who have compelled you, but rather your own arrogance that has summoned this calamity. Su Jingming retorted coldly. Amidst flickering lightning, his figure vanished from sight, wielding a dark golden spear. Such astonishing speed. Li Qingji felt a surge of shock. Before he could react, the tall and slender silhouette of Su Jingming reappeared before him. Almost immediately, a spear-like shadow came hurtling towards him. A lightning wielder dares to confront me in close combat? This is madness. As an enhanced ability user, Li Qingji had unwavering confidence in his physical prowess. Seeing Su Jingming forego his signature lightning spear for a melee encounter, he could not help but grimace as he swung his blade. Lioness Fury. The blood-red blade tore through the air, emitting a roar akin to that of a raging lion. The Lion's Fury was an A-class combat skill he had mastered to an intermediate level. With this strike, he felt assured of his ability to contend with a peak second-tier ferocious beast. Defeating Su Jingming would be a mere formality. Clang! The blade collided with the spear, producing a thunderous echo. However, the overwhelming force he anticipated did not manifest. Instead, a jarring recoil surged through the hilt, causing blood to flow from his palms. The strength surpasses my own. Li Qingji was taken aback. He was an empowered ability user. How could his physical capabilities be inferior to those of a lightning wielder? Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Su Jingming, disinterested in further dialogue, unleashed a piercing clap of thunder as blue-violet lightning swiftly engulfed Li Qingji. The energy fluctuations were so immense that they triggered Eva's protective mechanism. Thus, he refrained from exerting his full power with the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Nevertheless, even in this restrained state, Li Qingji felt an excruciating pain emanating from the depths of his soul. Overwhelmed by agony, he could barely maintain his grip on the blade, which clattered to the ground. Subsequently, he collapsed, writhing in torment as lightning coursed through him. It hurts. It hurts so much. The lamentations echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the new students below the arena. Li Qingji was a second-tier enhancement user. If he could not withstand this, how unbearable must the pain be? It must have cut to the bone. Gazing upon the towering figure enveloped in thunder, the onlookers shared a singular thought. Su Jingming is terrifying. One should never provoke him. In this one-sided contest, Su Jingming emerged victorious. Even in such a lopsided battle, the AI Eva would also determine the outcome. Thus, after Su Jingming unleashed the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder for over 10 seconds, Eva declared the match concluded, enveloping Li Qingji in an energy shield for protection. What a pity. Observing the charred figure within the energy barrier, Su Jingming shook his head in regret. He had wished to continue the electrifying spectacle a while longer. However, the torment endured for those 10 seconds would surely be etched in Li Qingji's memory for a lifetime. Su Jingming was not a bloodthirsty individual. Under his restraint, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, while inflicting immense suffering upon Li Qingji, was not lethal. This was primarily to instill a lesson in Li Qingji, urging him to temper his temperament. Otherwise, with his arrogant disposition, he might one day meet his demise at the hands of higher-tier ability users upon graduation and entering a guild or battle group. It was all for his own good. Li Qingji ought to express gratitude upon realizing this. Meanwhile, within the protective barrier, Li Qingji was oblivious to Su Jingming's thoughts. He had just begun to emerge from a vortex of suffering and fear, gasping for breath. He was alive. A look of relief washed over his face as he realized he had narrowly escaped death. Instinctively glancing up, he saw Su Jingming descending from the arena. This once arrogant provincial champion inexplicably felt a wave of relief. Just then, a melodious voice resonated from below the arena. Eva, I too wish to challenge the third-ranked Li Qingji. Chapter 103. The Newcomer King Su Jingming. Academy Selection. Eva, I too wish to challenge the third-ranked Li Qingji. Before Su Jingming could leave the arena, he heard the voice of Song Qiuyun. A fragrant breeze accompanied her as she gracefully leaped onto the stage, clad in a form-fitting dark ink-colored combat suit. You wish to challenge me as well? Li Qingji, still reeling from the earlier encounter, was momentarily stunned. Yes, even if I am arrogant. My provocations were solely directed at Su Jingming. How did I inadvertently draw you into this? Still dazed, Li Qingji's surroundings began to notice the peculiar dynamics. Their gazes flitted back and forth between Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, sensing an underlying intrigue. There was something amiss. Surely, there was more to the relationship between these two. especially among the male students, who, upon seeing Song Qiuyun beside Su Jingming, felt an overwhelming envy gnawing at them, their teeth almost grinding to dust. Yet, outwardly, they could only cast amicable glances at Su Jingming. The lessons of the past weighed heavily upon them, urging caution. He hasn't recovered yet. Take it easy. Su Jingming was not particularly surprised by Song Qiuyun's sudden appearance. He had sensed that she was a battle enthusiast. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint. You may step down. I shall handle this. A fighting spirit radiated from Song Qiuyun's youthful visage as she issued her challenge to Li Qingji. On one hand, Li Qingji's earlier provocation had irked her. On the other, she sought a worthy opponent of equal caliber to engage in a proper battle. After all, Su Jingming was far too formidable. Engaging him offered no thrill of combat, only a one-sided thrashing. Conversely, the others were too weak, leaving her no choice but to confront Li Qingji. Across from her, the charred and electrified Li Qingji finally regained his senses. What is this? A relay race between the two of you? However, he was beset by excruciating pain. His skin was nearly charred beyond recognition. Although his formidable physique would allow him to recover in 4 to 5 days, he was certainly in no condition to fight now. Song Qiuyun perceived Li Qingji's compromised state and smiled gently. Do not worry, I shall battle you in an hour. During this time, you may seek treatment from the instructors of the Auxiliary Academy. In the second phase of the newcomer tournament, where free challenges could arise, it was permissible for the challenge to restore themselves to full strength before the contest commenced. The Auxiliary Academy boasted instructors with healing abilities at least at the 6th tier. For injuries of this nature, complete recovery would take no more than 2 minutes. Eva, in the second phase of the freshman competition, it is permitted for mentors to provide treatment to students, correct? Just to be cautious, Song Qiuyun confirmed. Indeed, Eva nodded adorably. As the top scholar of Qinghai province, Li Qingji, despite being somewhat dazed from his defeat at the hands of Su Jingming, was aware that Song Qiuyun, like himself, was also at the 2nd tier. Once he recuperated, the outcome of their match was far from certain. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingji declared, Very well, I shall duel you in an hour. Eva, lead me to the treatment. The medical personnel, who had been waiting nearby, swiftly approached to carry the severely injured Li Qingji away. With the spectacle of battle concluded, the surrounding freshmen began to disperse. Song Qiuyun also leaped down from the platform, striding over with her long, graceful legs to stand beside Su Jingming, a mischievous smile gracing her delicate features. It's all set. Just wait and see how I'll thrash him. Su Jingming smiled in response, silently mourning for the charred figure of Li Qingji on the stretcher for 3 seconds. Having faced both Song Qiuyun and Li Qingji in combat, he could distinctly perceive that Song Qiuyun's prowess was notably superior. While Li Qingji might possess a more formidable physique, wielding a large blade with merely intermediate skill, Song Qiuyun brandished a massive halberd, her proficiency reaching an advanced level. In close-quarter combat, it was undoubtedly Song Qiuyun who had the upper hand. Moreover, her mastery of spell-casting combat techniques far surpassed that of Li Qingji. Su Jingming could easily envision the scene of Li Qingji being ruthlessly pummeled by Song Qiuyun. Indeed, when a confident Li Qingji, fully recovered, ascended the platform an hour later to face Song Qiuyun, he was met with a one-sided onslaught. Her exquisite halberd techniques and a barrage of light-based spells left him utterly overwhelmed. Thus, in a mere 10 minutes, Li Qingji faced defeat once more. The victor of this match was none other than Song Qiuyun. Accompanied by the voice of the AI Eva, the crowd below the platform erupted into fervent discussions. The dual mastery of both physical and magical arts by Song Qiuyun indeed rendered her more formidable. Li Qingji's enhancement-type abilities were inherently disadvantaged against such nature-based powers. It was indeed unfortunate for him. Having just endured a beating, he was swiftly injured again. The freshmen regarded the bloodied figure on the platform with peculiar expressions. Initially, they believed that Li Qingji, who had demonstrated astounding strength in the first round, would emerge as the freshman champion, only to witness him peak early and subsequently suffer 2 consecutive humiliating defeats. Of course, they understood that it wasn't a matter of Li Qingji's inadequacy, but rather that his opponents were exceptionally formidable. Hey, why don't those two fight each other? A curious freshman inquired, observing Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun departing together. What a foolish question. Have you ever seen a couple eager to battle each other? Besides, do you really think Song Qiuyun could defeat Su Jingming? A fellow freshman rolled his eyes in response. Oh right. The previously questioning freshman nodded in realization. As the strongest first and second place, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, after their bouts with Li Qingji, found themselves in a state of idleness. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxiao were exceedingly busy, either challenging others or being challenged themselves. The 100 platforms in the arena remained perpetually occupied. Time swiftly passed, and by 6 o'clock that evening, the second phase of the freshman competition officially concluded. All freshmen lined up according to their newly determined rankings in the number 3 playground. Naturally, the strongest among them, as the freshman king, Su Jingming stood at the forefront of the line, followed closely by the graceful Song Chiyun. Li Qingji held the 3rd position. Notably, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats and sustaining serious injuries, several of the top 10 freshmen issued challenges to him. Li Qingji, harboring pin-up frustration, seized the opportunity to unleash his fury, mercilessly defeating them and regaining his composure. Additionally, Qi Dongxia's rank rose to 26th, while Lu Wentao's dropped to 39th. Lei Zhou, who had previously challenged Su Jingming, ultimately secured the 9th position, thereby demonstrating his strength. With the free challenge competition concluded, the freshman contest officially came to an end. On the podium, Dean Sun's gentle voice resonated. Your ranking privileges and credit rewards have been distributed. Please log into the school's official website to review them. The battle attire and training resources for the top 10 will be delivered to your respective dormitories tonight. Kindly keep an eye out for them. Regardless of your satisfaction with your ranking, these privileges will not change again before the end of this academic year's assessment. Additionally, freshman courses will commence in 2 days. Please ensure to check the schedule and avoid any absences. Following a brief summary, Dean Sun paused before announcing, the freshman competition has concluded. We will now begin the selection of academies. I represent the Elemental Academy and hereby declare our enrollment criteria. Our academy admits students with elemental abilities, as well as those with natural abilities such as thunder, ice, light, and darkness. Here, you will have the opportunity to explore the essence of elemental powers and witness their most extreme manifestations. We welcome everyone to choose our academy. The mere requirement of possessing elemental abilities would automatically disqualify a substantial number of individuals. In reality, those with such powers could eventually reach a level akin to that of a mage in an online game, wielding their abilities from great distances to inflict significant damage upon ferocious beasts. Many freshmen aspired to emulate characters resembling mages. Regrettably, among the over 1,000 freshmen, those with elemental abilities might not even constitute a third. After the Elemental Academy had presented its criteria, it was time for the Weapon Academy. As Dean Yang Zhentian was absent, a young woman with a graceful demeanor stepped forward. I am Zhou Hui, the Vice Dean of the Weapon Academy. Our academy aims to combine abilities with weaponry, unleashing even greater power. Here, you will experience the most extreme training methods and the most rigorous weapon practice techniques. Of course, to harness the power of weapons, a strong physique is indispensable. Thus, our academy is equally capable of cultivating the mightiest physiques. The Weapon Academy primarily trains close combat ability users, and our students constitute the largest demographic among the 5 academies of Magic City Ability University. As Vice Dean Zhou Hui noted, the teaching methods at the Weapon Academy are exceedingly rigorous and extreme. Otherwise, Dean Yang Zhentian would not have earned the moniker King of Hell. Following the presentations of the Elemental and Weapon Academies, the head of the Tactics Academy, Long Ku, promptly stepped forward. Our Tactics Academy is dedicated to cultivating tactical talents for command in battle. Individuals possessing mental type abilities may choose our academy. Certainly, if there are other adept practitioners of abilities who consider themselves intellectually agile, they may also choose our esteemed academy. However, let it be stated clearly that our institution's curriculum demands a high level of cognitive prowess. Should one fail to keep pace with the coursework, the consequences shall be borne by them alone. Unlike the deans and vice deans of the Elemental Academy and the Weapons Academy, the esteemed dean of the Tactical Academy, Long Ku, does not exude an overwhelmingly fierce aura. Yet, none dare to underestimate him. After all, within the same rank, a tactical commander is far more invaluable than a mere combat-oriented practitioner. Moreover, to hold the position of dean at the Magic Capital Academy of Abilities, Long Ku is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. He possesses an A-grade psychic ability, ranked at the mid-7th tier, and has commanded multiple operations on the front lines, leading troops to annihilate hordes of monstrous beasts numbering in the millions. Chapter 104. Invitation from the Pinnacle Society. Position of Vice President. The Magic Capital Academy of Abilities comprises 5 faculties: the Elemental Academy, the Weapons Academy, the Tactical Academy, the Auxiliary Academy, and the Logistics Academy. Following the introduction of the first 3 faculties, the deans of the Auxiliary Academy and the Logistics Academy likewise began to present their respective institutions. The Auxiliary Academy exclusively enrolls students awakened to supportive abilities, while the Logistics Academy recruits those inclined towards equipment manufacturing and alchemy, without any restrictions on ability types. Among the 5 faculties, the Auxiliary and Logistics Academies have the fewest students, yet they remain 2 crucial components of the academy. After all, every adventurer squad requires at least one supportive practitioner. Furthermore, many of the equipment and potions sold by the Magic Capital Academy are sourced from the Logistics Academy. Without the Logistics Academy, the prices of certain equipment and potions listed on the Academy's official website would be considerably higher. With the introduction of the 5 faculties concluded, Dean Sun announced, "Now, please proceed to fill out your faculty choices on the school's official website." On the playground, all students, including Su Jingming, took out their phones, logged into the Academy's website, and began selecting their faculties. Su Jingming had already chosen Yang Jintian, the head of the Weapons Academy, as his dedicated mentor, thus selecting the Weapons Academy for himself. However, this did not imply that he was restricted to attending only the classes of the Weapons Academy. He could also opt to audit courses at the Elemental Academy in the future. Upon class assignments, S-grade student Su Jingming was placed in Class 1-2 of the Weapons Academy, with a class advisor named Su Yu. After selecting a faculty, the school's website automatically assigned classes and advisors, displaying a notification. Upon reading the message on his phone, Su Jingming understood that the Magic Capital Academy did not arrange students based solely on rankings, as was customary in high school elite classes, but rather through random class assignments. Nonetheless, this was reasonable, considering university classes are publicly available and all students share the same instructors. Moreover, without the pressure of a high-stakes weapons examination, there was no need for elite classes. "Jingming, which class were you assigned to?" inquired Song Qiuyun from behind him. "Class 1-2 of the Weapons Academy." "And you?" Su Jingming replied. "Class 1-3 of the Elemental Academy." In truth, Song Qiuyun could have attended either the Elemental or Weapons Academy. But having already attained a high proficiency in spear techniques, she realized that she could not break through to the master level in a short span. Additionally, she desired to learn more spell-based combat techniques, hence her choice of the Elemental Academy. The third student, Li Qingji, sighed in relief upon hearing that Su Jingming was in Class 2. "Thank goodness I'm in Class 4. Otherwise, sharing a class with you would have been overwhelming." 3 minutes later, the faculty division ceremony was nearing its conclusion. Dean Sun once again took the stage, stating, "The division is complete. This evening, your respective class advisors will invite you to join your class groups one by one. Furthermore, students who performed admirably in the freshman competition will receive invitations from dedicated mentors tonight. Be sure to check your messages and don't miss out." Thus, the opening ceremony and the freshman competition officially conclude. "Everyone may return to rest," Dean Sun declared, dissolving the assembly. Exhausted, the freshmen began to exit the playground. Along the way, conversations about the day's battles and rankings ensued, with some expressing joy while others sighed in disappointment. This year's freshmen are far more formidable than our cohort. Indeed, especially the top freshman, Su Jingming, who had already achieved the second tier. In a year or two, he could potentially dominate all students at the academy. Scary. "Thankfully, I'll be graduating in 2 years, mused the onlookers in the audience. As the older students rose to depart, they could not help but share their thoughts. A prodigy like Su Jingming, once he rises to prominence, is bound to be the most dazzling new star, while contemporaries can only play supporting roles. As the seasoned students left, the various clubs seeking new members sprang into action. Ordinary clubs were open to all newcomers, while elite clubs targeted the top 50 freshmen. The 2 pinnacle clubs, Ashes and Meteor, headed straight for Su Jingming. Elsewhere in the audience, the graceful figure of Jiang Chuxian, with her striking white hair, also rose with anticipation after bidding farewell to her roommates. Making her way toward the playground. "It's finally over. Let us go. We should treat ourselves to a meal," Su Jingming remarked cheerfully to Song Qiuyun and the others as they approached the playground exit. Having not eaten anything since the opening ceremony at 9 in the morning, he felt a pang of hunger after several battles. Even though as a practitioner, missing a meal was not critical. However, his appetite was larger than average, and he felt a bit peckish by now. "All right, how about a treat from our newly crowned king?" Song Qiuyun playfully winked. "Of course. You can order whatever you like when we get to the restaurant," Su Jingming replied with a smile. Having secured first place in the freshman competition and soon to possess a spatial ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters, his spirits were notably high. "Brother Ming is treating us. Then we must have a drink." Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxia also wore smiles. "Let us head to Kanjiaju," Su Jingming suggested. Ever since he dined there with Song Qiuyun previously, he found the food delightful. He had also taken his cousins there the night before, so it was the perfect choice for their gathering. Just as Su Jingming finalized their dining plans, a group of 4 approached briskly from a distance. The tall, slender youth at the forefront called out, "Su, please wait a moment." "Who are you?" Su Jingming asked, puzzled by the newcomer. The individual emitted a strong aura, yet Su Jingming did not recognize him. The tall youth smiled and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Yuan, the president of the Meteor Society." "The Meteor Society?" Su Jingming raised his eyebrows, having heard of this prestigious club within the academy. He had not anticipated that the president would seek him out directly. Was it an invitation for new members? At this moment, Su Jingming recalled what Senior Lu Ming had mentioned previously, after the freshman competition. The school's clubs would begin to recruit new members collectively. Indeed, he soon heard Wu Yuan continue. The primary reason we sought you out, Su classmate, is to extend an invitation for you to join our club. Naturally, as the only current S-rank student and an awakened S-rank ability user in the school, our Meteorite Club is quite sincere in this offer. Should you choose to join us, you will immediately be granted the position of vice president, along with a guaranteed allocation of 100 credits each semester and a B-rank resource. Furthermore, our resource pool will be accessible to you, allowing you to obtain one resource free of charge every month. Vice President. Several passing freshmen immediately exhibited expressions of envy upon hearing this. For them, joining a club required paying a membership fee, and they might still have to toil away for some time after entering. In contrast, someone was outright offering a vice president position, along with free resources every semester and month. The disparity in treatment was stark. One was in the heavens, while the other was beneath the earth. Moreover, the Meteorite Club is one of the pinnacle clubs in the school. Merely possessing the vice president title would surely grant one access to elite battle groups and guilds upon graduation. Vice President, Wu Yuan, isn't your Meteorite Club being a bit too stingy? At this moment, another voice echoed from not far away. Chapter 105, Lu Wintao's Disbelief. Truly worthy of Ming Gu. Oh, what conditions can your Ashes Club offer? Wu Yuan turned to observe a group approaching from the distance, with Wei He, the president of the Ashes Club, at the forefront. Unlike the gentle demeanor of Wu Yuan, Wei He exuded an imposing aura. Just gazing at him felt akin to sensing the chilling atmosphere of blood-soaked mountains. Su Jingming understood this aura well. It was a natural consequence of extensive training in the wilderness and the numerous ferocious beasts he had slain. Naturally, our conditions are far superior to yours, Wei He replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze to Su Jingming. If you join our Ashes Club, you can directly assume the role of a preparatory president. Once I graduate, the Ashes Club will be yours. He continued, moreover, the resources available in your Meteorite Club are also accessible to our Ashes Club, so there is no need for concern about that. Preparatory President. Wu Yuan's heart sank. This position was indeed more enticing than what he had proposed, and he couldn't match such an offer. After all, the Meteorite Club was backed by the Meteorite Guild, which had already made arrangements for the next president. It was not a decision he, as the current president, could dictate, even with Su Jingming's S-rank ability. The earliest he could assume the presidency would be in the subsequent term, while the Ashes Club was ready to offer him the position immediately. Goodness, the Ashes Club is truly going all out. It seemed evident that the Ashes Guild had suffered significant losses and was in dire need of fresh talent. If Su Jingming accepted, he would likely become the youngest president in the history of the Ashes Club. Surrounding freshmen clearly understood the implications of the preparatory president position. Amidst their envious discussions, some even wished they could be in Su Jingming's place and accept immediately. Vice President, Preparatory President. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jingming finally spoke. I need time to consider this. I will respond to you in a few days. The clubs at Modu Ability University operated as relatively relaxed organizations. As an ordinary member, participation in club activities was not strictly monitored. However, the roles of vice president and preparatory president undoubtedly required more commitment. Although he did not oppose joining a club, he could not allow it to consume excessive amounts of his time. In his previous life, while still in university, he had participated in the student council and even became its president in his senior year. Upon assuming the presidency, a series of responsibilities had consumed a significant portion of his personal time. Naturally, he would not repeat the same mistake now. Here, this is my personal phone number. If you have any questions regarding the position, feel free to contact me directly. Wei He of the Ashes Club appeared unfazed by this, readily providing his contact information to Su Jingming. Wu Yuan from the Meteorite Club promptly followed suit, exchanging contact details with Su Jingming as well. As they departed, both Wu Yuan and Wei He extended invitations to Song Qiyun, Lu Wentao, and Shi Dongxia to join their respective clubs, recognizing them as part of the top 50 freshmen, thus also within their recruitment goals. Naturally, the offers extended to Song Qiyun and the others were for ordinary member positions, without any special treatment. Faced with invitations from both prestigious clubs, Song Qiyun and her companions did not make an immediate decision, instead agreeing to consider their options. It seems that neither the Meteorite Club nor the Ashes Club is particularly suited for me. Lu Wentao expressed his frustration as he watched the two groups depart. Although both clubs were elite, they operated in the wilderness as adventurer teams, which would not provide much practical experience for him as a mental type ability user determined to pursue a commander's path. Elite clubs are not that easy to join. One should simply choose what suits them best. Su Jingming smiled, adding, of course, elite clubs possess substantial strength, so if possible, selecting one of them would be preferable. Yet, Lu Wentao's tactical command path requires something more specialized. After parting ways with the two prominent clubs, Su Jingming and his companions encountered a myriad of other club invitations along the way. Initially, he patiently listened to the introductions, but as more clubs approached seeking new members, he began to respond uniformly that he would consider their offers upon returning home. Thus, from the playground's podium to the exit, a distance of just over 1,000 meters, the four of them took nearly 20 minutes to finally emerge, their hands laden with numerous club pamphlets. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a shopping mall promotion. But among these pamphlets were invitations from many clubs that freshmen yearned to join. Does our school have this many clubs? Su Jingming shook his head, casually storing all the pamphlets into his spatial ring. There was still time. He could review them leisurely after returning to the dormitory. At last, we are out. Let us head to Kanjiaju. Su Jingming, carrying his long spear, led the way. However, after walking for a short while, he spotted a figure by the roadside, a young girl. Stunningly beautiful, yet somewhat aloof. Her long silver hair cascaded down to her waist, contrasting elegantly with her black skirt and fair, slender legs. This person was none other than Jiang Chuxian, who had just left the audience area. It seemed she had been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing Su Jingming, her expression brightened, and with graceful strides, she approached him, smiling warmly. Long time no see, Junior. She emphasized the term junior slightly, making it sound particularly endearing. Su Jingming did not expect to encounter Jiang Chuxian here. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a gentle smile. Hello, Senior. His casual reference to her as Senior was so natural that it caught Jiang Chuxian off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. And who might this be? Song Chiyun's face displayed a hint of curiosity. She is Jiang Chuxian, a senior I recently met in the Source Water Wilderness area, Su Jingming introduced with a smile. However, Lu Wentao beside him rubbed his eyes in disbelief. As a well-informed individual, he naturally recognized Jiang Chuxian, a somewhat renowned video blogger at the Modu Ability University. Yet, she was known for her aloof demeanor, and he had never heard of her being involved in any intimate relationship with a male. But what was this faint hint of gentleness in her smile? What happened to the icy beauty persona, the aloofness that was promised? Nevertheless, credit where it's due. This was indeed Minggu. While others returned from the Source Water Wilderness without their lives, Minggu not only returned safely but also made the acquaintance of such a stunning beauty. How could one justify this? Chapter 106. Do not provoke the girls who drink. Rewards delivered. Hello, I am Jiang Chuxian from the second year, Class 3 of the Element Academy. Jiang Chuxian greeted gracefully, her gaze sweeping over Lu Wentao and the others in turn, although she had already noticed Song Chiyun from the audience. Seeing her up close made her heart flutter with amazement. What a beautiful girl. Not only was her appearance breathtakingly charming, but her figure was also exquisitely alluring, with captivating curves. As a network blogger with millions of fans, Jiang Chuxian was confident in her own looks and physique. Yet, in the presence of Song Chiyun, she felt an unexpected lack of confidence and even an inexplicable urge to get closer to her. Get closer? Oh, what a terrifying girl. She seems to attract both genders. Jiang Chuxian's heart raced, and she quickly quelled this audacious thought. Hello, Senior. I am Song Chiyun, a classmate of Su Jingming. Although she sensed that the senior's gaze upon her was somewhat peculiar, Song Chiyun still greeted her amiably. Hello, I am Qi Dongxia. I am Lu Wentao, Minggu's roommate. Qi Dongxia and Lu Wentao followed suit with their introductions. We are about to head out for a meal. Would you like to join us, Senior? Since they had coincidentally met, Su Jingming casually extended the invitation. Sure, I happen to be hungry as well, Jiang Chuxian replied, a sweet smile adorning her fair face. Although Jiang Chuxian was a senior, she was only slightly older than Su Jingming. Moreover, as a senior, she possessed much knowledge that was unfamiliar to the freshmen like Su Jingming. Thus, as they chatted during their journey, the atmosphere among them remained harmonious, devoid of the awkwardness that often accompanies the presence of a stranger. Minggu, since you are treating, is it too much to ask for a few bottles of flame fruit wine? In a private room on the second floor of Kanjiaju, after ordering the dishes, Lu Wentao prepared to order drinks. Are you really trying to get me drunk? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. The physique of an ability user is formidable. Typical spirits and beers are akin to mere beverages for them, and no matter how much they consume, they remain unaffected. However, the flame fruit wine is different. Brewed from the sunfire fruit, it not only invigorates the blood but also induces a state of intoxication in ability users. Naturally, its price is several times that of ordinary drinks, a staggering 10,000 daxia coins per bottle. Of course, it would be a shame not to drink when we finally gathered together. Lu Wentao chuckled. with the heavy freshman courses commencing in 2 days. He wished to take advantage of this last moment of relaxation. I have no objections. It all depends on whether the seniors wish to drink. Su Jingming turned to Jiang Chuxian and the others. That's fine. I don't have classes tomorrow anyway. The silver-haired Jiang Chuxian replied with a light laugh. In truth, she was quite curious to see how this formidable junior would behave when inebriated. We're fine with it too. Song Qiuyun and Qi Dongxia nodded slightly in agreement. All right. Let us start with 5 bottles then. Kanjiaju's service was efficient. Shortly after Lu Wentao placed the order, a table laden with dishes and 5 bottles of flame fruit wine was presented. To celebrate the conclusion of the freshman competition, cheers. The 5 clinked their glasses briefly before indulging in food and conversation. With Lu Wentao present, the atmosphere at the dining table was lively. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, Jiang Chuxian and Song Qian grew increasingly familiar with one another, shedding the initial strangeness of their introduction. By the way, Jiang Sr., could you share how you met Jingming in the wilderness area? Song Qiuyun inquired with a hint of curiosity. Her cheeks tinted with a delicate flush from the wine. Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxia also exhibited expressions of intrigue. Certainly. Jiang Chuxian did not decline and began to recount. At that time, my team and I ventured into the wilderness area to gather material. And by chance, she then briefly narrated the circumstances under which she met Su Jingming, including how he had saved her life on 3 occasions. Naturally, she omitted the detail of referring to him as her junior. That was a secret that belonged solely to the 2 of them, unnecessary to divulge in public. A treasure hunt by a 3rd-tier elite adventurer team amidst an unending tide of ferocious rats? The source water wilderness is indeed perilous? Upon hearing Jiang Chuxian's account, Lu Wentao, along with Song Qiuyun, appeared astonished. They had all endured the rigors of the martial arts college entrance examination and had battled ferocious beasts. Yet, their understanding of the wilderness area had been limited to merely the higher quantity and levels of the beasts. They had not anticipated that, in the wilderness, one must not only be wary of high-tier ferocious beasts, but also of human ability users, even if one were fortunate enough to navigate both dangers. A sudden rat tide could claim the lives of most individuals on the spot. The wilderness area is indeed dangerous. Lu Wentao couldn't help but voice his reflections. If he were in Su Jingming's place, he would have perished long ago. However, upon hearing this account, he finally understood why the typically aloof Jiang Chuxian gazed at Su Jingming with a tenderness reminiscent of a lover. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Fighting side by side, so many buffs stacked together. If he were in Jiang Chuxian's position, he would have surely succumbed long ago. Yet, the situation seemed precarious. Qiuyun seemed to harbor feelings for Minggu too. To complicate matters further, they were all gathered together for a meal. Moreover, Jiang Chuxian's unexpected appearance. Could it be a declaration of her claim? With this thought, Lu Wentao couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. He instinctively nudged Qi Dongxia on his right and whispered, "Let us make our exit first." Qi Dongxia, being more perceptive, had naturally noticed the delicate situation. Yet, even as her close friend, she felt powerless to intervene. It was up to Song Qiuyun to navigate this. Thus, she nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. The flame fruit wine is considered a rather potent beverage for typical second-tier ability users. However, having cultivated the S-rank body-enhancing technique, Thunder Unyielding Body, to its 3rd stage, Su Jingming's physique far surpassed that of ordinary second-tier ability users. As a result, while Jiang Chuxian and the others became increasingly intoxicated, Su Jingming remained unaffected. As if nothing were amiss. "Minggu, I leave the senior and Qiuyun to you. Qi Dongxia and I have some matters to attend to. So we'll take our leave now." Seeing that the time was right, Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxia, who had hardly drunk, swiftly made their exit. As they departed, it was as if they were fleeing from a high-tier ferocious beast, hastily rising from the table. What is with these 2? Why are they leaving so quickly? Su Jingming took out his phone and glanced at the time. It was 9:30 in the evening. They had arrived at 6:30, which meant this meal had stretched nearly 3 hours. Indeed, drinking had consumed a significant amount of time. Su Jingming shook his head. Had it not been for the alcohol, the dinner would have concluded in no more than an hour. More importantly, despite partaking in the drinking, his robust physique rendered him impervious to any sensation of inebriation. "Ladies, it is about time we return to the school," Su Jingming stated, rising to look at Song Qiuyun and Jiang Chuxian. Both young women appeared thoroughly intoxicated. Their cheeks flushed like ripe red apples. Yet, Song Qiuyun exuded a certain allure, while Jiang Chuxian carried an air of quiet reserve. Nonetheless, both possessed enchanting eyes that sparkled with a mesmerizing glimmer. "Senior, I can hardly walk. Could you lend me your support?" Jiang Chuxian, seemingly unreserved in her drunken state, twirled a strand of her white hair and spoke in a playful tone. Su Jingming felt a vain throb at his temple. Turning away, He noticed Song Qin tightly clutching her left arm across her chest, her head bowed low, her voice soft as she murmured, "Jingming, I too find myself unable to move. Since we are all in such a state, it would be prudent to wait until you have sobered up before we depart," Su Jingming suggested, nodding in agreement. Just as he prepared to sit down, he felt Jiang Chuxian's arm latch onto his right side. "It's fine, as long as you support us. We can make it back," she assured him. "Are you certain?" he inquired. "Absolutely," they affirmed in unison. "Well then, I shall escort you both home." Su Jingming finally grasped the truth behind the saying that one should never provoke a drunken woman. Confronted with their request, he found himself supporting one on each side as they exited Kinjiaju. Both Song Qiuyun and the white-haired Jiang Chuxian were strikingly beautiful. Thus, as Su Jingming navigated through the streets, the envious gazes of nearby men were inevitable. Upon finally delivering both young women to their respective dormitories and returning to his own villa, Su Jingming was taken aback to find, in addition to his roommate Lu Wentao, a young woman in her late 20s waiting in the living room. Upon noticing Su Jingming's return, she promptly rose from the sofa, smiling as she introduced herself. "Hello, classmate Su. I am Su Yu, the counselor for your Class 2 of the Weaponry Institute. I have brought your reward for the freshman competition." Chapter 107. 5th Grade Heart Consolidating Pill. Mental Strength Surpassing 1,000. Each class at the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities is assigned a counselor. Unlike academic instructors, counselors are responsible for notifying students of class matters and organizing activities. In simpler terms, they are akin to higher-level workers. Thus, a counselor's rank is generally not too elevated. For instance, Su, you seem to have only recently entered the 3rd tier. "Hello, Teacher Su," Su Jingming replied politely. "Hello, classmate Su. I am officially handing over this safe, which requires your fingerprint to open," Counselor Su Yu said with a smile, handing him a silver-white safe. As Su Jingming accepted the safe, Su Yu continued, "By the way, here is the group for our Class 2. Please add yourself. Any notifications will be sent directly to the group. Additionally, here is my contact information. Feel free to reach out to me for any matters concerning the school." Su Jingming took out his phone and added both the class group and Counselor Su Yu's contact. "All right, I have other classmates to notify, so I must take my leave," she said hurriedly before departing. "Brother Ming, how did it go? There were no conflicts, right?" Lu Wentao eagerly approached as soon as Su Yu left. "Conflicts? What conflicts?" Su Jingming responded, puzzled, as he placed the silver safe flat on the coffee table. "Song Qiuyun and Jiang Chuxian, where did any conflict arise?" Lu Wentao exclaimed anxiously. "I returned straight after dropping them off at their dorms. There was no conflict whatsoever," Su Jingming reassured him. "Not a single conflict? So harmonious?" Lu Wentao's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing the unfolding events were not as he had envisioned. Suddenly, a wave of enlightenment washed over him. As expected of Brother Ming, "You must have handled everything." Beep, access granted. Su Jingming placed his finger on the fingerprint sensor, and the safe opened with a click. Inside, he beheld 2 items, a ring and a pill. The ring boasted an opulent design, its exterior gleaming in a noble platinum hue, while the pill, the size of a glass marble, was as dark as ink, emitting a faint medicinal aroma. These items were indeed the reward for achieving 1st place in the freshman competition, a 10 cubic meter spatial ring and an A-grade cultivation resource. Su Jingming slipped the ring onto his finger and, upon imprinting it with his mental signature, sensed the vast 10 cubic meters of space within. Finally, he would no longer need to carry weapons around daily. With a flicker of light, he stored the dark cloud rapid-fire gun, resting against the sofa, within the spatial ring. "Brother Ming, you're starting to resemble a diamond bachelor," Lu Wentao joked, albeit with an underlying tone of envy. Although he too received a reward for being among the top 50 freshmen, it was merely 400 academic credits, a far cry from Su Jingming's prestigious reward. Naturally, Lu Wentao understood the life and death perils Su Jingming had faced in the wilderness, recognizing that he truly deserved it. With his collection of rings growing unwieldy, Su Jingming resolved to visit the equipment department the following day to return some of them. He already possessed 2 1 cubic meter spatial rings, one gifted by the head of the source water supply base, and the other obtained from defeating a 3rd-tier elite supernatural team. Now that he had a larger spatial ring, the smaller ones were no longer necessary. As for the pill, its effects remained a mystery, as there was no accompanying instruction manual. Su Jingming furrowed his brow. Ideally, the school should not have made such a basic error. Identifying the pill. Simple enough. "Eva, come forth." Lu Wentao promptly summoned Eva. "Eva, please analyze this pill." Understood. A soft blue light radiated from Eva, enveloping the entire pill. In no time, the result appeared. This is a 5th-grade pill, the Heart Consolidating Pill, produced by the Potion Department of the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities. It is effective for supernatural beings of Tier 5 and below and can only be consumed once. Upon consumption, it significantly enhances mental strength and is classified as an A-grade cultivation resource. Eva can analyze pills too? Su Jingming was taken aback. I discovered this feature after purchasing a pill from the school's official website. Lu Wentao chuckled as he explained. Moreover, Eva can identify not only pills, but also beast materials and rare herbs. Indeed, Su Jingming acknowledged. As an artificial intelligence, such capabilities were to be expected. It was a pity that the top-tier AI, Eva, was exclusive to the Magic City Academy. Otherwise, he would have wanted one for himself. Henceforth, there will be no need to memorize the characteristics of rare herbs and treasures. One can simply allow artificial intelligence to identify them. However, it is quite possible that such advanced AI has already been introduced to the market. When I have some free time, I shall explore the school's official website for more information. Where there is a market, there exists a demand. Yet creating a top-tier AI like Eva is a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, an AI capable of recognizing extraordinary flora should undoubtedly exist. After all, last time Su Jingming witnessed Jiang Chushuan's AI that could autonomously drive. Wentao, I shall head upstairs now. Alright then. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, Su Jingming carried the safety deposit box to the training room on the second floor of the villa, preparing to consume the 5th-grade heart-consolidating pill directly. Before ingesting the elixir, Su Jingming took a moment to glance at his attributes on the deep blue system. Physique, 1321 Vitality. Spirit, 987 Hz. Physique and spirit are the two foundational attributes of ability users. Among two ability users possessing the same ability, the one with higher foundational attributes can sustain their powers for a longer duration and unleash greater potency. These two attributes can only be enhanced through regular training, leveling up, consuming elixirs, or partaking in rare herbs. However, each tier of ability users has a maximum attribute limit, akin to a genetic lock. Upon reaching this limit, further enhancement is impossible without breaking through to the next tier, regardless of the intensity of training. When Su Jingming was still at the first tier, he had attempted to elevate his vitality and spirit to 600 points, only to find himself unable to advance further. The plus signs next to the system panel attributes would subsequently vanish. Of course, it is rare for ordinary first-tier ability users to even approach their attribute limits. Su Jingming discovered this secret solely because of the deep blue system. Additionally, as one's level increases, the basic attribute values that can be exchanged for ability points diminish accordingly. When he first acquired the system, one ability point corresponded to 0, 2 attributes. However, upon entering the second tier, one ability point now corresponds to merely 0, 1 attributes. Su Jingming speculated that this difficulty in enhancement was due to his excessively strong physique and spirit after ascending to the second tier. The transition from the first tier to the second consumed 1,200 ability points, resulting in an increase of 200 points in physique and 150 points in spirit. If those 1,200 ability points were directly exchanged for basic attributes, they would yield only 120 vitality or 120 spirit points. Thus, using ability points to exchange for basic attributes has become an unwise transaction. Therefore, even with some surplus ability points now, Su Jingming would simply allow them to accumulate rather than expend them on enhancing basic attributes. As for the 5th-grade heart consolidating pill, this marks the first time I have ingested such an elixir. Su Jingming retrieved the heart consolidating pill from the safety deposit box, observed it briefly, and swallowed it whole. Boom. Moments after it settled in his abdomen, Su Jingming felt a significant clarity in his thoughts. Instinctively, he opened his system panel. Physique, 1321 Vitality. Spirit, 1037 Hz. His spirit had increased by 50, surpassing the 1,000 mark. Su Jingming's eyes glimmered with excitement. Due to his training in the S-rank body refinement technique, the indestructible thunder body, his physique had always been more formidable than his spirit. While his physique had long since crossed the 1,000 threshold, his spirit had only now achieved this milestone, placing it in a relatively lagging position. Nevertheless, compared to the typical second-tier ability users with spirit levels around 700 to 800, this is undoubtedly exceptional. Chapter 108. Jiang Chushuan's Transformation. The Pharmacist Path. An A-grade cultivation resource. The 5th-grade heart consolidating pill has enhanced his spirit by 50, equating to 500 ability points. Quite commendable. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. Accumulating 500 ability points would require him to slay dozens of second-tier ferocious beasts in the wilderness. After consuming the elixir, Su Jingming proceeded to transfer the contents of the two 1 cubic meter spatial rings. Due to the impossibility of direct transfer between items within the spatial rings, Su Jingming had no choice but to place everything on the training room floor. The items were minimal, comprising 3 vials of S-grade Earth Spirit Spring and several healing and detoxification pills, along with some extraordinary herbs and 2 photographs of Jiangchu Xian, 1 formal and 1 personal. Almost forgot, I haven't sent those photos to that guy Ahao yet. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was still not yet 10 o'clock in the evening. Given Su Jingming's understanding of Zhang Hao, he was certain that he was still awake at this hour. So he promptly dialed his number. Beep, beep, beep. After 4 rings, the call connected, and Zhang Hao's voice resonated on the other end. Hello, Yiming, what's up? It was evident that Zhang Hao was on speakerphone, accompanied by the sounds of intense keyboard tapping. Playing games? Should I call you back later? Su Jingming recognized that vigorous keyboard sound immediately. No worries, it doesn't affect me. I can operate with my eyes closed. Alright then, I must tell you. I've managed to get the signed photo you wanted. Send me your address, and I'll courier it to you tomorrow. What signed photo? Zhang Hao on the other end paused momentarily before quickly reacting. No way. You actually got Jiang Goddess's signed photo for me? One could discern the excitement in Zhang Hao's voice, as the clattering of the keyboard was significantly muted. Let us not talk about it. When winter break comes, I'll definitely treat you to a good meal. It's settled then, don't you dare back out. In comparison to the signed photo of Jiang Goddess, a meal seems trivial. Just eat your fill when the time comes. Alright, let us gather during winter break. Rest assured, my appetite is quite modest. After chatting with Zhang Hao for a while and declining his invitation to join him in a game, Su Jingming finally ended the call. Games, it seems, have been a distant memory for me. Su Jingming reflected wistfully. Like most university students, he spent the majority of his spare time gaming during his previous university years. It was only in his senior year that he uninstalled the games to prepare for his entrance exams. However, he never anticipated that the ensuing graduate studies would be so demanding, leaving him no time for games thereafter. After traversing to Blue Star, he remained in a state of constant busyness, with little room for rest, let alone gaming. In truth, the ordinary college life led by his best friend, Ahao, is what Su Jingming yearned for. Yet, his innate sense of insecurity prohibited him from indulging in such leisurely pursuits. With the existence of terrifying creatures like ferocious beasts, a laid-back college experience had long been ruled out for him. Now, it was 10 o'clock in the evening, allowing for 2 hours of training before sleep. Additionally, the batch of extraordinary herbs on hand needed to be dealt with. It appears that tomorrow, he not only needed to visit the equipment department, but also the pharmacy department. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened as he changed into loose training attire in his bedroom. He then took the Dark Cloud Swiftwind gun to the training room and commenced his training. The following morning, after completing his morning training routine as per usual, Su Jingming headed to the courier station to send the signed photo to Zhang Hao, and subsequently made a trip to the equipment department of Magic University. Since these 2 1-cubic meter spatial rings did not originate from the Magic City Ability University, the equipment department would not accept them for exchange using academic credits. They would only be redeemed with Great Xia currency. Each ring is valued at 35 million Daxia coins for recycling, totaling 70 million for 2. This is evidently a stark contrast to the official market price of 50 million per ring. Nonetheless, Su Jingming understands that such a recycling price cannot be compared to the official retail price. After all, even if one were to resell an item purchased from a store in its original condition, the price would inevitably suffer a significant depreciation. Furthermore, he had researched online the previous night and discovered that most private collectors offer a mere 33 million. This price is relatively fair. Consequently, when he departed from the equipment department of Magic University, the balance in his bank account had astonishingly exceeded 95 million. Additionally, factoring in the rewards disbursed yesterday, his student account held another 903 credits. If converted into Daxia coins, his total assets amounted to over 110 million. He finally amassed enough for a modest goal. Su Jingming silently mused. Of course, for an ability user, strength is of paramount importance. Thus, these financial resources must be expended swiftly. In his view, having 10 million in his bank account suffices to handle most situations. He decided to visit the apothecary department to dispose of the exotic herbs and perhaps procure some suitable elixirs. Like the equipment department, the apothecary department occupies an independent building. After expressing his intentions to the staff at the front desk, he was escorted to the 3rd floor. This floor is designated for purchasing exotic herbs. While those wishing to acquire elixirs should take the elevator to the 5th floor, the staff respectfully explained. Su Jingming nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Upon exiting the elevator, he stepped into the spacious lobby of the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a robust fragrance of medicinal herbs. Simultaneously, Su Jingming cast his gaze around, taking in the entire lobby at a glance. It bore some resemblance to the beast material procurement section on the 6th floor of the source water supply base. There were several rooms for the acquisition of exotic herbs, along with sofas for resting. However, Rather than a queue, a numbering system was employed. Su Jingming obtained a queue number from the machine and then settled onto a sofa to wait. It was currently 10 in the morning, relatively early. Yet about 30 to 40 individuals were already in waiting. He even noticed a group of adventurers clad in bloodied battle gear, seemingly just returned from the wilderness zone. Only number 14 has been called, while I'm number 43. It seems I'll have to wait at least another hour. Su Jingming furrowed his brow, surprised by the number of people present. Naturally, he could opt to explore the upper floors, but no amount of browsing could consume an hour. However, he could also take some time to practice. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jingming gently closed his eyes and began his training in the ability enhancement method, absorbing the ambient energy in the air. In fact, many ability users in the lobby were engaged in similar practices, with only a few engrossed in their phones. After practicing for over half an hour, a voice filled with surprise suddenly called out beside him. "Oh, Junior, what a coincidence to see you here." Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, Su Jingming slowly opened his eyes and, sure enough, found Jiang Chuxian standing nearby. Upon seeing her, a teasing smile appeared on Su Jingming's resolute face. "Ah, it's the senior. Have you recovered from last night's revelry?" "I've been awake for a while," Jiang Chuxian replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she recalled the scene from the previous night when she had insisted on Su Jingming supporting her. That powerful arm was still vividly imprinted in her memory. Pausing for a moment, she curiously inquired, "By the way, are you here to sell the exotic herbs you found in the cave?" "Not entirely. If I can find an apothecary willing to help refine them into elixirs or potions, that would be ideal." Su Jingming nodded slightly. Although having an apothecary process them into elixirs or potions incurs certain processing fees and requires supplementary materials, it is still preferable to selling the herbs directly for credits or daxia coins. "You're looking for an apothecary? Don't you think there's an exceptional and charming apothecary right beside you?" Jiang Chuxuan's eyes sparkled. She puffed out her chest, practically branding herself as the apothecary she referred to. "You? Aren't you an amateur?" Su Jingming replied with a skeptical expression. "Who says I'm an amateur? I have obtained a second-tier apothecary certification. Refining some second-tier elixirs is quite manageable for me," Jiang Chuxian quickly retorted. "Moreover, I no longer plan to venture into the wilderness zone for material collection. I'm committed to pursuing the path of an apothecary." "Pursuing the path of an apothecary? You're no longer filming videos of hunting fierce beasts?" Su Jingming was momentarily taken aback. "After the crisis I experienced last time, I realized that the wilderness zone may not be suitable for me." Jiang Chuxian adjusted her skirt and sat beside Su Jingming, her fair legs crossed beneath her black miniskirt. "Of course, I will continue filming videos, but they will shift to documenting the daily processes of refining elixirs and potions." "A shift in video style? You might lose a significant number of followers," Su Jingming pondered. "Indeed," Jiang Chuxian replied, a complex expression crossing her delicate features. She was an orphan. Her parents had perished in a beast tide when she was just over 10 years old. Gaining admission to the Magic City Ability University was solely due to her awakened A-grade ice ability and her own efforts. Once in university, without family support, her financial situation was quite precarious. A chance upload of a video showcasing her beast hunting exploits catapulted her to fame, enabling her to endorse battle gear and weaponry and earn considerable income. Yet, in truth, she did not enjoy spending long hours in the wilderness zone, nor did she relish interactions with hired elite ability user bodyguard teams. Conversely, she preferred to immerse herself in studying apothecary texts and focusing on refining elixirs. The events that transpired in the Source Water Wilderness Zone made her acutely aware of her vulnerabilities. She could not effectively manage even a bodyguard team. If she continued filming beast hunting videos, similar incidents could easily recur. Not every situation would have someone as formidable as Su Jingming to save the day. After several days of deep contemplation, she ultimately made this choice. Of course, she wouldn't abandon all aspects of training. She would maintain her routine. "Good luck with your transition," Su Jingming offered words of encouragement. Judging by Jiang Chuxuan's substantial spatial ring and her limited edition sports car, it was evident that she had earned a considerable sum from her video endeavors. In a world driven by profit, not everyone possesses the fortitude to withdraw from danger like Jiang Chuxian. However, I am somewhat curious. Can ice element ability users also become apothecaries? Su Jingming inquired, intrigued. According to his understanding, it should primarily be fire element ability users who pursue the apothecary path, as higher-tier elixirs require flames of greater intensity for refinement. "It's clear you do not possess much knowledge of apothecary studies," Jiang Chuxian replied. At this moment, Jiang Chuxian had also emerged from her intricate emotions, smiling brightly as she explained. "There are specialized enchanting cauldrons or alchemical furnaces that can convert energy-type abilities into flames. The stronger the ability, the higher the temperature of the flames. Your lightning-type abilities can also be used in alchemy. Ah, I see, Su Jingming responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. Pausing for a moment, he retrieved 9 wooden boxes from his spatial ring and arranged them on the sofa. All the rare herbs and plants I possess are here. Take a look and see which ones you can use for alchemy. Feel free to take whatever you need. Are you truly asking me for help? Jiang Chuxian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, breaking into a radiant smile. Since you trust me so much, I shall not be modest. With that, she began selecting the peculiar herbs from the wooden boxes. The C-grade hypnotic grass is one of the materials for concocting the serenity pill, while the B-grade clarity grass is used in the formulation of the awakening pill. As a second-tier pharmacist, Jiang Chuxuan's repertoire of concocted pills was still somewhat limited. However, fortuitously, these strange herbs were precisely what she needed for her alchemical creations. I can utilize all of these materials. You shall receive the finished pills within a week. The silver-haired girl, Jiang Chuxian, stowed all the wooden boxes into her spatial ring, feeling a sense of trust bestowed upon her. A gentle warmth flickered in her gaze as she looked at Su Jingming. This demeanor would undoubtedly astonish those familiar with her icy beauty. Then I shall await your good news, senior sister, Su Jingming replied with a smile. The most precious item among his collection of rare herbs, the A-grade flame flower, had already been submitted as a task material upon his return to school. The remainder consisted only of B and C-grade materials, which could be handled by any ordinary second or third-tier pharmacist. Given this, he felt more at ease in trusting the task to Jiang Chuxian, as he need not worry about any discrepancies in material consumption. By the way, here is the queue number I received half an hour ago. Take it. With the rare herbs no longer in hand, Su Jingming had no need to wait in line, directly handing the queue number to Jiang Chuxian. I'll head upstairs for a moment. As he prepared to leave, Jiang Chuxian gracefully followed, her long and shapely legs moving with elegance. Since we have to wait a while here, I'll accompany you upstairs. That works. The two ascended to the 5th floor together. The 5th floor housed the pill sales area, where an array of dazzling pills and potions left Su Jingming feeling somewhat overwhelmed. If he were alone, he would have been at a loss for what to purchase. Fortunately, with the second-tier pharmacist Jiang Chuxian by his side, he benefited greatly from her guidance. Following her suggestions, Su Jingming spent nearly 600 credits on a selection of pills that would aid in enhancing his abilities. Afterward, he parted ways with Jiang Chuxian and exited the potion department building alone. Just as he was about to head back to the villa, he received a call from his teacher, Yang Zhentian. Jingming, we're back. Can you come over now? Yes, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Su Jingming hurried toward the teacher's villa. With the teacher's return, it was likely that his senior, Lu Ming, had already recovered from his injuries. Additionally, it was finally time to allow the teacher to assess the maximum strength of his S-grade battle skill, the Hellish Thunder Armor. In the teacher's villa area, Building 23, the living room was occupied by teacher Yang Zhentian and senior Lu Ming, along with another male and female. Yang Zhentian, having hung up the phone, smiled at the male and female. Jingming will be here shortly. Among the teacher's 4 students were Lu Ming in his 4th year, Su Wei in his 3rd year, Tong Yu in her 2nd year, and Su Jingming in his 1st year. The 2 present were Su Wei and Tong Yu. Since Su Jingming had not yet met these 2 seniors, Yang Zhentian took the opportunity of Lu Ming's recovery to gather everyone together. When I was away from school, I saw quite a bit about the commotion caused by my little junior on the school's official forum, Su Wei remarked with a smile. He was a tall, lean young man with a friendly demeanor and tousled hair, exuding a calm presence. I saw it too, Tong Yu chimed in, nodding with a smile. She was the only female among them, tall and graceful, with a lovely complexion of healthy wheat-colored skin. By the way, Lu Senior, is your little junior really as extraordinary as you say? Tong Yu looked curiously at senior Lu Ming. Over a month ago, she had heard about Su Jingming from Lu Ming over the phone, his blood compatibility reaching an astonishing 98, breaking through from an awakened state to a first-tier elite in just a month, and mastering 4 A-grade battle skills in one go. The descriptions were so impressive. They seemed almost mythical. You'll find out soon enough. It will surely astonish you, senior Lu Ming replied, still seated in his wheelchair. Though his legs and right arm had healed, his complexion was still somewhat pale, but he appeared less agitated, responding to Tong Yu's inquiry with a gentle smile. Is that so? Then I shall have to verify this later. Tong Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The camaraderie among the group of seniors was strong. Before Su Jingming's arrival, as the youngest junior sister, she often found herself the target of playful teasing from her seniors. This had led her to be somewhat skeptical of their claims. While her little junior must indeed be formidable, she suspected her seniors might have exaggerated a bit. This seemed to be the most reasonable assumption. Chapter 110. Oh no, I've become a unit of measurement. Director, Jingming has arrived. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming entered the villa's living room, guided by Uncle Fu. Teacher, Su Jingming respectfully greeted Yang Zhentian. taking note of the unfamiliar male and female in the living room. Jingming, come here. Let me introduce you, Yang Jintian said. This is your junior brother Su Wei from the 3rd year. And this is your senior sister Tong Yu from the 2nd year. Through teacher Yang Jintian's introduction, Su Jingming learned of his seniors, prompting him to politely address them. Senior brother Su, senior sister Tong. Wherever one goes, polite individuals tend to garner goodwill from others. Thus, Su Wei and Tong Yu's initial impression of the younger Su Jingming was quite favorable. The composed Su Wei stood up from the sofa, smiling gently. Hello, junior brother. I've heard about the new student from the teacher. I was busy over the summer and only returned to school yesterday. By the way, I have a small gift for you. He handed over a small wooden box, explaining, a 4th-tier elemental energy pill. Consuming it will significantly enhance the efficiency of absorbing elemental energy during your training. It's quite a valuable B-grade cultivation resource. Meanwhile, senior sister Tong Yu added with a light laugh, I didn't prepare a gift, so I'll just transfer you 200 credits. She had just acquired Su Jingming's student account from senior Lu Ming, quickly taking out her phone to transfer the credits. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. Su Jingming politely expressed his gratitude upon receiving the gifts. He then turned to senior Lu Ming, puzzled. Senior Lu, aren't you healed? Why are you still in a wheelchair? It is not as simple as you might think. The newly grown legs have not yet fully closed the internal nerves. To achieve complete freedom of movement, a wait of 2 to 3 days is necessary. Brother Lu Ming shook his head. 2 to 3 days is manageable. Su Jingming nodded. Only on Blue Star do we have healers with such extraordinary abilities. If this were my previous life, the notion of regrowing severed limbs would be nothing short of a fantasy. Enough of that. Your sister Tong just expressed doubt about my words. You should tell her yourself. Since entering the academy, haven't you consecutively mastered 4 A-level lightning combat techniques? In response to Brother Lu Ming's inquiry, Su Jingming couldn't help but smile and nod. Brother Lu is correct. Wait, this is actually true. Before Sister Tong Yu could speak, Brother Su Wei exclaimed in astonishment. So, Brother Su, you also thought Brother Lu was exaggerating, Sister Tong Yu silently quipped, then turned to Su Jingming with a look of wonder. To advance through the ranks so rapidly while mastering so many A-level combat techniques in such a short time. Could you share your experience with us? I would love to learn too. Tong Yu was genuinely curious. It is worth noting that she had only recently advanced to the 2nd-tier upper level, fully aware of the arduous nature of such breakthroughs. Yet, Su Jingming not only matched her level, but had also mastered more A-level combat techniques than she, who had been in the program for a year longer. It was quite perplexing. There's nothing particularly special about my experience. I simply possess a natural aptitude. I can learn combat techniques after just a few viewings without wasting much time. This kind of innate understanding is something you may find difficult to acquire, sister. Su Jingming hesitated. His deep blue system was akin to his innate understanding, but such remarkable insight could only be harnessed after slaying fierce beasts. Oh, little junior. That's quite painful to hear. Tong Yu placed her right hand over her heart, feigning injury. However, she was quite pleased with Su Jingming's response. Talent is talent. She detested when some individuals attributed their gifts solely to hard work. Wasn't that just nonsense? Who among those admitted to the Magical Capital's Ability University did not exert effort? If mere effort sufficed, how could there be so few 4th-tier ability users in the school? I have always been quite satisfied with Jingming's aptitude and diligence. Teacher Yang Jintian interjected, gazing at Su Jingming with a smile. Earlier, I mentioned over the phone that we would hold a celebration for you upon your return. But that was delayed due to Brother Lu's situation. Soon, we shall hold that celebration to congratulate you on securing 1st place in the freshman competition. Although I was not present yesterday, I learned from Dean's son about your remarkable performance. Fortunately, they were simply too weak, Su Jingming humbly replied. By the way, teacher, I would like your assistance in experimenting with a combat technique. What technique? Brother Lu Ming, who was unable to move freely, remarked. You don't need to trouble the teacher. I can assist. The S-level combat technique, Abyssal Thunder Armor. Su Jingming blinked, hesitating. Brother Su Wei, being merely a 3rd-tier lower-level user, likely would not be able to breach the defenses of the Abyssal Thunder Armor. Abyssal Thunder Armor? An S-level technique? Su Wei gasped, well, pardon my intrusion. In the open training ground behind the classroom villa, Yang Jintian and Su Jingming stood opposite each other, while Su Wei, Tong Yu, and Lu Ming, seated in a wheelchair, observed the proceedings. Do you think our little junior has truly mastered that S-level combat technique? Su Wei couldn't help but ask. As a lightning-type ability user, he had also seen this S-level technique in the combat technique library. However, with only A-level privileges, he would need 30,000 credits to learn it. Thus, he had only perused the introductory descriptions. Nevertheless, the power of this technique was enough to make him covet it. He never expected that Su Jingming, who entered the academy 2 years later than him, claimed to have already mastered it. From what I know of Su Jingming, He would not speak boastfully, Lu Ming mused. All right, I finally comprehend what you meant by genius, brother. Su Wei was filled with myriad sentiments. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there could be a talent like Su Jingming at their school. In the center of the open training ground, Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. Blue and purple lightning swirled around him, coalescing into a complete set of eerie purple armor. Thunder and electric arcs danced and flowed across the seemingly liquid surface of the armor. Indeed, it was the S-level combat technique, Abyssal Thunder Armor. Yang Jintian was also taken aback by the immense surprise Su Jingming had delivered once more. With a crackle, an overwhelming surge of energy, far surpassing Su Jingming's own, erupted from Yang Jintian, the A-level lightning ability user. The intensity of his aura immediately diminished. Jingming. I will first test this at the strength of a peak third-tier ability user. Yang Jintian evidently acknowledged Su Jingming's extraordinary capabilities and directly suppressed his ability's power to that of a peak third-tier user. With a crack, the crimson lightning surged onto Su Jingming's thunder armor, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, the impact generated by the lightning, after being reduced by 90 by the abyssal thunder armor, was virtually negligible against Su Jingming's physique. Teacher, increase the power. This isn't enough. Su Jingming called out. All right, next is double the power of a peak third tier. Once again, a crimson lightning bolt, now twice as strong, rushed forth, still leaving not a single mark on the armor. Again, 6 times. Accompanied by the piercing sound of thunder, increasingly powerful crimson lightning struck Su Jingming. Each bolt possessed enough force to be lethal to Su Wei and Tong Yu. However, Su Jingming remained unfazed, basking in the red lightning. Lu Ming, seated in his wheelchair, wore a peculiar expression. Why does it feel like I have become a unit of measurement? Chapter 111. Abyssal Thunder Armor enhanced by Thunder Extreme State. Extraordinary defense. In the villa's open training ground, the crimson lightning roared incessantly. Finally, when teacher Yang Jintian raised his ability's power to 10 times that of a peak third-tier user, the Abyssal Thunder Armor could no longer withstand the force and shattered with a resounding crash. Excellent. Very good. Yang Jintian, with his body now devoid of lightning, laughed heartily. The attack intensity of a fourth-tier lower ability user is only about 10 times that of a peak third-tier. This means, Jingming, your Abyssal Thunder Armor would require at least a fourth-tier ability user to breach its defenses. It is important to note that the fourth-tier users I am referring to are not ordinary. They must possess A-level abilities. When facing lower B or C-level abilities, even a fourth-tier lower user might not be able to penetrate the defenses. Of course, correspondingly, if the attack comes from another S-level ability user, it may only require a peak third-tier or mid-tier to breach the defenses. The combination of an S-level combat technique with an S-level ability could reach such terrifying levels? Su Wei gasped in astonishment. Su Jingming, merely a second-tier upper user, was already capable of transcending 2 major tiers to defend against the attacks of fourth-tier ability users. What an extraordinary display of combat prowess. The combat skill test has concluded, and the time is nearly upon us. Let us venture forth for a meal. In a buoyant mood, Yang Jintian glanced at the clock, noting it was already 11:32 in the morning. The banquet he had arranged was set for noon, and with a bit of travel time, they would arrive just in time. Teacher, please wait a moment. That was not my ultimate limit, Su Jingming called out hastily. Not your ultimate limit? Yang Jintian was momentarily taken aback, unable to inquire further before a thunderous roar erupted, as an aura several times more formidable than before surged forth from Su Jingming. In an instant, Su Jingming's physique soared to 2 meters, his eyes transforming into the blue-violet slitted pupils characteristic of dragons. A fierce and ethereal blue-violet lightning exploded outward from his core. Is that the Thunder Extreme State? Yang Jintian exclaimed in astonishment, as the others, including Lu Ming, displayed expressions of disbelief. The Thunder Immortal body has ascended to its 3rd level. Su Wei, usually composed and steady, could not help but exclaim in surprise. The cultivation of the Thunder Immortal body not only involved daily training with his lightning abilities to strengthen his physique, but also included the use of specialized body-enhancing potions to expedite progress. Throughout the summer break, Su Jingming had been engaged in numerous missions, dedicating all the resources gained from these endeavors to his training, with a significant portion devoted to the cultivation of the Thunder Immortal body. Even so, he had only recently attained the 3rd level and had just grasped the Thunder Extreme State. Besides Su Wei, his senior sister Tong Yu also wore a look of shock. Her Thunder Immortal body was still merely at the 2nd level. I wondered how your physique could effortlessly withstand the diminished impact. It turns out your Thunder Immortal body has reached the 3rd level. Yang Jintian laughed heartily, crimson lightning swirling around him once more. Then let us continue. 12-fold peak 3rd-tier power. The rumbling of thunder resonated once again. 14-fold, 16-fold, as Su Jingming activated the Thunder Extreme state, enhancing his physical strength and the potency of his abilities across the board. Yang Jintian unleashed a full 20-fold strength of a peak 3rd-tier ability user, finally breaching the defenses of the Infernal Thunder Armor. 20-fold. That is equivalent to the attack strength of a mid-tier 4th-tier ability user. Yang Jintian exclaimed, elated. Truly remarkable. The Thunder Immortal body crafted from the blood of an SS-class Thunder Tyrant Dragon achieves nearly 10-fold enhancement upon entering the Thunder Extreme state. Thank you, teacher. Su Jingming sighed in relief as he exited the Thunder Extreme state. He finally comprehended the extent of his defensive capabilities. From now on, activating the Infernal Thunder Armor would allow him to disregard attacks from below 4th-tier ability users entirely. If coupled with the Thunder Extreme state, he would even be impervious to attacks from lower-tier 4th-tier users. Jingming, your achievement surpasses my expectations, Yang Jintian remarked with a smile as he approached. Typically, students sought his guidance in learning combat skills, yet Su Jingming had mastered it independently. Among all his students, Su Jingming was undoubtedly the one who caused him the least worry. I merely possess slightly better talent than others, Su Jingming replied with a smile. Teacher, allow me to change my clothes, and then we can depart. He was clad in a regular shirt that had been torn during the activation of the Thunder Extreme state, while his trousers were also somewhat tattered, though he had cleverly concealed the crucial areas with the Purple Sky Divine Lightning. With the surrounding Purple Sky Divine Lightning cloaking him, he retrieved a pre-prepared short-sleeved shirt and trousers from his spatial ring to change. The senior brothers and sisters bore no embarrassment at this scene. Once dressed, the group of 6, including Uncle Fu, left the villa in jovial spirits. They boarded Yang Jintian's off-road vehicle and set off towards a hotel in the heart of Magic City. Lu, both the Ashen Society and the Fallen Star Society have extended invitations to me. Which one should I choose? Su Jingming pondered aloud while in the vehicle, seeking his senior brother Lu Ming's advice on the matter of societal affiliation. The Fallen Star Society, Lu Ming replied without hesitation. Ah, Lu, I expected you would encourage junior brother to join your Ashen Society, Su Wei remarked, taken aback. Lu Ming had once extended a warm invitation for him to join, but he felt the Ashen Society was not a fit for him, and thus declined. Now, it was surprising that Lu Ming would allow the more outstanding junior brother to pass. Had the Ashen Society not encountered issues, I would certainly have wanted junior brother to join us. However, the Ashen Society is currently reeling from significant blows, and its very existence is in question, which will undoubtedly affect it. It cannot compare to the Fallen Star Society, with its intact backing, Lu Ming explained, shaking his head. In truth, the Ashen Society was facing severe pressure from the family of Grandmaster Wang Linyang due to its efforts in collecting evidence against him. Wang Linyang, being a formidable 8th-tier Grandmaster with considerable family power, posed a significant threat. Lu Ming wished to shield Su Jingming from becoming embroiled in such turmoil. Given your character, I assumed you would opt not to join a society, Yang Jintian said from the passenger seat, chuckling. He perceived Su Jingming as someone who preferred solitary endeavors in both training and forays into the wilderness, rather than one inclined to join a society. I genuinely considered that. If a society demands too much of my personal time, I would rather not join at all, Su Jingming contemplated. Rest assured, whether it be the Ashen Society or the Fallen Star Society, the internal constraints are quite lenient, Lu Ming reassured him with a smile. Especially with a 4th-tier ability user as the president, they are mostly preoccupied with their own affairs. The president only appears when absolutely necessary. Joining someone else's society cannot compare to the freedom of establishing your own, Yang Jintian interjected from the passenger seat. Jingming, you should spend a year or 2 in a society. By your 3rd or 4th year, you can begin forming your own. Establish a faction? Teacher, that seems too cumbersome. I have no intention of doing so. Su Jingming shook his head. Cumbersome? It is the absence of your own faction that is truly troublesome, Yang Jintian replied. Speaking from experience, when I was young, I harbored similar thoughts, and look where I am now. Every endeavor requires personal involvement. For instance, the blood of the lightning beast you used to cultivate the Thunder Immortal body, I personally hunted and obtained more than half of it. Had I possessed my own faction, I wouldn't have had to exert myself. Jingming, remember, forming a faction is essential to have others gather resources on your behalf, allowing you to dedicate more time and focus to your own cultivation, free from mundane distractions. Once you reach the Grandmaster level, you will understand the agony of scouring the world for mere cultivation resources, Yang Jintian mused, his gaze imbued with nostalgia. He has consistently failed to transcend from master to grandmaster. It is highly probable that during his youth, a prime period for cultivation, he squandered his time incessantly searching for resources. Had he possessed his own faction back then, everything would have been considerably simpler. Su Jingming was momentarily taken aback by these words, for he had not contemplated this aspect. Although he had access to a system that could directly enhance his rank and combat skills, alleviating the burden of resource acquisition, he still needed to personally engage in slaying ferocious beasts to earn ability points. If he had his own faction to gather the beasts for him, he could subsequently unify their extermination, thereby significantly increasing the efficiency of harvesting ability points. With this thought, Su Jingming couldn't help but nod slightly in acknowledgement. Teacher, I understand. Chapter 112, 2 months. The continuously strengthening Su Jingming. The day after the celebratory banquet with his teacher and senior classmates, the freshman courses at the Supernatural University of the Magic City officially commenced. The curriculum for first-year students was quite packed, with classes scheduled from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. The courses were diverse, encompassing various subjects. There were history lessons detailing the origins of ferocious beasts and the resurgence of elemental energy, as well as practical combat classes involving weapon sparring. There were even dissection classes that explained the different weaknesses of ferocious beasts and how to gather materials from them. During the first week, Su Jingming did not miss a single class in the Weaponry Academy, attending every lecture in its entirety. He even attended a few classes at the neighboring Elemental Academy. It must be said that as a top-tier institution, these courses were delivered exceptionally well by the instructors and proved to be immensely beneficial for Su Jingming. For instance, during a history lesson on the origins of ferocious beasts, he learned that several centuries ago, the blue planet experienced a surge of elemental energy, causing wild animals to mutate into ferocious beasts, coinciding with humanity's awakening of supernatural powers. Ancient civilization ruins were also discovered deep underground, and most of the advanced technological products on the blue planet today evolved from the technologies unearthed from these ancient relics. Even the ability detection devices were derived from these remnants of civilization. Additionally, the descriptions regarding the weaknesses of ferocious beasts in the dissection class opened his eyes to new possibilities. He realized that during his time in the wilderness zone, he had wasted considerable effort in killing ferocious beasts. If he had tailored his approach according to the specific weaknesses of different beasts, he could have achieved a one-hit kill. Consequently, he classified the dissection class as a must-attend course. The richness and utility of the courses caused him to reflect deeply. It was evident that supernatural beings nurtured in such an environment would be top-notch in every aspect, far surpassing those societal supernatural beings who dropped out of high school and began wandering the wilderness zone. However, while he was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of the freshman curriculum, he also found himself in a predicament. Initially, he had intended to forego some less critical courses to allocate more time for hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness zone. Yet, it now seemed implausible to abandon a significant number of courses. After careful consideration, Su Jingming resolved to forego classes every Friday. After school on Thursday afternoons, he would venture directly into the wilderness zone, returning only on Monday. This way, he would have 3 full days each week to hunt ferocious beasts and harvest ability points, striking a balance between his academic commitments and the system's requirements for ability points. Without hesitation, on the Thursday afternoon of the second week, after completing his final class, Su Jingming donned his newly purchased B-class combat suit, which would not burst due to his growing physique, and left the school. As for his spear, he placed it directly into his spatial ring. Notably, the Dark Cloud Swift gun was purchased when he was at the first-tier elite level, crafted with D-class alloy for the barrel and C-class alloy for the tip. Now that he had reached the second-tier elite level and strengthened his thunder unyielding body to the 3rd stage, his physique had greatly improved, and that spear was no longer suitable for him. Thus, he returned the Dark Cloud Swift gun to the university's equipment department for 260 credits. Although the administrator who handled the spear's resale insisted that it would go unused and be melted down, Su Jingming felt that he was being slightly cheated. After all, he had originally purchased the Dark Cloud Swift gun for 480 credits, and having used it for only 2 months, he had lost nearly half its value. Nevertheless, Su Jingming recognized the quality of the equipment produced by the university's department. Subsequently, he spent 1,000 credits to acquire a personalized spear. This spear, named Azure Sky Black Flood Dragon Spear, featured a C-class alloy barrel and a B-class alloy tip. Its total length was a preferred 2 meters and 1 centimeter. With a modest black and azure appearance, it weighed an impressive 500 kilograms. However, for Su Jingming, that was inconsequential. After spending 600 credits on a batch of medicinal pills, he now found himself with less than 300 credits remaining after this substantial expenditure. To remedy this, he took some time to visit the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, breaking the record for the punching strength of second-tier supernatural beings and earning an 800 credit reward. Since the ecology of ferocious beasts in the Source Water Wilderness Zone had yet to recover, Su Jingming proceeded to the previously planned Tongxiang Wilderness Zone, where the highest level of ferocious beasts was merely Tier 3. Upon his arrival, he found himself almost invincible. However, the ferocious beasts in the Tongxiang Wilderness Zone were quite dispersed, causing him to spend a considerable amount of time searching for them. Thus, on the following Monday, upon returning to school, he had amassed 900 ability points. On the Thursday of the third week, Su Jingming departed from school once again, this time heading to the Yangqing Wilderness Zone, located north of the Magic City. Compared to the Tongxiang Wilderness Zone, the ferocious beasts in the Yangqing Wilderness Zone were of a higher tier. Although first and second tier beasts were also present, the highest level of beasts reached tier 5, with whispers of tier 6 beasts lurking within. Consequently, upon entering the Yangqing Wilderness Zone, Su Jingming adopted a much more discreet approach, treading carefully to avoid areas where high-tier beasts might reside. Nonetheless, when he returned from the Yangqing Wilderness Zone, he had still accrued 1,700 ability points. Thus, Su Jingming firmly established the Yangqing Wilderness Zone as his designated hunting ground for the future. In this manner, from Monday to Thursday each week, Su Jingming attended classes at school, eagerly absorbing knowledge like a sponge. Not only did he study at the Weaponry Academy, but he occasionally attended classes at the Elemental Academy as well. As soon as Thursday classes concluded, he would don his gear and head to the Yangqing Wilderness Zone. Additionally, he utilized the funds in his bank account and his academic credits to purchase resources to complement his training. His strength continued to grow steadily. As for his skipping and auditing of classes, although the instructors noticed, they chose to remain silent. Su Jingming, as an S-class student with an S-class ability and the favored disciple of the Weaponry Academy, Dean Yang Jintian, who had also secured first place among the freshmen, was effectively granted the freedom to pursue whatever knowledge he desired. Thus, 2 months swiftly passed. November 3rd, Tuesday. It was a splendidly clear day during the Elemental Abilities Manipulation course. Standing at the forefront of the lecture hall, dressed in simple, casual attire, Su Jingming commanded the attention of all. Thunderous crackles resonated around him as the ominous and dangerous purple divine lightning swirled in his vicinity. Under his deft control, it morphed continuously, sometimes coalescing into a lifelike lightning serpent, other times taking the form of a formidable, sharp spear. The arcs of lightning flickered with extraordinary agility. Impressive, remarked the instructor from the Elemental Academy, his gaze towards Su Jingming brimming with unreserved admiration. You have shown remarkable progress recently, mastering the ability to manipulate elemental powers into various forms with ease. It may not be long before you can condense your lightning abilities into a liquid state. The teacher was acutely aware that such mastery of powers typically required extensive training, and the higher the rank of the ability, the more challenging it became to wield. The adage to wear the crown, one must bear its weight, aptly illustrated this truth. If A-rank abilities were akin to well-trained horses in a stable, then S-rank abilities were wild stallions, notoriously difficult to tame. Yet, astonishingly, this wild stallion was as docile as a young colt in Su Jingming's hands. What a pity it is that Su Jingming is not one of our students at the Elemental Academy, the instructor mused, fully aware of the impossibility of such a scenario. Meanwhile, the other freshmen seated in the lecture hall began to murmur amongst themselves, to manipulate abilities into various forms. Su Jingming is truly extraordinary. Wasn't he from the Weapons Academy? Why does he always attend our elemental manipulation classes? Indeed, not just in elemental manipulation. His presence is evident in most of our courses, another voice chimed in. How diligent he is. Given the packed schedule of the freshman courses, where does he find the time to attend our classes? Time is like a sponge. If squeezed, there will always be some to spare. Moreover, some of his classes at the Weapons Academy are often skipped, another freshman interjected. What do you mean by diligence? You must not be aware. Every Thursday, he leaves school and doesn't return until Monday from the wilderness area. A student who knew more about Su Jingming's circumstances disclosed to the group. Is that so? That explains why I never see him around on weekends. He is in the wilderness. The freshmen were taken aback, but curiosity remained. Does he not take any breaks on the weekends? Breaks? Su Jingming not only trains late into the night during the week, but also forgoes weekends. There have been multiple occasions when my friends and I returned from late-night snacks around midnight and saw lights on in his training room on the second floor, with shadows moving about. Remarkable. Truly impressive. The surrounding freshmen marveled, their admiration for Su Jingming undiminished by their own limitations. What are you all whispering about? Achieving Su Jingming's level before your sophomore year would be an accomplishment in itself, yet you dare to gossip. The instructor Bellow silenced the room, restoring order. Su, that will be all for your demonstration. Please return to your seat, he continued in a softer tone. Now, let us resume our lesson. Su has just showcased for us. Su Jingming, unfazed by the gazes of his peers, returned to his seat. Over the past 2 months, he had finally managed to practice the purple divine lightning to a level of seamless control. He had initially believed his manipulation of abilities was already sufficiently refined. However, After attending the elemental manipulation course at the academy, he realized he still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving true finesse. Thus, he dedicated these 2 months to practicing the techniques taught in class, occasionally seeking guidance from the instructor. Indeed, diligence bears fruit. His mastery of the purple divine lightning had reached a commendable level. It was surprising to discover that the system could not enhance his proficiency in manipulating abilities. Subconsciously, he opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming level, 2nd tier upper level ability, purple divine lightning, S, physique, 1452 vitality mentality, 1107 spirit skills, marksmanship, master, heavenly thunder technique, beginner, infernal thunder armor, beginner, fist technique, intermediate, lightning spear, advanced, chain lightning spear, intermediate, lightning flash, advanced, thunder prison, intermediate, lightning gale burst, master, body refinement, indestructible thunder body, 3rd level, ability points, 13134. Compared to 2 months ago, Su Jingming's system panel had not changed significantly. Aside from an increase of nearly 100 points in both physique and mentality. Most notably, his ability points had surged to an astonishing 13,000. Yet, perplexingly, there was still no plus sign following the ability section. Had he miscalculated, or were his ability points insufficient? Su Jingming furrowed his brow. A month earlier, upon accumulating 6,000 ability points, he had the opportunity to advance to the 3rd tier. However, just as he was about to press the plus sign, a thought struck him. Since he could use ability points to upgrade his level and combat skills, surely the same would apply to abilities. After all, S rank was not the pinnacle. There existed higher tiers of SS and SSS abilities. Once this notion took root, it became insatiable. Consequently, Su Jingming decided to temporarily suppress his desire for advancement, opting to accumulate his ability points and observe if a plus sign would eventually appear next to his abilities. Yet, to this day, there had been no change. If, after another month of accumulating ability points, there was still no plus sign, he would abandon this attempt and directly use them to enhance his level, he resolved internally. Though he had not utilized any of the accumulated ability points, his strength had nonetheless more than doubled compared to 2 months prior. This was particularly evident during his forays into the Yangqing wilderness area, where he faced fierce beasts. His increase in power stemmed from relentless training, as well as utilizing resources purchased with both daxia coins and credits to bolster his vitality and spirit. Furthermore, the courses offered at school had greatly benefited him, teaching him how to wield his abilities with precision, minimize energy consumption, and strike decisively at the weaknesses of formidable beasts. As the lesson continued, the bell rang a few minutes later, prompting the instructor to announce, "All right, that concludes today's class. You are dismissed." Students rose in unison, and Su Jingming joined the flow of departing classmates. Just outside the classroom, a strikingly beautiful and graceful young woman stood waiting in the corridor. The passing freshmen recognized her purpose for being there. Aware of their inferior abilities compared to this distinguished second-place student, they refrained from approaching her, not wishing to embarrass themselves. "Jingming, your finesse in manipulating lightning abilities has significantly improved." Upon seeing Su Jingming exit the classroom, Song Qiuyun's charming visage revealed a captivating smile as she approached him. She had been here for a while and had naturally witnessed Su Jingming's demonstration at the podium. Indeed, there has been a noticeable advancement during this period. Is this merely a slight improvement? It rivals the results of my month-long training, Song Qiuyun instinctively remarked. However, having grown accustomed to Su Jingming's prodigious talent, she quickly regained her composure and cheerfully added, "By the way, the annual freshman study tour will commence in a week, and an announcement should be forthcoming soon. As our top freshman, you certainly won't be able to escape it." The so-called study tour is essentially an initiative by the school to encourage students to step outside the confines of the classroom and engage with the real societal environment, experiencing the diverse cultures and conditions of different regions firsthand. Unlike typical university study tours, which often target historically rich cities, the destination for the Magic City Ability University will be in the Wilderness Zone. Furthermore, not only the Magic City Ability University, but also the Qingjing Ability University and the Jincheng Ability University will arrange for their freshmen to gather at the same location. The convergence of all freshmen from these 3 elite institutions is, naturally, more than just a study tour. It often accompanies various competitions to assess the freshmen's caliber across schools. Participation in the study tour is voluntary, yet most freshmen typically do not decline. Knowing your temperament, you will undoubtedly partake, Song Qiuyun asserted with conviction, appearing to know Su Jingming well. Su Jingming, upon hearing this, felt a sense of anticipation. The Wilderness Zone serves as an excellent opportunity to harvest ability points, and he would certainly not refuse. Additionally, he was eager to see what remarkable talents the freshmen from the other 2 prestigious universities possessed. As Song Qiuyun had predicted, that very afternoon, the school issued a notification regarding the study tour. The journey is set to depart on November 10th, 1 week hence, lasting for a month and a half, adhering to the principle of voluntary participation, allowing students the choice to partake or not. However, every participating freshman will receive a foundational reward of 20 credits, with the potential for additional credits based on their performance during the tour. Simultaneously with the announcement, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, along with the top 50 freshmen, received a notice for a meeting. Chapter 114. The honor of a 5-time champion is entrusted to you. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the conference hall on the first floor of Building 2 at Magic University, the top 50 freshmen, assigned to various colleges, had not convened together in some time. Long time no see. How have you been? They exchanged pleasantries. Having attended classes in the same few buildings, they occasionally crossed paths after lessons. Their camaraderie had grown through the shared experience of the freshman competition, leading to a mutual understanding. Moreover, those who made it into the top 50 at Magic University were either provincial champions or among the top talents from their respective regions. Graduating from Magic University heralds a bright future, and forming connections is an excellent opportunity that no one would want to miss. Among them was Li Qingji, the provincial champion from Qinghai, who had previously been soundly defeated by Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun. He had long since shed his arrogance from the freshman competition and now bore a friendly demeanor. Lu Wentao, a social butterfly, engaged animatedly with those around him. It seems our group has the most from the Weapons Academy. Indeed, especially since Su Jingming is from the Weapons Academy. This reminder prompted others to realize that the formidable top freshman had yet to arrive. Wentao, didn't Jingming come with you? Someone inquired. Brother Ming went to the Element Academy to audit a class. We didn't come together, Lu Wentao replied with a grin. In truth, since they were assigned to different colleges with varying courses, he rarely had the chance to accompany Su Jingming anymore. No need to worry, with his character. He will definitely show up, someone remarked cheerfully. Although they were scattered across different colleges, the existence of the school's official forum ensured that news circulated swiftly. They all knew Su Jingming frequented the wilderness zone weekly. With such a combat enthusiast, it was unreasonable to think he would miss this event. Moreover, the study tour featured a competition of freshmen's abilities. As an S-class student and the foremost combatant among the newcomers, even if he were reluctant, the school would not allow him to abstain. With Su Jingming present, we can almost relax, someone joked lightly. For 4 consecutive years, Magic University had secured first place in the freshman study tour. If this year's cohort failed, they would bear a significant burden of reproach. Logically, one would expect them to feel considerable pressure, yet with the extraordinary Su Jingming among them, pressure? What pressure? It simply does not exist. Just then, a tall figure, long unseen, yet strikingly memorable, strode into the room. The previously animated discussions among the students ceased instinctively, their gazes shifting toward this individual. Su Jingming, the top freshman. Compared to his presence during the freshman competition, Su Jingming's aura had grown significantly more powerful. Particularly, his clear and piercing gaze seemed to shimmer with a hint of brilliance. While Su Jingming's commanding presence was undeniable, no one overlooked the graceful figure following closely behind him. Song Qiuyun, the second-ranked freshman. Since her arrival at the school, she had become a goddess in the eyes of many newcomers, now dutifully trailing behind Su Jingming. Though neither had publicly declared their relationship, the freshmen had already tacitly accepted that the two were involved. Their joint appearance elicited no surprise. Hello, Brother Ming. Jingming, you're here. After a brief silence, the freshman warmly greeted him. Su Jingming's strength and discipline were evident, and naturally, everyone was eager to befriend someone of his caliber. Jingming, this study tour cannot do without you, smiled Li Qingji, the provincial champion from Qinghai. Since being defeated in the freshman competition, he had harbored lingering frustration, often reflecting on whether he had been overly arrogant. Empathizing with Su Jingming, he recognized that his previous behavior had indeed been excessively presumptuous. Upon realizing this, he had tempered his demeanor significantly and later approached Su Jingming to offer a sincere apology. In truth, it wasn't just Li Qingji, Lei Zhou, after coming to terms with his earlier rashness, had also apologized to Su Jingming for his conduct. As Su Jingming acknowledged the warm greetings, he reciprocated each one, nodding slightly in acknowledgement to Li Qingji and Lei Zhou. He was not a petty person, he bore no deep-seated grudges against them, and both had faced the consequences of their actions. Thus, he chose to accept their apologies. 10 minutes later, as the conference hall gradually filled, a buzz of anticipation hung in the air. A sudden, delicate sound echoed through the air, causing everyone to glance upward, only to discover that the space atop the podium had become indistinct, forming a doorway. Recognizing this iconic ability, the crowd immediately understood who had arrived. Indeed, in the next moment, the portal swung wide open. A woman, clad in a flowing dark robe reminiscent of Hanfu, with a tear mole at the corner of her eye, gracefully stepped barefoot into the void. It was none other than the esteemed Vice Principal Ling Shuang, a master of spatial abilities. The audience was taken aback, utterly astonished that the Vice Principal had personally come to preside over the meeting. Ling Shuang, stepping lightly upon the ethereal plane, her robe billowing in the breeze, cast her gaze over all the new students gathered in the conference hall. Her eyes briefly lingered on Su Jingming before she withdrew her gaze, and a voice, somewhat cool and detached, resonated within the meeting chamber. I will be presiding over this meeting, which primarily concerns our upcoming research trip. Eva, please display the map. With a hum, a pale blue virtual light emanated from the ceiling, coalescing in midair into a miniature globe of the blue planet. Our destination for this research trip is Shunan City, located in Qian Province. With a flick of her delicate hand, the globe rapidly enlarged, ultimately fixing on a city in the southeastern region of the Great Xia Kingdom. More precisely, it was the wilderness area deep within the mountains of Shunan City, also known as the Number 7 Demon Cave. As the perspective of the virtual map shifted from the bustling cityscape to the dense forest and towering mountains, countless crimson eyes lurked within, exuding an aura of ferocity and savagery, even through the virtual projection. Indeed, it was the Demon Cave, although rumors had circulated prior. The revelation of the actual location still left the crowd in awe and disbelief. Regions plagued by ferocious beasts were typically referred to as wilderness areas. However, some wilderness areas, due to their vastness and the overwhelming number of beasts, had earned the moniker of Demon Caves, where countless adept practitioners had met their demise. Vice Principal Ling Shuang paid no heed to the audience's reactions and continued, I will personally lead this research trip, with mentors from each academy accompanying us. Furthermore, this trip is tied to the allocation of certain resources for our school, necessitating competition among you and the freshmen from 2 other universities. The nature of the competition will resemble that of your martial arts entrance examination, ranked by the number and tier of beasts you kill. The top 50 will be considered for valid scores, with the first place earning 34 points, second place 23, and third place 19. The remaining 47 will share the remaining 24 points, averaging around 0.51 each. In essence, the more individuals who place in the top 50, the greater the resources our school will be allocated. Of course, the most critical share is that of the first place winner, which constitutes over 1/3 of the total. After a brief pause, Ling Shuang's clear, appreciative gaze settled on Su Jingming, positioned at the center. In light of our academy's pursuit of a 5th consecutive championship, Su Jingming, as the foremost newcomer, I entrust this mission to you. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, Su Jingming replied with a nod, his voice steady and deep, instilling a sense of reliability. Excellent. Vice Principal Ling Shuang expressed her satisfaction with Su Jingming's response. However, a moment later, she shifted her tone. But I must inform you in advance that, according to the latest news, the Qingjing Ability University has introduced an external aide who also possesses S-class abilities. You may face some challenges. The Qingjing Ability University has an S-class now? Where did they find an S-class? In recent years, aside from Mingo, I haven't heard of any new S-class ability awakeners emerging in our Great Xia, murmured the new students, their expressions filled with surprise. The rarity of S-class ability awakeners rendered it improbable for one to appear out of nowhere. The last S-class awakeners in Great Xia had surfaced 3 years prior, hailing from a family of 9th-tier martial saints, and had trained directly with their elders, never participating in the martial arts entrance examination or enrolling in any ability university. This S-class does not originate from our Great Xia, but is an exchange student brought in from Indu country by Qingjing Ability University, Ling Shuang clarified, waving her hand. A holographic projection materialized, revealing a tall youth with dark yellow skin, distinctly representative of Indu's ethnic features. His name was Kiran Rao, endowed with an enhancement-type S-class ability. At the 3rd-tier lower level, as Ling Shuang concluded her introduction, the new students were momentarily taken aback. What is this? A 3rd-tier lower-level S-class? Did I mishear? Or did the teacher err? Is it possible for a newcomer to reach such a level? Instinctively, a student raised their hand and inquired, Teacher, are you certain he is a 3rd-tier lower level? Indeed, this information was gathered by Eva, Ling Shuang affirmed with a slight nod, adding, however, unlike you, he is already 20 years old. 20 years old. No wonder, he has a full 2 years more training than us. The crowd exclaimed in realization. Yet, some couldn't help but grumble, 20 years old and still considered a newcomer? Qingjing Ability University lacks integrity. Indu country operates under a different system. They begin university at the age of 20. Thus, Kiran can indeed be classified as a newcomer. As the students explained, they couldn't suppress their frustration. Initially, with Su Jingming as the 2nd-tier upper-level S-class newcomer, They had expected to dominate the research trip effortlessly. Yet, this sudden emergence of a third-tier lower-level S-class had escalated the difficulty to hellish proportions. Some instinctively glanced at Su Jingming, only to find his expression still placid, as though the presence of this third-tier lower-level S-class posed no threat to him whatsoever. In truth, Su Jingming truly felt this way. What difference did it make to be an S-class? It merely indicated a single tier above him. He was already accustomed to battling across tiers. With 3 S-class combat techniques in his arsenal, alongside master-level marksmanship and numerous highly skilled A-class techniques, he possessed ample confidence. Even if this S-class were formidable, he could easily enhance his tier with some ability points if necessary. Moreover, the rankings would be determined by the number and tier of beasts slain. In this regard, he prided himself on not being outdone by any newcomer, even a third-tier S-class. Observing Su Jingming's unwavering composure, Vice Principal Ling Shuang couldn't help but nod slightly. 4 top-tier academies. Introducing external aids for a research trip was generally considered an unseemly act. However, Qingjing Ability University had chosen this course of action for 2 reasons. Firstly, the pressure exerted by Su Jingming, an S-class with a second-tier upper level, was considerable. Secondly, this resource allocation was of paramount importance, as all 3 universities aspired to secure first place and gain preferential distribution rights. Naturally, since the newcomers were unaware of the underlying motives, it was entirely reasonable for them to perceive the situation as unfair and even voice protests. As the foremost newcomer bearing the greatest burden, Su Jingming's reaction was remarkably serene, displaying not a hint of discontent, which attested to his unwavering confidence in his own abilities, even among those of the S rank. Do you possess the confidence to engage in battles beyond your level? Truly, you are the most outstanding S-rank student our school has seen in recent years, and it is no wonder I agreed to exchange SS-level resources for you. Vice Principal Ling Shuang's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. Well, that is the general situation regarding this research trip. With only 7 days remaining, everyone should seize the time and prepare diligently. With that, Ling Shuang's graceful figure stepped barefoot into the light portal, vanishing from sight. For Su Jingming, this meeting was merely a brief interlude. After the conference, he immersed himself in his demanding courses once more, venturing to the Yangqing Wilderness area on Thursday to harvest another wave of ability points. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, it was the night before their departure for the number 7 Demon Cave. Crackling sounds echoed in the training room on the 2nd floor of Villa number 32. Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the floor, his upper body bare. Terrifying blue-violet lightning surged across him, dancing and continuously enhancing his physique. The flickering arcs of lightning cast an erratic glow throughout the training room. His strong and well-proportioned upper body resembled a work of art under the interplay of light, violent yet imbued with an inexplicable beauty. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Jingming gathered the lightning around him, exhaling softly as he gradually opened his eyes, which were faintly tinged with sparks of electricity. "Senior, you can call me directly next time you come over." A deep voice resonated within the training room. "I wouldn't want to disturb your training," came a crisp reply as Jiang Chuxian gracefully stepped through the door of the training room, clad in a simple women's t-shirt and a black skirt. Her silvery hair cascaded down to her slender waist. "Senior, do you need something?" Su Jingming casually retrieved a t-shirt from his spatial ring and donned it. Over the past 2 months, he had entrusted Jiang Chuxian with the rare herbs he collected from the wilderness, allowing her to concoct pills. If the elixirs proved beneficial, he would keep them. If not, he would sell them to the school's alchemy department. However, with their imminent journey to the Demon Cave, he hadn't asked Jiang Chuxian to create any potions this week. Noticing Su Jingming put on his shirt, Jiang Chuxian seemed a bit disappointed, but she quickly recovered, bending slightly to meet his gaze, her clear eyes sparkling playfully. "What? Is it wrong to come find you when there's nothing going on?" Su Jingming raised an eyebrow at her words. Recently, Jiang Chuxian seemed to have become quite mischievous. Jiang Chuxian noticed Su Jingming's gaze and, with a soft exclamation, straightened her posture, her cheeks flushing slightly. "You should be cautious, senior. Otherwise, someone might take advantage of you." Clearing his throat, Su Jingming rose from the ground. "Aside from you, who else could take advantage of me?" Jiang Chuxian instinctively retorted. "All right, let's get down to business. Aren't you heading to the Demon Cave tomorrow? Here are the potions I prepared for you." Jiang Chuxian decisively shifted the topic, and with a flicker of her spatial ring, 7 or 8 small porcelain vials appeared in her right hand. Detoxification pills, healing pills, ability restoration pills, and mind-clearing pills, all second tier, with 20 in each vial. She elaborated on the 8 small vials as if reciting a cherished recipe, then handed them all to Su Jingming. "These should suffice for your use over the next month." "Did you concoct all of these?" Su Jingming observed the faint dark circles under Jiang Chuxian's eyes, noting the weariness that lingered about her. I haven't had many classes recently, so I've been idle and decided to brew a batch. Jiang Chuxian lowered her head slightly, her delicate fingers idly toying with her hair. You've worked hard. Su Jingming nodded slightly, stowing the vials into his spatial ring. In the future, don't stay up late making potions. Even if you are a second-tier ability user, you still can't withstand the strain. Besides, these potions can be purchased outside. Hearing the concern in Su Jingming's tone, Jiang Chuxuan's lips curled into a faint smile as she confidently replied, the potions bought outside can't compare to those I personally concoct. I guarantee every single one is potent. Moreover, I've prepared 2 sets of each potion. The other set should be given to Sister Qiuyin tomorrow. Sister Qiuyin? When did you two become so close? Su Jingming inquired suspiciously. He recalled that during the last gathering, Jiang Chuxian and Song Qiuyin exchanged contact information, but did not anticipate their relationship advancing so swiftly, with the potential of blossoming into a close friendship. I want to tell you. Jiang Chuxian lifted her chin with a hint of pride, and then added, also, this batch of potions isn't free. Once the research trip concludes, you must hand over all the rare herbs you collect to me. And what about Sister Qiuyin? She doesn't need any. Aren't you being discriminatory? What? Are you dissatisfied? After conversing with Jiang Chuxian for a while longer, Su Jingming finally escorted her back to her dormitory. When you enter the demon cave, safety must be your priority. All right, I understand. Jiang Chuxian waved goodbye at the entrance of her villa. As he watched her graceful silhouette disappear into the villa, he instinctively retrieved the batch of potions from his spatial ring once more. 8 vials, each containing 20 pills, totaling 160 pills, all second tier. To brew them all in the coming week, he would need to stay up for 3 or 4 consecutive nights. The streetlights illuminated the ground in front of the villa, casting a long shadow of Su Jingming's tall figure. In terms of value, second-tier potions, averaging 60,000 each, amounted to about 9.6 million. This sum was insignificant for both him and Jiang Chuxian. Yet, why was she so insistent on personally concocting them? Was it merely to save on processing fees? Even a fool could discern it wasn't just that. Having lived 2 lives, Su Jingming understood that these potions encapsulated Jiang Chuxuan's feelings for him. In truth, it wasn't only Jiang Chuxian, Song Qiuyin, who often sought opportunities to be near him, bore the same sentiment. As a mere 18-year-old, filled with youthful vigor and vitality, it was impossible for him to feel indifferent toward these 2 beautiful young women. However, he was currently too preoccupied. His days were consumed by training and classes, with no time left for romance. At the core, it was Su Jingming's belief that he was still too weak. Now was not the time. He would contemplate such matters once his strength had significantly increased. Taking a deep breath, Su Jingming's gaze regained its determination. He stowed the potions back into his spatial ring and, with steady steps, turned to leave. Tomorrow, they would set off for the number 7 demon cave. Tonight, he needed to make the final preparations. At the Magic City Ability University, this year's freshman class comprised 1,024 students, with 856 ultimately signing up for the research trip. On the morning of November 10th, these 856 students gathered at the number 3 playground. Given that this research trip would last approximately a month and a half, the freshmen donned battle gear and carried equipment, most dragging along a suitcase filled with various clothing. Those possessing spatial rings, such as Su Jingming and Song Qiuyin, naturally approached the situation with ease. By the way, Qiuyin, here is the elixir prepared for you by senior sister. In a corner of the playground, Su Jingming, Song Qiuyin, Lu Wentao, and Qi Dongxia gathered. Su Jingming suddenly recalled the elixirs within his spatial ring and promptly retrieved 4 vials, handing them to Song Qiuyin. Senior sister Chu Xian mentioned them to me last night. I thought you were planning to keep them all to yourself since you didn't share on the way. Song Qiuyin playfully winked, extending her delicate hand to stow the elixirs away in her spatial ring. It seems the bond between you two is indeed quite strong. Su Jingming remarked in awe. Of course, Song Qiuyin proudly puffed out her chest, then scanned the surroundings with a puzzled expression. However, why did the school notify us to gather at the playground instead of heading to the high-speed railway station? You are unaware, aren't you? Our research trip will be conducted via airplane. Lu Wentao interjected with a chuckle. An airplane? But there's no runway laid out on this playground. Su Jingming, who hadn't paid much heed to the travel arrangements for the research trip, expressed his surprise. Besides, there are over 800 people here. How could we possibly fit them all into an airplane? Are we making several trips, or will multiple planes be used? Just as he pondered this, Lu Wentao suddenly looked up at the sky, exclaiming excitedly, "It's here." Su Jingming instinctively followed his gaze and was met with a truly astounding sight. In the distance, a colossal flying machine, resembling an enormous oval, broke through layers of clouds, emerging from the sea of clouds. The aircraft's exterior shimmered in black and gold, reflecting the cold light of the morning sun. It lacked wings on either side. Rather than a plane, it resembled a dirigible. Wow, what an enormous flying machine. Is this the airplane we are to board? How magnificent. The arrival of the black dirigible also elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd on the playground. Among the spectators, some seniors who had witnessed it before displayed similar expressions of shock. Is this the pinnacle of technology we can currently harness? Jingming felt that he had already held a high regard for the technological advancements of Blue Star. Yet, when confronted with the immense dirigible, he could not help but feel a twinge of awe. This dirigible was unearthed from ancient civilization ruins. I've heard that the anti-gravity device aboard remains unsolved by our scientists even today, Lu Wintao said, his excitement palpable. To pilot such a stylish dirigible is undoubtedly the ultimate dream of every young man. Unfortunately, due to its complex operating system, only artificial intelligences rated second level or above can currently navigate it. With a thunderous roar, the massive black dirigible landed on the playground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Subsequently, 8 hatches opened from its midsection, and a vertical staircase extended automatically down to the ground. In a flash, Vice Principal Ling Shuang appeared before the dirigible. All newcomers, board the ship. Her crisp voice echoed across the playground, prompting the new students to hastily begin boarding. Jingming and his companions blended into the crowd, moving forward. In just over 10 minutes, all the instructors and new students had entered the interior of the dirigible. 2-element space, Ling Shuang declared midair, her presence radiating the aura of an 8th-tier grandmaster. Her long hair billowed behind her as unusual spatial fluctuations enveloped the entire dirigible. Moments later, the enormous dirigible appeared to shimmer like a mirage. With a deep exhale, Ling Shuang vanished from sight, reappearing inside the dirigible. Eva, let us set off. Her voice carried a hint of fatigue. Captain Eva, setting sail. With a thunderous roar, the anti-gravity engines rumbled to life, and the black dirigible, carrying all the new students and instructors, slowly ascended. Unlike its earlier descent, which had cleaved through the clouds, this ascent was as if the dirigible existed in a different realm, leaving the clouds undisturbed as it soared away. Chapter 117, Arrival. S-Class of Qingjing University, in Qian Province. At the Shunan Supply Base. As the only supply base adjacent to the number 7 Magic Cave, it boasts a series of buildings, in stark contrast to the solitary structure of the Source Water Supply Base. Among those traversing its expanse are not only ability users from all over the Great Xia Kingdom, but also numerous battle groups and guild members. Here, 2nd and 3rd-tier ability users, typically rare in other cities, are abundant. In front of the main building of the Shunan Supply Base lies the largest fountain square in Shunan City. The spacious square is artificially divided into 2 sections by armed soldiers and powerful ability user squads. One side is bustling with activity, while the other remains starkly empty, occupied only by a few well-dressed individuals standing solemnly, seemingly awaiting something. It's here. The leading woman, plump and attractive, dressed in urban professional attire, gazed skyward. A dark speck appeared in the sky, growing larger as it approached. Ultimately, it revealed itself to be a colossal dirigible. Its exterior gleamed in black and gold, adorned with an emblem of a sword entwined with rose thorns on its side. The Magic City Ability University has arrived. Everyone, prepare to receive them. A line of neatly attired staff emerged from the main building, standing respectfully by as they passed the astonished ability users. With a resounding thud, the massive dirigible landed in the square, its forward hatch opening as Vice Principal Ling Shuang and a cadre of instructors disembarked. Soon after, the midsection hatch opened, and students began to descend the staircase. Hello, Principal Ling. The base supervisors, who had long been waiting, immediately approached. Please, this way. We have prepared dormitory buildings for the students from each school. They can first place their luggage and gear. As for Principal Ling and the esteemed teachers, please accompany us to the banquet hall. The instructors from Qingjing Ability University have already arrived, and we have arranged a welcoming feast. The plump woman, who appeared to be the chief supervisor, introduced. Meanwhile, uniformed staff began guiding the arriving students. Vice Principal Ling Shuang nodded slightly. Consequently, the large group split in 2. Vice Principal Ling Shuang and the instructors were led to the banquet hall, while the new students were taken to the dormitory buildings to store their belongings and equipment. The Shunan Supply Base has arrived. Jingming, stepping off the dirigible, curiously surveyed his surroundings. The supply base featured clusters of buildings, while behind the entrance to the wilderness lay an expanse of forest and mountains stretching for countless kilometers. Speaking of which, this dirigible is remarkably fast. In less than 2 hours, we've flown from the Magic City to Qian Province, Qi Dongxiao remarked, astonished. How could it not be fast? We didn't have to evade any flying creatures along the way. We flew in a straight line, Lu Wintao exclaimed. Principal Ling is truly impressive as an 8th-tier grandmaster with spatial abilities. Su Jingming couldn't help but display a look of admiration upon hearing this. As the airship soared through the sky, it appeared to exist independently within this vast expanse. Along the journey, various avian beasts attempted to launch assaults on the vessel. However, none could reach it. Yet, what he yearned for was not this spatial capability, but rather the sensation of soaring freely through the heavens. Upon entering the 6th level of the Thunder Undying Body, he acquired the ability to randomly obtain the refined blood essence of ferocious beasts. He chose to refine the blood essence of the Thunder Tyrant, pondering whether he would gain the ability to fly. Su Jingming's heart brimmed with anticipation. "Classmates, please follow me." A staff member clad in uniform approached, adorned with a warm smile. "Let us first drop off your luggage at the dormitory." Su Jingming and his companions followed the staff member, traversing towards the cluster of buildings ahead. A few minutes later, they arrived at a picturesque area featuring an artificial lake. Ultimately, they halted before a towering edifice by the lakeside. Surrounding them were 6 such towering structures, each immensely grand. These 6 buildings occupied a significant portion of the area surrounding the lake. Through the staff member's introduction, Su Jingming and his companions learned that each university possessed 2 dormitory buildings, with Magic City Ability University corresponding to buildings 1 and 2. During their journey, the staff had verified their identities using their student IDs. Their rooms were all located within Building 1, which stood before them. Here are your access cards. Each dormitory has cafeterias on the 1st, 3rd, and 6th floors, operating 24 hours a day without any charges. Additionally, there is a large training ground nearby for your warm-ups and practice. After briefly explaining, the staff distributed the access cards to Su Jingming and his companions before respectfully departing. In front of the building, aside from the newly arrived students of Magic University, several young students were seen entering and exiting buildings 3 and 4 nearby. These were the freshers from Jingming Ability University who had arrived earlier. "Let us proceed inside," Su Jingming suggested as they entered Building 1. A total of over 800 individuals had come to Magic City Ability University this time. Even divided between 2 buildings, each would accommodate over 400 occupants. Given such a large number, a regular hotel would undoubtedly be cramped. However, the accommodation provided by the Shunin Supply Base was remarkably spacious. With more than 20 elevators on the 1st floor, each manned by dedicated staff. The rooms for the 4 of them varied. Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxiao were assigned to the 2nd and 4th floors, respectively, while Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun found their rooms on the 5th floor, conveniently opposite each other. Su Jingming occupied room 504, while Song Qiuyun was in room 505. Though the dormitory could not compare to the villas of Magic University, the rooms were slightly more spacious than those of an ordinary hotel, approximately 30 square meters in size. Su Jingming unpacked his belongings from his spatial ring and changed into a loose training outfit before stepping out of his room. However, just as he exited, he spotted Song Qiuyun emerging from her room across the hall, also clad in a simple training outfit. "Where are you going?" he inquired. "I'm going to check out the training ground." "I knew it," she replied with a glint of mischief in her eyes, beaming with delight. The expansive training ground was situated adjacent to Dormitory 6. As Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun entered, they immediately noticed numerous individuals training in the public area of the lobby on the 1st floor. Among them, a tall youth with dark yellow skin drew cheers from the surrounding students with his impressive training maneuvers. "Is that the S-class from Jingming Ability University?" Su Jingming recognized him at once, noting the distinct features characteristic of a native from Yindu. It was none other than Kiran Rao. Kiran seemed to sense the unusual gaze directed towards him and instinctively turned his head, spotting Su Jingming not far away. "Su Jingming from Magic University?" To Su Jingming's surprise, Kiran spoke fluent Chinese, devoid of the usual curry scent associated with Yindu individuals, resembling a true citizen of the Great Xia. In the next moment, Kiran vanished from his spot, only to reappear right before Su Jingming. "Hello, I am Kiran Rao from Jingming Ability University. It is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Kiran." He wore a friendly smile. Chapter 118, Fanatical Cultists. A single strike to obliterate. "So, this is the top freshman of Magic University, Su Jingming? I've heard he has already reached the 2nd tier. Indeed, it is no exaggeration. Impressive." Moreover, unlike Kiran, Su Jingming is merely 18 years old. An 18-year-old at the 2nd tier is simply breathtaking. Who could argue otherwise? If it weren't for Kiran, we would surely have been overwhelmed. The new students from Jingming Ability University clearly had prior information about Su Jingming and recognized him instantly. Though they belonged to different institutions, they held sufficient respect and admiration for this formidable S-class individual. Meanwhile, Su Jingming was somewhat taken aback by Kiran's approach. He hadn't anticipated that this foreigner would be so polite. It seemed he had spent some time living in the Great Xia. for it was unlikely he could master Chinese so proficiently otherwise. However, Kieran soon noticed Song Qiuyun beside him, and his eyes brightened. Without waiting for Su Jingming's response, he turned his attention towards Song Qiuyun, enthusiastically greeting her. "This beautiful lady must be Song Qiuyun. It is a pleasure to meet you." Su Jingming's expression darkened instantly. "Forget I said anything." Kieran then performed a gentlemanly bow in a Western style, extending his hand as if to gently kiss the back of Song Qiuyun's hand. Song Qiuyun frowned slightly, about to protest, when Su Jingming's large hand swiftly intervened, grasping Kieran's firmly. "It seems you've also picked up some Western etiquette?" Su Jingming's resolute face wore a friendly smile. Kieran blinked in surprise and instinctively nodded. "Before awakening my abilities, I studied abroad in England." "Ah, I see." Su Jingming narrowed his eyes, releasing his grip and patting Kieran on the shoulder. "In our great Xia, such Western customs are not in vogue. It would be best for you to adapt." With that, he strode away, with Song Qiuyun obediently following at his side, never once casting a glance at Kieran. The S-class of Magic University possessed formidable strength. Kieran raised his right hand, already marked with a deep red imprint. Had he not possessed an S-class enhancement ability or been a third-tier ability user, that single handshake would have likely shattered his bones. He wondered where this lightning-type individual derived such immense strength. Watching Su Jingming's departing figure, Kieran murmured in his native tongue. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Song Qiuyun's graceful silhouette, a flicker of fervor and avarice ignited in his eyes. The prodigious young woman from the Song family of Chuan province was indeed extraordinary. If he could win her over, he would never need to worry about his cultivation resources again. Within the training ground, there were private training areas available. After Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun communicated their intentions to the front desk staff, they were granted complimentary access to a training room of approximately 100 square meters. "Jingming, shall we practice together for a while?" Inside the training room, ever since Su Jingming had intervened to protect her from Kieran, a radiant smile had been permanently etched on Song Qiuyun's face. With a playful smile adorning her delicate features, she inquired, "Is that all right?" "Certainly," Su Jingming replied without hesitation, considering it a warm-up. "However, you mustn't exert your full strength." Song Qiuyun retrieved a black hair tie from her spatial ring, neatly securing her long hair into a high ponytail. Subsequently, she produced a somewhat extravagant halberd, which emanated a soft, luminous glow. Half an hour later, having exerted herself to her utmost, Song Qiuyun decisively chose to concede. Looking at Su Jingming, who appeared completely unfazed, without even a bead of sweat on his brow, she found herself questioning her own existence. "How can your stamina be so exceptional?" "Not bad. In a full-fledged battle, I can sustain it for over 2 hours, Su Jingming remarked as he glanced at his phone to check the time. It was nearly noon. "Let's take a break and resume after lunch." Once Song Qiuyun had regained a semblance of her energy, the two exited the private training room. In the public training area outside, Kieran was nowhere to be seen, but Su Jingming paid it little mind. Since they were already in the vicinity of the abyss, he naturally wished to explore the surroundings. Thus, after leaving the training hall, he opted not to return to the dormitory for a meal, instead seeking out a restaurant that specialized in cuisine from Qian province, indulging in a hearty feast. It must be said that compared to the culinary offerings of the Magic City and Jiangnan, the dishes from Qian province were indeed significantly spicier. However, for Su Jingming, a Tier 2 superior ability user, this posed no challenge. As for Song Qiuyun, who hailed from Sichuan province, she relished the meal with great enjoyment. After dining, Su Jingming intended to explore the area further. Unexpectedly, as he stepped out of the restaurant, he was intercepted by an individual. The person blocking his path was a middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, who appeared refined, yet bore a countenance of fervent zeal. The beastly apocalypse is imminent. The final cataclysm approaches. Only the supreme deities can save humanity. Join us and become one of us. The middle-aged man seemed to envision himself in communion with the divine. His expression frenzied as he spoke incessantly without awaiting a response. The beastly overlords are about to descend. The world shall become a paradise for these beasts. Only the deities, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, exchanged concerned glances, both frowning. Due to the rampant chaos caused by the beasts, various doomsday cults had proliferated worldwide. This man was clearly a fervent zealot. With the high concentration of ability users in the abyss, it was not surprising to encounter such religious fervor. Su Jingming shook his head and, with Song Qiuyun, chose to circumvent the man. While such individuals were exceedingly passionate about spreading their doctrine, they posed little danger. Moreover, matters of this nature generally fell under the purview of the Public Security Bureau, requiring no concern from him. Just as he contemplated this, a piercing scream from a little girl echoed from behind. Instinctively, Su Jingming turned to see the aforementioned middle-aged man seemingly spiraling into an emotional breakdown. Why do you never believe me?" His deranged demeanor had frightened the little girl, who had just exited the restaurant with her family, into tears. I understand now. It must be that the sacrifices you've made are not sufficient to make you feel the pain. The middle-aged man abruptly pulled a sharp dagger from within his clothing, his right arm swelling grotesquely as he menaced the little girl with a malicious expression. Only by experiencing pain will you comprehend the greatness of the deities. Due to the suddenness of the scene, even though some ability users among the bystanders recognized the unfolding drama, they were too far away to intervene in time. The girl's parents, clearly ordinary citizens, instinctively shielded their daughter. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the mother's left chest, a deep voice reverberated through the air, seeking death. Upon hearing the voice, the mother turned to see a blackish-blue spear crackling with electricity aimed at the middle-aged man's head. The hardened skull, at that moment, proved as fragile as a watermelon, shattering explosively. Vivid red blood, mingled with unknown substances, splattered across the ground. The sight of such gruesome violence would undoubtedly provoke nausea in an ordinary person, yet the mother merely turned anxiously to embrace her crying daughter. "Ineen, don't cry. It's all right now." The girl's father, though pale, managed to speak, casting a grateful glance at Su Jingming. "Thank you, young brother, for your timely assistance. Without Ineen, our family would not know how to carry on." "It was merely a small effort," Su Jingming replied, waving his hand dismissively. He flicked the blood from the spear's tip onto the ground before stowing it away in his spatial ring. The audacity of the cultists in the supply base to commit murder was astonishing. Song Qiuyun, standing beside Su Jingming, was jolted back to reality by the abrupt turn of events. Unfazed by the fallen body, she furrowed her brows and asked, "We're not sure of the circumstances. We've encountered many zealots before. Typically, they only preach their doctrines and do not resort to violence." The girl's father offered a wry smile. "If it were otherwise, we would have fled at the very sight of this zealot." Public Security Bureau. Everyone remained still. At that moment, a team of 5 individuals clad in matching uniforms approached from a distance, led by a robust man with a square face, who shouted loudly. The Public Security Bureau shares similarities with the police in previous lives, albeit with broader authority. In ordinary cities, patrol personnel usually consist of one ability user among several ordinary citizens. However, this team was different. All were Tier 2 ability users, and the leading man's presence hinted at a peak Tier 2 prowess. Finally, the Public Security Bureau has arrived. A cultist just committed murder. Indeed, we are fortunate that gentlemen intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. We must investigate this cult and eradicate it at its roots. Bystanders, having witnessed the entire incident, naturally labeled the man as a cultist. As the Public Security Bureau personnel arrived, they eagerly recounted the events. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a middle-aged man concealed within the crowd cast a lingering glance at Su Jingming before quietly slipping away. Who was that man just now? 2 officers draped a white cloth over the headless corpse while others inquired among the surrounding onlookers. The square-faced leader approached Su Jingming directly. "Hello, I am Zhou Jian, the captain of the patrol team from the Supply Base Public Security Bureau. May I take a moment to gather your account of the situation?" The burly man, recognizing Su Jingming's formidable presence, produced his identification while speaking in a notably courteous tone. Were it an ordinary individual, no matter the circumstances, committing murder in the streets would invariably result in being taken back for questioning. Indeed, Su Jingming nodded slightly, succinctly recounting the sequence of events. "Captain, the investigation has clarified the matter." A team member approached Zhou Jian and whispered. "Very well, I understand." Zhou Jian instructed the team member to withdraw, contemplating. "The events transpired just as you described. According to protocol, we ought to escort you back to record a statement. However, you must be a student on a research trip from a prestigious university, correct? Those who venture into the abyss are typically seasoned and adept individuals. Youngsters like you and Song Qiuyun are indeed rare, so it's no surprise your identity was recognized." Su Jingming nodded in acknowledgement, not denying the assertion. As expected, Zhou Jian's smile broadened upon confirming Su's identity. "Each year, your 3 esteemed universities select a different abyss as a destination for research trips. I only learned recently that this year's choice is our number 7 abyss. Since you are still on a research excursion, we need not complicate matters. You may leave at once. Isn't there a need for a signature or anything of that sort?" Su Jingming inquired, somewhat astonished by the weight of the prestigious university's reputation. "No, my body camera has already recorded your account of the events. Moreover, my colleague has obtained statements from bystanders. This incident bears no relation to you, as you were compelled to act." Zhou Jian gestured towards the small camera affixed to his chest. "I appreciate your assistance, Captain Zhou. It is no trouble at all. It is our failure to uphold our duties that has caused you inconvenience." After comprehending the situation, Zhou Jian expressed his gratitude to Su Jingming. Meanwhile, The remaining team members departed with the headless corpse, and subsequent professionals provided psychological counseling to the girl's family. As for the girl's father, he had regained his composure and fervently insisted on rewarding Su Jingming, claiming to be a merchant dealing in exotic flora. Despite Su's attempts to decline, he ultimately shared his aunt's contact information, hoping it would facilitate some business relations. Thus, he managed to extricate himself from the situation. I didn't expect you to be so violent, delivering a fatal blow right to the head. On the way back to the training hall, Song Qiuyun expressed her astonishment. Most ability users typically aim for the heart. It's quite rare to encounter someone like Su Jingming who goes for a headshot immediately. If that mother hadn't shielded the little girl, the sight of such a gruesome act would have undoubtedly left her with significant psychological trauma. I've grown accustomed to it. Su Jingming replied nonchalantly. Song Qiuyun widened her eyes, sensing she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. When hunting ferocious beasts, I generally aim for the head. This maximizes the preservation of materials from the beast. I've developed this instinctive response from the sheer number of beasts I've hunted recently. Su Jingming elaborated. In fact, he had recognized this issue immediately after firing. It seems I must exercise more restraint. When dealing with human ability users, aiming for the heart is imperative. Su Jingming reflected internally. He was uncertain whether it was the influence of the Thunder Tyrant's blood that led him to derive an inexplicable pleasure from decapitating foes. While such an approach was acceptable for beasts, applying it against human ability users felt excessively brutal. After all, not every ability user could endure the sight of blood and brain matter splattering. For Song Qiuyun to have maintained her composure in light of the recent events was a testament to her mental fortitude. So that's how it is, you startled me, she remarked with a hint of lingering trepidation, patting her heaving chest. Among the combative ability users of the Song clan, those who relished headshots were indeed a rare breed. As they conversed, a procession approached from a distance, comprising approximately 20 individuals clad in uniform platinum-colored battle attire, each adorned with a pristine white wing insignia on their chests. Every member bore weapons and exuded a formidable aura. Most striking was the intensity of their presence. Each individual was at least at the 4th tier. At the forefront was a tall youth whose aura reached a terrifying peak at the 4th tier. They are from the Glory Battle Group. Which squad is this? It's probably the 12th squad. They've been active in this abyss recently. The Glory Battle Group is one of the more renowned factions in the southern part of the Great Xia Kingdom, with its various squads roaming the wilderness in that region. This squad was indeed the 12th squad of the Glory Battle Group, boasting formidable strength with all members at least at the 4th tier. As the onlookers murmured among themselves, the 12th squad's captain, a tall, serious-looking youth, spotted Song Qiuyun, and a look of excitement broke across his face. Young Miss Li Bin. Song Qiuyun recognized the young man, her fair countenance lighting up with surprise. Please wait for me here, he instructed his team before striding directly to her. A teasing smile gracing his features. What a coincidence to encounter you here, young Mississippi. If you continue to call me that, I might just have to reveal your nickname. Song Qiuyun retorted, swiftly attempting to halt the conversation as if recalling an embarrassing history. Haha, Xiao Yun, you remain as amusing as ever, the youth laughed. Then his expression shifted to one of curiosity. But I thought you were attending Magic University. What brings you to the Abyss? A research trip, of course. I can't believe you, as a graduate of Qingjing Ability University, didn't realize that, she quipped. A research trip? The youth paused momentarily, then recollected. Yes, it's already November. The time when the prestigious universities organize these excursions. Indeed, Song Qiuyun replied, her face brightening as she introduced Su Jingming. Jingming, this is my cousin Li Bin, a graduate of Qingjing Ability University, and currently the captain of the 12th squad of the Glory Battle Group. The Song family is quite extensive. Yet most of the family members grew up together, fostering strong bonds. Li Bin happens to be one of her closer relatives. Vice Captain, Li Bin interjected hastily, clearing his throat. If the captain hears about this, I'll surely face some rigorous training. All right, Vice Captain Li, I understand. Song Qiuyun teased, elongating her tone before introducing Su Jingming again. This is Su Jingming, my classmate and friend. Su Jingming. Li Bin had already taken note of the young man whose aura set him apart, and his eyes sparkled with interest. You are the S tier from Magic University? Pleased to meet you. Prior to speaking, Li Bin had maintained a composed demeanor, exuding a powerful aura. However, upon engaging in conversation, he became visibly animated, eagerly shaking Su Jingming's hand as if he were a rare specimen. Bing, you seem quite well informed. How did you come to know this? Song Qiuyun expressed her surprise. Her cousin had always given the impression of being unreliable, yet he was aware of Su Jingming. You see, those elite battle groups have long been keeping an eye on Su Jingming, eagerly awaiting his graduation to recruit him. Our Glory Battle Group is no different, as the vice captain. I've heard that name countless times, Li Bin remarked, his voice laced with a hint of sarcasm, before his gaze flitted between the two. Oh, just the two of you out alone? Is there a problem? Song Qiuyun arched an eyebrow. No problem at all, of course not. Li Bin replied with exaggerated gestures. Yet the next moment, he gave Su Jingming a thumbs up. Brother Jingming. Impressive. This is the first time I've seen Xiaoyan out alone with a male. He continued. Perhaps my uncle is in need of a suitable son-in-law. You seem quite fitting. Before he could finish, he sensed Song Qiuyun's murderous glare. Ahem, Brother Jingming. Let us save the conversation for another time. Also, I wish you all the best in achieving excellent results during your study trip at Magic University. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With a light cough, Li Bin decisively made his exit. Your cousin is rather amusing, Su Jingming remarked. Watching Li Bin depart, reminiscent of his high school buddy Zhang Hao. Both shared a similar comedic disposition. They would likely become good friends if they ever met. He's tolerable, albeit somewhat unreliable at times, Song Qiuyun sighed. If her cousin Li Bin lingered any longer, he would surely utter even more outrageous remarks. Let us return to the training hall. Agreed. As Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun resumed their training in the hall, elsewhere, within a secluded villa at the Shunin supply base, a gaunt man clad in a gray robe, adorned with a blood moon insignia, floated effortlessly in the center of the living room, cradling a bone as white as jade. Archbishop, I have returned. A middle-aged man entered the villa and knelt before the robed figure. The gray-robed man slowly opened his eyes, his voice resonating with a deep timbre. Have you gathered all the intelligence? Yes, Archbishop. It has been confirmed that the S-class level of Magic University has indeed reached the second tier, the middle-aged man replied respectfully. It has been less than half a year since they were merely awakeners during the martial science entrance examination, and now they have already ascended to the second tier. The gray-robed man's eyes glimmered with a keen light. If such a prodigious individual is allowed to grow, it will be a grave blow to us. In 1 month's time, our Destiny Church will announce our existence to the world. Let us make sacrifices of elite students from the 3 schools, including Su Jingming and that S-class from Yindu, he declared, his voice dripping with bloodthirsty intent. A small black device appeared in his hand. Additionally, divine blood will emerge from the magic cave. This is the divine blood indicator. You are responsible for arranging personnel for its collection. Remember, do not act in the name of the Destiny Church. Understood, the middle-aged man replied, taking the device and respectfully withdrawing, leaving the villa shrouded in silence once more. Meanwhile, upon returning to the training room, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun did not practice together, but trained independently. It was only at 5 in the afternoon that they received a notification to gather for a meeting before departing. The assembly was held in the square in front of the Shunin supply base. In addition to the freshmen from Magic City Ability University, newcomers from Jinqing Ability University and Qingjing Ability University had also arrived. The combined count of new students from the 3 institutions approached 3,000. Yet the square felt anything but crowded. At the forefront of the square, alongside Vice President Ling Shuang, stood a man and a woman, both exuding a formidable aura. Presumably the leading instructors from the other 2 universities. Hello, students of the 3 schools. I am Su Ping, the Vice President of Qingjing Ability University, he began. This meeting was presided over by the Vice President of Qingjing Ability University, and the content mirrored what Ling Shuang had previously conveyed at school. The rankings for slaying ferocious beasts would be determined by level, quantity, and type. Any student entering the top 1,000 from the 3 schools would receive rewards, with higher ranks yielding more substantial benefits. The top 3 would even have the privilege of selecting a combat technique from the 3 schools' repositories for study. Furthermore, this was a joint reward from the 3 schools. After achieving a ranking, numerous rewards would also be bestowed by one's own institution. For instance, Magic City Ability University would grant a direct reward of 10,000 credits to the student who secured the overall first place. Naturally, the new students from Magic City were well aware that only Su Jingming stood a chance at this reward. Moreover, with the presence of an S-class from Qingjing Ability University, that opportunity felt rather tenuous. It was reiterated that the scenes of slaying ferocious beasts within the magic cave would be recorded by the intelligent wristbands just distributed. Should any cheating be detected by these wristbands and confirmed manually, severe penalties would ensue. At that moment, all the freshmen from the 3 schools received a wristband designed to record the number and type of ferocious beasts killed, as well as to tally their scores. However, unlike the martial science entrance examination, the rankings would not be updated in real time, given the vastness of the number 7 magic cave, where signal coverage was insufficient. Scores would only be displayed upon returning to the supply base and submitting the wristbands to the tallying machine. Chapter 121. Annie, would you dare to make a bet with me? The competition during this study trip would commence at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and conclude with score tallying at 9 o'clock on December 10th. 1 month from now. I hope everyone seizes this opportunity to actively slay ferocious beasts, but do so within your own limits. With that, the vice president of Jingming Ability University announced the dismissal. However, the new students from the 3 universities did not disperse. Instead, they began to chatter excitedly. Our Class 2 is preparing to form a few adventure teams to operate near the outskirts of the Magic Cave. Would you like to join us? A tall girl approached Su Jingming, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I'll pass. You all can go ahead and form your team. Class monitor, Su Jingming replied with a smile. This girl was Dingyu, the class monitor of his Class 2, who usually assisted the instructor with various activities. According to the rules of Magic City, the class monitor was typically the strongest student in the class. However, for a position that offers little in terms of enhancing one's abilities and instead consumes a significant amount of time, Su Jingming naturally held no interest. Consequently, the role was ultimately assumed by Dingyu, who secured the 16th place in the freshman competition. Although Dingyu had anticipated Su Jingming's refusal, she could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment upon confirmation. Nevertheless, she concealed her emotions adeptly and instead raised her fist in encouragement, stating, "Since we cannot form a team together, I wish you the best, Minggu. May you surpass that S rank from Jing decisively. You certainly can." A smile graced Su Jingming's face. Upon learning that Jing Ability University had enlisted a powerful S rank external aid, the majority of people were rather skeptical about his chances, though they refrained from voicing their doubts. Only those who shared a closer rapport with him, particularly classmates who attended lessons together, remained unwavering in their belief. Among them was Dingyu, a staunch supporter. "All right, I shall continue seeking teammates. Farewell, Minggu." Dingyu waved as she departed. Meanwhile, Song Qiuyun blinked curiously at Su Jingming, asking, "Tomorrow, when we enter the Magic Abyss, do you still intend to go solo?" "My objective lies within the central region of the Magic Abyss. Moving with others would only impede my progress." Su Jingming nodded. The No. 7 Magic Abyss is divided into various zones, with the outer areas predominantly inhabited by 1st to 3rd tier beasts. The central region, conversely, is primarily occupied by 3rd to 5th tier beasts. Given his current prowess, Su Jingming could contend with 4th tier lower beasts and evade 5th tier beasts, making the central region the most suitable choice. "Ah, the central region of the Magic Abyss," Song Qiuyun remarked with a hint of nostalgia. She was certain that if she dared to venture into the central region now, it would likely lead to her demise. Pausing for a moment, she inquired with a mix of anticipation, "However, the journey from the outer regions to the central area should take a day or 2, right? May I accompany you during that time?" "Accompany me?" Su Jingming raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right." Although Song Qiuyun was merely at the 2nd tier lower level, her actual combat prowess was adequate to handle 2nd tier mid-level beasts, and she could even defeat some weaker 2nd tier upper level beasts. Thus, having her accompany him in the outer regions would not be a burden. However, this would delay their entry into the central region by about half a day. Based on his observations of the S-rank presence in the training facility earlier that morning, the individual, though exuding a formidable aura, lacked refinement and coldness, indicating that this Kirin had not spent a significant amount of time traversing the wilderness. Against such an opponent, even as a 3rd tier S rank, Su Jingming remained confident in his ability to overpower them. A half-day delay was of little consequence. "All right, when we depart tomorrow, just ring my doorbell." Song Qiuyun's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her charming visage appearing exceptionally adorable at that moment. After confirming their plans to venture together the following day, Su Jingming returned to the training facility to continue honing his skills, while Song Qiuyun made her way directly to the supply base's main building. Similar to the Yuan Shui supply base, the top floor of the Shunan supply base housed the office of the chief administrator and the VIP reception area. Generally, this area was not open to the public. However, Song Qiuyun retrieved a black gold card and swiped it at the elevator's sensor, ascending to the top floor. With a soft whoosh, the elevator doors opened, and Song Qiuyun stepped out with graceful strides. Awaiting her arrival were 2 figures resembling bodyguards, who appeared somewhat surprised but quickly regained their composure. Respectfully addressing her, as Mississippi, Song Qiuyun gave a slight nod and confidently entered the chief administrator's office. The exquisite and luxurious office featured only one occupant behind the desk, a strikingly beautiful woman engrossed in her work, who happened to be the chief administrator of the Shunan supply base, Zhou. Upon seeing Zhou, a radiant smile illuminated Song Qiuyun's face. "Auntie, I'm here." "Xiaoyan." Zhou looked up, her expression filled with delight. She promptly rose from her seat, pulling Song Qiuyun down to sit on the sofa, feigning a reproachful tone. "You little rascal, I thought you had forgotten about your auntie now that you have a boyfriend." Song Qiuyun's cheeks flushed slightly at the comment. "What are you saying, auntie? I was just busy with other matters." "Still pretending?" Your bingo has already told me. It's that Su Jingming, isn't it? Though Zhou Ying was in her 40s, her beauty remained striking, and her face bore a teasing smile. No. We haven't even begun anything. Song Qiuyun, the formidable second-ranked freshman at the Magic University, found herself blushing, fidgeting with her hair under her aunt's playful teasing. Haha, Xiaoyan. You're just as adorable as ever. Zhou Ying chuckled, covering her mouth, before steering the conversation back to serious matters. You are heading into the Magic Abyss tomorrow, correct? Unlike the ordinary wilderness zones, the Magic Abyss is quite perilous. Coincidentally, Team 12 is stationed here, so I will have them accompany you inside. There's no need for that. I can manage alone. Recovering from her embarrassment, Song Qiuyun quickly waved her hands in refusal. Using our family's military team? What do you mean by a hassle? Zhou Ying raised an eyebrow. What she said was the truth. The entire Glory Battle Group was affiliated with the Song family of Chuan Province. As the daughter of the current family head, Song Qiuyun could easily mobilize the entire battle group with a single word. In fact, the entire Shunan supply base was a significant stake owned by the Song family. Otherwise, she would not hold the position of chief administrator here. Andy, really? Being caught cheating would lead to school penalties. Besides, my father has already given me a protective talisman. I will be fine. Song Qiuyun pointed to the necklace around her pristine neck. The necklace was a lustrous white, subtly radiating a faint milky glow along with a heavy pulse of energy. A protective talisman? So your brother-in-law has given it to you. In that case, you truly do not require anyone else's protection. Zhou Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then a teasing smile resurfaced on her alluring face. What about that little boyfriend of yours? Does he need Auntie to arrange for someone to protect him? Song Qiuyun, too fatigued to correct her aunt's terminology, pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. Jingming is very strong. He doesn't need special arrangements for protection. In truth, her concern lay more with the potential for individuals lurking in the shadows, trailing them. If they remained undetected, all would be well. However, should they be discovered, it could lead to difficult explanations. Indeed, he has already reached the second-tier upper level, coupled with that S-rank ability. As long as he doesn't delve too deeply into the magic abyss, he should be fine. Zhou Ying nodded slightly, then expressed a hint of regret. It's a pity, though, that this year Qingjing Ability University has recruited external aid. Otherwise, your little boyfriend would undoubtedly secure first place. He will still be first, even with external aid. Song Qiuyun asserted with a serious expression. Oh, you have such confidence in him? Zhou Ying appeared somewhat surprised. The number 7 Magic Abyss, renowned as one of the most perilous wilderness zones in the Great Xia Kingdom, attracted not only domestic ability users, but also a considerable number from abroad. As a 6th-tier ability user and the chief administrator of the base, she had encountered several S-rank awakened individuals. Among S-rank abilities, those of a higher tier overwhelmingly dominate those of a lower tier. Not to mention, a 3rd-tier lower rank is significantly stronger than a 2nd-tier upper rank. Whether in one-on-one combat or in slaying fierce beasts, the disparity is immense. And, do you not believe me? How about a wager? Song Qiuyun's charming visage radiated confidence, her melodious voice laced with a hint of mischievousness. Chapter 122, Targeting Weaknesses. Terrifying Combat Intuition. 10 minutes later, after reaching a certain agreement with her Aunt Zhou Ying, Song Qiuyun gracefully exited the supply base's main building. Returning to the training venue, she continued her practice in the private training room where Su Jingming was situated. As they were set to venture into the wilderness the following day, Su Jingming did not train late into the night. By just past 10 o'clock, he and Song Qiuyun left the private training room together. At this moment, the common training area within the hall was bustling with numerous individuals. Compared to the afternoon, the spacious hall was even more crowded. The sounds of various training activities and the hum of abilities intertwined, creating a cacophony. Under such circumstances, the emergence of 2 individuals from the private training room would typically go unnoticed. However, Su Jingming, standing nearly 2 meters tall with an imposing presence, and Song Qiuyun, possessing a delicate beauty and graceful figure, were both strikingly eye-catching amidst the crowd. As they stepped out, they quickly garnered the attention of many. Isn't that Su Jingming from Magic University, the S-rank? Indeed it is. His aura is so powerful. If Jing University hadn't brought in external assistance, the first place would surely be his. True, but both Magic University and Jing University have S-ranks. Sadly, our Jincheng has not a single one. The freshmen at Magic University were naturally aware of their own rising star. Hearing the discussions among the newcomers from Jing University and Jincheng, a faint pride flickered in their expressions. Although Jing University had recruited outsiders, it was only to secure the top position, which was indisputable. Consequently, the freshmen from Jing University wore smiles, while those from Jincheng bore expressions of bitterness. Damn it, we also desire an S-rank. Su Jingming, the competition begins tomorrow, and I eagerly anticipate your performance. I hope you do not fall too far behind, remarked Kieran, the S rank from Jing University, standing among his peers with an air of confidence. Oh, I hope you do not lag too far behind me, Su Jingming replied, raising an eyebrow. Without waiting for Kieran's response, he strode away with Song Qiuyun. Still so defiant? Just wait until a month after the competition concludes. I shall relish your silence. Kieran scoffed. Watching Su Jingming's retreating figure, he envisioned a month later, when Su Jingming's total score would be far inferior to his own, muttering to himself in his native dialect. Moreover, I shall demonstrate the overwhelming strength of our S rank to the world. As the competition was set to commence at 9 o'clock, the next day, Su Jingming rose, washed up, and engaged in a brief training session before donning his battle attire and boots at 8:30. All his other equipment and supplies were stored within his spatial ring. Notably, due to the weekly excursions to the wilderness, Su Jingming had grown weary of preparing supplies each time. Thus, he had sufficiently stocked his spatial ring with enough freshwater and energy bars to last 3 months. Naturally, he also carried a complete set of cooking utensils and various seasonings. With a 10 cubic meter space, he had only occupied 2/3 of it with these items, reserving the remaining third for materials collected from fierce beasts. Ding dong. Su Jingming approached the door across the hallway and pressed the doorbell. Coming. Song Qiuyun's melodious voice echoed from within. Moments later, the door opened, revealing her graceful silhouette. Unlike the previous day, her lustrous black hair was not tied into a high ponytail, but rather elegantly coiled and secured with a light blue hairpin, facilitating ease of movement in the wilderness. She had changed into a fitted, dark ink-colored battle suit that clung to her like a second skin, accentuating her alluring curves. Perfect waist-to-hip ratio and slightly toned long legs. Coupled with her inherently enchanting features, she exuded an irresistible allure. Let us depart, Song Qiuyun said, a charming smile gracing her delicate face. By the time Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun arrived at the plaza in front of the supply base's main building, a considerable number of freshmen had already gathered. Most were grouped in teams of 4 or 5, each carrying weapons and gear, with backpacks slung over their shoulders. There were also elite 2-person teams like theirs, along with solitary figures like Kieran, though the latter were exceedingly rare. He dares to bring a woman along? Kieran spotted Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun from a distance, a hint of disdain crossing his face. Although he coveted Song Qiuyun's family background, he would reserve any flattery for after the competition. If he were in his position, he would never bring a liability into the lair of danger. Little Yun is actually entering the lair with Su Jingming. No wonder she didn't want her team to follow, Zhou Ying mused, momentarily taken aback, then her brow furrowed slightly. However, will this girl engage in anything untoward with Su Jingming in the lair? The wilderness is fraught with peril. A solitary man and woman, after enduring life and death crises, may easily develop certain passions, especially with Su Jingming's tall and sturdy physique and resolute appearance, exuding an irresistible magnetism. Yet, recalling Song Qiuyun's temperament, Zhou Ying felt somewhat reassured. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was exactly 9 o'clock. Let us go. We aim to slay a second-tier fierce beast. Magic lair. Here I come. The freshmen in the plaza surged eagerly into the entrance of the wilderness, with Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun following suit. The 7th magic lair essentially resembled a region akin to the source water wilderness mountainous forests, but was vast by 100-fold. The approximately 3,000 newcomers appeared crowded at the entrance. However, as they ventured deeper, the number of companions dwindled. Once inside the lair, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun headed toward the central region. The outermost perimeter of the lair, being closest to the human stronghold, was devoid of any beasts with a semblance of intelligence. Thus, only the first-tier beasts, operating purely on instinct, roamed the periphery. As they advanced along their journey, Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun did not squander excessive time dealing with these first-tier beasts, merely dispatching a few that obstructed their path. Although Su Jingming slightly tempered his speed to accommodate Song Qiuyun, her own pace was not lacking. After traversing the depths of the cave for the better part of a day, they found that the surrounding underbrush had become increasingly devoid of first-tier beasts, with the majority now being second-tier creatures. However, these were predominantly solitary second-tier beasts, with packs being a rarity. After another hour of relentless pursuit, they finally encountered their first group of second-tier beasts amidst the foliage. This was a cluster of iron-haired pangolins, numbering around 10. Each pangolin boasted fur as dark as ink and was roughly the size of an ordinary sedan, their bodies rising like iron spikes. In truth, the bristles of the iron-haired pangolin were even harder than E-class alloys. Should a human ability user withstand a direct impact, they would undoubtedly find themselves riddled with holes. The typical battle attire of an ability user would offer no protection against such piercing injuries. Upon spotting the human ability users, the second-tier iron-haired pangolins immediately became agitated. lowering their heads and emitting threatening growls. "Allow me," Su Jingming declared, fully intent on seizing the opportunity to harvest ability points, his body enveloped in crackling lightning. Brandishing his dark teal spear, he charged into the throng of iron-haired pangolins. Song Qiuyun recognized that these second-tier beasts posed no real threat to Su Jingming. So she refrained from intervening, standing elegantly to the side to observe the battle. With a thunderous roar, the dozen or so iron-haired pangolins, angered that a human dared to initiate an attack, rolled into a formation resembling a series of tires. In the next moment, these massive, hardened tires, equipped with iron teeth, hurtled towards Su Jingming. Trees and rocks along their path were obliterated by their tremendous momentum and formidable iron exteriors. Most ability users would choose to temporarily evade such a formidable onslaught. However, Su Jingming's expression remained unperturbed, his pace even quickening. His agile form darted like a specter among the rolling pangolins, while the lightning-imbued spear in his hand thrust forth with relentless precision. With each strike, he expertly targeted the pangolins' concealed heads, and in mere moments, 4 or 5 of the iron-haired pangolins lay lifeless in pools of blood. Each thrust was aimed directly at their vulnerabilities. Song Qiuyun gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. It was common knowledge that the iron-haired pangolins possessed an exceptionally hard back covered in iron fur. Their weaknesses lay in their soft underbellies and heads. Yet, in their rolling formation, the soft bellies were entirely concealed, rendering them nearly impossible to attack. The heads, though exposed, were diminutive and spun at high velocity, making them exceedingly difficult targets. Nevertheless, every thrust from Su Jingming found its mark with unerring accuracy, resulting in instant kills without a single miscalculation. This was not merely a feat of superior rank, but also indicative of an extraordinary combat instinct. Moreover, throughout the entire encounter, Su Jingming's expenditure of ability energy was almost negligible, demonstrating his flawless control over every ounce of his energy without any waste. Were a group of second-tier, upper-tier ability users to traverse the wilderness without supplies, Song Qiuyun was certain that Su Jingming would undoubtedly be the one to survive the longest. Thanks to his meticulous manipulation of abilities and combat intuition, in mere seconds, under Su Jingming's overwhelming dominance, all 12 second-tier iron-haired pangolins had succumbed, their blood flowing like a stream and staining the surrounding tender green grass of vivid crimson. The defeat of these 12 second-tier iron-haired pangolins yielded a commendable total of 276 ability points. Su Jingming nodded slightly, acknowledging the abundance of beasts in this cave. Throughout their journey, he had not engaged in any deliberate slaughter. Merely by dispatching the beasts they encountered serendipitously, he had already amassed over 400 ability points. As they ventured deeper into the cave, where beast ranks escalated, the efficiency of ability point harvesting would undoubtedly increase. Roughly estimating, he anticipated acquiring at least 30,000 ability points over the month. He pondered whether this would suffice to elevate his ability rank. Currently, his deep blue system panel displayed approximately 130,000 ability points. And if he were to gather another 30,000 points without achieving an upgrade, he would have to prioritize elevating his rank before anything else. Regrettably, aside from the first day's response to his inquiries, the deep blue system had remained unresponsive, merely reporting the ability points gained from slaying beasts. Otherwise, he could have directly inquired about the possibility of upgrading his abilities and the requisite points. Consequently, Su Jingming felt that the intelligence of the deep blue system was inferior even to the most rudimentary artificial intelligence of Blue Star. No, it was not merely inferior. It was fundamentally lacking in any semblance of intelligence. Should he ever uncover the origins of the system, he might very well have a few words of grievance for its creators. Su Jingming shook his head and proceeded to retrieve an A-class alloy dagger from his spatial ring. Preparing to gather materials from the beasts, "I'll assist you," Song Qiuyun offered, approaching him with a dagger of her own as she crouched beside Su Jingming. "By the way, Jingming, you are quite different from the other lightning ability users I have encountered." With a swift motion, her sharp dagger effortlessly sliced through the iron-haired pangolin's formidable claws, blood flowing freely. Yet, the young lady from the Song family displayed no sign of discomfort. "Oh, in what way?" Su Jingming replied with an intrigued expression, simultaneously severing another claw. "Other lightning ability users tend to wield their powers recklessly," Song Qiuyun remarked with a light chuckle. "Yet you exercise remarkable restraint and caution in your use of abilities. Lightning," she continued, "the initial impression it leaves is one of wildness and abandon. Most lightning ability users are perceived similarly. However, you are different. While you still exude strength and intensity, there seems to be a lack of the typical domineering and unruly nature associated with lightning ability users." Of course, if her thoughts were to be conveyed to Jiang Chuxian, who had witnessed Su Jingming unleash his thunderous fury to eliminate 5 foes, she would undoubtedly be left bewildered. Su Jingming smiled slightly at her words, opting not to delve deeper into explanation. In truth, he could have unleashed the purple cloud divine lightning to obliterate the entire group of beasts. However, the power of the purple cloud divine lightning would be overkill for such a cluster of second-tier beasts, and after a strike, the bodies of these defenseless creatures would be charred beyond recognition, rendering them unsuitable for material collection. Consequently, for beasts of the 3rd tier and below, he typically employs a spear for their extermination. This method not only conserves his abilities, but also enhances his efficiency in slaying them. This approach is one of the insights he has gleaned from his 2 months of wandering in the wilderness, as prolonged endurance allows for the dispatch of a greater number of ferocious creatures. With the combined efforts of Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun, they completed the collection of beast materials in less than 3 minutes. Of course, the materials from the iron-scaled pangolin included not only its formidable claws, but also the numerous iron hairs adorning its body. However, gathering these iron hairs proved to be a tedious endeavor, taking well over an hour to accomplish. Their mission in the demon lair was to eliminate as many beasts as possible to accumulate points, thus they refrained from spending excessive time on material collection, opting instead to gather only the most valuable claws. Notably, this batch of iron-scaled pangolins was solely dispatched by Su Jingming, as determined by the intelligent wristband, earning him a total of 200 points. After vanquishing this group of beasts, the duo continued their journey toward the central region of the demon lair. Along the way, the majority of the beasts encountered were also felled by Su Jingming, with Song Qiuyun's involvement being comparatively minimal. Nevertheless, when the clock struck 8 in the evening, and darkness enveloped the landscape, they found a cave to rest in. Song Qiuyun felt utterly exhausted, her abilities nearly depleted. In contrast, Su Jingming sat upright on the ground, his back straight and his chiseled, resolute face betraying no hint of fatigue. Observing the slightly flushed complexion of Song Qiuyun, Su Jingming expressed mild surprise but brushed aside these details with a smile, saying, "Get some rest early. I'll keep watch tonight. You should take a longer break." "I'm perfectly fine. I can take over the night watch later." Song Qiuyun hastily replied, "No need. You've worked too hard today. I, on the other hand, have expended little energy, so I can easily stay up all night." Su Jingming shook his head. In reality, Song Qiuyun, as a mere second-tier low-level ability user, had performed admirably. Throughout the day, aside from dashing about, she had been engaged in combat with ferocious beasts, scarcely finding any time to rest. He had initially thought she would falter by the afternoon, yet she had managed to endure until now. Little energy expended? Song Qiuyun was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring, "Was the intensity of today's battles comparable to your solo encounters in the Yanqing wilderness?" "Not at all," Su Jingming replied, shaking his head. "The frequency of combat was significantly lower, roughly a third of my usual intensity." "Only a third of the combat intensity?" Shock was etched across Song Qiuyun's enchanting features. "My goodness, to think that merely a third of the battle intensity, with me hardly engaging at all, could leave me so utterly drained. If I were to face your maximum intensity, I doubt I could last even an hour." At that moment, Song Qiuyun suddenly realized a pressing thought. She had never witnessed Su Jingming in his prime state, whether during routine training or the school's freshman competition. He had always dominated effortlessly. Everyone at the Magic University acknowledged Su Jingming's prowess, yet no one knew where his limits lay. Subconsciously, she felt that her previous assessments of his combat style had been somewhat biased, as she had never truly seen him unleash his full potential. Chapter 124, Thunder Strikes the Heavens. Heavenly Thunder Annihilation. "Unfortunately, I want to be able to accompany you further. Otherwise, I could witness Su Jingming in his full glory." Song Qiuyun sighed quietly to herself. Before entering the Magic University, she had never imagined that one day she would find herself at such a significant disadvantage compared to a peer. However, once she returned to school, she could certainly inquire with Sister Chu Xian about the situation. After making her decision, fatigued to the bone, she could no longer hold on. Yawning, "Jingming, I'm going to sleep now." With that, she lay down on the blanket spread on the ground and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, after practicing his elite ability training method for over 2 hours, Su Jingming also closed his eyes and entered a light sleep state. The following morning, upon awakening, both Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun resumed their journey. Their pace was swift, and by 7 in the evening, they were less than 3 hours away from the central region of the demon lair. "It's getting dark. Let us find a place to rest and set out again tomorrow," Su Jingming suggested, glancing at the sky. The pitch-black night was when ferocious beasts were most active. Some high-tier beasts would emerge from the depths of the demon lair to hunt, rendering the dangers of the lair at night far greater than during the day, making it unsuitable for continued travel. Additionally, after a full day of relentless pursuit and extermination of beasts, he too required rest. All right, Song Qiuyun obediently nodded. Buzz. Su Jingming lightly tapped his intelligent wristband, projecting a map. The outer regions of the demon lair had been explored by numerous ability users. Thus, the terrain and distribution of beasts were clearly marked on the map. For their safety, it was best to find a cave to rest in. Oh, there seems to be a waterhole nearby. Su Jingming suddenly brightened with excitement. Water sources in the wilderness were hotspots for gathering ferocious beasts. When he was in the Yangsheng wilderness, he enjoyed lying in wait near water sources, as they would attract a continuous stream of beasts for him to slay. This location is not far from us. We can take advantage of the darkness to eliminate another wave of beasts. Qiuyun, let us go? Su Jingming eagerly led Song Qiuyun toward the waterhole. However, upon arriving, he was met with disappointment. While there was indeed a crystal-clear pool, not a single beast was in sight to drink from it. What is going on? It's impossible for there to be no beasts near a water source. Su Jingming frowned as he concealed himself behind a tall tree. Just then, a massive second-tier blade-armed tiger emerged from the opposite thicket, cautiously surveying its surroundings as it approached the water's edge. As it lowered its head to drink, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of water arrows shot forth from the depths of the pool. The second-tier blade-armed tiger had no time to react and was instantly pierced by the water arrows, its body riddled with dozens of gaping wounds. It managed to emit a mournful howl before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Splash! The once clear water of the pool churned violently as a gargantuan crocodile, roughly the size of a small car, surfaced. Approaching the water's edge, it opened its massive jaws and began to feast upon the freshly slain blade-armed tiger. No wonder so few beasts dared to come here for water. It was the lair of such a terrifying creature as the source water crocodile. Su Jingming suddenly understood. The source water crocodile was an amphibious beast, primarily active underwater. Most of them were second or third tier, but this particular source water crocodile was different. It had reached the fourth tier low level and possessed a talent skill akin to a group water arrow. It was indeed a fourth tier beast. Song Qiuyun sensed the rank of the formidable beast, her expression shifting slightly. We actually encountered a fourth tier beast at the outskirts of the demon lair. Jingming, we must leave at once. The fourth tier beast possesses an acute sense. It may have already detected our presence. Thus, Song Qiuyun hastily tugged at Su Jingming to depart, only to discover that he remained steadfastly rooted in place. There's no need to rush. Although the fourth-tier beast is powerful, it is not insurmountable. Su Jingming replied with a relaxed demeanor. During his time in the Yangsheng wilderness zone, he had not only encountered, but also slain more than one fourth-tier beast. Song Qiuyun paused momentarily. If it were any other second-tier upper-level ability user, she would undoubtedly dismiss their claims as mere bravado. Yet, she was aware that Su Jingming's character made it unlikely for him to speak falsely. Is it the exclusive combat technique imparted to you by Director Yang? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. Ever since learning about the source of Su Jingming's beastly aura, she had taken the initiative to research the combat technique taught by the director of the Weapon Academy, understanding it to be a body enhancement technique. However, this implied that Su Jingming would have to engage in direct combat with the fourth-tier beast. Direct confrontation. Song Qiuyun glanced at the massive crocodile in the distance. Its mouth lined with sharp teeth, its body covered in scales, exuding an overwhelming bloodthirsty aura. She then looked back at Su Jingming, who was merely clad in battle attire, and felt a twinge of concern. Just as she contemplated whether to lend him her protective talisman, Su Jingming shook his head and smiled. Although the body enhancement technique my teacher taught me is commendable, it still falls short when dealing with a fourth-tier beast. He spoke the truth. At present, the most efficient technique he had for slaying fourth-tier beasts was none other than the S-grade thunder art, not the body enhancement technique. Song Qiuyun blinked her clear eyes, puzzled. Meanwhile, Su Jingming had closed his eyes slightly, channeling all his mental energy to summon his Chaos Divine Thunder. Crackling sounds erupted as lightning flickered around Su Jingming's body. Simultaneously, a series of deep, thunderous roars reverberated through the sky. The crocodile by the water's edge seemed to sense something, halting its feeding and casting a bewildered glance upwards. Is it going to rain? Song Qiuyun, still unaware of any abnormalities, instinctively looked up. Yet, she saw that the sky under the setting sun, though tinged with a hint of orange-red, bore no sign of ominous clouds. Just as her confusion deepened, Su Jingming's low voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Thunder art. At that moment, the orange-red sky abruptly transformed into a brilliant glow. In the next instant, to Song Qiuyun's astonished gaze, a bolt of blue-purple lightning, as thick as a barrel and accompanied by a terrifying pressure that seemed to signify the end of the world, descended with a force that pierced through heaven and earth. Crash! The deafening sound of thunder erupted as the lightning struck the giant crocodile directly. The fourth-tier source water giant crocodile, its body encased in a myriad of scales, boasted a defensive strength comparable to C-grade alloy. Furthermore, it was both non-conductive and non-heat conducting. Merely breaching this layer of scale defenses would be a headache for countless elemental ability users. However, under the onslaught of the lightning, the heavy scales were shredded as if they were made of paper, leaving the creature charred and blackened. Almost immediately, its massive form was engulfed by the cascading thunder, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. In its final moments, it had failed to even discern the location of its adversary, succumbing utterly to death. Ding! A fourth-tier lower-level source water giant crocodile has been slain, granting 213 ability points. Listening to the system notification resounding in his mind, the instigator Su Jingming's lips curled into a slight smile. 213 ability points. This source water giant crocodile was relatively generous in terms of ability points among fourth-tier lower-level beasts. Chapter 125, Mysterious Blood. Deadly Attraction. Ability users are classified as low-tier from the first to the third levels. The fourth to the sixth levels are referred to as mid-tier ability users. The rationale behind this nomenclature is that upon transitioning from the third to the fourth tier, an ability user's power experiences a qualitative leap. Within the same tier, a fourth-tier lower-level ability user possesses strength that far exceeds that of a peak third-tier ability user by more than tenfold. This principle equally applies to beasts. Additionally, the evaluation of ability points obtained through the Deep Blue system appears to fluctuate according to this power hierarchy. Ability points acquired from slaying peak third-tier beasts range from 40 to 50 points, while those from fourth-tier lower-level beasts hover around 200 to 220 points. Hence, the 213 ability points gained from the source water giant crocodile is considered quite substantial. Of course, this comes with considerable cost, as Su Jingming had expended nearly one-third of his abilities. With the source water giant crocodile now deceased, he suggested, "Let us move closer and take a look." This was not his first encounter with a fourth-tier beast, so Su Jingming's expression remained largely unchanged as he made his way toward the water's edge. However, for Song Qiuyun, it was a different story. Having witnessed such a scene for the first time, her worldview felt utterly transformed. Born into a family of grandmasters, she had encountered many prodigies, and she herself was a genius who surpassed her contemporaries across the province. Yet, she had never seen anyone as monstrous as Su Jingming, who could transcend two major tiers to slay a fourth-tier lower-level beast with the prowess of a second-tier upper-level user. Moreover, it was a swift kill. No one would believe it if she told them. So this is your true strength. Taking a deep breath, Song Qiuyun's chest, encased in a form-fitting battle suit, rose and fell slightly. Once her emotions stabilized, she stepped forward toward the water's edge. As she approached, she saw Su Jingming gazing regretfully at the charred corpse before him. The most valuable part of the source water giant crocodile is its skin and scales, but alas, they have all been destroyed. If the skin of a fourth-tier source water giant crocodile were to be removed intact, it could fetch a price of at least 20 to 30 million. Not only is the skin valuable, a fourth-tier beast is a treasure trove in itself, Song Qiuyun said with a cheerful smile. Indeed. But my spatial ring isn't large enough. If I were to fit the entire giant crocodile inside, there wouldn't be much space left. With only 1 cubic meter of capacity in his spatial ring, Su Jingming had previously thought that a 10 cubic meter ring was quite spacious. However, after multiple excursions into the wilderness zone, he began to feel that even 10 cubic meters was insufficient. Store it with me. My spatial ring has ample capacity. Once we return to the base, I'll return it to you. All right, let us do that. Su Jingming nodded. Upon receiving his consent, Song Qiuyun extended her delicate hand and placed it upon the corpse of the source water giant crocodile. The spatial ring glimmered faintly, and the entire giant crocodile was drawn inside. How large is your spatial ring's capacity? Su Jingming inquired with curiosity. Since entering the wilderness zone the previous day, Song Qiuyun had collected a fair amount of beast materials, yet he had never heard her mention any issues with capacity. Not too large, around 30 cubic meters. Song Qiuyun replied with a playful smile. 30 cubic meters is already quite substantial. Su Jingming exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder you're a little heiress from a grandmaster family. 30 cubic meters is nothing to you. The beasts residing in the vicinity must be well aware of the dangers associated with this water source, as the number of beasts coming to drink was notably sparse. Remaining here held little significance. Let us find a cave to rest, Su Jingming suggested, activating the map on his smart wristband to locate nearby caverns. To his astonishment, he noticed that his score in the upper right corner had surged by a staggering 10,000 points. How could the score for a fourth-tier lower beast be so high? Su Jingming was taken aback. He had assumed the maximum would be around 5,000 points at best. After all, not everyone could slay a fourth-tier beast. So a higher score seemed reasonable. Song Qiuyan chuckled softly. In truth, the vast disparity in strength between the 4th and peak 3rd tiers made her question whether that S-rank 3rd tier ability user, Kirin, could even defeat a 4th tier beast. Su Jingming nodded slightly in agreement and soon pinpointed a location on the map marked as the lair of a ringed earth gray bear. Let us head there. Ringed earth gray bears usually use caves as their lairs. Could we wait a moment before proceeding? Song Qiuyan hesitated, glancing at a nearby crystal-clear pool. What is the matter? Su Jingming inquired, puzzled. And no issue. She quickly waved her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed as she whispered, there's a pool here. And I would like to wash up a bit. Under normal circumstances, she would never have been so eager. But the intense battles of the past few days had left her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Su Jingming understood immediately. Bathing in the wilderness was a rare luxury, as most water sources were teeming with ferocious beasts, making them inaccessible. Otherwise, one would have to rely on the drinking water they carried. For Song Qiuyan, who possessed a spacious storage ring, this was an option, but with a ready-made pool available, it would be extravagant to use drinking water for bathing. Wait, let me check if there are any other beasts in the pool, Su Jingming said, nodding slightly as he stepped closer to the water's edge for a careful inspection. The pool was not particularly large, roughly circular with a diameter of about 10 meters. It was quite deep, approximately 3 to 4 meters, and the spring water was clear enough to see the bottom. However, to be cautious, Su Jingming knelt down, plunging his right hand into the water, unleashing a burst of purple sky thunder. Crackling sounds erupted as blue-purple lightning surged through the water. The pool churned, stirring up some debris from the bottom and slightly clouding the water, but otherwise, it seemed unchanged. There shouldn't be any other beasts, Su Jingming concluded, retracting the lightning from his body. Just then, a series of bubbles suddenly erupted from the center of the pool, followed by a crimson hue seeping up from the depths. In mere moments, the entire pool was tinged a blood-red color. The air was instantly filled with a pungent scent of blood. However, unlike ordinary blood, this aroma carried a faint, alluring fragrance. Simultaneously, Su Jingming felt a powerful, fatal attraction emanating from the crimson water. What is this? He was struck with astonishment. This allure felt as if it stemmed from an instinctive craving deep within his being, compelling him to absorb the blood water entirely. In the dense jungle, a group of 6 moved quietly among the foliage. The slanting sun filtered through the leaves, casting orange-red light spots on them. Clad in black hooded robes adorned with a large blood moon emblem, the leader, a middle-aged man, cradled a black device that glowed faintly with red light, guiding their path. Which esteemed lord's divine blood are we recovering this time, Bishop? One of them queried the man at the front. The blood of the ancient dragon god. The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the blood of the dragon god. The previously speaking individual's expression turned fervent, exclaiming, once we obtain this divine blood, our destiny sect will gain another powerful divine blood wielder. Hearing this, the others expressed eager anticipation. If they were found to have good compatibility with the divine blood, absorbing it would propel them to become significant authorities within the sect. Silence. We are the Blood Moon sect. The middle-aged man's countenance turned cold. If I hear anyone mispronounce our sect's name again, I will show no mercy. The bishop was a man of his word. Those who crossed him faced dire consequences. The remaining 5 immediately stiffened, nodding in unison, yes. At that moment, the faint glow from the device in the middle-aged man's hand suddenly intensified, turning a deep crimson. The surrounding dimly lit forest was washed in a vibrant red hue. The divine blood has manifested ahead of schedule? The bishop's expression shifted as he hastily assessed the device and declared, it's not far from here, approximately an 8-hour journey. We shall not rest tonight. Move at full speed. Under the bishop's command, the group swiftly traversed through the thick jungle, gradually disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, at the edge of the pool, confronted by the overwhelming desire radiating from the blood-like water, Su Jingming harnessed his formidable willpower to suppress it. Could this blood water be some unknown treasure of heaven and earth? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Certain rare treasures that condensed the essence of heaven and earth indeed triggered instinctive reactions in humans. What is happening? The pool has turned blood red. Song Qiuyan also noticed this astonishing transformation and hurried closer. I merely used the purple sky thunder to clear the water, and suddenly it changed. Su Jingming offered a brief explanation, feeling the intensifying desire within him, instinctively asking, Qiuyan, do you feel this blood water calling to you? Calling to me? No, not at all. Song Qiuyan shook her head, crouching by the pool, her beautiful eyes fixed on the water. However, according to the feedback from my A-rank ability, Dawn's Light, this blood water carries a strong beastly aura, and it resembles the unique aura of that beast you possess. Resembles my aura? Su Jingming immediately recalled the SS class resource, the 8th tier lower thunderstorm dragon's blood he had absorbed. Could this also be the blood of a dragon-type beast? Thus eliciting a response from him. Su Jingming pondered. If that were the case, it would imply that absorbing this blood water might not be detrimental, but rather beneficial. Feeling the rising thirst coursing through his body, Su Jingming disregarded his reservations. Chiyun, I'm going in to test it. If something seems amiss, pull me out immediately. With that, he stepped directly into the pool. Splash. The instant Su Jingming entered the water, the entire pool seemed to boil. Streams of fresh red liquid surged toward him like serpents, and his body absorbed the blood water with the fervor of a traveler who had been parched in the desert for days upon days. As for Su Jingming himself, he experienced an overwhelming sensation of comfort. Unbeknownst to him, his consciousness began to blur, while around his body, blue-violet lightning flickered. It was as if an endless stream of blood entwined around him, ultimately forming a blood-red cocoon that enveloped him entirely. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Song Qiuyun regained her composure, only a blood-colored giant cocoon remained by the water's edge. Jingming. Song Qiuyun blinked, noticing the cocoon did not emit any reaction, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. It seemed that Jingming had encountered his own fortune, and he appeared unable to move. Glancing at the continuous flow of blood entering the cocoon, she then raised her gaze to the darkening sky, gripping her halberd tightly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she silently stood guard before the cocoon. The night swiftly passed, and when the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds at dawn, more than 10 corpses of fierce beasts lay before Song Qiuyun, who stood in front of the blood cocoon. The once blood-red water had transformed to a light crimson. As if filtered, fortunately, the most formidable beast that had appeared last night was merely a low-tier 3rd rank. Song Qiuyun dared not release her grip on the halberd in her right hand, merely extending her left hand to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. Throughout the night, she had maintained a state of heightened vigilance. In the pitch-black night, she had refrained from using her extraordinary abilities recklessly. Otherwise, the A-grade ability, Dawn's Light, would unleash a radiance akin to a miniature sun, attracting all nearby beasts. Thus, the battle of the previous night had proven somewhat arduous, particularly with the 3rd-rank unicorn rhinoceros, which had taken her over half an hour to defeat. Thankfully, this was not in the central region. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted even an hour last night. Turning back to glance at the increasingly faint water, a hint of joy surfaced on her charming face. It seemed that Jingming's ordeal should soon come to an end. However, at that moment, 6 shadowy figures emerged from the forest. The leading bishop immediately noticed the blood-colored cocoon by the water's edge, his brows knitting slightly. This was not his first time collecting divine blood. How could it manifest in such a form? A quick glance revealed Song Qiuyun standing vigilantly by the water, her expression alert. Is she the 2nd rank from the Demon University? The bishop recognized Song Qiuyun's identity, his curiosity deepening. What was going on? Why was a new student from the Demon University here? There were no fierce beasts, and the water source was contaminated. If you wish to collect water, I suggest seeking elsewhere. Song Qiuyun's gaze remained fixed warily on the group of 6. As the eldest daughter of the Song family, she was acutely aware that in the wilderness, one must guard against more than just beasts. That is divine blood. How dare you describe it as contaminated? One of the men reacted as if insulted, his emotions becoming unstable. Ignore her. Focus on the blood cocoon behind her. The bishop commanded in a low voice. Their primary objective was the divine blood. As for this talented individual from the Demon University, they would deal with her later. Understood. The remaining 5 nodded respectfully, weapons in hand as they closed in on Song Qiuyun. This is bad. Song Qiuyun realized the gravity of the situation. This group was targeting the peculiar blood water. The leader was a 4th-rank ability user, while the weakest among the others were mid-tier 3rd ranks, far beyond her capability to confront. No time to hesitate. Song Qiuyun bit her red lip, her delicate hand brushing over the necklace around her neck. Boom. The necklace radiated brilliance, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy, rapidly forming a colossal energy shield that enveloped both Song Qiuyun and the blood cocoon created by Su Jingming. A black-robed man struck the shield with his blade. Instead of penetrating, he was repelled back several steps, his face reflecting astonishment. What is this? A protective talisman from ancient civilization? The bishop's eyes gleamed with greed. Such protective talismans were exceedingly rare, only produced within the remnants of ancient civilizations. They could be reused multiple times, and each activation could withstand several lethal attacks from high-tier ability users. It was truly a life-saving artifact. Knowing what this is, and still not retreating? Wasting time here? Song Qiuyun snorted coldly. As far as I know, protective talismans have a limited duration. We are not in a hurry. Waiting here a bit longer poses no issue. The bishop remarked with a mocking smile, settling down with the remaining 5, appearing as though they intended to wait it out. Then take your time. Song Qiuyun feigned indifference. Yet her heart was filled with anxiety. The bishop was right. This protective talisman could last at most just over an hour. Once its duration expired, it would require a 12-hour cooldown before it could be used again. Additionally, she possessed another spatial talisman from the same ancient civilization, which, when activated, could transport up to 3 individuals 100 miles away. However, the size of the blood cocoon formed by Su Jingming made it impossible for her to take it with her. Moreover, given Su Jingming's current state, she did not dare to disrupt the cocoon. Thus, Song Qiuyun could only hope that Su Jingming would awaken during this final hour. However, events did not unfold as she had anticipated. Over an hour later, the protective shield dissipated under the sunlight, yet Su Jingming remained trapped within the cocoon. I told you. The protective shield has a limited duration, the bishop said, his greedy smile returning as he led his 5 companions towards Song Qiuyun. I advise you to be sensible and hand over the protective talisman. Otherwise, I assure you, your demise will be quite unpleasant. As the 6 approached, Song Qiuyun's expression grew grave. She retrieved a Tier 3 blood burst pill from her spatial ring, while simultaneously unleashing her A-grade ability, Dawn's Light, from her delicate frame, pushing it to its limits. However, just as Song Qiuyun was about to engage in a desperate struggle, a deep and powerful voice resonated from within the cocoon, echoing in the clearing and lingering in the air. Is that so? I have a feeling that it will be you who meet your demise.